As the night descended, one amostrum imbernato allo unfamiliar women, particular light hosine chanting, figurus gladinka me salisen short spared with black stockings. To enterancibode to easily, namatur how stunning libuta full they may appear. Shall we, a incentive youth, only comprehend dead the truth tonight. Just woman a tesprier, aknakachoed from outside, and a woman claimed shinididabor kind-hearted shall e, without a moment's hesitation, open at the door, only to be met with an shocking sight. Before a cold react, woman had overpowered him, and the situation turned dire. Her smile Lewis's radianta subliming flower, and her breath carried an intoxicating fragrance, exuding an indescribable ellerine here vry movement. Faced with such temptation, an ordinary man might have jacummed long ago, yet shall yifind himself frozen, hispodi rigid, unable to move, merely a spectator of unhalmed so close. Don't be afraid, little brother, your sister will not harm you, she said. Heru bilop spartaru with words the Torgantai said with an indefinable seduction. On the contrary, a will grant a one experience yo fun puralela dixtacy. She continued, your yangener jais abundant tastingle ziffening gwillen lily vey outum pererela weekend. Consumo more licks and oysters, and I shall recover swiftly. I fi a camplicier sister, I shall bring Javin better offering some next visit. Asher slender finger scarce at him, a bar lip perceptible crimsonora waft ted from show's mouth and nose, drawn into herbing. A look of satisfaction blossomed on her face, while Xiao Yai felt a swift declining in his strength, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. The light bathed that wine its glow, casting their shadow upon Thule. Xiao Yisel Hueta was distinct, yet woman's shadow transformed in Tatato Fagreet fox, head held high, tail swaying. In that moment, Xiao Yai grasped the truth this woman was namer human beauty a fox spirit, acred thatsaphone the vital nergiofman. At just 20 years of age, Xiao Yi, a traveler from an other realm, had spent what a cat is in this parallel world. These world muradis previous life fini are lively aspect, with a comparable level of technological advancement. Having grown up in solitude, he had, through perseverance and charm, secured lucrative position and caught the eye of his family superior. Yet, Henavir anticipated the existence of supernatural beings sent this world, nor hath would fall victim to the salto fafolk spirit. Wast it decreed hat no spirits who dare see post-establishment? Shall ye ponder at themself. What is the true nature of this fox spirit? Ashe grappled with confusion. The woman spoke he gain. Little brother, your yangenergish true liar markable those petit fool shrimp paline comparison. With the continuous drino energy, Xiao Yai felt an increasing weakness, his body growing cold, his shins and feet turning frigid. He realized that if this continued, he might very well meet this demise here. Damn it, I refuse a toperish and petit fool manner. Azure Joe findomitable spiritualidu plinium. At that moment, a voice arisen at in his min host haste been invaded by demonist energy, awaken in innate divine abilities, true fire-offs and unlocking innate secretart plunder. As the voice faded, Alastra spieral within his consciousness radiate, debrilliant golden light. Heffeltan immediate surge of heat, coursing through his body, as the fey volcanau is on the verge of eruption. Thwoman remained doblaviasto Xiaoyi's transformation, continuing her seductive advances. Yet, in an instant, has summoned distrength hand struck hair with a powerful punk, sending her flying. Heliped fromthabed, Heisy sand fists ablaze, pinning Thwoman beneath him. Damn it, Soyao wish to drain my yang energy, do you? Today, I shall make yao taste bitterness. Xiaoyaro Adasha swung his fist toward her face. The blazing true fire ignited, causing theorem's temperature tosoer. Thwoman was fled with terror she had not anticipated Xiaoya's formidable strength. She tempted to maintain her humane guise, butened the scorking heat of true fire off sun, her true firm was finola revioletta fox. Chapter 2. The ashes were flushed down the toilet damn that vixen, who siphoned off my vitality, even scattering my ashes. Xiaoyi gazed at the heap of ash on the ground, contemplating that keeping it would only bring bad luck, and thus decided to disperse it from the window. However, he pondered that scattering ashes in the community seemed rather unethical. Living on the 7th floor, he realized that a gust of wind could carry the ashes far and wide. If someone happened to walk by and inadvertently inhaled it, the consequences would be dire. After much deliberation, Xiaoyi gathered the ashes and flushed them down the toilet. In doing so, it was no different from scattering the bones to the winds. Xiaoyi had always prided himself on his integrity. When he said he would scatter the bones, he indeed did so. With everything concluded, the fervor ebbed away. Sitting on his bed, he recalled the harrowing scene he had just witnessed. Still haunted by the memory, he had truly danced on the precipice of death. The vixen had sweetly claimed that absorbing his vitality merely left him weakened for a few days, and a few pounds of chives and oysters would suffice for replenishment. Yet, judging by her euphoric state, it was evident she intended to drain him completely. Had Xiao Yi not awakened his innate powers in time, he would have surely met his demise. After 20 years of traversing and reincarnating, my golden finger has finally arrived. Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement as he began to experiment with his innate ability, the true fire of the sun with a mere thought. Flames enveloped his palm, quickly igniting to consume his entire being, transforming him into a fiery entity. The flames blazed intensely, filling the room, yet Xiao Yi remained unscathed. With another thought, the flames extinguished. Earlier, the vixen had cried out in terror, exclaiming that he wielded pure yang fire, clearly failing to recognize the true fire of the sun. Pure yang fire was likely another form of supernatural ability. He wondered how it compared to his own. Having encountered the vixen firsthand, Xiao Yi gained a newfound understanding of this world. Its essence was evidently starkly different from what he had previously known, undoubtedly concealing numerous unknowns. Perhaps the mythical creatures and practitioners of legend were indeed real. Ordinary people were oblivious, likely due to the deliberate concealment by those in power. With the awakening of the true fire of the sun and the slaying of a vixen, Xiao Yi had stepped into this enigmatic realm. From henceforth, living a mundane life alongside ordinary folk seemed impossible. Yet, this was preferable. Who would wish to remain ordinary when one could possess formidable power? The desire for strength is an inherent trait of humanity. Beyond the true fire of the sun, Xiao Yi had also awakened another gifted secret method: plunder. Closing his eyes and focusing his consciousness inward, he beheld a lustrous pearl within his sea of consciousness. He was uncertain of its nature. Perhaps it was something all practitioners possessed, or perhaps it was the treasure that had facilitated his reincarnation. The gift of plunder was inscribed upon this pearl. Plunder. By vanquishing demons and monsters, one could seize their supernatural abilities. With the recent slaying of the vixen, he had acquired the ability of allure. It captivates the soul and ensnares the mind. This ability enhances one's charm, significantly increasing the affections of both the opposite and same sex, even influencing their very spirits. With Xiao Yi's already striking appearance, rivaling many esteemed readers, it was unsurprising that he had won over his female superior within a mere month. Now, with the allure ability augmenting his charm, his male attractiveness was bound to soar. Walking down the street, he would be akin to a natural-born enchantress. As he delved deeper into his veins, Xiao Yi soon located his dantian. Inside the dantian lay a space, which he discerned to be about 10 zhang in diameter. Within this space floated wisps of golden gas, coalescing into droplets that ultimately pooled into a small pond. This was presumably what was referred to as spiritual energy or spiritual liquid. Having just awakened his innate supernatural ability, Xiao Yi's understanding of cultivation was severely lacking. He possessed no foundational knowledge. Relying solely on mythological novels for speculation, in those tales, the dantian typically served as a reservoir for spiritual power. Xiao Yi discovered that as he focused his mind, he could distinctly sense the presence of spiritual energy around him. And by breathing, he could draw it into his body and store it within his dantian. While the dantian's diameter was 10 zhang, it was far from full of spiritual energy, and his rate of absorption was quite slow. It was reasonable to deduce that there must be special techniques or methods for efficiently absorbing spiritual energy. Alas, Xiao Yi was unaware of any. The pressing matter was to grasp the basic principles of cultivation and obtain a legacy, enabling him to methodically grow stronger. Eager to explore the authentic realm of cultivation, Xiao Yi was deeply engrossed in his practice when two figures appeared at the community entrance. The shadows moved swiftly through the darkness, their speed astonishing, covering 100 meters in less than 6 seconds, far surpassing the so-called world champion sprinter. Soon, they reached the floor where Xiao Yi resided. Both appeared to be in their 20s. A man and a woman, clad in identical uniforms adorned with a star on their chests. This is the place. There are traces of the spiritual energy disturbance, and I can already smell the vixen's foul aura. The woman remarked, wrinkling her nose in distaste. The man glanced up at the floor, chuckling. It seems that he has completed the task, saving us some effort. Let us meet him. He might be our colleague in the future. To be able to kill a vixen right after awakening is undoubtedly a sign of genius. The duo entered the building and soon arrived at Xiaoyi's door. Simultaneously, Xiaoyi sensed their presence and ceased his absorption of spiritual energy. Knock. Knock. Knocked out, a man's voice called out. Is anyone there? Open the door. We need to speak. Damn it. You think this is a brothel, Lu Ziyang? I swear if you go to those chaotic places again, I will sever your ties. The woman scolded, slapping Lu Ziyang on the head. Stop hitting my head, Su Xiano. With your brutish nature, you'll never get married. Not that it's any of your concern. I wouldn't marry you anyway, they bickered. Xiaoyi's voice resonated through the door. What do you want? Who are you? Having seen two figures before, he had nearly been drained of his vitality by the vixen. Thus he was resolved not to open the door recklessly this time. Who knew what he would encounter upon opening it? Throughout, he remained vigilant, the true fire of the sun coiling around his fist, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Don't be alarmed, brother. We are not bad people. Lu Ziyang replied earnestly. We are investigators from the Security Bureau and need to inquire about certain matters. At the same time, Su Xiano's voice chimed in. Xiao Yi, right? No need to worry. We are not monsters. Chapter 3. The Security Bureau arrives. 500,000 reward. Xiao Yi dispelled the true fire of the sun and opened the door a crack, his expression skeptical. How do you know my name? The moment they laid eyes on Xiao Yi, both Lu Ziyang and Su Xiano were momentarily taken aback. Lu Ziyang exclaimed, Wow, this brother is somewhat handsome. While he may not surpass me, he certainly ranks at least 90% of my charm. Su Xiano thought to herself, why is my heart racing so fast? When did I become so flustered? He's just a man. I've seen plenty. No, I mustn't show weakness. I need to stay composed. The innate allure of the enchantress was in full effect, particularly during their first meeting when its potency peaked. They say love at first sight exists. Now, as Xiaoyi walked down the street, the women who found themselves smitten at first glance would undoubtedly be numerous. Su Xiano cleared her throat a few times to mask her unease, waving her phone and stating, Your confidentiality level isn't high. Your identity can be easily uncovered. Lu Ziyang chimed in, Our internal database at the Security Bureau is even more detailed than that of the police. Checking a regular person is a piece of cake. In this era of technological information, if the authorities wish to investigate someone, they simply need to type a few keys once they have the address. Their actions indirectly affirm their identities. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Ziyang, and this is Su Xiano. We are both investigators from the Security Bureau. Lu Ziyang's demeanor was friendly as he continued. We are here today for a reason that you are likely already aware of. May we come in to discuss it further? The name of the Security Bureau was well known among the citizens of Xia Nation. Xiao Yi let the two enter, and upon stepping inside, Su Xiano began to twitch her nose, searching for the scent of the vixen. Where is the body? Where is the vixen's corpse? She inquired. Xiao Yi's expression remained calm as he replied. I flushed it down the toilet after it was reduced to ashes, Lu Ziyang. Su Xiano. Both stared at Xiao Yi in astonishment, their eyelids twitching. Go scatter bones and erase evidence. What was with this palpable aura of a murderer? Having reviewed Xiao Yi's profile, they noted that aside from being precocious, excelling academically, and having multiple girlfriends, he was entirely ordinary. Why would such an ordinary individual execute a demon for the first time and manage to cover his tracks so thoroughly? The act of slaying demons, incinerating bodies, and erasing evidence required a level of proficiency that was too practiced for someone who had never killed before. They exchanged wary glances, suspicion creeping in. Xiaoyi noticed their change in demeanor but remained unperturbed. He was innocent and had nothing to fear. All right, let's get down to business. I happen to have a plethora of questions that I seek answers to. Xiaoyi gazed intently at the two individuals before him and inquired. How is it that you arrived here so swiftly? It had been scarcely 3 minutes since Xiaoyi had dispatched the fox spirit, yet 2 investigators from the Security Bureau had already appeared. An astonishing display of speed. Even in the event of a call to the police, one could hardly expect such promptness. Lu Ziyang and Su Xiano took their seats, activating the recording device affixed to their chests. Lu Ziyang explained, in the past 2 months, there have been 6 consecutive murders committed by fox spirits in nearby neighborhoods. You are the 7th case. We have been patrolling the vicinity for the past week. Hence our proximity allowed us to arrive promptly post-incident. Furthermore, your awakening tonight triggered a surge of spiritual energy, which we were able to sense from nearby. Lastly, My keen sense of smell enabled me to track you down by following the scent of the fox spirit. He added, a hint of pride in his voice. Susayano pointed to her nose, boasting of her innate ability. Although her combat prowess was not particularly formidable, she was among the top in the security bureau when it came to tracking. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yi as he nodded, continuing to inquire, "Are there many individuals like us?" Lu Ziang shook his head slightly. In comparison to the vast population of ordinary people, we are not numerous. But collectively, we are not insignificant either. Those like us are collectively referred to as practitioners, or in the realm of Xinxia novels, as martial artists, chi refiners, or cultivators, among other designations. Though the terms may differ, they convey the same essence. Spiritual energy permeates the world. The key to transforming from an ordinary person into a practitioner lies in perceiving the existence of this energy, subsequently establishing a dantian space to draw it into the body. Those lacking in innate talent will never achieve this in their lifetime. Talent is an inherent trait. One either possesses it or does not. Though defy fate and alter one's destiny requires an exorbitant price. Practitioners are categorized into two types, innate and acquired. Innate practitioners awaken their innate abilities without the need for specific methods, while acquired practitioners lack innate abilities but rely on training methods to draw chi into their bodies and learn secondary abilities. You must have been infected by the fox spirit's demonic energy, which triggered your innate ability to awaken, correct? Indeed, Xiao Yi affirmed with a nod. Then you belong to the category of innate practitioners. Lu Ziang remarked, observing Xiao Yi closely. Though you awakened at the relatively advanced age of 20, which is considered late, your innate ability still places you among the ranks of innate practitioners. A frown appeared on Xiao Yi's forehead. What do you mean by that? 20 is hardly old. I am still in my prime, a youthful individual. Did you not notice that the fox spirit sought me out to absorb my yang energy? He continued, if 20 signifies old age, does that not make you an elderly person? How many times do you wake up at night? Lu Ziang, oblivious to the frown on Xiao Yi's forehead, continued, there is no absolute hierarchy of strength between innate and acquired practitioners. Innate abilities are merely the most suitable for innate practitioners, possessing significant potential for growth, allowing them to become stronger with the practitioner's advancement. However, certain abilities developed by acquired practitioners can rival innate abilities in power. In our circle, many of the top-tier figures are actually acquired practitioners. Xiao Yi nodded slightly, gaining a deeper understanding of the fundamentals of cultivation. Well then, that encompasses the basic situation. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Lu Ziang stated, turning his attention back to Xiao Yi. You have eliminated a fox spirit tonight, effectively ridding us of a murderer. There is a bounty placed on her by our security bureau, amounting to 300,000, in addition to 2 points of credit. As you are not an investigator in the bureau, the credits are of no use to you, so we will convert it to cash, totaling 500,000. Once we report the situation, the bounty will be dispersed, and you shall receive the funds within 24 hours. 500,000. Such a sum? Xiao Yi exclaimed, astonished. 50,000 for a single fox spirit? If I were to eliminate 100, would that not amount to 5 million? This is truly an excellent opportunity for wealth. Do not be overly surprised. 500,000 is not particularly substantial. Lu Ziang replied nonchalantly. This female fox spirit was not particularly powerful, hence the bounty of only 500,000. Once you gain a true understanding of this circle, you will no longer find it astonishing. Chapter 4. I never pay for foot massages, I instead profit from them indeed, and thus we extend a sincere invitation for you to join our security bureau, Susayano interjected. Having just awakened your innate ability, you remain ignorant of the practitioner community and still possess limited strength. With the security bureau as your backing, your future path will undoubtedly be smoother. We need not delve into the specifics of abilities, secret techniques, magical artifacts, or rare resources. The security bureau is an official entity, backed by the state, with both strength and influence surpassing all others in this sphere. Joining the security bureau will deter most individuals from provoking you. Xiao Yi felt a stirring within him. Susayano's words resonated. The security bureau operated as an official department, akin to the Jinui, wielding the authority of the emperor, acting first and reporting later, with innate practitioners holding an advantage. For someone like him, a newcomer, the security bureau indeed appeared to be the optimal choice. Yet, he still had pertinent inquiries. What are the benefits of joining the security bureau? Susayano replied, upon joining the security bureau, an intern investigator earns a monthly salary of 50,000, along with 5 insurances and 1 fund. A Level 1 investigator earns $200,000 monthly, with 7 insurances and 2 funds. And a Level 2 investigator earns $1 million monthly, with 9 insurances and 3 funds. The higher the level, the better the remuneration. These figures represent only the basic salary. Additional bonuses are awarded for completing tasks. Take us, for instance. We are both Level 1 investigators, and we only need to complete 2 or 3 tasks each month, resulting in an income comfortably exceeding $1 million. Moreover, money is but a trivial aspect of the Security Bureau. The true treasures lie in the numerous rare resources, secret techniques, and the guidance provided by advanced practitioners. Each month, the Bureau hosts lectures by esteemed practitioners. As long as your credits are sufficient, you may attend these lectures, which greatly benefit your cultivation. Xiaoyi listened, captivated. The remuneration was enticing, and the resources plentiful, all backed by an official authority. It is often said that the ultimate goal in the universe is a stable position. Even as a practitioner, securing a reliable job seemed appealing. All right, I accept, Xiaoyi declared decisively. Welcome to the Security Bureau. You shall not regret your choice today. Lu Ziang and Su Xiano rose to their feet and shook hands with Xiaoyi. Now, without further ado, we shall return to the Security Bureau to formalize your employment. Are we in such a hurry? Xiaoyi glanced out the window, noting the inky darkness enveloping the surroundings. Lu Ziang checked his watch. It is only 1:30 in the morning. The night is still young. I will take you back to register, and afterward, I shall treat you to a foot massage, as a celebration for your joining the Security Bureau. Lu Ziang draped his arm over Xiaoyi's shoulder and whispered, let me tell you, the technician at room 88 of the Shanghang Club possesses exceptional skills. I typically do not share this with just anyone. Xiaoyi maintained a stoic expression, calmly inquiring, what are the charges? Is it expensive? Not at all. It only costs 2,888. Compared to my income, it is merely pocket change, Lu Ziang boasted. Since it is your first time, I shall treat you. I guarantee your satisfaction. Xiaoyi shook his head in refusal. No need. We are not kindred spirits. Lu Ziang assumed Xiaoyi was merely shy, chuckling, do not be embarrassed. It is nothing to worry about. We are all men here. I understand. I assure you it will be nothing like the fox spirit you killed. No, you do not understand. Xiaoyi fixed his gaze on Lu Ziang, enunciating each word. I have never had to pay for foot massages. I instead profit from them. This statement struck Lu Ziang like a sharp arrow, piercing his tender psyche and delivering a devastating blow. It was at this moment that he recalled the information about Xiaoyi. The records indicated that Xiaoyi had not been without a girlfriend since high school and had ensnared his female superior within a month of employment post-university, spending at least 4 nights a week at her residence. Such a person, of course, would not need to pay for foot massages. His superior, having signed contracts worth billions, would personally attend to his feet. For him to invite Xiaoyi to a foot massage was akin to inviting humiliation upon himself. Damn it, I suddenly feel envious, brother. Could you teach me this skill? I am willing to pay for the lessons. Lu Ziang earnestly sought to become Xiaoyi's disciple. Despite earning a monthly income in the millions and possessing exceptional qualities, he could not fathom why he struggled to find a girlfriend. Each time, he resorted to foot massages at clubs to soothe his wounded heart. The emergence of Xiaoyi was akin to a celestial being, prompting Lu Ziang to seek mentorship immediately. Xiaoyi appraised Lu Ziang, shaking his head regretfully, it is futile. My ability is an innate gift, one you cannot learn. Pfft. Another arrow struck Lu Ziang, delivering a second blow. Su Xiano, standing nearby, scoffed, enough of this, Lu Ziang, do not corrupt Xiaoyi. I will notify the enforcement department to shut down the Shanghang Club, and then we'll see how you manage. Pfft. This was the third blow. The trio departed the neighborhood in a luxurious SUV, heading towards the city center. As they watched the night scenery retreating outside the window, Xiaoyi felt a surge of excitement and instinctively asked Lu Ziang, are there many demons and monsters in society? Lu Ziang, biting a cigarette, steered with one hand, allowing the night breeze to tousle his hair, replied, not particularly many, but neither are they few. Compared to those aberrations, there are more rogue practitioners who engage in nefarious deeds. The desires of humanity are boundless, and for those who cultivate their strength, once their cravings are unleashed, they become even more unrestrained in pursuit of wealth, women, rare treasures, magical artifacts, and secret techniques. Practitioners of the dark arts resort to any means necessary. Murdering and refining corpses, soul-snatching, Practicing malevolent sorcery and nurturing demons often result in the loss of lives. This echoes the ancient adage of chivalry breaching the law. The primary mission of the Safety Bureau is to apprehend these nefarious cultivators and uphold social order. To put it more grandly, it is all in service to the people. Suzayano glanced out at the bustling night market and remarked with a smile, "In districts like this, there are always agents from the Safety Bureau patrolling in the shadows. If they detect any unusual activity, they will undoubtedly suppress it at once." As they spoke, the car traversed the city center and halted in front of a towering building. "Is this the Safety Bureau you mentioned?" Xiao Yi looked up at the neon letters illuminating the side of the structure, reading Ebida Shuiyun City Branch, feeling a tinge of disbelief. Ebida is the foremost delivery service in the Daxia Kingdom, boasting a market value exceeding 60 trillion. Xiao Yi was, of course, well aware of its reputation. However, he had never imagined that a delivery company could be linked to the Safety Bureau, prompting thoughts of a certain courier service from his past life. Suzayano explained, "The greatest concealment lies in plain sight. Delivery personnel are ubiquitous. Whether for suppression operations or intelligence gathering, they attract little attention, making them the perfect disguise. Come, let me show you inside." Following Suzayano and Lu Ziyang, Xiao Yi entered the Ebida building. Although it was merely a branch, the edifice was still grand, being the tallest building in Shuiyun City, a landmark in its own right. Above ground, it boasted 199 floors, while the number of subterranean levels remained unknown to outsiders. Upon arriving at the 22nd basement level via the elevator, Xiao Yi observed that ordinary individuals were barred from this area. Only cultivators could access it. Chapter 5. Joining the Safety Bureau. I am an unparalleled genius. As Xiao Yi made his way through, he noticed many individuals who were also observing him. Their expressions varied. "Oh, a new face, a newcomer. I see. He seems rather mature. His potential may not be high. However, he possesses striking good looks, a perfect specimen. What? Have you taken a liking to him? If so, don't hesitate to send him a message on Feishin. Proximity breeds intimacy, and one never knows what might develop. Anyone who can join the Safety Bureau is a potential asset. Someone as handsome as him is rare indeed. Even if it's just for fun, it wouldn't be a loss. That makes sense. I must admit, I too feel a bit intrigued. It seems that the moment I laid eyes on him, I was drawn in. Oh dear, you've fallen in love." Unbeknownst to them, the innate charm of Xiao Yi's sacred body was inadvertently at play, causing the heart rates of several female investigators to quicken. While it may not have been love at first sight, the initial impression certainly skyrocketed in favorability. Soon enough, Xiao Yi followed Lu Ziyang and Suzayano into an office. "Group leader, I'm back." Lu Ziyang and Suzayano stood tall and greeted him. Xiao Yi noted a robust man seated behind the desk, his imposing frame and slicked-back hair exuding an air of intimidation as he bit down on a cigarette. A scar traversed his left eye, and his neck bore visible burn marks, adding to his menacing appearance. At first glance, he resembled a gang leader, making it hard to fathom any association with the authorities. Lu Ziyang had already introduced his superior during their journey. This individual was named Shuiyong, the leader of the 7th Group of the Safety Bureau and a Level 3 investigator. While not a high-ranking official in the Bureau, he held a mid-level leadership position. "So, this is the Xiao Yi you mentioned?" Shuiyong's gaze fell upon Xiao Yi, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, unaffected by any charms. Lu Ziyang nodded. "Yes, this is him. Group leader, don't be deceived by Xiao Yi's delicate appearance. He recently awakened his innate powers and dispatched a fox spirit. His strength is commendable. Given time, he will surely become a backbone of our Safety Bureau." I am already aware of his situation," Shuiyong acknowledged. "Since he is a newcomer, we shall adhere to the usual protocols. Currently, he is an intern. Having slain the fox spirit counts as the completion of a Level 1 task. He must fulfill 2 more tasks to officially ascend to Level 1 investigator. Let us proceed with the contract." With that, Shuiyong produced a contract for Xiao Yi to sign. The Safety Bureau is a legitimate organization, and joining naturally requires a contract, all conducted in accordance with the law. However, unlike typical companies, the Bureau's contract also contained a confidentiality agreement. Matters pertaining to the Bureau and cultivators must not be disclosed to ordinary individuals. Violations would incur varying degrees of punishment depending on the severity of the infraction. After Xiao Yi signed the contract, Shuiyong finally displayed a hint of a smile as he regarded him, saying, "From this day forth, you are a member of the 7th Group of the Safety Bureau." Specific onboarding details and regulations can be conveyed by Lu Ziyang, or you may refer to our internal dedicated app. I offer you but a single piece of advice, one I impart to every newcomer in my group. And today it is yours. Remember, in this life, the most important thing is to stay alive. As long as you do not violate principles or boundaries, your survival must always be the foremost objective. Have you grasped this? I have, Xiaoyi nodded. He had not anticipated that Shui Yong, despite his rugged appearance, would possess such acumen in dealing with matters. Moreover, this principle was one he had inherently understood since birth. Once the contract was finalized, Xiaoyi was issued a new phone, a watch, and 2 uniforms, along with identification documents. The onboarding process concluded without any unforeseen incidents. After joining the Safety Bureau, one could opt to reside within the eBeta building or choose to live externally. There were no stringent requirements. Given the late hour, Xiaoyi opted to stay within the building, declining Lu Ziyang's invitation to partake in a foot bath and settling into a single room. While termed a single room, it was actually a 4-bedroom apartment shared with 3 other investigators. The space was still relatively spacious, exceeding 40 square meters, with a pleasant environment. With the other 3 absent, presumably on missions, Xiaoyi found himself alone yet at ease in his room. Xiaoyi reclined on the bed, engrossed in his new phone. He opened the dedicated app for the Safety Bureau, logged into his account, and began to familiarize himself with the Bureau and the world of cultivation. This information was meticulously detailed within the app. At this moment, he was utterly oblivious, akin to a parched sponge absorbing the nourishing knowledge of this hidden realm. First, he encountered the classification of cultivators' realms. From lowest to highest, they are categorized as Spirit Gathering, Origin Opening, Divine Sea, Celestial Mysteries, and beyond, with each major realm subdivided into 9 levels. Access to the latter realms requires special permissions, which Xiaoyi currently lacked. The crux of this classification lies within the cultivator's Dantian. A Dantian space of 1 to 10 zhong signifies Spirit Gathering. From 10 zhong to 100 zhong, it indicates Origin Opening. Ranging from 100 zhong to 1000 zhong, it represents Divine Sea. The larger the Dantian space, the more spiritual energy it can store, thus enhancing one's strength. Xiaoyi also learned that most individuals awaken their innate abilities or draw energy into their bodies to open their Dantian spaces, with the majority achieving a diameter of 1 zhong. Only a select few possess the talent for 5, 6, or even 7 to 8 zhong. The rare few capable of directly opening a 10 zhong space are considered unparalleled geniuses. Xiaoyi's initial Dantian space measured 10 zhong. By absorbing spiritual energy to fill this space, he could reach the 9th level of Spirit Gathering and prepare for the transition to Origin Opening. Typically, an ordinary person would require 7 to 10 years to reach the 9th level of Spirit Gathering. What of awakening at the age of 20? Awakening at 20 still qualifies one as a prodigy. Xiaoyi felt a surge of pride as he continued to explore the app, discovering numerous types of demons and monsters, such as tiger demons, bear demons, zombies, and even foreign entities like werewolves, vampires, and witches. The app also detailed various rare treasures. Some could expand Dantian spaces, others rapidly replenish spiritual energy, while others could enhance comprehension and refine the body. Numerous magical artifacts and secret techniques were available. However, these precious items required points for purchase, and their prices were steep. Points served as the internal currency within the Safety Bureau, with 1 point equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Points could be exchanged for money, but money could not be converted back into points. Xiaoyi had heard Lu Ziyang mention the importance of points. Within the Bureau, only a fool would trade points for cash. Next, he perused the section on manuals. The app contained an extensive collection of manuals curated by the Safety Bureau, a vast ocean of knowledge. Each manual featured a detailed introduction. However, accessing specific content required points for exchange, while Xiaoyi had no points. As a newcomer, he possessed one opportunity for a free exchange of a manual, a generous perk of the Safety Bureau, one that other factions would never extend. The Bull Demon's Mighty Fist, a technique characterized by its bold and vigorous strikes. The Sage's Great Seal, a single handprint dispelling myriad malevolent thoughts, returning foes to a state of sage-like tranquility, impervious to external distractions. Chapter 6. The Dragon Elephant Breathing Technique. The Golden Left Hand. Joyful Zen Dream. Thunderous breathing technique, akin to thunder, commanding lightning. Once mastered, one's speed rivals that of lightning and can manipulate the most explosive forces in existence, heavenly thunder. Not only that, but it also refines the body, enhancing physique and strength. The first level involves harmonizing with nature, the second, regulating internal breath, the third, guiding intention. Requirements for cultivation: awakening a thunder attribute innate ability or possessing an affinity with thunder, cautions. Possible backlash. Xiao Yi eagerly examined several recommended manuals, but the thunderous breathing technique captivated him most. It was comprehensive and immensely powerful. Regrettably, Xiao Yi is unable to cultivate. His innate divine ability is the true fire of the sun, which belongs to the fire element, not the thunder element. Practicing the thunder-breathing technique would yield minimal results and could even result in backlash. The first divine ability one learns is of paramount importance. Thus, Xiao Yi is in no rush to make a choice, for he possesses ample time. As time quietly slips away, Xiao Yi diligently reviews all the introductions to the divine abilities available for free exchange. Ultimately settling on the dragon elephant breathing technique. It is said that in ancient times, there existed a formidable demon known as the dragon elephant, capable of soaring through clouds and uprooting mountains. Its fierce might unparalleled. Powerful cultivators have emulated the essence of the dragon elephant, combining techniques from Taoism and Buddhism to create the dragon elephant breathing technique. Once mastered, one embodies the essence of the dragon elephant, refining the body externally to greatly enhance strength, while internally gathering spiritual energy to expand the Dantian space, achieving harmony between yin and yang, and unifying the inner and outer realms. Among the various breathing techniques within the Safety Bureau, the dragon elephant breathing technique ranks among the top 3 in terms of power, with its difficulty considered the highest. Not only is it challenging to commence, but advancing further is even more arduous. Beyond innate talent and comprehension, significant resources are required for the progression of the dragon elephant breathing technique, rendering it a veritable gold sink. Many aspiring investigators, confident in their cultivation talents, have chosen the dragon elephant breathing technique only to regret their decision shortly thereafter, desperately seeking alternatives. Yet, difficulty is not a deterrent for Xiao Yi. Just because others may falter does not imply he will. With unwavering resolve, he immediately exchanges for the dragon elephant breathing technique. Within the Safety Bureau, the exchange price for the dragon elephant breathing technique reaches an astounding 800 points, equivalent to a staggering 80 million. Upon completion of the exchange, a notification pops up on the app. Intern Investigator Xiao Yi, you have successfully exchanged for the dragon elephant breathing technique. Your initial free exchange privilege has been exhausted. Warning: the dragon elephant breathing technique may only be cultivated by yourself and must not be disseminated. Violation will result in severe repercussions from higher authorities, including the nullification of all your cultivation and a potential life sentence or even death. Remember, the final warning is inscribed in glaring red text, causing Xiao Yi's eyelids to twitch. The Safety Bureau offers numerous benefits, yet its regulations are equally stringent. Those who transgress the rules often meet a dismal fate. Who would be foolish enough to share a divine ability valued at 80 million? Xiao Yi scoffs and begins to peruse the complete text of the dragon elephant breathing technique, examining each word and sentence meticulously. After one thorough reading, he discovers that he has memorized the entire text of the dragon elephant breathing technique, reciting it flawlessly. Closing his eyes to reflect, every detail remains vividly clear. Even the lines of the illustrations are retained without a flaw. An eidetic memory. Could this be the transformation brought about by the luminous pearl? Xiao Yi immediately recalls the resplendent pearl within his sea of consciousness. Before his awakening, although he was regarded as intelligent and possessed an excellent memory, he had never reached the level of perfect recall. This newfound ability must undoubtedly be a consequence of the pearl's influence. After committing the dragon elephant breathing technique to memory, Xiao Yi sits cross-legged on his bed and begins his cultivation. The essential points of the dragon elephant breathing technique flit through his mind as the pearl in his consciousness radiates golden light. In less than 5 minutes, he finds himself wholly immersed in an enigmatic state. All distractions fade away, leaving him in a tranquil and focused state of being. The golden light of the pearl begins to manifest the divine ability, transforming into a colossal dragon elephant that roars defiantly towards the heavens. The dragon elephant towers over the ground, its presence causing mountains to crumble and rivers to run dry. The earth trembles with fear as countless lesser demons are crushed into pulp, their anguished cries echoing as they flee in panic. Ultimately, the dragon elephant stands atop a mountain peak, bellowing at the blazing sun. The true fire of the sun blazes fiercely, engulfing the sky in flames and illuminating the vast landscape. Outside, torrents of spiritual energy converge from all directions. And with each breath, Xiao Yi inhales this energy into his being. Moreover, every pore in his body opens, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Within his dantian, the energy coalesces into clouds, raining down continuously. The dantian, which once held less than half a foot of spiritual power, now fills at an observable rate as spiritual energy pours in like rain. Suddenly, Xiao Yi opens his eyes wide. The sun shines brightly outside, and it has transformed into daytime. Rising to stretch his neck and clench his fists, he feels his strength has multiplied several times. With a gentle grip, he lifts his 2-meter-long wooden bed off the ground effortlessly. This solid wooden bed must weigh over 100 pounds, yet lifting it with one hand feels remarkably light to him. Having successfully mastered the notoriously difficult dragon elephant breathing technique in a single night, Xiao Yi now stands as a genuine ninth layer of Gathering Spirit Realm cultivator. Checking his phone, he notices it is already 11:30. He recalls beginning his cultivation of the dragon elephant breathing technique around 5 in the morning. In the blink of an eye, over 6 hours have passed. A bank notification appears, confirming the deposit of 500,000 yuan as a reward for eliminating the vixen. There are also several missed calls from colleagues and his female superior. Today is not a rest day, and Xiao Yi should have been at work, but he has clearly skipped it. However, given his current status as a civil servant with a stable position, the matter of attendance is of little consequence. He promptly calls his female superior to resign. "Hello, Xiao Yi, you didn't come to work today. Are you unwell?" The voice of his superior, Yi Yun, reaches him. At 28 years old, she is a mature and alluring woman, whom Xiao Yi affectionately refers to as Sister Yun. Naturally, in private, he addresses her with even more intimacy. "Without Sister Yun, I'm calling to inform you that I wish to resign." "Resign? Are you joking?" Yi Yun's tone shifts. "Is it because your salary is insufficient? I can increase it. Or do you have other demands? We can discuss it. Why resign? Jobs are hard to come by these days. Or is another company trying to poach you?" Clearly, Yi Yun does not wish to let Xiao Yi go. Setting aside Xiao Yi's work capabilities, their personal rapport makes her reluctant to part with him. In this day and age, finding a handsome, fit, and powerful young man is no easy feat. Moreover, Xiao Yi possesses good character, making him a rare gem. Xiao Yi responds, "I have passed the civil service exam and will secure a stable position." Yi Yun laughs. "How much can a civil servant earn in a month?" 8,000 at most. My salary for you is already 20,000. How about this? You return to the company, and I will raise your salary by 5,000, plus I'll give you a personal allowance every month. Also, I recently bought several sets of Misty Family in various colors. Are you sure you don't want to come and take a look? Chapter 7. Why are you so weak? Yi Yun's voice is sultry, igniting a fire within Xiao Yi. Goodness, is this how you test candidates? This temptation is something that most cannot resist. A single female superior offering both money and affection. What more could one desire? Choosing between a stable job and a charming superior is no easy task, but Xiao Yi resolves to have both. "Sister Yun, I am being recruited as a professional talent with a high salary. My starting salary is 50,000 a month. Thus, I cannot return to the company. However, it's all right. I'm merely changing jobs and not cities, so we can still meet anytime. In that case, that's good." Yi Yun breathes a sigh of relief. Ultimately, she values Xiao Yi as a person more than his employment status. As long as he remains, the specifics of his job are inconsequential. After agreeing to dine and watch a movie together that evening, Xiao Yi successfully resigns and hangs up the phone. They say women at 30 are like wolves and at 40 like tigers. Yet, Sister Yun is only 28. Why is she so ravenous? Xiao Yi chuckles to himself, rising from his bed and heading to the underground training arena. The training arena serves as a venue for Safety Bureau investigators to practice and hone their skills, and there are many such arenas. Upon arriving, Xiao Yi finds several are already occupied, so he chooses an unoccupied one to enter. The training arena is vast, lined with an array of cold weapons like swords, spears, and polearms, as well as firearms such as handguns and rifles. Practitioners of physical techniques can practice with weapons, while those specializing in marksmanship can shoot at targets. As an investigator for the Safety Bureau, even an intern has the authority to carry a firearm, granting them considerable power. No man is uninterested in firearms, and Xiao Yi is no exception. He picks up a handgun for a test. This is the latest Black Dragon Model 23 pistol from the Great Xia. Known for its power, precision, and stability, with a magazine capacity of 20 rounds, standard issue for the military. Xiaoyi disassembles and reassembles the handgun several times, quickly familiarizing himself with its mechanics. His photographic memory allows him to learn swiftly. Raise the target. At the command, the target in front automatically rises. The training arena is equipped with intelligent devices that can respond to voice commands. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupts as the bullets pierce the target 50 meters away. The initial few shots land in the 6 or 7 ring, but thereafter, every shot hits the 10 ring. With their enhanced physical capabilities, cultivators possess superior senses and steadiness, allowing them to become sharpshooters with minimal training. Activate moving targets. Yes, moving targets activated. .20 moving targets swiftly dart around the range, and Xiaoyi's gaze sharpens, flames igniting within his pupils as the fast-moving targets begin to slow in his perception. Bang, bang, bang. As he empties a magazine, all 20 moving targets are struck, each scoring a 10. Your marksmanship is impressive. You hardly seem like a novice. It appears you are already adapting to life in the Safety Bureau. Applause erupts from behind him, revealing Lu Ziyang. The busy man has returned from his foot bath. How did it feel last night? With those dark circles under your eyes, you weren't drained, were you? Be careful not to exhaust yourself. Xiaoyi chuckles, teasingly responding, get lost. I'm robust. I can manage 7 times in one night without breaking a sweat. Too bad you didn't join me, or you could have witnessed my prowess. Ha, what's there to be proud of about 7 times in one night? Xiaoyi remarked with a cold, playful smile that an ordinary person might boast about such feats, but you, a cultivator, should be aiming for 70 times, don't you think? Damn it, 70 times in one night? Do you take me for a breeding boar? Lu Ziyang jested, stepping forward to pick up a handgun and take aim. With a full magazine, he struck 20 moving targets with precision. The handgun had decent power, but posed little threat to a cultivator. Lu Ziyang spoke, cultivators have quick reflexes and strong physiques, easily dodging bullets. Some practitioners of physical cultivation can withstand bullets without even breaking skin. Similarly, using handguns against monsters is not particularly effective, so don't waste too much energy on this. Handguns are typically used for intimidation in crowded situations. After all, we cannot expose the existence of cultivators in public. Rifles have their uses, but they only pose a threat to those at the Gathering Spirit realm. Once one reaches the Opening Origin realm, rifles become useless. Only heavy sniper rifles can deliver a fatal shot, and of course, rocket launchers and heavy artillery can indeed obliterate those at the Opening Origin or even Divine Sea realms. But as level 1 or 2 investigators in the Safety Bureau, we lack the authority to use them. Only level 3 investigators have that privilege. Battles between cultivators are predominantly fought using divine abilities and secret techniques, as well as magical tools. Xiaoyi nodded in understanding. He had no intention of specializing in handguns. Today was merely his first encounter with firearms, and his curiosity had led him to try. A man who has never handled a gun effectively lives a meaningless life. Shall we spar a bit? Lu Ziyang proposed, eager to gauge Xiaoyi's strength. Sure, that's exactly what I had in mind, replied Xiaoyi, who had just learned the dragon elephant breathing technique and was eager to witness its power, as well as assess his own prowess. Lu Ziyang, also at the 9th level of Gathering Spirit, was not weak among level 1 investigators. Sparring with him would provide a fair measure of Xiaoyi's current capabilities. The two faced each other, with Lu Ziyang placing his left hand behind his back, only using his right to confront Xiaoyi. Go ahead and attack. Use as much strength as you can. Don't worry, you won't hurt me. Lu Ziyang was confident, believing that with Xiaoyi having just awakened a mere 12 hours ago, and without any practice in divine abilities, his Dantian space could not possibly be filled with spiritual energy. Even if his innate ability was exceptional, it was inconceivable that he could inflict harm. The elder had the advantage over the newcomer. Be careful, Xiaoyi said. Wasting no breath, he crouched low, channeling strength from the ground, spiritual energy bursting forth from his Dantian and coursing through his body as he launched a punch. The punch produced a sonic boom, reverberating with the roar of the dragon elephant, the accompanying combat technique of the dragon elephant breathing method, dragon elephant mountain opening strike. What the hell? Are you trying to kill me? Lu Ziyang's face changed drastically as he felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, crossing his arms to shield his chest. Yet, he was still sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily against the wall. With a thud, Lu Ziyang slid down, unable to suppress a gasp. His arms throbbed with pain, feeling as if they had fractured. Lu Ziyang was shaken, momentarily envisioning his deceased great-grandmother. Lu Gu, are you all right? Should I go easier next time? Xiao Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Ziyang to be so fragile, unable to withstand even a single punch. He had only exerted 70% of his strength. Who would have thought that Lu Ziyang would still be sent flying? Was there such a vast difference between them, even though they were both at the 9th level of Gathering Spirit? He hadn't even unleashed the true sun fire yet. Lu Ziyang gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply several times before regaining his composure. What the hell is wrong with this guy? How can he be so strong? Isn't he at the 1st level of Gathering Spirit? His spiritual energy intensity doesn't he seem to match? Chapter 8. The provocative rich 2nd generation, eager to be slapped. I thought I heard the roar of a dragon just now. That's the dragon elephant breathing technique, right? Has he really mastered it? Lu Ziyang's gaze was filled with astonishment as he regarded Xiao Yi, feeling as if he were looking at a monster. Theo learned the dragon elephant breathing technique in less than 12 hours was already astonishing. But the explosive spiritual energy Xiao Yi had just unleashed left him even more astounded. Have you mastered the dragon elephant breathing technique? Lu Ziyang inquired. Xiao Yi nodded. Yes, I have. How much strength did you just use? About 70%. Is your Dantian space filled with spiritual energy? Yes, it's filled. How large is the space? 10 zhang in diameter. Boom. Lu Ziyang felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy blow. His mind blank. Xiao Yi's words echoed continuously in his ears. Not only had he mastered the dragon elephant breathing technique in 12 hours, but he also had a filled Dantian space, and most crucially, it was 10 zhang in size upon awakening. What kind of freak is this? His talent is not just extraordinary. His comprehension is terrifying. It's utterly outrageous. Such a prodigy is not something one merely encounters. He has never even heard of anything like it. Is your talent overly terrifying? Lu Ziyang asked, his voice why did I it? I think it's just alright, not too bad, just a tad better than yours. Xiao Yi responded nonchalantly, exuding an air of superiority. You're quite the show-off, Lu Ziyang thought, his eyes twitching in annoyance, cursing Xiao Yi for his shamelessness. Come on, let us continue. That was just a warm-up. I haven't even gone all out yet. Xiao Yi was eager to continue, tightening his fists once more. Wait. I'm calling you brother now. Please don't go all out. I still want to live a few more years. Lu Ziyang hurriedly objected. If a mere warm-up had nearly broken both his arms, what would happen if Xiao Yi truly went for it? If you want to kill me, just say it outright. No need to beat around the bush. Lu Ziyang now understood what it meant to be an unparalleled genius. Sometimes, the gap between people could be greater than that between a person and a dog. Lu Ziyang had spent 7 years cultivating to reach the 9th level of Gathering Spirit, starting at 18, yet Xiao Yi had awakened directly at the 9th level, beginning where Lu Ziyang had ended. The disparity was astronomical. You might as well seek out other geniuses to spar with. Someone like me, an ordinary person, should keep my distance from you. Lu Ziyang struggled to stand, shaking out his arms, relieved that nothing was broken. If he had been even a moment slower to react, he would have certainly been sent to the infirmary. The thought of being sent to the infirmary after his first spar with a newcomer would be utterly humiliating. Hey, isn't that Lu Ziyang? Why does he look so pale? Those dark circles. Could it be kidney deficiency? Suddenly, a voice tinged with mockery rang out, and Xiao Yi turned to see a chubby boy strutting over with an air of entitlement. The boy sported a slicked-back hairstyle, reeking of wealth, complete with gold accessories on his wrist and fingers, flanked by 2 identical twin lackeys with side-swept bangs. Jian Fugui, what brings you here? Lu Ziyang scoffed, openly displaying his disdain. Shut up. How many times have I told you not to call me by my full name? Jian Fugui retorted, his temper flaring at the sound of his full name. Yes, young Master Jian. What brings you here? Lu Ziyang said, crossing his arms in mockery. Hemph, I'm not here to bicker with you. Jian Fugui straightened his collar and glanced at Xiao Yi, sizing him up. I heard you brought back a newcomer, so I came to see if he's the one. He looks rather old, over 20, I presume. Xiao Yi's forehead twitched. You're the one who's old. Your entire family is old. Awakening this late shows a lack of potential. I really don't understand why you brought him back. Our safety bureau isn't a place for just anyone. Bringing back someone without talent is a waste of money and resources. Lu Ziang couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Tio say Xiaoyi lacked talent was the biggest joke of all. If Xiaoyi had no talent, then what was Jin Fugui? A mere rock in a cesspit. Just plucking a hair from Xiaoyi would yield better talent than he had. You fat brat? Do you even have any talent? Xiaoyi murmured softly. Lu Ziang explained, don't mind him. He is a brainless rich second generation who bullies others because of his family's wealth. Even after joining the safety bureau, he changed, he has nothing but trouble. Upon hearing this, Jin Fugui was furious. What a load of nonsense. When have I ever bullied anyone? Lu Ziang, you're just jealous of me. Does he have a grudge against you? Xiaoyi asked. Lu Ziang thought for a moment and shook his head. I've always been friendly with everyone. I never hold grudges. Who knows what has gotten into him today? Maybe he is just jealous of my good looks. So he is here to stir up trouble. Lu Ziang glanced at Xiaoyi, nodding inwardly. Though Xiaoyi is also quite handsome, he still pales in comparison to me. As for Jin Fugui, his looks don't even warrant comparison. Hey, Lu Ziang, you filthy loser. Have you forgotten what happened half a month ago? Jin Fugui shot back angrily. You've been avoiding me for half a month, and today I finally caught you. I'll say this. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll make you cry in rhythm today. What transpired a fortnight ago? I seem to have forgotten. Could you provide a hint? Lu Ziang wore an innocent expression. Jin Fugui, visibly agitated, glared at Lu Ziang in silence. All right, it's come back to me. Wasn't it that you were harassing a female client and I intervened? Lu Ziang waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor unperturbed. To be honest, that's entirely your fault. I have nothing to explain. Nonsense. When have I ever harassed a female client? Everyone knows that I, Jin Fugui, never force anything. It's all about mutual consent, he retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ziang. I lavish my money, buy properties, gift cars and watches, even booked a hotel room, just one step away from success. Yet, you, this fool, chose that moment to ruin my plans. Do you not deserve a beating? Lu Ziang rolled his eyes. You were out on the street, making a scene, displaying a lecherous face, shamelessly attempting to kiss her, while she was clearly unwilling, pushing you away as someone with a strong sense of justice. Of course, I had to step in to rescue the damsel in distress. Rescue my foot. That was merely foreplay. She was playing hard to get. You, a pathetic loser, have only ever frequented foot massage parlors. What do you know? Chapter 9. The heartfelt second-generation brother. Stop it. I was wrong. Won't that suffice? Lu Ziang was growing agitated. Jin Fugui, you're being rather insulting, you know? So what if I go to foot massage parlors? Am I eating your family's rice? The technicians earn their living through their skills? Far superior to you, the useless second generation reliant on family connections. I told you, do not call me by my full name. Jin Fugui enunciated each word through gritted teeth, then commanded, daxing, shouting, beat him up. I want him bedridden for a month. Yes, young master. Jin Fugui's two lackeys, both at the 9th level of spirit gathering, charged at Lu Ziang, initiating a brawl. Xiaoyi, standing nearby, had gleaned the situation's essence. In summary, Jin Fugui had used his wealth to win over a female client, only to have Lu Ziang thwart his efforts at the hotel. If Jin Fugui were merely taking advantage of his position, that would be one thing. But Lu Ziang had done nothing wrong. However, it was clear that the interaction was consensual. It was akin to being caught short in a restroom without toilet paper after having removed one's trousers. An immense humiliation for Jin Fugui. Hence his quest for revenge today. With both of Jin Fugui's followers engaging Lu Ziang, he found himself ensnared in a struggle, unable to extricate himself easily. Need help, Lu Gu? Xiaoyi shouted. After all, Lu Ziang had introduced him to this world. So he stood by his side. Help, little brother, you can barely protect yourself. How can you assist? Jin Fugui smirked coldly at Xiaoyi. Let me have a go with you instead. After all, I'm somewhat of a senior. And today I shall teach you a lesson. Rest assured, I strike swiftly, he began. But before he could finish, Xiaoyi had already landed a punch in his abdomen. Teach you? Have you watched too many third-rate films from that wretched country? You boast like a toad yawning. Your arrogance is astounding. One would think you enjoy playing with wax. Boom. An explosive sound erupted, accompanied by a roar akin to a dragoness, as Xiaoyi unleashed the dragon-elephant mountain split. Jin Fugui, taken completely off guard, was struck and bent like a prawn, crashing against the wall. Jin Fugue's eyes widened in disbelief as he was sent flying by a single punch, colliding heavily with the wall. What the hell? How could this guy be so strong? I thought he was a newcomer. Jin Fugue clutched his abdomen, shaken. Jin, you wanted to teach me a lesson, right? Your strength seems rather lacking, Xiaoyi scoffed. Your complexion has turned pale. Could it be that you're also suffering from weakness? Lu Ziang burst into laughter at the side. You're spot on. This guy is indeed lacking. What of it? Just because you have money doesn't mean you're invincible. If your body fails, no amount of wealth will save you. Why did you say also? Lu Ziang looked at Xiao Yi with a scrutinizing gaze. Little brother, you're not being honest. I took you under my wing. And you insinuate my weakness? How audacious! Xiao Yi chuckled, opting to ignore the accusation. Young master, are you all right? Daxing and shouting rushed over, alarmed at Jin Fugue's predicament. Enough with the wailing. Your young master is not dead yet. Jin Fugue bellowed. Because he had begged for mercy in time, Xiao Yi had held back, leaving Jin Fugue with only minor injuries. Jin Fugue never intended to seriously harm him, and thus, Xiao Yi had also shown restraint. The psychological impact on Jin Fugue, however, was profound. In the brief moment that just passed, a throng of onlookers had gathered, drawn by the spectacle. The affluent second-generation scion, in his attempt to flaunt his prowess, found himself outmatched as the newcomer swiftly overpowered the veteran. Such incidents provide ample fodder for discussion. My goodness, this young lad is quite formidable. He managed to defeat Jin Fugue with remarkable ease. Although Jin Fugue's own abilities are rather unimpressive, he possesses an array of magical artifacts, placing him among the top-tier investigators at level 1. Yet, with just a flick of his wrist, the newcomer unleashed a fire serpent, compelling Jin Fugue to kneel and plead for mercy. Is the realm of Kaiyuan truly so feeble? Typically, individuals at the 3rd or 4th level of Kaiyuan would struggle to breach Jin Fugue's defenses. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, who would dare believe it? This newcomer is extraordinarily powerful. The might of pure yang fire is indeed legendary, obliterating all of Jin Fugue's artifacts. The 3 crimson firebirds, coupled with 3 defensive magical instruments, must surely exceed 10 million in value, if not more. The mere Xuanwu necklace alone is worth 4 million, alongside the 3 firebirds and 2 other items, bringing the total estimated worth to around 15 million. Goodness, such wealth is staggering. This is not merely a fight but a display of extravagant expenditure. 15 million could vanish in the blink of an eye. Surely, even if one were to burn that amount in cash, it would last an hour or two? While they seem unfazed, we cannot help but feel the weight of it. The Security Bureau has indeed welcomed a fierce tiger. One can only anticipate the ensuing excitement. Various investigators engaged in lively discussions, with several capturing the moment on their phones. Although posting on social media is prohibited, sharing this incident on the Security Bureau's internal app will certainly make headlines. A newcomer, freshly inducted into the Bureau, has single-handedly dispatched the wealthy Jin Fugue. Once this news spreads, Xiao Yi's name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire Bureau. Today, I find myself at a loss. Lu Ziang, your fortune has smiled upon you, bestowing upon you such a formidable ally. Jin Fugue glared at Lu Ziang with resentment. Lu Ziang, arms crossed, feigned indifference, attempting to suppress the grin threatening to break free, and coldly remarked, if you've accepted defeat, then be gone, and refrain from stirring up trouble in the future. Today, you escaped with your limbs intact. Consider it my brother Xiao Yi's generosity. A statesman must possess the capacity for tolerance. But next time, you may not be so fortunate. Ding and Xiao Ding assisted Jin Fugue in departing, and as they left, Jin Fugue cast one last glance at Xiao Yi, his expression a complex mixture of envy and fear. Devoid of hatred, despite being a wealthy second-generation heir, he is no fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute, fully aware of whom he can provoke and whom he cannot. Xiao Yi falls into the latter category. What transpired today was but a minor altercation, easily resolvable without escalating matters further. A bit of monetary compensation, a few gifts, and perhaps some young models, and surely Xiao Yi would let it go. However, should he harbor any thoughts of vengeance, he would be courting his own demise. Such tales of foolish heirs from novels who bring ruin upon their families are all too common, and Jin Fugue has no desire to become the next victim. As for Lu Ziang, Jin Fugue could only feel pure jealousy. Why should Lu Ziang, the lowly wretch, enjoy such serendipity? casually completing tasks and discovering a genius. Given Xiao Yi's displayed talents, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to become at least a practitioner at the Divine Sea level. To break through to the Divine Sea is to attain strength sufficient to support a considerable cultivation family. By forging a good relationship with Xiao Yi now, Lu Ziang is securing a powerful ally for the future. With someone like him as a backing, Lu Ziang's path ahead will surely be smooth sailing. Could it be that a visit to a foot spa could alter one's fortunes? Perhaps I should give it a try myself? Jin Fugui pondered, feeling somewhat tempted. Little could Xiao Yi anticipate that. Following this day, Jin Fugui would become a high-ranking VIP at various establishments in Shuiyun City, earning the moniker Little White Dragon of the Spa. The foot massage expert Lu Ziang faced yet another blow to his ego. As Jin Fugui departed, the crowd of investigators gradually dispersed. Lu Ziang could no longer contain his laughter, bursting forth with glee. Ha ha ha, that foolish second-generation heir Jin Fugui claimed I would be crying rhythmically. I dare say he is the one who has lost face today. The next time he sees me, let us see if he dares to speak so boldly. All thanks to you, Xiao Yi, from this day forth. You are my brother by another mother, Lu Ziang declared, patting his chest. Come, today I will treat you. Let us go to Shanghang Club for a night of indulgence, dining, massages, and foot soaks, all on me. A grand meal will suffice. Xiao Yi replied. As for the foot massage, I must decline. I have prior engagements this evening. Prior engagements? Who might that be? Lu Ziang asked, curiosity evident in his expression. Xiao Yi waved his phone, saying, my female superior from the company. Your female superior, the one named Yi Yun? Aren't you still employed there? I resigned. But even after leaving, our communication has not ceased. Xiao Yi feigned helplessness. What can I say? My charm is simply irresistible. Once they have been with me, they find it hard to let go. Damn. I could just die from envy, Lu Ziang lamented, nearly driven to madness. Not only is Xiao Yi talented and perceptive, but he is also handsome and charming with the ladies. A man like him living in this world is truly the bane of all others. As evening descended, Xiao Yi drove a sleek, black SUV to retrieve Yi Yun from the company. The vehicle, dark and imposing, resembled a beast of prey. This was a loner from the Security Bureau, as Xiao Yi, still merely an intern investigator, was not yet entitled to a vehicle. Once he officially became a Level 1 investigator, he would receive his own. Upon parking at the company entrance, it was not long before a statuesque figure approached, none other than Yi Yun, clad in professional attire, complete with a form-fitting skirt and high heels. Her long legs were particularly captivating, drawing the attention of men as she walked by. Upon spotting Xiao Yi leaning against the car, she dashed over and leapt into his embrace. This scene ignited envy and frustration among the onlookers. Their feelings of jealousy indescribable. Brother, why do I feel like you have changed so much in just one day? You seem even more handsome, Yi Yun remarked, gazing at Xiao Yi's chiseled features, her heart racing, skin warming, and her body softening as if she could scarcely stand. The innate allure of the enchanting body she possessed exerted an even greater influence on a woman like Yi Yun, who had a foundation of emotional connection with him. Moreover, as an ordinary person, she found it even harder to resist. Leaning in for a tender kiss, in public, Xiao Yi refrained from indulging too much, opting instead to take Yi Yun out for dinner before heading to the cinema. The theater was steeped in darkness, the atmosphere charged with tension, occasionally punctuated by the terrified screams of women. The latest horror film flickered on the screen, and couples huddled together, with women showcasing their vulnerability while men seized the opportunity to demonstrate their protective instincts. Yi Yun, too, was frightened and nestled into Xiao Yi's embrace. Yet her hands wandered restlessly. Brother, your abs are getting so hard. They are so well-defined that I can't help but admire them, Yi Yun whispered, nearly drooling. With such beauty in his arms, Xiao Yi found himself somewhat distracted, contemplating suggesting they leave this place and head to a nearby hotel for more pressing matters. And no matter how captivating a horror film may be, it pales in comparison to the thrill of real action. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air, causing him to stiffen. While screams are commonplace during horror films and usually go unnoticed, this one was different. It originated from the restroom behind the wall. Having mastered the dragon elephant breathing method, Xiao Yi's senses were heightened, allowing him to discern that this particular scream came from the restroom. It was a genuine cry of fear, far removed from the theatrics of the film. Something was amiss. Xiaoyi felt a stirring in his gut, but maintained his composure as he turned to Yi Yun. I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me in the car. All right, Yi Yun replied with a charming smile, and the two rose to leave. Approaching the restroom, Xiaoyi strained to hear the commotion inside. Go ahead and scream. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. This taunt sounded eerily familiar, reminiscent of what Xiaoyi had said when dispatching a seductress. Inside the women's restroom, at the furthest stall, a grotesque and lecherous man was forcefully pinning a woman against the wall. The woman's screams and struggles were futile against the man's grip. What I detest most are women like you, who flock to wealthy men like moths to a flame, taking whatever they can get. Yet, when it comes to decent men, you keep them as backups. You speak sweetly when you want money, but behind the scenes, you call them simps and losers, changing your tune faster than anyone else. Your hypocrisy is utterly nauseating. Women like you deserve punishment. The deranged man's eyes glowed with a frenzied light. No, I don't. I'm not. Su Xiaowan trembled in fear, her voice quaking with despair. She was merely an ordinary university student, someone who had never even been in a relationship, let alone kept a backup. Why, on this rare occasion of enjoying a movie, was she subjected to such a horrific encounter? Cackling malevolently, the lecherous man grinned as he extended his wicked hand. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed through the air as the wooden barricade of the restroom was shattered. Accompanied by a distant roar reminiscent of dragons and elephants, a swift slap landed squarely on the man's face, sending him crashing into the wall, blood streaming from his head. In a flash, Xiaoyi seized the man by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The restroom was illuminated, and he growled, You truly seek death, don't you? From a distance, I could hear your incessant complaints. What's the matter? Is your life unsatisfactory? Is your marital life discordant? Or have you been spurned by a woman? Yet, you hardly seem the type. With that countenance, even as a backup, no woman would want you. Many harbor resentment and seek to retaliate against society or women. But Xiaoyi had never witnessed anyone act upon such impulses until now. The lecherous man, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, looked disoriented after the slap. Cough, cough. Who are you? Who am I? A toad with a hardened head crashing into a frog. Have you forgotten your father? Not long ago, he had been quite arrogant. Keep shouting. Xiaoyi tightened his grip, causing the lecherous man to roll his eyes in agony. With his left hand, he produced his phone and opened an app, capturing the man's image for facial recognition. The Security Bureau's database contained comprehensive records of all criminals and wanted individuals in the Great Xia Nation, even more detailed than that of the police. In less than 2 seconds, the lecherous man's identity was revealed. Lu Jingxian, aged 41. His parents divorced when he was 7, marking a turbulent childhood. Lu Jingxian dropped out of elementary school and, as an adult, had been imprisoned twice for theft, robbery, causing grievous bodily harm, and attempted rape. He was released last June. Thus, it had been less than 10 months since his release, and during this time, he had reverted to a life of crime, committing 3 homicides with even greater brutality than before. The police had issued a bounty of 100,000 for his capture. Although the records described Lu Jingxian as an ordinary man, Xiaoyi discovered that he possessed spiritual energy, indicating he had entered the realm of cultivation. 3 murders, 3 lives taken. Indeed, you deserve to die. Xiaoyi smiled, albeit a chilling one. Spare me. Crack, with a sudden twist. Xiaoyi snapped Lu Jingxian's neck. Now you plead for mercy. Where was that sentiment earlier? Even in prison, those guilty of attempted rape reside at the lowest tier of criminals. Such scum waste resources merely by existing, and Xiaoyi had no desire to let him live another second. Discarding Lu Jingxian's lifeless body, he turned to the woman nearby. Su Xiaowan, pale and bloodless, stammered, Why you killed him? Her face was etched with terror as she gazed at Xiaoyi. Although the man was striking, her ideal type, and had just saved her, fear gripped her heart, for she had witnessed him take a life. Yes, I did, so you best remain silent. Otherwise, I might just kill you too. Xiaoyi feigned ferocity, causing Su Xiaowan to cover her mouth in fright, silently weeping and shaking her head to prove her fear of making a sound. Xiaoyi chuckled softly, aiming his phone at her. Come now, smile for the camera. Chapter 12. The tragedy of the annihilation. Su Xiaowan could not muster a smile. As the flash went off, she immediately collapsed, losing consciousness. The Security Bureau's specially designed phone possessed many unique functions. For instance, the flash could render an ordinary person unconscious instantly, erasing any memories related to cultivators. This ensured that ordinary individuals remained oblivious to their existence. Xiao Yi did not comprehend the flash's mechanics but found it impressive nonetheless. Afterward, he examined Lu Jingxian's corpse, discovering nothing of value. Yet, he inadvertently noticed a moving black mole on the back of Lu Jingxian's neck, which appeared to be alive. The mole launched an attack, detaching from Lu Jingxian and darting toward Xiao Yi, only to be seized by him. The blazing sunfire consumed it, turning it to ash. This so-called mole was, in fact, a small insect. Xiao Yi recognized it as a cursed bug. This explained how the 41-year-old Lu Jingxian had become a cultivator. Typically, individuals of such an age could not harness spiritual energy. It seemed this man was merely a pawn, with a hidden manipulator pulling the strings. Casting a final glance at Lu Jingxian's body, Xiao Yi dialed the logistics number for the Security Bureau. "Hello, I am intern investigator Xiao Yi, ID number 95001. Yes, identity verification complete. How may I assist you? I have dealt with a wanted criminal in restroom number 3 of the Guangyao Cinema, Lu Jingxian, the perpetrator of 3 homicides, crime code KX24856. Cleaning services are required. I have confirmed his entry into cultivation but found that he was controlled by a cursed bug. There may be others like Lu Jingxian. I recommend a thorough investigation. Additionally, there is an innocent bystander present. I have erased their memory." There was a brief silence on the line before the voice resumed. "Logistics personnel are en route. Your accomplishments have been recorded, and your bonus will be issued upon verification. We appreciate your selfless contributions. May your martial fortunes flourish." "All right, thank you." Xiao Yi hung up. The Security Bureau had dedicated personnel to handle such matters, ensuring everything would proceed smoothly. Resolving the issue with Lu Jingxian was an unexpected windfall. With the police offering a reward of 100,000, the Security Bureau would undoubtedly add a bonus upon confirming his status as a cultivator. This would amount to a handsome sum, and Xiao Yi felt elated. After securing the restroom and placing a do not enter cone outside, he departed the cinema to reunite with Yi Yun. They drove to a nearby hotel, booking a room with a king-sized bed, where passion ignited. Whether it was due to the influence of his seductive abilities, Yi Yun was fervent this time, showcasing her newly acquired skills. Her long legs and flexibility left Xiao Yi astounded. As a cultivator, his physical prowess was extraordinary, overwhelming Yi Yun to the point of begging for mercy. In the Meteor Flower Garden of Shuiyun City, a renowned affluent district where the wealthy and powerful resided, each villa was valued at no less than 30 million. Within one opulent residence, a man lay in bed with 2 women, one on either side. Both women were stunning, their eyes closed, long lashes fluttering gently. Suddenly, the man awoke with a start, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Had one of his henchmen perished? Such a useless fool. Expecting to bring me a surprise. What a waste! The man, slightly irked, pushed aside the women's arms and rose to pour himself a glass of red wine, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Taking a sip, he called out, "Come in." 2 bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses entered, respectfully addressing him as boss. "Clear the bed," he commanded. "Yes, sir." The bodyguards approached the bed, lifting a woman each and exiting the room. The 2 women were cold to the touch, having long ceased to breathe. They were indeed lifeless. However, the bodyguards were unfazed, accustomed to such occurrences that happened several times a month. "Not enough, still not enough. I require more sacrifices." The man drained his glass of wine, his expression suddenly contorting, bloodshot veins visible in his eyes. Shadows of 5 grotesque figures writhed in the dark mist behind him, their agonized screams echoing. The man's name was Cui Wuji, age 37, the chairman of the Jinghong Entertainment Company in Shuiyun City. To the public, Cui Wuji appeared amiable and philanthropic, a gentleman of peace. Yet, in truth, he was a cultivator practicing various nefarious arts. For him, murder was as mundane as eating or drinking. The number of lives he had extinguished was incalculable. Naive women, enamored with vanity, were drawn to him, believing they could attain fame or become the chairman's wife, only to vanish without a trace, becoming sacrifices for Cui Wuji's dark rituals. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening, Xiao Yi engaged in morning exercises with Yi Yun before returning to the Security Bureau. Feeling refreshed, The bounty for slaying Lu Jingxian had been received, with an additional bonus of 100,000, totaling 200,000. The results of the subsequent investigation revealed that several other evil cultivators, similarly controlled by cursed bugs, had committed homicides, and these cases were now being consolidated. The bug controlling Lu Jingxian was identified as a twin bug, consisting of a mother bug and offspring. The offspring were numerous, with the one found on Lu Jingxian being just one of many, which would absorb spiritual energy and the yin energy from women to nourish the mother bug, just as Xiaoyi had surmised. Lu Jingxian was merely an inconspicuous pawn. The Security Bureau concluded that an evil cultivator was manipulating Lu Jingxian using the twin bug for dark purposes and had initiated an investigation task. Xiaoyi's elimination of Lu Jingxian counted as a completion of a Level 1 task. After one more, he would pass the internship assessment and be promoted to Level 1 investigator. Given Xiaoyi's capabilities, he was more than qualified for the position. However, rules were rules. Regardless of who one was, completing 3 Level 1 tasks was mandatory. Eager for promotion, Xiaoyi wasted no time and pulled out the app to select his next task. In the app task module, Xiaoyi discovered the Level 1 task leaderboard and entered to peruse it.as. He scrolled down the list. Various tasks came into view. The case of the Black Labor Mountain Beast dismemberment, with a death toll of 6, left no corpses intact, suspected to be the work of a demon. Task reward, 200,000 points. 2. The Mirror Lake Cave floating corpses case, 3 deceased, all female, suspected to be the handiwork of a vengeful spirit. Task reward, 280,000 points. 3. The Hong Dandan Club malediction case, marked by misfortune and adverse feng shui, resulted in a fire that claimed 6 lives, suspected to be the doing of a malevolent practitioner. Task reward, 400,000 points. 3. After reviewing numerous tasks, Xiaoyi ultimately selected one that piqued his interest. The Shanyang Street 219 massacre, where an entire family of 7 was slaughtered, leaving no survivors, confirmed to be the work of a vengeful spirit. Chapter 13. 20 years of marriage, 3 children not of one's blood. Xiaoyi clicked to view the details of the case. On February 19th, a massacre occurred at the Qingshui Garden community on Shanyang Street, where a family of 7 was brutally murdered. The head of the household, Zhao Chongpeng, his wife Bai Jie, and Zhao's elderly parents were all drained of their blood, their heads severed, and the headless corpses' limbs nailed to the walls. Their heads were strung together and hung from the ceiling. In addition to the 4, Zhao Chongpeng's 2 sons and 1 daughter were strangled, their eyes gouged out, their bodies similarly suspended from the ceiling. The scene horrific. Upon receiving the report, the police rushed to the site, horrified by the gruesome sight. Even seasoned detectives with over 20 years of experience felt their hearts race, while several new officers were so frightened they vomited. Such a major case of murder was a rare occurrence. The police devoted themselves to solving the case, but after a month of efforts, they made no progress at all. Ultimately, the case was transferred to the Security Bureau. Investigators were dispatched to the scene, where they found traces of a vengeful spirit, confirming that the perpetrator was indeed a ghost. Task requirements: capture or eliminate the mastermind behind the massacre. Task reward, 500,000 points. 5. Xiaoyi's true solar fire was the ultimate bane of all demons and evil spirits, especially vengeful spirits. A mere touch of the true solar fire would turn them to nothingness in an instant. What does it mean to be heaven-defying? This is what it means. This task was perfectly tailored for him. Xiaoyi clicked to accept the task, but a pop-up appeared, stating that at least 2 people were required to form a team. Given the high danger associated with a vengeful spirit that committed such a massacre, the Security Bureau deemed it safer to complete the mission in a team. But whom to team up with? Naturally, Xiaoyi thought of Lu Ziyang, as he was the only person he knew well at the Security Bureau. Dialing Lu Ziyang's number, he was met with a groggy voice, as if the other had just awakened. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Xiaoyi, Lu Ge. Are you still asleep?" Xiaoyi. Upon hearing his name, Lu Ziyang instantly roused. I'm up. What do you need?" Xiaoyi replied. "I've taken on a task, but I need to form a team to complete it. So I wanted to see if you had time. Of course, I have time. Just wait for me. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Lu Ziyang hung up and immediately got out of bed to dress. The technician from room 88 had hoped for some morning exercise with Lu Ziyang, but he was turned down. "Sorry, I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll come find you tonight," Lu Ziyang reassured before hastily leaving. Compared to the technician, maintaining a good relationship with Xiaoyi was far more important. Lu Ziang was well aware that, given his potential, achieving the Divine Sea Realm in this lifetime was unlikely. Having finally found a strong ally, he was determined to cling tightly to this opportunity. Now, while Xiaoyi had yet to fully develop his abilities, it was crucial to forge a strong bond, which would undoubtedly yield great benefits in the future. Thus, when Xiaoyi called, Lu Ziang readily agreed without hesitation. 10 minutes later, Lu Ziang returned to the security bureau, and together with Xiao Yi, they set off. Lu Ziang drove while Xiao Yi sat in the passenger seat, browsing the list of suspects on the app. To say Zhao Chongping met an unjust end would be an understatement. He had far too many enemies. As a contractor, he wasn't exceedingly wealthy but had ample resources. Known for his arrogance and foul temper, he often bullied his workers on the construction site, frequently delayed their wages, and unjustly deducted their pay for various reasons. Not many of his workers harbored fond feelings for him. Additionally, in the business realm, Zhao Chongpeng frequently employed despicable tactics. For instance, to secure a development project, he would sabotage competitors' vehicles or incite disturbances, even resorting to vandalism with paint or excrement. In summary, Zhao Chongpeng was a thorough scoundrel. After Zhao Chongpeng's family was exterminated, the police, having conducted a month-long investigation, eliminated most suspects, leaving only 3 individuals as the primary suspects. The first was Dong Minghui, a 47-year-old male. Initially, Dong Minghui was Zhao Chongpeng's partner, but during a project, Zhao deceived him, leading to Dong's financial ruin and imprisonment. After serving 10 years, he was released to find his family shattered and everything lost. Thus, he had a strong motive for revenge. Although the true murderer was a vengeful spirit, it was plausible that a human could be behind the spirit's actions. If Dong Minghui truly sought vengeance, the likelihood of him hiring a ghost-controlling practitioner was significant. The second suspect was Jiang Xiaojun, a 24-year-old male. Jiang Xiaojun was a worker under Zhao Chongpeng, as was his father. Jiang Chonghai. In a construction accident, Jiang Chonghai fell from scaffolding and died. Following the incident, Jiang Xiaojun demanded compensation for medical expenses and work-related injuries from Zhao Chongpeng, but instead of recompense, Zhao had him beaten. Jiang Xiaojun lost a leg, and his mother, already grief-stricken, succumbed to illness while caring for him. Because of Zhao Chongpeng, Jiang Xiaojun lost his parents and became disabled, effectively ruining his life, thus providing him with ample motive to annihilate Zhao's family. Moreover, given the tragic deaths of his parents, it was conceivable that they could return as vengeful spirits to exact revenge. Compared to Jiang Xiaojun, his parents were even more suspicious. The third suspect was Hu Guangji, a 45-year-old male. Hu Guangji and Zhao Chongpeng hailed from the same village and had grown up together as friends. However, a certain incident turned them into bitter enemies. By chance, Hu Guangji discovered that his blood type did not match that of his son, prompting him to conduct a paternity test, which revealed that his son was not biologically his. Enraged, he tested himself and his other 2 sons, only to find they were not his either. When he confronted his wife, Qian Ru, demanding to know the identity of her lover, she brazenly admitted it was Zhao Chongpeng. Qian Ru, Hu Guangji, and Zhao Chongpeng all belonged to the same village, and according to Qian Ru, she had already been involved with Zhao Chongpeng before her marriage. After 23 years of marriage, Hu Guangji discovered that he had been raising another man's children. Any man would find such humiliation and betrayal intolerable, leading to a confrontation with Zhao Chongpeng. Unfortunately, Hu Guangji was no match for Zhao and not only failed to reclaim his dignity but was also beaten into the hospital. Following the incident, Qian Ru showed no remorse, neglecting to care for Hu Guangji in the hospital and instead absconding with their 3 children and all of their savings. Hu Guangji, who had labored his entire life, ended up with nothing. Thus, he too had a motive to kill Zhao Chongpeng. Moreover, according to police investigations, Hu Guangji had been missing for 6 months, with no trace of him found. His wife, Qian Ru, and their 3 children remained unaccounted for. Chapter 14. Defiling the Dead. All perished. If the true culprit was indeed Hu Guangji, then his wife and those 3 illegitimate children would also likely meet a grim fate. The Security Bureau's final assessment indicated that among the 3 suspects, Hu Guangji had the most significant suspicion. After the incident, both Dong Minghui and Jiang Xiaojun had been interrogated by the police and remained under surveillance. Only Hu Guangji had gone missing and had not been questioned by law enforcement. After reviewing all the materials, Xiaoyi sighed, feeling that Zhao Chongpeng truly deserved his fate. For a scoundrel who had committed such heinous acts, if he were to enjoy a blissful family life and wealth, it would be a clear sign of heaven's blindness. Lu Gu, what are your thoughts on this case? Xiaoyi inquired of Lu Ziyang, who was driving. What can I say? The first two are pitiful individuals. While Hu Guangji's life is a tragic tale, Lu Ziyang mused. Betrayed by a childhood friend, forsaken by the wife he shared his bed with, and betrayed by the son he raised with care. A man's dignity shattered to dust, a lifetime of effort wasted, and ultimately left with nothing. To fall to such depths is truly a fate worse than death. Yet now, Hu Guangji is nowhere to be found. We cannot locate him, Xiaoyi expressed his frustration. Don't worry, I have a plan, Lu Ziyang replied with a confident smile. This time, I've brought a secret weapon. The true culprit won't escape. The car sped through the city center. And Xiaoyi and Lu Ziyang arrived at the crime scene, Unit 801 of Qingshui Garden Community on Shanyang Street. The area had been thoroughly cleaned, yet Xiaoyi could still detect the lingering scent of blood in the air. The four victims, Zhao Changpeng, his wife, and his elderly parents, had all been drained of blood before their heads were severed, with blood splattered throughout the living room and bedrooms. Such a scene could never be entirely cleansed. Although invisible to the naked eye, traces of blood still lingered, and the odor remained. Should one spray a touch of luminol, this residence would instantly transform into a haunted house. I observed just now that most of the residents of this building have vacated. Lu Ziyang drew back the curtains and glanced down, where a moving company was hurriedly assisting a family in their departure. Quite natural. Xiaoyi let out a cold chuckle. The entire family of 7 had met a gruesome end. And fear is a perfectly human reaction. Those who dare to reside in this building after the incident, aside from those financially constrained from relocating, are indeed few and far between. Lu Ziyang felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Following the revelation of this case, property prices in the surrounding neighborhoods plummeted, and those speculators must be losing their shirts. This case caused quite a stir back then. I even caught a glimpse of the developer's owner weeping profusely on the news. As though he had lost his own parents. No, even the death of his parents would not elicit such sorrow. Xiaoyi shook his head, disinterested in such matters, and turned to Lu Ziyang. All right? Let us discuss serious matters. Do you possess any means to trace the true culprit? Lu Ziyang retrieved a compass and a piece of talisman paper from his backpack. The surface of the compass was adorned with an intricate array of runes, evoking a sense of formidable mystique. Xiaoyi quickly discerned that both the compass and the talisman emanated waves of spiritual energy, both being magical artifacts. Lu Ziyang elucidated. This is a tracking compass, which utilizes the talisman to collect traces of energy, allowing for precise localization of the target. I exchanged a hefty 120 points for it, and I felt quite the pinch for a while. Converting 120 points into cash equates to 12 million, which may not seem like a substantial sum. However, cash is easily acquired, whereas points are hard to come by. The level 1 investigator typically earns only 2 to 5 points per task. To accumulate 120 points, Lu Ziyang would likely require a year or two. Wait. I shall soon reveal the true culprit's whereabouts. Lu Ziyang began to manipulate the talisman, channeling his spiritual energy while murmuring the soul-chasing incantation. All 10 halls traverse, capturing souls without pause. The 3 souls return to their vessel. The 7 spirits gather to restore the divine court. Enemies of the curse shall not refuse. The Jade Emperor's mercy does not allow for leniency. Swiftly, as commanded, with a hissing sound, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a conflagration that hovered in the center of the living room. Xiaoyi felt waves of malevolence coalesce from the corners of the house. Merging into the flame, the fire descended, drawn into the compass. Subsequently, the compass radiated a golden light, its needle spinning rapidly before ultimately pointing in a specific direction. Found him! Lu Ziyang exclaimed with exhilaration. Let us pursue him. The two wasted no time, immediately descending to their vehicle and driving towards the direction indicated by the compass point. 2 hours later, Xiaoyi and Lu Ziyang exited the city, arriving at a small village on the outskirts. Yongping Village, why here? Lu Ziyang scrutinized the compass in his hand, its needle directing towards the rear mountain of Yongping Village. Neither Hu Guangji, Zhao Changpeng, nor Qian Ru had any ties to Yongping Village. Nor did Dong Minghui and Jiang Xiaojun. Lu Ziyang found it perplexing why the true culprit would appear here. Was Hu Guangji not the perpetrator? Why ponder so much? The target would reveal the truth. Xiaoyi and Lu Ziyang ventured into the rear mountain, delving deeper in accordance with the compass's guidance. In the depths of the mountain, beneath a mound of earth, lay a concealed ancient tomb. The tomb was not particularly large, approximately 30 square meters, and it housed not some noble or dignitary, but rather a small landlord from decades past. The landlord, unable to rest in peace, had his sepulchre usurped by an outsider. Inside the tomb, 4 corpses hung, 3 men and 1 woman, revealing themselves as Hu Guangxi's wife, Qian Ru, and 3 illegitimate children. Though the bodies had decayed and were mutilated, traces of the torment they endured in life remained visible. The vengeful spirit of Hu Guangxi manifested here, transformed into a malevolent ghost, wielding a barbed iron stake and relentlessly striking the corpses. Wretched woman, you deceived me, you betrayed me, you deserve to die, more than anyone. And you 3 ungrateful wretches, I treated you well, providing you with the best of everything. But how did you repay me? You conspired with that wretched woman to betray me, you all deserve death. Bastards! All of you should perish. Hu Guangxi continued to lash out at the corpses, even though Qian Ru and the 3 illegitimate children had been dead for nearly 2 months. He showed no mercy, seeking to torment their remains. Qian Ru and the 3 illegitimate children were Hu Guangxi's initial targets of vengeance. After their demise, he then sought to annihilate Zhao Chongping's entire family. The police could not locate Hu Guangxi, and naturally, they could not uncover the bodies of Qian Ru and her children. They are dead, all dead. The wretched woman is dead. The bastards are dead. Zhao Chongping's entire family is dead. You beasts all deserve death. Every last one of you. Ha ha ha, I have killed you all. I have avenged myself. But this is not enough. All the promiscuous women and illegitimate children in this world deserve to die. There are many more. And I will kill even more. Chapter 15. What of the tiger demon? I will confront it directly. The malevolent spirit of Hu Guangxi roared, yet his mind was clearly unhinged, spiraling out of control. Upon death, the soul typically dissipates. In normal circumstances, one does not become a ghost, let alone a vengeful spirit. Only those who harbor intense resentment and unfulfilled desires, unable to rest in peace, can transform into ghosts. These spirits not only retain their memories from life but can also move freely, albeit with the fear of sunlight. Once a ghost takes a life and tastes blood, it evolves into a vengeful spirit. Once the killing begins, it becomes uncontrollable. Hu Guangxi was such a spirit. After killing Qian Ru and her 3 illegitimate children and Zhao Chongping's family, he sought to eradicate any and all individuals akin to Qian Ru and Zhao Chongping. Kill, kill, kill. As Hu Guangxi continued to lash out at the corpses, a thunderous crash erupted. Boom. The ceiling of the ancient tomb shattered and collapsed, as a man enveloped in flames descended from above, resembling a fire deity emerging from the inferno. A fierce gust of wind howled, as if a dragon were roaring. A massive fiery fist struck Hu Guangxi squarely on the head. Sizzle. It was as if flames melted away snow. The vengeful spirit of Hu Guangxi emitted a cry of anguish, before being consumed into nothingness by the true fire of the sun. The true fire of the sun, the epitome of purity and strength, serves as the nemesis of all demons and malevolent spirits. Guided by the compass, Xiaoyi successfully located Hu Guangxi's hiding place and struck him down in one blow. While Hu Guangxi was indeed pitiful, his actions were not without cause and elicit sympathy. He had transformed into a malevolent spirit, completely lost to madness, and thus had to be eradicated, prompting Xiaoyi to act without hesitation. The moment the vengeful spirit was vanquished, a pearl in Xiaoyi's mind burst forth with golden light. One vengeful spirit slain, harvesting the divine ability. Ghost Shadow Walk. Ghost Shadow Walk. In the darkness, speed is tripled, allowing free passage through the shadowy realms. Ghost Shadow Walk? What a remarkable ability! Xiaoyi felt a surge of delight. With a tripling of speed in darkness and the ability to traverse through shadows, it was akin to forming a ghostly battalion. With this ability, Xiaoyi would be empowered in nocturnal combat, executing silent assassinations in the dead of night. His actions would be imperceptible. Moreover, this also served as an excellent means of self-preservation. Should he encounter an overpowering foe in the future, he could slip into the shadows, rendering pursuit impossible. Simultaneously, Xiaoyi finally comprehended why Hu Guangxi's transformation into a vengeful spirit was so ferocious. It turned out he was not merely a malevolent spirit, but a wraith. Acting as a pawn for the tiger demon, it was evident that Hu Guangxi was backed by a tiger demon. Lu Ziang arrived a moment too late, witnessing Xiaoyi having already dealt with Hu Guangxi's spirit, and shook his head helplessly. You acted too swiftly. It makes me appear utterly useless. Xiaoyi smiled. A mere vengeful spirit, if it required both of our efforts to subdue him, would that not be giving him too much credit? Besides, without your compass, I would not have located Hu Guangxi. Your contribution remains significant. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziang felt a swell of satisfaction. Indeed, the tracking compass cost me a full 120 points. It was well worth it. Nonetheless, Hu Guangxi was undeniably ruthless, having subjected his wife and children to such torment. Even in death, he showed no mercy in ancient times. Wu Zishu unearthed graves and lashed the corpse of King Ping of Chu, while now, Hu Guangxi desecrated the graves of his own wife and children. The cruelty of modern individuals does not pale in comparison to that of ancient ones. Lu Ziang gazed at the 4 disfigured corpses, a shiver crawling down his spine. It is said that one should never provoke an honest person. Once they become enraged, there will be no opportunity for mercy. Zhao Changpeng and Qian Ru, this pair of scoundrels, had indeed provoked the wrong individual. The honest Hu Guangxi unleashed his wrath, resulting in a bloodbath and dismemberment. Ensuring they would find no peace even in death. Notify the logistics team to handle the aftermath. Although these individuals were far from virtuous, a person's death is akin to extinguishing a lamp. They deserve a proper burial, Lu Ziang remarked, glancing at the corpses of Qian Ru and the others. It is not over yet. This matter has not reached its conclusion. Xiao Yi shook his head. Hu Guangxi is not an ordinary vengeful spirit, but rather a wraith. Lu Ziang gasped in shock, suddenly enlightened, and of course, this explains everything. Why did Hu Guangxi suddenly transform into a vengeful spirit? Why was his transformation so potent? Why did he appear in Yongping village? It turns out he was a wraith. Lu Ziang surveyed the surrounding forest with heightened vigilance. A wraith cannot stray far from its tiger demon master, indicating that a tiger demon must reside near Yongping village. Tio wield control over the vengeful spirits, and for those spirits to traverse great distances to commit acts of murder in the city center. This tiger demon has indeed become a formidable force, at least at the level of Kaiyuan. Both of us may not stand a chance against it. We must summon reinforcements. As he spoke, Lu Ziang took out his phone to call for help. Xiao Yi, with a piercing gaze fixed upon the forest ahead, replied calmly, "It is too late. Seeking assistance now is futile." And no sooner had he spoken than a roar of a tiger echoed through the woods. The ferocious roar reverberated, startling a flock of birds into flight. The connection between the vengeful spirits and the tiger demon was evident. The moment Xiaoyi killed Hu Guangxi, the tiger demon was already aware. Boom, boom, boom. Trees were violently uprooted, and a colossal white tiger leapt forth, shattering a slab of bluestone upon landing. The white tiger, enormous and majestic, was twice the size of an ordinary tiger. This is it. We must flee. Lu Ziang exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. He had initially thought vanquishing a vengeful spirit would be a simple task, only to be confronted by a tiger demon of significant power, just from the tiger's size and the malevolent aura surrounding it. Lu Ziang could ascertain that it was undoubtedly an entity of the Kaiyuan realm, with his own cultivation at merely the 9th level of spirit gathering and devoid of any protective artifacts. Facing a Kaiyuan tiger demon head-on would leave him utterly defenseless, likely reduced to mere pulp. Fear gripped Lu Ziang, yet Xiaoyi felt his blood surge with excitement. What is there to fear? It is merely a beast. We shall confront it directly. In ancient times, there was Wu Song who battled tigers. Today, Xiao Yi would not be outdone. A mere white tiger was nothing to fear. They would engage it head-on. I shall lead the charge. You provide support, Xiao Yi declared, lunging towards the white tiger. The blazing sunfire engulfed him, radiating his entire being. Channeling the dragon elephant breathing technique, he thrust his fist forward, unleashing a punch that shattered the air with a thunderous explosion. The intangible force of his punch, entwined with flames, coalesced into a fiery serpent that struck the white tiger squarely on its head. Boom. The white tiger was sent flying as if struck by a heavy truck. Howling in anguish as it soared through the air, blood sprayed forth, littering the ground. Thud, thud, thud. After landing, the white tiger tumbled violently, crashing into several trees. Yet, it did not perish. Shaking its savage head, it rose with a ferocious roar. The charred imprint of a fist marred its forehead, the character Wang barely discernible, with patches of fur singed away. leaving it a bald tiger. It was astonishing that it had not succumbed. It appeared to possess formidable strength. However, you are not Saitama. Despite your baldness, you shall not grow stronger. Xiao Yi had not held back in that previous strike, utilizing 90% of his strength along with the blazing sunfire, far surpassing his earlier encounter with Jin Fuguwei. Chapter 16. Slaying the Tiger Demon, Seizing Divine Powers. Serving the tiger as Jin Fuguwei had withstood 3 protective artifacts, so too did the white tiger endure. Its cultivation was at least above the 5th level of Kaiyuan. Xiao Yi launched another assault, a fire serpent descending from above, but the white tiger evaded with a leap. You little cub from the Safety Bureau, I shall feast upon you. The white tiger spoke human words, unleashing a thunderous roar, summoning a whirlwind of countless wind blades that hurtled towards Xiao Yi. Wherever the wind blades struck, trees and stones were cleaved apart, and the ground fractured, leaving deep gashes. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds follow the tiger. After transforming into a demon, the white tiger's innate abilities consisted of controlling vengeful spirits and wielding wind blades. Such petty tricks. How dare you flaunt them here? Xiao Yi, enveloped in blazing sunfire, channeled his spiritual energy, stomping down ferociously, and a thick wall of fire materialized before him, intercepting all incoming wind blades. This technique was none other than the Dragon Elephant Breathing Technique's combat skill. The Dragon Elephant treading the Sea in ancient times, the great demon, the Dragon Elephant, would stomp down, causing mountains and rivers to shatter, annihilating countless great demons. Xiao Yi soon realized that, when combined with his innate ability of sunfire, the power unleashed by the Dragon Elephant Breathing Technique exceeded his expectations. The synergy of these two abilities was unexpectedly harmonious. Roar, 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 the white tiger bellowed, expelling a thick cloud of black mist, within which howling winds echoed. Accompanied by the cries of numerous vengeful spirits. One by one, the vengeful spirits emerged from the swirling black mist, surrounding Xiao Yi from all directions. Vengeful spirits feared sunlight, but in this dense forest, the sunlight was obscured by the trees, allowing them to manifest even in daylight. Lu Ziying too faced an onslaught from the vengeful spirits. Damn it! How many lives has this beast consumed? Lu Ziying wielded a broadsword, channeling his spiritual energy to slay the advancing vengeful spirits one by one. Those who understood the principles of cultivation knew that a tiger demon could control a vengeful spirit only after consuming a human. With the number of vengeful spirits exceeding 200, it was evident that the white tiger had devoured at least that many lives. How about you? Can you hold on? Xiao Yi shouted back. I can manage. These vengeful spirits are no match for me, but the tiger demon is the source. It must be slain. The vengeful spirits were not particularly powerful, most being at the 4th or 5th level of spirit gathering, with only a few reaching the 7th or 8th level. Lu Ziying could handle this level with ease, yet the sheer number of spirits was overwhelming. Countless ants can bring down an elephant. A cultivator's spiritual energy is finite, and if they do not eliminate the white tiger before exhausting their energy, they would find themselves in dire straits. Why, little minions, tear them apart for me. The white tiger, lurking in the background, commanded the vengeful spirits to deplete Xiao Yi and Lu Ziying's energy. It was cunning, its intelligence comparable to that of a human, failing to subdue Xiao Yi in their previous skirmish. It had swiftly devised this strategy. Vengeful spirits were expendable. It cared not for their demise as long as it could eliminate Xiao Yi and Lu Ziying. The consumption of Xiao Yi, a human, would yield vengeful spirits equivalent to 200 ordinary ones. Xiao Yi saw through the white tiger's intentions and would not allow it to succeed. The sunfire blazed fiercely, and with a powerful punch, he transformed the area ahead into a sea of flames, obliterating the vengeful spirits in one sweep. The fire serpent surged forth from the inferno, devouring the surrounding spirits as well in an instant. Over 100 vengeful spirits were annihilated. This time, no divine powers were seized from killing the spirits. The same type of demon at the same realm could only be plundered once, unless he were to kill another Kaiyuan vengeful spirit in the future. He could not seize their powers again. Lu Ziying watched in awe, exclaiming in admiration, his resolve to cling tightly to Xiao Yi strengthening. This was not merely a future support. He had already found it. Xiao, you are incredible. Lu Ziying could not contain his excitement, his voice rising in pitch. Die, you wretched beast. Xiaoyi locked onto the white tiger, launching a powerful punch, condensing the sunfire into a massive fireball that crashed into the white tiger, engulfing it entirely. The white tiger writhed in agony, emitting a pitiful wail. A thick cloud of black mist spewed from its mouth in an attempt to dissipate the sunfire, but it was rendered ineffective. Xiao Yi descended from above, his spiritual energy unwavering, landing a punch on the white tiger's crown. With a crack, its skull shattered, blood gushing from its 7 orifices. The white tiger collapsed, rendered immobile, its life force diminished to a mere fraction. Gasping for breath, It gazed up at Xiao Yi with terror-filled eyes. This human was terrifying. Despite being merely at the spirit-gathering realm, he was overpowering a Kaiyuan entity. The fiery divine power had rendered its once proud innate abilities utterly ineffective. Not only was the divine power formidable, but the strength exhibited was also shockingly potent. Its physical form, though robustly tempered, felt as fragile as paper before this human. A monster. Damn it, the Safety Bureau has unleashed a monster. It lamented its misfortune in encountering such a foe. Had it known earlier the extent of this monster's terror, it would never have ventured out. Was it not merely the death of a single vengeful spirit? So be it. Let it die. As these thoughts coursed through its mind, the white tiger was filled with regret. Just as despair loomed and it awaited its demise, a raspy voice echoed through the surrounding woods. Young man, spare the life of this creature. As the Buddha teaches, heaven is benevolent to living beings. Go create needless slaughter on the path is unwise. This white tiger is rare, and its cultivation is no easy feat. Would it not be better to grant it a chance for redemption? I implore you to give this old man a favor and allow me to take it back for careful guidance. Leading it towards goodness and reforming its ways, it could become a beautiful tale in the future. The rustling of the trees surrounded them, the voice emanating from all directions, making it impossible to trace. So there was someone attempting to rescue you. It seems you are not merely a wild beast without backing. No wonder it could consume over 200 lives without detection. It had someone nurturing it. Xiaoyi looked down at the white tiger with a chilling gaze. Hope flickered in the tiger's eyes. In its moment of despair, salvation appeared, granting it a glimmer of life. Yet, in the next moment, Xiaoyi's foot drove the tiger's head into the ground, extinguishing its life. You wish to live? I shall see you dead. Having consumed over 200 lives, you think to escape punishment with mere words of redemption? There is no such bargain. With the death of the white tiger, the remaining vengeful spirits simultaneously howled, their forms becoming transparent, dissipating into the ether. The tiger demon's demise meant the vengeful spirits it commanded perished alongside it. The precious orb emitted a golden light, and the plundering of secret techniques commenced, slaying a Kaiyuan realm tiger demon, seizing divine powers, serving the tiger. The host may control the soul of the slain, compelling absolute obedience from the vengeful spirits who dare not rebel. Such a remarkable divine power. Xiaoyi felt a surge of excitement. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on divine powers. Potent enemies still lurked in the shadows, and Xiaoyi remained vigilant. Lu Ziang positioned himself at Xiaoyi's back, both maintaining a state of readiness. Hey, you cowardly old geezer hiding in the shadows, I've crushed the white tiger you desired. Why not come out and confront me? Are you afraid? Xiaoyi shouted into the surrounding woods. Chapter 17. I am arrogant, I am audacious. Come forth and end me, youngster. You court death with such brazen audacity. Do you not fear an early demise? Do not think that because you are an investigator of the Safety Bureau, I shall hesitate to end your life in this desolate wilderness, should you meet your demise. No soul would ever know. The furious voice of the old man echoed ominously. Indeed, I am arrogant, I am audacious, I am bold to the utmost degree. Come forth and end my life. Standing resolutely, Xiaoyi proclaimed. Here I stand, so come and do your worst. His demeanor was brazen, yet beneath it lay an unyielding calmness. The dragon elephant breathing technique coursed through him, attuned to every sound in the vicinity. However, after a minute of waiting, the old man remained obstinately hidden in the shadows. This was unlike the villains depicted in novels. Despite Xiaoyi's provocations, he exhibited an uncanny restraint. Shouldn't he have acted out of rage? Shouldn't he flaunt his age with an air of superiority? The old dog was indeed an old dog, displaying a patience rivaling that of Sima, the ancient rogue. Yet, Regrettably for him, Xiao Yi was not Cao Cao. At this moment, Lu Ziang joined in with taunts. Hey, you old geezer, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why the hesitation to confront us? Could it be that you're just a loudmouth, like a toad yawning? I'm standing right here. Aren't you going to take action? Having just dispatched a formidable tiger demon of the open Yuan realm with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Xiao Yi's confidence emboldened Lu Ziang to provoke further. What if the old man was indeed of the open Yuan realm? Xiao Yi had just proven his prowess against such beings. I have strength on my side. What do I have to fear? If the old man were truly confident in besting Xiao Yi, he would not remain lurking in the shadows, issuing threats. Xiao Yi remarked, given the old man's advanced age, with weak legs and a frail constitution, along with deteriorating eyesight and a cowardly disposition, it is only natural that he should be timid. We cannot hold him to overly high expectations. Lu Ziang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Gu makes a valid point. It is my youth that blinds me. Failing to discern friend from foe, that a dog with a broken spine can only cower in the dark and bark in vain. Xiao Yi and Lu Ziang played off each other, reducing the old man to nothing more than a pitiful figure. If the old man could still endure such humiliation, he would indeed be a turtle of a millennium. Those 2 wretched brats shall surely meet their end. With a low growl, the old man's spiritual energy erupted, revealing his presence. Found you, old dog. Xiao Yi leaped into action, raising his right arm high, his fist igniting with the pure fire of the sun, and struck forward with tremendous force. Boom! The fiery fist transformed into a dragon of flames, roaring forth and incinerating the surrounding woods and underbrush, instantly clearing a vast area. A figure leaped from the inferno, not pausing for a moment, fleeing into the distance. Now you wish to escape. It is far too late. Xiao Yi descended from the sky, landing in the forest, melding into the shadows and vanishing from sight. In that moment, the ground beneath him felt as though it were a lake, allowing him to plunge deeper into the abyss. With shadows aplenty in the mountains, and possessing the ghostly shadow technique, Xiao Yi was in his element. The old man sprinted desperately, his boots shimmering with golden light, making hardly a sound upon contact with the ground, clearly enchanted artifacts. His speed was remarkable, his silhouette flickering like a phantom. Glancing back occasionally, terror etched upon his face. Damn it, this little brat is terrifying. He has awakened the pure young fire. Where did the Safety Bureau find this little monster? It had been over a decade since any innate cultivator had awakened pure young fire. The old man trembled with fear, recalling Xiao Yi's earlier widespread assault, his heart racing with dread. When did the gathering spirit realm become so formidable? I, of the open Yuan realm, cannot possibly compare. In comparison, he felt like a counterfeit. Fortunately, the little brat was not particularly fast, and he believed he could evade capture. Humph, I shall remember this grudge. You will pay dearly for it. Unaware of Xiao Yi's pursuit, the old man thought he had successfully shaken him off. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a sonic boom pierced the air, followed by a wave of intense heat crashing against him. Boom! The fist, ablaze with the sun's true fire, struck the old man squarely in the face, akin to a heavy truck colliding head-on. The terrifying force sent him hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before landing heavily on the ground. The sun's true fire enveloped him, transforming him into a blazing fireball. Crack! A pendant shattered upon the old man's body, and his protective armor crumbled to ash. With both artifacts destroyed, he barely managed to disperse the sun's true fire. Thwarting the full brunt of the attack, his strength paled in comparison to the previous white tiger. He was no match for Xiao Yi. Artifacts may be valuable, but the true essence lies within the wielder. If one lacks capability, no amount of artifacts can preserve one's life. Heaven has a benevolent nature. You are hardly a monk. Xiao Yi's expression turned cold as he advanced, the sun's true fire blazing around him, resembling a deity of flames. Seeing that Xiao Yi's murderous intent was fixed upon him, the old man panicked, hastily pleading for mercy. Please, young man, do not be so rash. I have connections with Shang Fengchun, the leader of your Safety Bureau's 9th group. Grant me a favor. Besides, we have no grievances. Our quarrel is merely one of words. There is no need for you to kill me. How about this? I will offer you my apologies. If you desire wealth or artifacts, just name your price. I have 2 granddaughters, both 18, delicate and easy to conquer. I shall give them to you. and we can be family." The old man, embodying the guise of a crafty old fox, even resorted to offering his granddaughters. Yet Xiaoyi remained unmoved. "Damn you, old man, thinking you can take advantage of me and still want to be my elder? How absurd! This is intolerable." Xiaoyi soared into the air, his killing intent soaring, the dragon elephant breathing technique reaching its zenith. As the surrounding air crackled with potent energy, he unleashed a punch, the force infused with sunfire, sending the earth beneath him flying. The old man, feeling a pang of regret, hastily produced a life-saving talisman, conjuring a wall of spiritual energy to block the impending strike. As he fled in disarray, he frantically shouted for mercy. "Young man, please show some leniency. I truly have connections with Shang Fengchun. If you find my granddaughters insufficient, I have 2 daughters as well. They are all yours," like a toad applying a facial mask. "You have no right to demand favors," Xiaoyi scolded furiously. Selling out his granddaughters and daughters, he was indeed shameless, deserving of death. "Moreover, I am an investigator from the 7th group. I do not know anyone from the 9th group. If you want connections, you have come to the wrong person." The sun's true fire morphed into a dragon, relentlessly pursuing the old man. "Curse you! Do you wish for mutual destruction? Behold my flying sword." The old man screamed in desperation, spitting a mouthful of blood, from which a flying sword erupted. Yet, the sword was instantly obliterated by the fire dragon, the true flames engulfing him, reducing him to ashes. Leaving no trace behind, Chapter 18. Your ashes are flung high, splattering everywhere. The old man was but a human. Thus, killing him yielded no divine powers to harvest, and the pearl remained unresponsive, with eyes wide open in death. He lamented, "Is it not said that today's youth prefer delicate and submissive partners? I even offered a meal. Why did it not work?" Little did he know, Xiaoyi was not in need of women. He was impervious to such trivial tactics. Mutual destruction? Did he truly think he was worthy of that? Xiaoyi stepped forward, dispersing the old man's ashes with a wave of his hand. "Flying swords? More like scattered ashes. Your remains are now splattered everywhere." In the ashes, Xiaoyi found no artifacts. The flying sword the old man had summoned was his last. His prior actions had merely been a ruse to buy time, to mislead Xiaoyi, seeking an opportunity to escape or retaliate. Claims of knowing the leader of the 9th group were dubious at best. Xiaoyi understood well the folly of villains who spoke too much and refused to be deceived. He acted decisively, invoking the tiger's sake technique, binding the old man's soul and transforming it into a spirit servant. After all, it was the soul of an open Yuan realm cultivator. Even diminished, it could prove useful. After binding the soul, Xiaoyi returned to reunite with Lu Ziyang. "Xiaogu, how did it go? Did you catch up to him?" Lu Ziyang had begun to call Xiaoyi Xiaogu with ease. Despite being older, he felt no embarrassment. Those who excelled were to be revered as teachers, and what was wrong with calling such a formidable ally brother? Treating a friend to a meal worth 200. One could earn several calls of father in return. It was entirely natural for him to address Xiaoyi as such. Others wished for the chance but lacked it. Xiaoyi paid no heed. Responding calmly, "He has been reduced to ashes." Lu Ziyang nodded, his expression one of anticipation. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, he had quickly grasped Xiaoyi's character. Xiaoyi was generally mild-mannered but exhibited extreme ruthlessness towards his foes. The fox demon that had siphoned away his vitality was reduced to nothing but ash, flushed away. The white tiger of the open Yuan realm had its skull crushed by Xiaoyi. Had its corpse not held value, it too would have been incinerated. The old man, reduced to nothing, was simply not worth much. "Xiaogu, I examined the white tiger. Its corpse is intact, and as a treasure of the open Yuan realm, it is highly valuable." Lu Ziyang spoke up. "Oh? How valuable?" Xiaoyi's interest was piqued. His reluctance to turn the white tiger to ash was precisely due to its worth. As for wealth, Xiaoyi had a keen interest. For he was still quite impoverished, without a car, a home, and savings barely exceeding 1 million. He was indeed a poor man. Lu Ziyang remarked, "The white tiger demon of the Kaiyuan realm possesses valuable materials for crafting magical artifacts, including its teeth, claws, bones, and skin, which can fetch a handsome price at the safety bureau. The flesh, blood, and whip of the tiger are also medicinal, maintaining a high market value. Roughly estimating, this portion alone could yield at least 20 million. Of course, if fashioned into artifacts or medicines, their worth could triple, but regrettably, we lack the skill to do so, limiting us to mere material compensation. The most crucial aspect, however, is the White Tiger Demon Core. Demons of the Kaiyuan realm have already condensed their cores, encapsulating the essence of their being, serving as treasures for expanding one's Dantian space and elevating their realm. Given the cultivation level of this white tiger, its core would be valued at no less than 300 points at the Safety Bureau. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi felt a surge of excitement. His Dantian space had awakened to Tinzhong. With the White Tiger Demon Core, he could expand his Dantian and break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Selling the Tiger Demon's corpse, coupled with the reward from this mission, would mean a substantial profit for you. Xiaoge, this single task would surpass my earnings from several years of work. Lu Ziyang expressed with envy. In his past missions, a level 1 task would yield at most 3 to 500,000 in cash. Along with 2 to 5 points, To amassed 20,300,000 points. He would need to complete at least 50 missions, taking 16 to 25 months if he managed 2 to 3 tasks a month. Comparing this to Xiaoyi's immediate windfall, the disparity was striking. This calculation only considered the value of the Tiger Demon, excluding the task reward. If all was accounted for, it would take Lu Ziyang at least 5 to 6 years to achieve such a sum. Indeed, geniuses and ordinary individuals differ not only in talent and comprehension, but also in the speed at which they accumulate wealth, leaving him in the dust. Truly, my luck is exceptional, Xiaoyi chuckled as he approached, intending to extract the White Tiger's demon core. Yet, just as his hand made contact with the tiger's corpse, 2 beams of light, one red and one white, shot forth from within. The red light darted towards Xiaoyi's brow, while the white light fled into the distance. The suddenness of the red light was astonishing. No one could anticipate that a deceased white tiger's corpse would harbor such danger. A common person would have been unable to react. And Xiaoyi had no time to evade, but the Sun True Fire automatically shielded him. This innate divine ability was distinct from acquired powers, operating according to the user's will. Some could even provide automatic protection. As was the case with the Sun True Fire, the blazing flames engulfed the incoming red light. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyi discerned that the red light contained a small insect, which twisted and struggled under the scorching heat until it was reduced to ash. With the red light thwarted, the white light had vanished entirely. Xiaogu, are you unharmed? Lu Ziyang, realizing the gravity of the situation only after it had passed, rushed over with concern. I am fine, Xiaoyi replied. Shaking his head slightly, his expression darkening, he had narrowly escaped disaster. The world of cultivation was indeed fraught with peril, and his experience was still too limited. He had assumed the battle was over and had let his guard down. But in the realm of cultivation, vigilance must never wane. One could never know where a fatal threat might lurk, or when it might strike. A moment of carelessness could cost one their life. What was that red light just now? Lu Ziyang inquired. It was a small insect, likely a type of goo worm, about a centimeter in length, blood red and adorned with dark rings. Its mouth parts are quite sharp, and its tail has barbs. It is a demon-controlling goo. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's description, Lu Ziyang immediately connected the dots and explained. The demon-controlling goo is a type of goo worm used by malevolent practitioners to manipulate demons for their own purposes. Some beast tamers also employ it. However, the demon-controlling goo is linked to its host's life force. Should the master perish, the goo will die alongside them. That old man is dead, so why could the demon-controlling goo still launch an attack? Xiaoyi fixed his gaze on the white tiger's corpse, his voice cold as he stated. This indicates that the old man was not the true master of this white tiger. He was merely a guardian. The true puppet master lies elsewhere. Another puppet master? Lu Ziyang felt overwhelmed. What had seemed a simple task to eliminate a malevolent ghost had spiraled into a web of complexities. Chapter 19. Evil can never be eradicated. For human nature is innately malevolent. Behind the malevolent ghost lurked a tiger demon, and behind the tiger demon was a mysterious and sinister old practitioner. Now that the old practitioner was dead, another hidden mastermind had emerged. The layers of intrigue seemed endless. Was this a nested doll? Lu Ziyang sighed in resignation. Regrettably, the old man had perished, or else they could have interrogated him to reveal the identity of the true mastermind. Additionally, the white light that had fled was an enigma, but it likely belonged to the true culprit. The white light served as a signal. The mastermind would undoubtedly learn of the white tiger's demise. Should he discover that we were responsible for the deaths of both the White Tiger and the old man, he would likely seek revenge. Xiao Yi's heart harbored a chilling mirth. There was no need for regret. Although the man was dead, his soul remained, ripe for interrogation. Xiao Yi had already captured the old man's soul, transforming it into a wraith, utterly loyal to him, answering any questions posed, as long as the old man knew the identity of the true mastermind. Xiao Yi could locate him. As for revenge, Xiao Yi was unconcerned. If the mastermind dared to retaliate, he would fight. If he could not win, he would flee. There was nothing to fear if one acted with trepidation. How could they claim to be an investigator for the Safety Bureau? No matter how powerful the hidden mastermind, could they rival the Safety Bureau? The Safety Bureau was renowned for its protective measures. Should an investigator fall, the Bureau would spare no effort in pursuit of justice. Tracking down the culprit would result in immediate execution. Anyone associated with the perpetrator would face consequences, whether through capture or death. The laws of today are far stricter than in ancient times. Killing an ordinary person incurs the death penalty, while taking the life of an investigator multiplies the crime. Ordinary criminals do not suffer collateral damage, but those involved with malevolent practitioners face a fate worse than death. The machinery of the state operates relentlessly. Even cultivators must bow their heads and obey. After thoroughly examining the White Tiger's corpse and confirming the absence of further hidden dangers, Xiao Yi no longer hesitated. He extended his hand, forming a claw, and plunged it into the tiger's abdomen. After a brief search, he extracted a demon core the size of an infant's fist. The blood of the White Tiger reeked horrifically, yet the demon core exuded a fragrant aroma, its blood-red hue glistening like jade. Indeed, it was a precious treasure. Xiao Yi ignited the sun true fire in his palm, incinerating the demon blood until only the core remained, which he pocketed. He found a piece of cloth to wrap the White Tiger's corpse and placed it atop the vehicle as he and Lu Ziang drove back to the city. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yi took out his phone to investigate the identity of the old man. During the confrontation, the appearance of the old man had been captured by a recording device, and once connected to his phone, he could identify the individual through an app. As the guardian of a man-eating tiger demon, the old man was undoubtedly a malevolent practitioner. As expected, Xiao Yi quickly uncovered the old man's information. Wei Yang, nicknamed Two-Headed Snake, was known for his treachery and brutality, having committed numerous heinous acts and taken many lives. He was suspected to be a member of the Kuning Hall and was a target of the Safety Bureau. A successful capture or execution would reward 6 million in cash and an additional 150 points. This old dog had a substantial bounty on his head. Xiao Yi smirked. This was yet another windfall for him. The disparity in rewards between Level 2 and Level 1 tasks was indeed immense. Level 1 tasks typically offered tens of thousands in rewards, with point rewards ranging from 2 to 5. Peaking at TEN.in contrast, Level 2 tasks boasted rewards in the millions and points ranging from dozens to hundreds. Xiao Yi also noted that the Safety Bureau's records indicated Wei Yang was suspected to be part of the Kuning Hall. This suggested that the mastermind behind the White Tiger's rearing might also be affiliated with the Kuning Hall. With the enemy lurking in the shadows, Xiao Yi was determined to gather as much information as possible about him and promptly searched the app for details on the Kuning Hall. The name Kuning Hall sounded prestigious, as if it were a righteous organization. However, in truth, the Kuning Hall was entirely a malevolent sect. Having existed for hundreds or even thousands of years, it was originally founded by a group of low-level cultivators seeking mutual support for survival and resource exchange. Over time, it attracted numerous cultivators, growing in both numbers and strength until it reached a point where its power rivaled that of the Taoist or Buddhist sects. At its peak, the Kuning Hall was not to be underestimated. Internally, the hall was rife with factions, and not all were united in the struggle for resources. They would turn on each other. This led to numerous internal conflicts throughout history, resulting in disintegration in modern times. The Kuning Hall had become a haven for malevolent practitioners, functioning as a loosely organized entity. The nominal leader held the highest status and power, followed by various hall masters and elders. However, due to the hall's loose structure, many hall masters and elders were prone to disregard orders. Most members of the hall were also fickle, each with their own agendas. Many cultivators, when they committed crimes, would join the Kuning Hall merely to use its reputation as a shield, lacking any true sense of belonging or loyalty. The Safety Bureau had attempted to raid the Kuning Hall multiple times. but they could only eliminate a few elders and disrupt a faction of ordinary members. Completely annihilating the Kunying Hall was an impossibility, as its headquarters remained unknown, likely situated abroad. As long as malevolent practitioners existed, the Kunying Hall would inevitably rise again, much like evil that can never be eradicated. For human nature is innately malevolent. In Shuiyun City, at the luxurious villa in Meteor Garden, the speakers played the latest hit from Jinhong Entertainment Company, which had climbed to third place on the music charts. This time, the music marketing had been quite successful, and with 2 blockbuster dramas released, the company's stock soared, putting Cui Wuji in an exceptionally good mood. In his leisure time, he summoned 2 female trainees to discuss their dance postures. Their lifeless bodies had long since grown cold. After satisfying his hunger, Cui Wuji reclined on the sofa, savoring the moment, when suddenly, a blinding light shot through the window, piercing his brow. The white tiger is dead? Cui Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, his earlier good mood evaporating in an instant. A surge of rage welled up within him, distorting his features, while blood vessels coursed through his eyes, glinting with a chilling light. The white tiger of Yongping Village was under Cui Wuji's control through a demon-controlling spell, and that white light was the manifestation of a soul-snatching curse. Upon the death of the white tiger, the curse would bind its soul, propelling it back into Cui Wuji's body. A tempest of spiritual energy erupted within him, and a thick black mist poured forth, enveloping the entire room. Within the black mist, 5 ferocious, howling shadows were present, which transformed into 6 upon the inclusion of the white tiger's soul. The 6 shadows howled in agony, as if subjected to endless torment. Who killed the white tiger? Who thwarted my plans? This white tiger was a hard-won prize, nurtured painstakingly to the opening Yuan realm. With enough blood and sustenance, it could reach its zenith, and then, by slaughtering and binding its soul, I could elevate my powers further. Yet, now it has been slain due to insufficient strength. Although I have reclaimed its soul, it remains incomplete. Infuriating, who could have killed my white tiger? Wei Yong, that useless fool. Couldn't even safeguard a single white tiger. I should never have relied on him. Useless, useless. Cui Wuji erupted in fury, the black mist swirling violently, demolishing every piece of furniture in the room. Tables, bookshelves, wine racks, and the grand bed alike. The 2 corpses on the bed disintegrated upon contact with the mist, their flesh and blood melting away until only bones remained, which soon crumbled into dust, as if the black mist had consumed every trace of them. Chapter 20. Renowned in the Security Bureau, who in the world does not know your name? Come in, Cui Wuji bellowed, and 2 bodyguards promptly entered. The guards, upon witnessing the black mist within the room, trembled in fear, heads bowed and foreheads slick with cold sweat. Though they were ostensibly Cui Wuji's bodyguards, in truth, they were his subordinates, their strength pale in comparison to his, given Cui Wuji's current volatile state. They were naturally terrified. Go to Yongping Village and ascertain who killed the white tiger, and find Wei Yong. He must be located, alive or dead. I demand to see him. Whoever dares to thwart my ambitions, regardless of their identity, shall pay dearly. Understood. The bodyguards acknowledged and left, while Cui Wuji continued to vent his wrath within the room. White tigers were already rare, let alone ones that had cultivated into true beings. Was it not a monumental task to nurture one to the opening Yuan realm? After years of arduous effort, to have it thwarted at the final juncture was unbearable, though not a total loss. The lack of completeness in my powers remained a significant shortcoming. The mere thought of it drove Cui Wuji to gritting his teeth in hatred. He would not rest until he had torn apart the one who had spoiled his grand plans. Xiao Yi and Lu Ziang returned to the Security Bureau with the White Tiger's corpse, leaving the Level 1 investigators in astonishment. Typically, one would utilize a designated passage for transporting monster remains, yet Lu Ziang chose to traverse the most crowded area instead. After all, what was the point of returning with the corpse of a great demon at the opening Yuan realm, the king of beasts, if one did not flaunt it? Lu Ziang hoisted the white tiger's body. Chest puffed out, chin held high, radiating pride in a single glance. It was evident that Lu Ziang was the most ostentatious figure in the crowd. Behold, the white tiger demon of the opening Yuan realm. Its paw is thicker than your thighs. A single swipe could reduce you to mere pulp. That I, Xiao Gu, have slain it. Impressive, isn't it? Lu Ziang boasted incessantly about the battle, recounting how the white tiger had unleashed a tempest of wind blades, capable of shattering gold and jade, as if cleaving through rotten earth. It commanded hundreds of specters, a deadly assembly that feasted upon flesh and blood, capable of leaving even opening yuan practitioners in despair. Coupled with the white tiger's immense strength and formidable defense, akin to a magical artifact, it was truly a force to be reckoned with. Yet, despite all that, it was still no match for my Xiaogu. With just a single punch, I sent the tiger flying. While tales of Wu Song's legendary battles against tigers have been recounted for centuries, I required no such effort. Merely 2 punches and a kick sufficed to seal its fate. That creature was remarkable indeed. Of course, I also lent my support to Xiaogu during the fight, showcasing my own prowess, not yielding in grandeur to any opening yuan expert. Lu Ziang thumped his chest triumphantly. Xiao Yi quietly observed Lu Ziang's display, refraining from interruption. After all, such moments of self-aggrandizement were rare. Why not let him indulge? The Level 1 investigators marveled with hushed exclamations, some gasping in awe. Was Xiao Yi truly that formidable? Indeed. He even returned with the white tiger's corpse. How could it be false? I had already recognized his might when he vanquished Jin Fu Gue, and I had clearly underestimated him. To slay an opening yuan white tiger was no small feat. It was said he had only awakened 2 days prior, still a newcomer among newcomers. Tio have dispatched an opening yuan tiger demon in such a short span. What might he achieve in the future? Thus, in this regard, he was no mere newcomer. Lu Ziang, basking in the limelight, would surely have much to boast about in days to come. Observing his exuberance, one might think he had slain the white tiger himself. A discontented voice pierced through the atmosphere. Lu Ziang, you did not kill the white tiger. What right have you to boast? Turning towards the source, Lu Ziang discovered it was none other than Jin Fu Gue. Oh, if it isn't Jin Fu Gue, the illustrious heir. How fortunate you are. Have your injuries healed? Lu Ziang taunted with a grin. I've told you, do not call me by my full name. Jin Fu Gue's face flushed with anger. Lu Ziang, you merely assisted Xiao Yi. What do you have to boast about? You look so puffed up, it's as if your monkey's backside is on display. Unfazed, Lu Ziang held his head high. And what of it? I faced the opening yuan demon directly, unlike you, who probably hasn't even laid eyes on one. The truth was evident. Having numerous magical artifacts meant little without courage. Jin Fu Gue's complexion darkened, and he continued to mock. You shamelessly call Xiao Yi brother. Isn't he only 20? Younger than you by several years. Does your family know of your sycophancy? Lu Ziang retorted boldly. What of calling him brother? Strength commands respect. I express my admiration. Besides, some people wouldn't even have the chance to call him brother. He cast a disdainful glance at Jin Fu Gue, the implication clear. Jin Fu Gue was rendered speechless, for Lu Ziang spoke the truth. Many coveted the opportunity to be associated with Xiao Yi, including Jin Fu Gue himself. If only he could align himself with Xiao Yi, calling him brother would be a small price to pay. In this era, even treating someone to a meal could earn one the title of brother. How much more for flattering Xiao Yi? If given the opportunity, Jin Fu Gue would undoubtedly outdo Lu Ziang in sycophantic fervor. Lu Ziang's ostentation swiftly spread Xiao Yi's name throughout the security bureau. Posts regarding Xiao Yi's slaying of the opening yuan white tiger flooded the bureau's internal forum, quickly gaining traction. He was heralded as the most formidable newcomer in the past decade, garnering the attention of even Level 2 and Level 3 investigators. Given Xiao Yi's talent and strength, it would not be long before he attained Level 2 investigator status, at which point he would work alongside them. Thus, familiarizing themselves with his background was prudent. Several high-ranking officials took note of this rising star. After handing the White Tiger Demon's remains to the designated logistics personnel, Xiao Yi and Lu Ziang proceeded to the office of their team leader, Shuiyong. The office was shrouded in a haze of smoke, nearly obscuring visibility. Shuiyong was a heavy smoker, consuming at least 3 packs a day, and the secondhand smoke in the office had long exceeded acceptable levels. Fortunately, both Xiao Yi and Lu Ziang were cultivators, their health robust. Otherwise, working under such a leader would significantly elevate their cancer risk compared to other environments. Chapter 21. A substantial bonus received. Sudden wealth. I have viewed the footage you sent me from the scene. This mission was executed commendably. Shuiyong regarded Xiao Yi with an expression of admiration. Awakening to the 9th level of spirit gathering and managing to slay an opening yuan demon and an evil cultivator. Xiao Yi, your potential is unparalleled, and your future is boundless. Thank you for the praise, leader. It is all due to your far-sighted guidance and adept leadership. Xiao Yi adeptly wielded workplace rhetoric, having practiced for such occasions during his university days while job hunting. Enough with the flattery. I have nothing to do with this mission. Shui Yong rolled his eyes, feeling as though Xiao Yi had insulted him. What does this have to do with me? He does not require the flattery of others. The White Tiger Great Demon has already been catalogued, and once the value assessment is completed, the funds will be transferred to your account. In the meantime, I shall distribute the rewards for this task to you. Shui Yong looked at Xiao Yi and Lu Ziyang and said, the case of the massacre on Shangyang Street 219 carries a reward of 500,005 points. This task was accomplished by both of you, with Lu Ziyang responsible for tracking and Xiao Yi for eliminating the malevolent spirits. The reward will be evenly split, resulting in 250,000 in cash and 2.5 points each. Then there is the White Tiger of the Kaiyuan realm and the evil cultivator Wei Yang, both of whom were slain by Xiao Yi. Shui Yong gazed intently at Xiao Yi, enunciating each word. Slaying the White Tiger of the Kaiyuan realm yields a reward of 8,200,000 points. Slaying the two-headed serpent Wei Yang grants 6,150,000 points. Altogether, the total reward amounts to 14.25 million in cash and 352.5 points, which should have been credited to your account by now. Please check. Xiao Yi retrieved his phone and, upon seeing the notification of the deposit, confirmed that his account had indeed increased by 14.25 million, with an additional 352.5 points reflected in the app. Furthermore, upon completing this task, you are officially promoted to a Level 1 investigator. Shui Yong continued. To advance to a Level 2 investigator, you must first break through to the Kaiyuan realm and subsequently complete 3 Level 2 tasks. The White Tiger and Wei Yang count as 1 Level 2 task for you. I have already recorded this in your file. Understood. Xiao Yi nodded. Additionally, Lu Ziyang, Shui Yong turned to him. You did not flinch when encountering the Kaiyuan realm White Tiger. Although your contributions were modest, you managed to dispatch several malevolent spirits. Your courage is commendable. I shall reward you with an additional 10 points as encouragement. What our bureau needs are investigators like you, who dare to fight in critical moments. Continue to strive forward. Yes, thank you, team leader, Lu Ziyang replied, standing tall and invigorated. While 10 points may seem inconsequential in the past, he would have had to complete 2 or 3 tasks to earn such a reward. This time, he merely followed in Xiao Yi's wake and has reaped substantial benefits. More importantly, he had caught team leader Shui Yong's attention with his bravery and sense of responsibility. Despite his lack of remarkable strength, Lu Ziyang's willingness to fight and face danger made him a qualified investigator for the Safety Bureau. Bravery in the face of death may appear simple, yet few can genuinely embody it. Within the Safety Bureau, there are not a few who are timid, abandoning their comrades in times of peril to flee alone. The mere fact that Lu Ziyang did not run away when it mattered earns him trust and the potential for further development, even if he may never break through to the Divine Sea realm. After leaving the office, Lu Ziyang suggested they celebrate with a lavish meal at the Shenghong Club, with all expenses on him. The moniker of foot massage expert was not unfounded, as he immediately revealed his true nature post-meeting. Before embarking on the mission, Lu Ziyang had promised technician number 88 that he would join her for dinner. However, Xiao Yi preferred to avoid the club and opted for a luxurious buffet restaurant, where they indulged heartily for an entry fee of 3,888. Under the manager's despondent gaze, Xiao Yi and Lu Ziyang swaggered out, leaving the manager feeling as though he had bled internally over this meal. Xiao Yi's appetite was insatiable, causing the manager to tremble in fear, praying fervently that this glutton would not return. In a display of goodwill, the manager recommended several rival buffet locations and even offered discount coupons, hoping Xiao Yi would dine elsewhere next time. The manager even contemplated hiring Xiao Yi, allowing him to bypass the daily grind. As long as he occasionally visited the competing establishments for meals, with all expenses covered, Xiao Yi could not help but commend the manager's business acumen. This was a game of commerce played exceedingly well. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Ziyang headed to Shenghong Club to find technician number 88. Xiao Yi intended to seek out Yi Yun, but upon recalling unfinished matters, he suppressed his desires and returned to the Safety Bureau. Summoning Wei Yang's malevolent spirit in his chamber. Greetings, Master. The spirit, transformed from Wei Yang, appeared translucent, kneeling at Xiao Yi's feet and bowing respectfully. Provide me with your bank account number and password. Yes. My bank account number is 512,668,245537, and my password is 5825. Upon acquiring Wei Yang's banking information, Xiao Yi promptly logged in to transfer the entirety of Wei Yang's funds to his own account. Such an action, of course, would not escape the scrutiny of the Safety Bureau. However, it was not deemed illegal. Having slain Wei Yang, his estate was rightfully considered a trophy. Only a little over 20 million in savings? Are you not a tad impoverished? Xiao Yi regarded Wei Yang with disdain. As a formidable evil cultivator of the Kaiyuan realm, having merely 20 million in his account was pathetically insufficient. Master, I recently purchased a flying sword artifact and life-preserving talismans. Which is why. Apologies, it is my incompetence. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die. Wei Yang trembled, repeatedly bowing. Xiao Yi then recalled that the flying sword Wei Yang wielded had been shattered by a single punch, and the talismans had been incinerated by the true Sunfire. In retrospect, it felt regrettable. Had he retained the flying sword, selling it could have netted him several tens of millions. Artifacts for the Kaiyuan realm typically range from several 100,000 to several tens of millions, with some even exceeding a billion. It was no wonder the quality of that flying sword was so poor. It could not withstand even a single punch, definitely deserving of a bad review. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Who raised that white tiger? It was Cui Wuji. I was commanded by him to guard the white tiger. Cui Wuji? Who is he? Cui Wuji is the chairman of the Jinghong Entertainment Company in Shuiyun City. But that is merely his facade. His true identity is an evil cultivator within the Kunying Hall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately took out his phone to investigate Cui Wuji. There were no criminal records or prior offenses associated with him. His history appeared pristine, leaving Xiao Yi with only some encyclopedic information. For instance, he could ascertain the companies he owned, his assets, the number of relationships he had maintained, and the various romantic entanglements he had been rumored to have had, as well as conjectures from netizens about how many interns he had slept with at his company. In essence, there was a plethora of gossip surrounding Cui Wuji online, as many viewed the unmarried 37-year-old as a catch. Although slightly older, his wealth and decent appearance ensured he remained in high demand among women. Nonetheless, such gossip was of little use to Xiao Yi. He sought critical information. Chapter 22. A sudden surge in realm? Breaking through to Kaiyuan's 7th layer in 2 days. So clean. Xiao Yi mused, studying these materials. None would suspect he was an evil cultivator. As he gazed at Cui Wuji's photograph on his phone. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. With such a pristine record, it was evident that all the dirty work had been delegated to his subordinates. Cui Wuji himself would undoubtedly leave no survivors. Xiao Yi pressed on. What is his strength like? Wei Yang replied, stronger than me. He should be at the 8th or 9th layer of Kaiyuan, and the power of his techniques is formidable. I once witnessed Cui Wuji in action. With just one move, he killed a Kaiyuan realm's 7th layer bear demon, devouring its flesh and bones entirely, as if even its soul had not escaped. Even transformed into a malevolent spirit, Wei Yang's fear of Cui Wuji had not diminished. He spoke of him with palpable trepidation. However, Xiao Yi felt no fear. While the 8th or 9th layer of Kaiyuan was indeed powerful, certainly stronger than Xiao Yi in his current state, it would not necessarily remain so once he himself broke through to the Kaiyuan realm. At present, Xiao Yi possessed a white tiger demon core and over 300 points, which could be exchanged for numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once he maximized his strength, Cui Wuji would be of little concern. By the way, Master, Cui Wuji's background is quite extraordinary. He is the son of Elder Cui Jinghong from the Kunying Hall. The reason I fell under Cui Wuji's command was also due to Elder Cui Jinghong's orders. An elder of the Kunying Hall? Xiao Yi's brow furrowed. He had perused the information on the Kunying Hall and understood the implications of having an elder among their ranks. Although the Kunying Hall currently operated as a loose organization, its internal hierarchy remained strictly delineated. To hold the title of elder signified that Cui Jinghong was a genuine cultivator of the Divine Sea Realm. Cultivators of the Divine Sea Realm possess a Dantian space that exceeds the 100 zhang limit. When executing techniques, their spiritual energy is abundant, resulting in tremendous power. Although Xiao Yi's true Sunfire was potent, his current spiritual energy was insufficient to unleash its full potential. Should he encounter a Divine Sea Realm expert, he would be utterly crushed, unable to retaliate. Even if Xiao Yi were to break through to the Kaiyuan realm, his chances of contending against a Divine Sea Realm cultivator would remain slim. Generally speaking, for every increase in layer within the Divine Sea Realm, the Dantian space expands by 100 zhang, and the total spiritual energy multiplies several times. Typically, even a first-layer Divine Sea Realm cultivator could easily crush a ninth-layer Kaiyuan Realm practitioner. Talents capable of defeating Divine Sea Realm cultivators while still in the Kaiyuan Realm are exceedingly rare. What is Cui Jinghong's strength like? I am uncertain, but he should be around the second or third layer of the Divine Sea Realm. He broke through 12 years ago, and given Cui Jinghong's aptitude, he would have only managed to reach the third layer of the Divine Sea Realm in the past 12 years at most. Hearing this, Xiaoyi felt a measure of relief. Were Cui Jinghong to be at the late stages of the Divine Sea Realm, Xiaoyi would certainly hesitate to confront him directly. However, if he were merely at the second or third layer, then there was little to fear. With Xiaoyi's aptitude and comprehension, it would not take long for him to catch up to Cui Jinghong. Even if he could not defeat him, Xiaoyi could always call for aid. The Safety Bureau was his greatest support. For instance, Shui Yong, if he were to intervene, could easily crush Cui Jinghong with a single hand. As the leader of the Safety Bureau, Shui Yong's strength must surely be at least at the 8th layer of the Divine Sea Realm. Since enmity had been established, none could be spared. Cui Wuji must be dealt with first. Xiao Yi bestowed upon Cui Wuji the label of a dead man. After reclaiming Wei Yong, he began placing orders on the app. Immortal Spirit Fruit, Purple Fire Flower, Black Tongue Orchid, Jade Coral, Celestial Grass. The treasures Xiaoyi purchased were all capable of expanding his Dantian, replenishing his spiritual energy, and nurturing his physical form, directly exhausting all 352. 5 points. These precious materials were located within the confines of the Security Bureau. Their delivery was swift, arriving in Xiaoyi's hands in less than half an hour. Hanging a sign on his door indicating he was in seclusion, Xiaoyi laid out the myriad treasures upon his bed and simultaneously retrieved the White Tiger Demon Core, consuming it in one bite. Boom! The true sun fire blazed fiercely, devouring and refining the White Tiger Demon Core. With all the spiritual energy contained within being absorbed by Xiaoyi, within the confines of his Dantian, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged in, forcibly expanding the Dantian space. Xiaoyi officially broke through from the spirit-gathering realm to the open origin realm. This process was perilous. Insufficient spiritual energy could lead to damage to the Dantian. If the Dantian were damaged, the cultivator's aptitude would be significantly diminished, even losing all hope of breaking through to higher realms. The vast spiritual energy flooded in, causing Xiaoyi's Dantian to expand rapidly. Originally 10 zhang, it swelled to 15, 20, 25, 30, and eventually halted at 40 zhang. As the Dantian space grew, the water level of the original spiritual lake dropped significantly. While operating the dragon elephant breathing method to absorb the spiritual energy, Xiaoyi opened his mouth and inhaled the immortal spirit fruit and purple fire flower before swallowing them whole. Utilizing the true sun fire to refine and absorb their medicinal and spiritual properties, the overwhelming spiritual energy coursed through his body, and a spiritual rain began to fall within the Dantian space, causing the water level of the lake to rise at a visible speed. Open origin first layer, open origin second layer, open origin third layer. With Xiaoyi's exceptional aptitude and the aid of the true sun fire, his efficiency in absorbing the treasures was remarkable, nearly completely assimilating their medicinal and spiritual essence. While others could only absorb 50% of the medicinal properties, Xiaoyi was able to absorb over 90%. Once he finished absorbing the spiritual energy, Xiaoyi consumed the remaining treasures, and his Dantian expanded once more, his realm swiftly ascending. Open origin 4th layer, open origin 5th layer, open origin 6th layer, open origin 7th layer. The Dantian expanded to 80 zhang, stabilizing Xiaoyi's realm at open origin 7th layer, and his cultivation finally ceased. Savoring the overflowing spiritual energy within his Dantian and the immense power contained within his physical form, Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed in, bathing him. Glancing at his phone, he realized 2 days and 2 nights had passed. Several text messages awaited him, sent by Yi Yun and Lu Ziyang, along with a notification from the bank. Yi Yun had called him several times without a response, her texts expressing concern while inviting him to spend the night at her home. As for Lu Ziyang, he inquired whether Xiaoyi wished to take on a mission. After earning a tidy sum alongside Xiaoyi last time, he was eager for more. Xiaoyi chuckled, setting his phone down to call Yi Yun, assuring her he would visit once he was finished with his tasks. Regarding the bank notification, the sale of the White Tiger's corpse had totaled 23 million, and combined with Xiaoyi's previous savings, his current balance exceeded 58 million. With money in his pocket, Xiao Yi felt the world was utterly wonderful. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the sunlight was soft. Indeed, when pondering what constitutes a good remedy in this world, it comes down to red envelopes and cash. With savings surpassing 50 million, Xiao Yi could be considered to have a modest fortune. Naturally, money does not last without being spent. 58 million could scarcely purchase even a third-tier magical artifact. Magical artifacts serve numerous purposes. Protective artifacts can save lives, while offensive artifacts enhance one's combat prowess, which Xiao Yi naturally desired. However, his standards were high, rendering second-tier artifacts useless to him. For instance, he had effortlessly shattered Wei Yang's flying sword with a mere punch. Acquiring such artifacts would be tantamount to acquiring trash. What he sought were third-tier artifacts. Yet, the cheapest of these commanded a price of over 100 million, with even slightly better ones costing several hundred million or even over a billion. Amounts he could not afford at present. Xiao Yi could not help but lament that he was indeed still a poor man, in dire need of making money. Chapter 23. I despise stalking perverts. After rising, showering, and stepping out, Xiao Yi called the cafeteria to have a meal delivered. Having gone 2 days and nights without food, Xiao Yi sustained his body through spiritual energy, feeling no hunger. However, his cultivation had yet to reach the realm of fasting, and he could not suppress his appetite. In life, both beauty and cuisine are to be cherished. If one truly cultivates to a state of desirelessness, can they still be considered human? Lacking the multitude of pleasures life has to offer, even immortality would be bland and tasteless. As he dined, Xiao Yi's thoughts drifted back to Cui Wuji. Now that he had broken through to Open Origin's 7th layer, significantly enhancing his strength, it was time to resolve this matter. A gentleman seeks revenge at all hours, possessing the true sun fire, a divine ability of unparalleled might. Xiao Yi could fight beyond his level, even should Cui Wuji be at Open Origin 9th layer. He held no fear. Xiao Yi was uncertain whether Cui Wuji had discovered that he was the one who killed his white tiger, but as long as there was a hint of possibility, he had to eliminate him. The sensation of being secretly watched by an enemy was most unsettling. Although Xiao Yi typically resided within the Security Bureau, immune to assassination attempts, he still ventured out from time to time. And he did not wish to be ambushed while on a mission. Until Cui Wuji was dealt with, Xiao Yi would find it difficult to rest easy. Meanwhile, within the luxurious villa of Meteor Garden, Cui Wuji was listening to a report from his subordinates. As Xiao Yi had surmised, Cui Wuji had already uncovered the truth. Boss, we've confirmed that the one who killed the white tiger is none other than him, Xiao Yi. A newcomer at the Security Bureau. One subordinate handed a tablet to Cui Wuji, who, upon receiving it, was met with the glaring image of Xiao Yi displayed on the screen. A newcomer killed my white tiger? Do you take me for a fool? Cui Wuji instinctively found it hard to believe. His white tiger was at Open Origin 5th layer, the king of beasts, ruthless and brutal. Even an ordinary Open Origin 6th layer cultivator might not stand a chance against it. Moreover, there was still Wei Yang lurking in the shadows. Now, you tell me a newcomer killed the white tiger? This is akin to a 3-year-old child defeating a cultivator with bare hands. Is Xiao Yi a reincarnated ancient powerhouse? Or has he received the enlightenment of a Tianshu realm expert? What gives him the audacity to be so formidable? This is no joke. Seeing the boss's disbelief, the subordinate grew anxious and said, Boss, it truly was him who killed the white tiger. The news has spread throughout the internal forum of the Security Bureau. If you swipe down, you'll see photos and articles. Cui Wuji swiped the tablet, and indeed, a series of images appeared, with Cui Wuji immediately recognizing the corpse of the demon in the photos as his white tiger. These images had been captured by investigators present that day, with many posting them on the forum, causing quite a stir. Numerous articles praised Xiao Yi to the skies. The internal forum of the Security Bureau was not classified, and outsiders could find ways to access it if they wished. The strongest newcomer in the Security Bureau, Xiao Yi, slays a tiger demon at Open Origin and an evil cultivator at Open Origin. A once-in-a-decade pure young fire awakener, a monster among monsters. The divine fire that slays demons returns. The male god of the Security Bureau, Xiao Yi. Calculating how much Xiao Yi earned from this job, I roughly estimate it to be no less than 40 million. The secret between me and Xiao Yi? Wanna know? VMe50. I have a full body photo of Xiao Yi. Add me on Feishin for a private chat. Feishin ID 4587521. I am Xiao Yi's roommate. If you want to know his secrets, VMe100 for a private chat. The upstairs is lying. I am Xiao Yi's ex-girlfriend. I know his secrets best. VME 200 for a private chat. As Chui Wuji read these forum posts. Fury surged within him, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling as though he could no longer contain his primal rage. Damn it, this little bastard truly deserves to die. Chui Wuji was fuming, seething with anger. My white tiger, which I painstakingly raised, is killed just like that, and after the deed, he flaunts it for all to see, becoming the talk of the Security Bureau. Yes, you've gained some face and made a fortune. And now everyone knows you are a prodigy. Yet all my efforts have gone to waste, my divine ability left unfulfilled. You trample on my face while you rake in wealth. You think you're so impressive. Huh? Pure Young Fire. This little bastard has awakened the Pure Young Fire, and he was a perfect innate cultivator at Spirit Gathering 9th layer right after awakening. And no wonder he could kill my white tiger. With a bit of deduction, Chui Wuji surmised that Xiaoyi was indeed at Spirit Gathering 9th layer right after awakening. Otherwise, he could not explain how Xiaoyi managed to kill the white tiger at Open Origin 5th layer and Wei Yang at Open Origin 4th layer just 2 days after awakening. The Pure Young Fire ranks among the top 10 of innate abilities. Every cultivator who has ever awakened the Pure Young Fire has, barring untimely demise, become a powerful figure at the Divine Sea realm. Such a divine ability could enable Xiaoyi to battle beyond his level. With such aptitude and the backing of the Security Bureau, Chui Wuji could not help but feel envy. He ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch on Xiaoyi's movements, instructing them to report immediately if he left the Security Bureau. Having Young Ghost Old set out immediately. If there is an opportunity, eliminate him on the spot. The pin-up rage within Chui Wuji would not dissipate until he dealt with Xiaoyi. Even if Xiaoyi were an investigator of the Security Bureau, he still needed to be killed, at most. He would have to act cautiously to avoid leaving any traces that might attract the attention of the Security Bureau. With the backing of the elders of the Guild of Heroes, Chui Wuji's audacity surpassed that of a typical evil cultivator. As his subordinates departed, Chui Wuji gazed at the photo of Xiaoyi on the tablet. His gaze growing colder, a glint of murderous intent flashing across his eyes. A genius. No matter how talented a genius, before they mature, they are still worthless. No matter how exceptional your aptitude or potential, you are merely at the Spirit Gathering realm right now. A dead genius is nothing more than a broken corpse. Chui Wuji exerted force in his hands, crushing the tablet into fragments. I in the Security Bureau. Xiaoyi, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, took a moment to rest before departing in the evening to seek out Yi Yun. Having gone 2 days without meat, he felt a pang of hunger. And it was likely that Yi Yun was equally famished. Xiaoyi drove a new vehicle, sturdy and imposing, exuding an air of authority. As a level 1 investigator, the Security Bureau had provided him with a dedicated car. Henceforth, he was now a man equipped with a bulletproof vehicle. Those wealthy second-generation heirs fancied sports cars, which, in Xiaoyi's eyes, were utterly pedestrian, and no matter how expensive their vehicles were, even if valued in the millions, a mere brush would render them marred, fragile as tofu. Xiaoyi's car, however, was bulletproof, crafted from specially designed materials, 3 times more robust than standard models. Bullets from handguns and rifles could hardly penetrate it. And the vehicle was also equipped with heavy firepower. This was the true essence of a man's possessions. As the car traversed the bustling streets of the city center, Xiaoyi cast a glance in the rearview mirror, his pupils narrowing with a glint of coldness. He had long noticed a vehicle trailing him. Was it someone sent by Chui Wuji? Had they tracked him down so swiftly? Damn it, he loathed being followed by stalkers. Currently, his only enemy was Chui Wuji, and it was a fair assumption that it was him. Chapter 24. Have 9 years of compulsory education merely taught you how to be treacherous? This was the city center, teeming with people, making it ill-advised to act. Xiaoyi activated the onboard computer and set the navigation to an abandoned steel mill, pressing down on the accelerator as the vehicle surged forward. Hurry up, that brat has noticed us. Inside the pursuing vehicle were 2 elderly men clad in black suits, one stout and the other lean, both with dark skin and ominous expressions that appeared quite frightening. They were indeed the spectral elders dispatched by Chui Wuji. They had anticipated a prolonged wait for this task, but unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself within mere hours. As they witnessed Xiaoyi accelerating, they immediately followed suit. This was the urban area, not far from the headquarters of the Security Bureau. It was highly probable that the young man would seek assistance, thus necessitating swift action on their part. Otherwise, with the main forces arriving, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Understood, that brat won't escape. The lean elder chuckled coldly. To say this young man is talented would be an understatement, upon perusing his dossier. Even I was astounded. If only I could take him as a disciple in this lifetime, I would impart all my secrets and skills to him. Such a pity that he has offended Cui Wuji. He is destined to meet an untimely end, the lean elder lamented, shaking his head. The stout elder scoffed. Even with talent, he wouldn't come under our tutelage. He would have long been claimed by those prominent sects or the Security Bureau. In this era, the laws are strict. Surveillance cameras abound on the streets, and satellites watch from above. With the Security Bureau hot on our heels, where is there room for us, the malevolent practitioners? Only a fool would seek to become one of us in these times. The nation's strength has rendered survival for malevolent practitioners exceedingly difficult. Many have fled abroad to thrive, as the chaos beyond the borders offers more opportunity than the peace and stability of the homeland. Even in those developed nations, crime rates remain alarmingly high, and the streets lack the extensive surveillance found back home, making them a veritable paradise for those with nefarious intentions. The two vehicles swiftly transitioned from the city center to the factory district. Ultimately arriving at the dilapidated steel mill, Xiaoyi parked, activating his ghostly shadow technique, seamlessly merging with the undercarriage of the vehicle and vanishing from sight. The spectral elders arrived shortly thereafter, only to find Xiaoyi had disappeared without a trace. The brat runs surprisingly fast, but he cannot escape my grasp. The stout elder exited the vehicle, forming a gesture with his right hand while silently chanting. Waves of spiritual energy surged around him, transforming into swirling black winds, from which a multitude of wailing specters emerged, searching for Xiaoyi's presence. At that moment, the lean elder spoke. Young man, there is no need to hide. Rather than boom, before the lean elder could finish his sentence, their vehicle erupted in flames, a torrent of fire shooting forth towards his chest. The lean elder's pupils constricted, and he grasped at the air, summoning a cloud of black mist to counter the flames. However, upon contact, the mist evaporated like snow under the blazing sun. The fire surged forward, engulfing the lean elder in its fiery embrace. The protective talisman shattered, and a series of anguished screams erupted from the inferno. Ah! The spirits writhed in agony, consumed by the purifying flames. The lean elder materialized at a distance, gasping for breath, blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale and filled with dread as he shouted. Be cautious. He has reached the opening origin realm, at least at the 6th level. The pure young fire is a bane to all evil. My life-bound spirit has been slain. The lean elder trembled with fear. Recalling the suddenness of Xiaoyi's attack, he had been caught off guard and had sustained a direct hit. If not for the timely sacrifice of his life-bound spirit, he would have been the one perishing in the flames. He had cultivated a unique spirit-manipulating technique, capable of commanding 100 spirits, but only one was his life-bound spirit. This spirit was intrinsically linked to his life force, allowing him to unleash his greatest combat prowess, and could even act as a substitute for death in critical moments. Thus, he had narrowly escaped death. However, with his life-bound spirit destroyed, his powers were shattered, and decades of arduous cultivation lay in ruins, leaving him with barely a third of his previous strength. Moreover, the destruction of his powers signified a severance of his path. Unless he began anew, his cultivation would stagnate. Yet, at his advanced age, with potential exhausted, he had no time left to start afresh. Xiaoyi's strike had rendered him utterly despondent. Old Yang, we must eliminate him and extract his soul to forge him into a ghostly servant. The lean elder howled in rage. The stout elder remained vigilant, commanding the spirits to encircle him, ever watchful for Xiaoyi's ambush, yet to this moment, he had failed to discern where Xiaoyi was hiding. Brat, lurking in the shadows does not make you a hero. Have the courage to confront me directly. The stout elder taunted, and no sooner had his words left his mouth than flames erupted at his feet. His face contorted with shock and fury, the stout elder exclaimed, "What the hell? Another surprise attack? What has happened to the code of honor? The youth today are increasingly treacherous. In our day, we were not so cunning. Have 9 years of compulsory education merely taught you treachery? Do you think you can bully me due to my lack of formal education?" Boom! The pure young flames blazed fiercely, incinerating the spirits in their path. Fire snakes shot out in all directions, obliterating the surrounding spirits. The stout elder, caught at the center of the conflagration, sustained the most damage. His protective talisman shattered, and like the lean elder, he was forced to summon his life-bound spirit as a last resort to survive. Curse it, how can he be so formidable? I can't withstand even a single blow. Chui Wuji, that scoundrel, has led me to my doom. The stout elder and the lean elder exchanged glances, each seeing the fear and regret mirrored in the other's eyes. They had received reports indicating that Xiao Yi was a peerless genius, awakened to the life-bound divine ability of pure young fire. Although he was merely at the 9th level of spirit gathering, he was more than capable of contending with someone at the 6th level of opening origin. Both elders were at the 7th level of opening origin, and their synergy was supposed to be enough to slay Xiao Yi. Yet in reality, Xiao Yi had already surpassed that threshold, at least reaching the 6th level of opening origin. Moreover, in addition to his life-bound ability, he had mastered a remarkably peculiar evasion technique, appearing and disappearing like a specter. Catching them completely off guard in just 2 moves, he had annihilated their life-bound spirits, obliterating decades of their hard work. Had it not been for the sacrifice of their life-bound spirits, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. Their combat capabilities had plummeted, reducing them to mere prey, laid bare before Xiao Yi's mercy. Had they known Xiao Yi was this formidable, even 100 times more courage would not have compelled them to seek their demise. Boom! Flames surged forth as Xiao Yi emerged from the blaze. He fixed his cold gaze upon the 2 elderly men, demanding, "Who sent you to kill me?" It was Chui Wuji. He dispatched us to eliminate you. For he bears a grudge against you. We are merely errand runners. Spare us, spare us. The stout elder, devoid of any dignity, immediately pleaded for mercy, even betraying Chui Wuji without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 25. We bow to you. Pleading for a mere scrap of life. The recording device affixed to Xiao Yi's chest captured the stout elder's confession clearly, providing ample evidence. However, to be prudent, he sought further clarification. Which Chui Wuji? Xiao Yi feigned confusion. Pressing for details. It is Chui Wuji, the chairman of Jinghong Entertainment. He is the one who sent us, the stout elder replied. But I have heard that he is a good man, often engaging in charitable acts. A true gentleman, good man, my foot. He is nothing but a malevolent practitioner, the lean elder scoffed. Chui Wuji practices dark arts, harvesting the essence of the innocent. He has caused the demise of countless innocent women. He even harbors monsters, preying upon humans. It was because you killed his white tiger that he sent us to eliminate you. He is a scoundrel beyond redemption. He deserves to be captured. The spectral elders vented their grievances, revealing all they knew about Chui Wuji's misdeeds, bearing their souls. Every word and action was recorded, and the evidence alone was enough to condemn Chui Wuji 100 times over. Xiao Yi chuckled. You two are so cooperative that it makes me somewhat suspicious. Is this a ploy to deceive me? Absolutely not. Everything we say is the truth. The corpulent old man, trembling with fear, confessed candidly, knowing that leniency would be granted to those who admitted their wrongdoings, while those who resisted would face severe consequences. We are aware of the rules, he assured, and we promise to speak without reservation. The lean old man interjected, Indeed, Chui Wuji has committed numerous heinous acts. We have long found him distasteful leader. You must apprehend him. It is imperative to eradicate this menace for the sake of the people. We are sworn enemies of evil. The 2 malevolent practitioners, declaring their aversion to wickedness, appeared rather ludicrous. Yet, as the saying goes, better the death of a friend than the death of a monk, and Chui Wuji's false intelligence had led them to ruin. Naturally, the Yinyang Ghost Elder would not shoulder the burden of secrecy for Chui Wuji. All being practitioners of the dark arts, how could one expect loyalty? Xiao Yi, identifying the Yinyang Ghost Elder through his mobile device, chuckled with amusement. You are quite perceptive. I am almost embarrassed to eliminate you. The stout old man chuckled. Leader, there is truly no need for violence. We are quite agreeable. The lean old man chimed in. Yes, yes, your magnanimity in sparing our lives would earn our eternal gratitude. Perhaps we should prostrate ourselves before you now, as a token of our sincerity. Just as they were about to bow, Xiao Yi flicked his finger, unleashing a fiery serpent that swiftly engulfed them, reducing them to ashes. With a sweeping gesture, the remains ascended into the sky, scattering in every direction. The Yinyang Ghost Elder, unable to rest in peace, lamented, We have surrendered. How could you still resort to murder? This is utterly barbaric. Who is truly the practitioner of evil here? Chui Wuji has committed countless atrocities. Yet you are no less guilty. If you were to remain alive, how could the spirits of the wronged find peace? Xiaoyi had already ascertained their identities. Both were practitioners of the dark arts, notorious for their bloodshed and crimes. Such scum, living even a single day longer would be a blight upon the air. After obliterating the Yin-Yang Ghost Elder, Xiaoyi captured their souls, transforming them into wraiths, and extracted their bank account details and passwords. Each account held 50 million. After the transfer, the total exceeded 150 million. Having erased all traces, Xiaoyi drove away, heading straight for Meteor Garden. Previously, he had intended to gather evidence of Chui Wuji's crimes before confronting him. After all, Chui Wuji presented himself as a philanthropist. Even the Security Bureau could not act without solid proof. However, with evidence now in hand, Xiaoyi was ready to take action. Setting aside the many crimes he had committed in the past, the mere act of hiring an assassin to target a security investigator was sufficient to warrant the death penalty. Half an hour later, Xiaoyi arrived at the east gate of Meteor Garden, just in time to see a convoy exiting the premises. The convoy comprised 5 vehicles, with Chui Wuji's car prominently positioned in the center. As the chairman of an entertainment company and a well-known figure in online circles, Chui Wuji's identity was common knowledge. Thus, Xiaoyi instantly recognized his vehicle. This scoundrel was quite cautious. Was he perhaps seeking to engage in some shadowy dealings? The Yin-Yang Ghost Elder had mentioned that Chui Wuji practiced the dark art of harnessing yin and yang. Xiaoyi suddenly recalled Lu Jingxian, whom he had slain in the cinema restroom. He had been manipulated by insect curses, committing heinous acts in pursuit of yin. Chui Wuji likely employed similar methods. Could there be a connection between the two? Overthinking often leads to paranoia, and as Xiaoyi pondered, he began to associate every misdeed with Chui Wuji. He followed the convoy, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. With many people around, it was not the time to strike. He would bide his moment. Xiaoyi pressed a button in his car, causing a section of the roof to rise and transform into a small drone that soared into the sky, tracking Chui Wuji's vehicle. The drone's signal linked to the vehicle's onboard system, relaying live footage back to him. Seated in his car, Xiaoyi observed the convoy with clarity. In this era of advanced technology, the Security Bureau's capabilities had reached military levels. Their specially designed vehicles were not only bulletproof and equipped with heavy weaponry, but also housed drones and satellite tracking systems. The features were extensive, aiding investigators in pursuing malevolent practitioners and enhancing operational efficiency. With the drone in the sky, Xiaoyi did not need to follow too closely. Chui Wuji's convoy would be oblivious to his presence. The convoy journeyed onward, leaving the urban area and arriving at an old district slated for demolition. Most residents had already vacated, leaving only a few stubborn holdouts seeking better compensation. Chui Wuji disembarked with his subordinates. Over 20 of them, all practitioners, emerged from the 5 vehicles. "Boss, after our investigation, we believe the target is hiding within the old district," one subordinate reported respectfully. Chui Wuji, puffing on a cigar, surveyed the old district with calm eyes and instructed, "Bring him to me." "Yes," a subordinate responded, signaling to 10 individuals in black suits, who immediately dashed into the old district. Moments later, the sounds of a skirmish erupted from within. "What is happening?" Xiaoyi utilized the shadow of the ghostly image technique, concealing himself in the darkness behind Chui Wuji, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Before making a move, he was curious about Chui Wuji's actions, which appeared to be a hunt for prey. A howl suddenly pierced the air. Compared to a wild mountain wolf, this howl was amplified at least tenfold. Is it a wolf demon? Xiaoyi speculated. Indeed, it was. Chui Wuji's expression brightened as he inhaled deeply, discarding his cigar underfoot. Before long, the sounds of combat grew nearer, and Xiaoyi witnessed a massive wolf demon chasing 2 individuals in black suits out of the old district. The black-suited men fled in disarray, their faces etched with terror, while the wolf demon pursued relentlessly, its jaws clamped around half a dismembered corpse. Chapter 26. A bat with chicken feathers, thinking it is a phoenix? In the blink of an eye, 8 of the 10 assailants who charged in had perished. The remaining 2 could not escape their fate either, soon being caught by the wolf demon and torn to shreds. The wolf demon, gazing at Chui Wuji and his entourage, emitted a low growl, its eyes shimmering with a green light, sharp fangs dripping with blood. What a fierce beast! Indeed, My subordinates are utterly incapable of dealing with you." Unperturbed by the loss of 10 subordinates, Chui Wuji's gaze was fervent as he regarded the wolf demon, as if it were a prized possession. "Who are you? Why are you seeking me? I bear you no grudge." The wolf demon stood upright, its physique morphing as its muscles swelled, transforming into a fully furred werewolf. This was a werewolf, distinct from a wolf demon. The origins of werewolves lay abroad, divided into two types, one born from human lineage, awakening their werewolf bloodline in adulthood, and the other transformed through bites, the original werewolves being humans who succumbed to their new nature post-bite. In contrast, wolf demons were born as animals, becoming monsters through serendipitous circumstances. "If you wish to avoid death, you'd best leave." The werewolf's eyes glowed green, baring its fangs menacingly. "Death?" Chui Wuji scoffed. "A filthy mongrel dares to speak boldly before me. You are woefully ignorant." With that, Chui Wuji sprang into action. In a flash of shadow, he appeared above the werewolf, enveloped in swirling black mist, as 6 roaring shadows manifested behind him. One shadow lunged forth, roaring as it tackled the werewolf, sending it flying several meters away with a single strike. The werewolf soared through the air, bones cracking as one arm twisted grotesquely, the bone piercing through flesh, evidently broken. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the contorted arm began to heal at a visible rate, and numerous wounds swiftly closed. Werewolves, like vampires, possessed formidable regenerative abilities. As long as the injury was not fatal, it would mend rapidly. Witnessing this, Chui Wuji felt exhilarated rather than enraged. "Excellent. This is precisely what I desire." He then pointed a finger, unleashing another shadow. The werewolf, driven by its ferocity, charged forward, clashing with the shadow, which turned out to be a bear demon. However, the bear demon's physical form was non-existent. It was merely a soul. "Having become a ferocious spirit, controlled by Chui Wuji, I shall not play with you any longer. A beast is only valuable when dead." Chui Wuji infused his spiritual energy into the bear demon's soul, prompting it to emit a furious howl, unleashing its primal rage. The bear demon seized the werewolf's arms, yanking with all its might, and tore off both limbs. The werewolf howled in agony, yet the bear demon swiftly struck again, piercing through the werewolf's chest and extracting its heart, devouring it whole. With its heart removed, the werewolf's regenerative powers were rendered futile, and it collapsed, lifeless, in a flash. The wolf demon lay slain, affirming Chui Wuji's superiority over the werewolf. As the werewolf's body rapidly shrank, reverting to human form, Chui Wuji approached, grasping its head and yanking forcefully, extracting a translucent figure, the werewolf's soul. The 7th ferocious soul, finally in his grasp. Chui Wuji felt a surge of excitement as he utilized his powers to consume the soul. Savoring it as he swallowed, behind him, the black mist swirled, revealing the 7th roaring shadow. "It is done. At long last, it is done. My efforts have not been in vain." Relishing the immense power coursing through him, Chui Wuji could not help but burst into triumphant laughter. Xiao Yi, observing the entire event from the shadows, recognized Chui Wuji's dark practices after conducting a search on his phone. 7 Fiends Gathering. This was one of the many sinister techniques from the Wild Maoshan sect, wherein practitioners selected specific male children with auspicious birth dates, killing them in particular ways to extract their souls for control and sealing within their own bodies. Thus, they could greatly enhance their powers. Over time, the 7 Fiends Gathering had evolved, with each generation of practitioners refining the method, resulting in numerous different versions. Chui Wuji is cultivating a particularly sinister variant that amalgamates the essence of both demon tamers and goo masters. What Chui Wuji has sealed away is not merely the soul of a young boy, but rather the spirits of 7 monstrous entities. When compared to the untrained boy, the power derived from the 7 malevolent souls at the Kaiyuan realm is evidently far superior. At the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan 9th layer, Chui Wuji has harnessed the power of these 7 formidable souls to forge the 7 Fiends' body, undoubtedly placing his strength at the threshold of the Divine Sea realm. Just as Chui Wuji revels in his accomplishments, Xiao Yi strikes, boom, boom, boom. A barrage of fireballs rains down from the heavens, targeting Chui Wuji and his remaining subordinates, engulfing them before they can react. Chui Wuji's followers are incinerated into ashes without even a scream escaping their lips. Utilizing the 7 Fiends' body, Chui Wuji conjures a massive wave of black mist, breaking through the encirclement of the true Sun Fire and successfully escaping. Pure Yang Fire, you are Xiao Yi, Cui Wuji asserts, his tone unwavering. Although he has many enemies, only Xiao Yi possesses the divine ability of Pure Yang Fire. It seems the Yin Yang Ghost Elder has met his demise at your hands. Indeed, a waste is a waste. Utterly incapable, he had dispatched the Yin Yang Ghost Elder to eliminate Xiao Yi. Yet now Xiao Yi stands before him, and the fate of the Elder is all too clear. You are a waste. And what are you? He sneers out a bat adorned with chicken feathers, thinking yourself a phoenix. Are you trying to impress your mother? Xiao Yi retorts, unleashing a torrent of disdain while assuming a combative stance. Bending his body and establishing his footing, delivering a devastating punch, the Dragon Elephant Mountain Splitter. The sonic boom resonates as a phantom of the dragon elephant materializes behind him, the force of his punch roaring forth, uprooting the very ground beneath. Having broken through to the Kaiyuan realm, Xiao Yi's dragon elephant breathing technique has also entered its second stage, allowing him to manifest the dragon elephant's shadow, a manifestation of its true essence. Cui Wuji is sent flying by a single blow, tumbling back several meters until he collides with a dilapidated building in the old city. The jade pendant on Cui Wuji's chest glimmers faintly, evidently a protective artifact which absorbs the impact of Xiao Yi's punch. What tremendous strength! This is the dragon elephant breathing technique. Cui Wuji exclaims, recognizing the technique at a glance. Its formidable power ranks among the top 3 within the Security Bureau, and its difficulty of cultivation is unparalleled, accessible only to those with extraordinary talent. To his astonishment, Xiao Yi not only succeeded in mastering it, but has also summoned the dragon elephant's shadow, clearly having grasped its true essence and advanced to the second stage. How long has it been since his awakening? In just a few days, he has achieved such remarkable prowess. Is this reasonable? In stark contrast, Cui Wuji has trained for 30 years since the age of 7 to reach his current level, appearing utterly inadequate. The chasm between them is vast, akin to the disparity between man and dog. This realization fills Cui Wuji with not only anger but also profound jealousy. Chapter 27. I've bumped my head and called for my father, yet you still wish to kill me at that moment. Xiao Yi suddenly laughed mockingly. To think you could withstand a third of my strength? Cui Wuji, you possess some skill. Enough to boast about. Upon hearing this, Cui Wuji feels a wave of humiliation wash over him. A third of your strength? You are merely inflating your own ego. A third of your power nearly shattered my protective artifact. Had you unleashed half, I would have been dead, and yet you wish to boast? That would only serve to make me appear formidable in the eyes of others. Is this what 9 years of compulsory education has produced? A boy with such a venomous tongue. You insolent brat. Don't get too cocky. Silence. You prattle too much. I have no desire to listen. Prepare to face your demise. Xiao Yi, unwilling to endure Cui Wuji's threats any longer, strikes. The true Sun Fire blazes fiercely, transforming into a fire dragon that soars toward Cui Wuji. The intense heat radiates, causing the surrounding air temperature to soar. Cui Wuji, already incensed by Xiao Yi's taunts, is further enraged by the interruption. This brat disregards martial ethics, not only using his divine powers to humiliate him, but also speaking in a manner that strikes at his very core. Cui Wuji unleashes the full might of the 7 fiends' body. A massive plume of black mist erupting forth, reducing rocks, soil, and grass to dust as if corroded. The black mist descends, clashing with the true Sun Fire in midair. Believing his Kaiyuan 9th layer strength would easily overpower Xiao Yi, he is shocked to find the black mist disintegrating upon contact with the flames, reduced to nothingness. The 7 fiends' body is utterly countered. This cannot be. Cui Wuji's expression shifts to one of alarm as he hastily retreats. He has practiced the 7 fiends' body for many years and is well aware of its might. While the Pure Yang Fire is also a formidable technique, it should not be so overwhelmingly restraining. What Cui Wuji fails to comprehend is that Xiao Yi's innate divine ability is not merely Pure Yang Fire, but the true Sun Fire, whose power far surpasses that of the former. As an embodiment of ultimate Yang, the true Sun Fire is capable of vanquishing all demons and malevolent entities. The essence of the 7 fiends' body revolves around controlling malevolent souls. How could it possibly contend with the true Sun Fire? With the black mist dispelled, the fire dragon surges forward, barreling toward Cui Wuji. he is struck with terror and hastily employs his agility to evade. Simultaneously, he commands the black bear soul to leap forth, channeling spiritual energy to strike at the fire dragon. Boom! The fire dragon collides with the black bear spirit's chest, engulfing it and reducing it to non-existence. The anguished wails of the malevolent spirit echo across the land. As the malevolent spirit perishes, Cui Wuji suffers a backlash, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Although he narrowly escaped a lethal strike, the loss of a malevolent spirit comes at a steep price. You wretched boy, how utterly loathsome! Cui Wuji glares at Xiao Yi, his eyes bloodshot with rage, overflowing with hatred as if he longs to devour Xiao Yi's flesh and drink his blood. Cui Wuji, is this the extent of your abilities? Previously, the toad croaked loudly. Yet in battle, you are all show and no substance, akin to a 3-second man. Surely you aren't suffering from impotence? Xiao Yi mocks, his spiritual energy surging through his body. The dragon elephant's phantom manifesting once more behind him. Bang! The ground fractures as Xiao Yi bursts forth, appearing before Cui Wuji in an instant, delivering a punch aimed at his head. The dragon elephant bellows, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The true sun fire radiates scorching heat, all converging upon Xiao Yi's fist. Centipede burrow. A centipede-shaped malevolent spirit envelopes Cui Wuji entirely, suddenly diving underground and disappearing from sight. Xiao Yi's punch strikes the earth, causing a thunderous explosion that creates a massive crater. That was Cui Wuji's second malevolent spirit, a centipede essence. You think burrowing underground will save you? Xiao Yi's gaze turns icy as he punches the true sun fire into the ground. The flames follow the centipede's tunnel, rapidly catching up to the fleeing Cui Wuji. With a resounding explosion, the ground erupts as if a volcano has erupted, torrents of fire surging forth, shooting into the sky. A disheveled figure stumbles from the inferno, coughing blood, none other than Cui Wuji. His body is severely burned, bloodied and charred, his protective artifact reduced to ruins. Not only that, but his centipede malevolent spirit has also been slain, significantly weakening his divine abilities. The pure yang fire is indeed terrifying. My protective artifact could withstand a full-force strike from a divine sea realm practitioner, yet it could not endure your flames. Cui Wuji fixes his gaze on Xiao Yi, controlling the werewolf malevolent spirit to possess him, watching as his wounds visibly heal. Werewolves are exceedingly rare within the Great Xia, and it took Cui Wuji considerable effort to locate one, seeking the beast's regenerative abilities to enhance his survival prospects. Yet in the face of Xiao Yi, Cui Wuji dares not lower his guard. The werewolf's regenerative capability does not equate to immortality. Relying solely on this, he may not escape death. Xiao Yi, our conflict is not one of deep-seated hatred. Why not end it here? Cui Wuji concedes, acknowledging that sending someone to hunt Xiao Yi was an error on his part and offering compensation. 100 million in cash, along with a third-tier artifact and 2 rare treasures, totaling no less than 300 million. What do you think? I find it utterly unacceptable. Xiao Yi strides forward, deeming 300 million a paltry sum for his life. How about this? You kneel and bow 10 times, then call me Father 10 times, and I may consider sparing your life. Very well, I shall bow. As long as you spare me, I will comply with any demand. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Wuji kneels and begins to bow. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of 10 bows resonates in the air, followed by 10 shouts of Father. Xiao Yi stands dumbfounded, astonished that Cui Wuji would so readily forsake his dignity for the sake of survival. Without a hint of hesitation, he bows and calls out, "Where has his pride as a dark cultivator gone? Where is the dignity of the chairman, the face of a Kaiyuan realm expert? Surely, at this moment, he ought to assert his identity and invoke the name of his divine sea realm father to threaten Xiao Yi, claiming that if Xiao Yi dared to kill him, his father would not let him go. Show some of your former fierceness. Why are you so quick to concede? This is unbecoming of your status. The script was set, yet you refuse to adhere to it in ancient times, the king of you. Go Jian endured hardship and bitterness, leading 3,000 you soldiers to conquer Wu. Though survive, you endure such humiliation, revealing your resilient character. You shall surely return with vengeance. Such cunning and treachery cannot be allowed to live." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Yi's killing intent surges forth as he strikes with thunderous fury. Cui Wuji, panicking, evades while shouting that Xiao Yi is shameless, He has offered compensation, bowed his head, and even called him father. Yet Xiao Yi still refuses to spare him, accusing him of being treacherous. Who, indeed, is so insidious and cunning? The youth of today exhibit a lack of martial virtue. Their treachery is truly disheartening. Amidst the sorrow in Cui Wuji's heart, his anger only deepens. Chapter 28. The plunder of spoils, with savings exceeding 600 million. He has finally struck it rich. Xiao Yi, are you truly prepared to go down with me? I shall fight you to the bitter end. 5 spirits blood sacrifice. Cui Wuji roared, as dark mist surged around him. 5 howling shadows simultaneously soared into the sky, ultimately plunging into Cui Wuji's body. Before long, Cui Wuji's physique expanded at a visible pace. 2 bull horns sprouted from his forehead. 6 spider legs emerged from his back. A tiger's tail grew from his rear. White patterns appeared upon his skin, and venomous fangs formed in his mouth. Aside from the fallen bear demon and centipede, the other 5 fierce souls manifesting within Cui Wuji were the golden bull, black widow spider, white tiger, king snake, and werewolf. At this moment, the 5 spirits blood sacrifice bestowed all its power upon Cui Wuji, augmenting his strength to a level comparable to that of the first stage of the divine sea realm. Little beast, meet your demise. Cui Wuji soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of wind blades towards Xiao Yi. Unmistakably the white tiger's innate divine ability. Xiao Yi pointed a finger, and flames erupted, swirling into a dragon, annihilating all the wind blades. In an instant, Cui Wuji appeared behind Xiao Yi, his 6 spider legs darting forth like long spears, targeting Xiao Yi's vital points from all directions. Xiao Yi struck with lightning speed, the phantom of a dragon elephant roaring forth, unleashing tremendous force that severed all 6 spider legs, blood and flesh scattering. Cui Wuji howled in agony, swinging his fist towards Xiao Yi's head. The force of his punch shattered the air, producing a deafening sonic boom, his speed unparalleled. Dark mist converged from all directions, seeking to corrode and devour Xiao Yi. Unfazed, Xiao Yi summoned the sun's true fire to shield himself. The dark mist could not harm him in the slightest. The dragon elephant breathing technique reached its zenith, his punch cleaved through the mountain, unstoppable. When their fists collided, a resounding crack echoed as Cui Wuji's arm exploded, blood and flesh flying. This single punch obliterated Cui Wuji's hand and entire arm into a grotesque mass. Cui Wuji cried out in torment, his form continuously retreating, yet he could not escape Xiao Yi's grasp no matter how potent the 5 spirits' blood sacrifice or how many fierce souls he possessed. They paled in comparison to Xiao Yi's dragon elephant. Utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow, Xiao Yi soared into the air, the phantom of the dragon elephant materializing behind him. Roaring to the heavens, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual power surged forth. Akin to a raging river, the sun's true fire blazed fiercely, transforming into a burning dragon elephant that crashed into Cui Wuji's chest. Boom! Half of Cui Wuji's body erupted, his blood splattering across a distance of several meters. His innards exposed and still twitching, a common person would have perished 100 times over from such injuries. Yet, Cui Wuji remained alive, his body convulsing in agony. The 5 spirits' blood sacrifice endowed him with a vitality beyond that of ordinary beings. Coupled with the werewolf's regenerative abilities, barely sustaining his last breath, "Spare my life, I surrender. I will confess everything. Please, do not kill me." Cui Wuji lay amidst the pool of blood, his consciousness fading, repeatedly begging for mercy. He was genuinely terrified of death. His earlier groveling and cries for paternal acknowledgement were not mere acts. Xiao Yi turned a deaf ear, feigning ignorance, raising his fiery fist towards Cui Wuji's head. "Now you seek mercy, yet when you practiced your malevolent arts, why did you not show compassion to those who begged for their lives?" Begging for mercy? A toad wishing to marry a swan cannot expect to avoid a dowry. There is no such thing as an easy bargain. In despair, Cui Wuji let out a heart-wrenching scream, asserting that the Security Bureau had regulations against killing surrendering criminals. "Xiao Yi, I curse you." Bang. Xiao Yi's fist struck mercilessly, obliterating Cui Wuji's cranium. The sun's true fire spread, incinerating Cui Wuji's corpse to ashes. Following that, a thorough obliteration of his remains ensued, the ashes scattering with the wind to nourish the earth. The weeds in this land would undoubtedly flourish abundantly in the coming year. Cui Wuji died with his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend why, despite his surrender, Xiao Yi would seek to eradicate him utterly. Where did such a murderous intent stem from? It was the first time Cui Wuji encountered a security bureau investigator as bloodthirsty and brutal as Xiao Yi. As for the rule against killing surrendering individuals, Xiao Yi nearly burst into laughter. That broken rule was for those who wished to adhere to it. He had no intention of complying. For a scoundrel like Cui Wuji, having the opportunity to end his life was not to be missed. Killing Cui Wuji was not the end. Xiao Yi invoked the spirit of the tiger to summon Cui Wuji's soul, transforming it into a wraith. Did he not claim he would confess everything? The living Cui Wuji might have lied, but the deceased Cui Wuji would undoubtedly speak without reservation. Was this not more effective than torture? I pay my respects, master. The wraith of Cui Wuji knelt at Xiao Yi's feet, bowing respectfully. Instead of interrogating Cui Wuji about his crimes, Xiao Yi inquired directly about his father's whereabouts. Do you know where your father is? Cui Wuji shook his head. I do not know. We usually communicate by phone. His ambitions are too grand. He dares not appear casually in Shuiyun City. Cui Wuji's father, Cui Jinghong, was one of the elders of the Kunying Hall, a practitioner of the Divine Sea's dark arts, and had long since made it onto the Security Bureau's wanted list. A slight leak of his whereabouts would result in overwhelming pursuit from the Security Bureau. Thus his movements remained shrouded in secrecy, even from his own Soan. Is there any way to locate him? No, he must seek me out. I cannot find him. What a pity. Xiao Yi expressed a hint of regret. If he could find Cui Jinghong, Xiao Yi would be able to eliminate future threats entirely. Assisting in capturing an elder of the Kunying Hall would undoubtedly earn him considerable merit, along with a substantial reward and points. Now, let us discuss your inheritance. Aside from company assets, how much do you possess in private assets? Tell me your bank account and password, and where you have hidden your treasures. The bank account and password are? As for the treasures, they are in my private villa. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's eyes brightened. He finally had a lead. Cui Wuji was the chairman of the Jinghong Entertainment Company. Once apprehended, the Security Bureau would inevitably seize his assets and freeze his funds. Managing the company's assets would be troublesome, laden with bureaucratic procedures, which Xiao Yi had no right to appropriate. However, his private property would count as his spoils of war, ripe for his disposal. After logging into Cui Wuji's bank account, the deposits amounted to a staggering 460 million, transferring it all to his own account. Xiao Yi's total savings reached 610 million, finally sufficient to purchase magical artifacts. Subsequently, Xiao Yi drove to Cui Wuji's private villa. The villa was guarded by Cui Wuji's subordinates. Xiao Yi infiltrated the premises using his ghostly shadow technique, effortlessly snapping the necks of everyone present before arriving at Cui Wuji's secret chamber. Upon entering the password, Xiao Yi discovered the treasures left behind by Cui Wuji. These so-called treasures consisted of various secret techniques, magical artifacts, precious materials, and rare spiritual herbs. Xiao Yi perused the secret techniques, all of which were dark arts. There were methods of controlling insects using human blood, techniques for harvesting yin to replenish yang, and methods for commanding spirits at this point. Xiao Yi could roughly ascertain that Cui Wuji was the mastermind behind the manipulation of Lu Jingxian for the nefarious practice of harvesting yin. A stroke of fortune, indeed. Chapter 29. The Divine Technique of the Candle Dragons EYE. In addition to these dark arts, Xiao Yi also discovered an improved version of the Seven Fiends gathering body technique that Cui Wuji had been cultivating. The original text detailed the cultivation of the Seven Fiends gathering body extensively, and its sinister nature ignited a fire within Xiao Yi's heart. These dark arts held no interest for him. Akin to refuse, what truly captivated him were the rare materials. Within the secret chamber, Xiao Yi found Ziluo Tianxiang grass, Sanjiang Huanhuan grass, Bishilingji, and Chongqing Shiru among the rare materials. A quick search revealed that these were all exceedingly precious spiritual herbs. Ziluo Tianxiang grass and Bishilingji were renowned for expanding one's dantian and replenishing spiritual power. Chongqing Shiru was a spiritual herb that honed the physical body, aiding in the cultivation of techniques such as the dragon-elephant breathing method. As for Sanjiang Huanhuan grass, it nurtured the soul, enhancing spiritual strength. Additionally, there were two level 2 magical artifacts, a bell and a whip, both emanating a sinister aura, suitable for dark practitioners. Xiao Yi had no use for them and could take them back to the Security Bureau for disposal. The combined value of these rare materials and magical artifacts exceeded 80 million. With the 460 million in his bank account, His total haul surpassed 540 million. To earn money, one must indeed target the affluent. After incinerating all the dark arts and collecting the treasures, as he retrieved the magical artifacts, Xiaoyi suddenly noticed a bead resting on a nearby shelf. The bead was entirely black, devoid of any blemish. Reminiscent of the market's ink jade. What is this? Xiaoyi reached for the bead, and the moment he touched it, the mysterious pearl within his consciousness radiated golden light. This was the first time the mysterious pearl had reacted so intensely. A treasure! Xiaoyi concluded that this black jade bead must be a precious artifact. Golden light surged forth, enveloping the black jade, causing the dark exterior to gradually fade, revealing a pure white hue. Though at its center, concentric rings of black pupils emerged. This black jade bead was, astonishingly, an eye boom. The instant their gazes locked, Xiaoyi's soul felt as though it was being drawn from his body. His consciousness suspended. Within his mind, the mysterious pearl shone with golden light, beginning to evolve a divine technique. Xiaoyi beheld a fearsome creature, a serpent-bodied demon with a human visage, standing amidst the desolate wilderness. The demon's body was crimson, adorned with scales, emanating an aura of boundless ferocity. Its eyes held an indescribable power. When closed, darkness enveloped the world. When opened, light returned to the realm nigh in the wilderness. A colossal four-legged demon charged forth. Its size akin to a mountain, causing the ground to fissure and rivers to run dry. The serpent-bodied demon cast a glance at the four-legged beast, and golden light shot forth from its pupils. Piercing through the creature's form, the four-legged great demon let out a mournful wail, succumbing to death, its carcass transforming into mountains that nourish the earth. Boom! In the outside world, Xiaoyi's consciousness returned to reality. Finally awakening, however, the mystical powers evolved from the enigmatic orb were etched deep within his memory. Lingering persistently, a golden halo flickered momentarily in the depths of Xiaoyi's pupils, the eye of Zhulong. Xiaoyi, belatedly realizing, understood that with the aid of the mysterious orb, he had once again mastered a divine ability. The ancient text of the Shan Haijing states, beyond the Northwest Sea, north of the Redwater, lies the Jiangwei Mountain. There resides a deity with a human face and a serpent's body, entirely crimson. Its eyes are vertically slit. When closed, darkness envelopes the world. When opened, it brings forth light. It neither eats nor sleeps. Nor does it breathe, yet it can summon wind and rain. It illuminates the shadowy realms. This is the great demon Zhulong translated. It speaks of an ancient era, outside the Northwest Sea, north of the Redwater, where a mountain named Jiangwei stands. Upon this mountain lives a deity, possessing a human-like visage and a serpent-like form, radiant in red. Its eyes, sharp and elongated, bring forth night when closed and day when opened. It requires no sustenance nor slumber, and commands the elements. It can illuminate the void. This is the great demon Zhulong. The eye of Zhulong that Xiaoyi had acquired was a divine technique created by ancient cultivators based on the essence of the great demon Zhulong. After mastering it, Xiaoyi's vision was endowed with extraordinary capabilities. One such ability was X-ray vision. As he glanced around, gathering spiritual energy in his pupils to activate the eye of Zhulong. His gaze pierced through walls, revealing the scenes beyond. Even an ant 1,000 meters away was visible to him in all its detail. This was X-ray vision, accompanied by a significant enhancement in sight. Almost beyond human comprehension. In addition to X-ray vision, the eye of Zhulong possessed other formidable abilities, allowing the observation of people and objects, and in combat, its power was equally impressive, with the simplest form being the ability to kill with a glance. Did this imply that in the future, he could simply glare at someone and bring about their demise? Xiaoyi felt a surge of excitement, yet simultaneously confusion gnawed at him. Why did the mysterious orb react to this eye? And why did it harbor the divine technique of the eye of Zhulong? Had its previous owner once cultivated this technique? After death, how could merely an eyeball still wield such power? What level of prowess had its former owner achieved in life? Xiaoyi summoned the specter of Cui Wuji, inquiring about these matters. Unfortunately, Cui Wuji was equally in the dark. He had obtained the eyeball during a mission. Initially believing it to be an unknown precious material, indestructible and impervious to fire, planning to keep it for crafting a magical artifact. The divine object was shrouded in mystery, before reverting to its form as an eye. It was pitch black, and Chui Wuji had no inkling that it was an eye, let alone that it contained a divine technique. With no answers forthcoming, Xiao Yi had no choice but to dismiss Chui Wuji and then took out his phone to search for information on the Eye of Zhu Long via the Security Bureau app, only to be met with a pop-up notification. Dear Level 1 Investigator, your permissions are insufficient to view this information. Upon reading this, Xiao Yi quickly grasped that the Eye of Zhu Long was undoubtedly a powerful divine technique, potentially entwined with hidden secrets accessible only to high-ranking investigators. Was this a stroke of luck for him? Xiao Yi belatedly recognized that through a fortuitous twist of fate, he had acquired a significant opportunity. The Eye of Zhu Long, a divine technique of immense power, had seemingly been acquired without any cost to him. It is said that those with great fortune are blessed by heaven and earth, able to turn misfortune into good fortune and even stumble upon treasures along their path. The more he pondered, the more Xiao Yi felt he was indeed one of those fortunate individuals. Good fortune seemed to abound. Relentless in its arrival, Xiao Yi carefully stored the eyeball, recognizing it as anything but ordinary, for it might prove invaluable in the future and thus required safeguarding. After thoroughly scouring the villa for treasures, Xiao Yi called his team leader, Shui Yong. Hello, who is this? Shui Yong's voice came through, somewhat somber. It's me, team leader, Xiao Yi. I have a significant matter to report. Are you aware of Chui Wuji, the chairman of Jingheng Entertainment? He is a rogue cultivator, notorious for his myriad crimes and blood debts. I have eliminated him. Following this, Xiao Yi recounted the entire sequence of events to Shui Yong, including the great demon Baihu, the assassination attempt by the Yin-Yang Elder Ghost, and the subsequent developments, while also sending Shui Yong the recorded confession of the Yin-Yang Elder Ghost and the footage of Chui Wuji employing the 7-kill body technique. All these occurrences had been captured by the battle recorder, providing irrefutable evidence. Chapter 30. Killing rogue cultivators like slaughtering chickens and dogs, simply ruthless. Understood. I will dispatch personnel to handle it immediately. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters. Shui Yong hung up the phone, opening the videos sent by Xiao Yi, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. The Yin-Yang Elder Ghost was on the Security Bureau's wanted list for rogue cultivators. Both being at the 7th level of Opening Yuan, proficient in ghost-controlling techniques, their strength quite formidable. Yet, against Xiao Yi, they had been reduced to mere children, the disparity in combat prowess glaringly apparent. Chui Wuji was even more shocking to Shui Yong. Possessing the strength of the 9th level of Opening Yuan, he had cultivated the 7-kill body technique, bearing 7 ferocious souls at the Opening Yuan level. After a blood sacrifice, he had already reached the threshold of the Divine Sea level. There were fewer than 5 Level 2 investigators in the city's Security Bureau capable of subduing Chui Wuji. Yet, even such a formidable foe was no match for Xiao Yi, who left him severely injured. Even when brought to his knees, pleading for mercy, he was nonetheless slain, his remains reduced to ashes, a fate most tragic. Teske, the youth of today are truly decisive in their methods, employing ruthless tactics. Indeed, one should not indulge in too many fantasy novels online, for they often speak of cutting down roots and reducing foes to ashes. One might think that our great Xia kingdom is overrun with rogue cultivators. As Shui Yong privately pondered Xiao Yi's brutal methods. He couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary prowess. It had been merely a few days since Xiao Yi awakened his innate divine abilities and became a cultivator. Not even a week had passed. While others were still diligently striving to master their first divine technique, gradually accumulating spiritual energy, Xiao Yi was already seasoned, battling beyond his rank as if it were as effortless as eating or drinking. Killing those at the Opening Yuan level while merely at the Gathering Spirit level was akin to slaughtering chickens. Upon breaking through to the Opening Yuan level, he treated even the late-stage Opening Yuan opponents as mere dogs to be dispatched, utterly unreasonable. Observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy when Xiao Yi struck, his level appeared to be at least the 7th level of Opening Yuan, and indeed, the power of his pure yang fire never failed to impress. The Security Bureau had finally welcomed an unparalleled genius. Given time, he would surely become a pillar of the Bureau and a steadfast bulwark for the great Xia Kingdom. Such rapid advancement to the 7th level of Opening Yuan meant that the 9th level was surely within reach. And with Xiao Yi's innate talent, he would undoubtedly break through the bottleneck of the Divine Sea level with ease. Thinking of all this, Shui Yong's spirits soared, and he couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Investigators outside the office exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by their usually stoic leader's uncharacteristic demeanor. Shui Yong, Known as the cold-faced executioner, rarely displayed a smile, and the few times he did were when welcoming new recruits. This resounding laughter was a first for them. Soon, Shui Yong's orders were issued, and the relevant departments of the Security Bureau swiftly acted, sealing all assets of Jinghong Entertainment and freezing the company's funds. The turn of events was so abrupt that when the Security Bureau investigators stormed into Jinghong Entertainment, the employees were utterly bewildered, having no inkling of what had transpired. The entire company was locked down, relevant personnel detained, and all of Cui Wuji's underlings apprehended, while the uninformed celebrities were taken away for questioning. Given the involvement of a 9th-level opening Yuanro cultivator, no suspicious individual could be overlooked. Under the ironclad grip of the Security Bureau, the 50 billion yuan valued Jinghong Entertainment crumbled in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Those who had invested in Jinghong Entertainment lost everything, their despair so profound they wished to collide with walls in agony. Because it was an entertainment company, the incident sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry, with a flurry of rumors, both true and false, spreading like wildfire online. Some speculated that Chairman Cui Wuji was implicated in running an illegal gambling operation and had connections with foreign fraud organizations, with the stars and the company supposedly involved, hence their arrest for questioning. Others claimed Cui Wuji was guilty of tax evasion, leading to the company's closure. Rival companies seized the opportunity to fan the flames, mercilessly attacking a sinking ship. This was a golden chance to utterly destroy Jinghong Entertainment, a chance not to be missed. Artists with grievances against the company began to lash out, employing online armies to exacerbate the situation. It must be said, these celebrities, while appearing glamorous on the surface, become far more ruthless when interests are at stake, employing every dirty trick imaginable, their skills in slandering and spreading rumors reaching an artful level. A multitude of fervent fans rallied online to support their idols, vowing unwavering loyalty and belief in them no matter the circumstances. Meanwhile, rival fans escalated the conflict as both sides clashed online, igniting a war that spread across major platforms, generating countless trending topics. Some fervent fans even went so far as to publicly declare their intention to go on hunger strikes, quit school, or even renounce their citizenship if their idols were not released immediately. Such statements were astonishing, leaving many netizens in disbelief. However, these fervent fans soon faced a backlash from countless internet users, dragging the celebrities they supported into disrepute, their reputations utterly tarnished. The scandal revolved around Cui Wuji, who had little connection with those stars. Had they simply bided their time, the situation would have resolved itself in a few days. Yet, the fervent fans' uproar led to the downfall of those stars, ruining their careers. When the celebrities were released days later and learned of the news, each was left in tears, utterly disillusioned. I truly thank you, you fervent fans. While you couldn't help, you sure know how to drag us down. As the online disputes escalated, the authorities finally issued an official statement, effectively quelling the flames of conflict. The announcement revealed a plethora of transgressions committed by the Jinghong Entertainment Company and the notorious Cui Wuji, including tax evasion, bribery, embezzlement of public funds, the existence of dual contracts, the degradation of women, and even contract killing and acting as a foreign spy to relay sensitive information. Although the crimes related to Cui Wuji's cultivation practices could not be disclosed, the sheer gravity of the aforementioned offenses was sufficient to warrant his demise 100 times over. Upon the release of the official statement, the online debates came to an abrupt halt. With all accusations directed squarely at Cui Wuji, his tax evasion and bribery incited widespread outrage among the populace, while his misogynistic behavior angered the community of young women. Not to mention the heinous acts of contract killing and espionage, which crossed the line for every citizen of the Great Xia. Regardless of the circumstances, betraying one's country is an unforgivable sin. Even the most marginalized individuals would not offer forgiveness in an instant. Cui Wuji became the quintessential traitor of the modern age, facing the ire of countless netizens. A significant number of individuals online demanded that the authorities execute Cui Wuji in the most excruciating manner, leaving no peace for him in death. The common folk remained oblivious to the finer details, with only a select few understanding the true nature of the events as they unfolded. The righteous applauded, while those hidden in the shadows of malevolence seethed at the Security Bureau, now acutely aware of its formidable power. If someone of Cui Wuji's stature could be so easily dismantled, what hope did they have? In the following period, the crime rate among the dark practitioners in Shuiyun City plummeted dramatically, Chapter 31. Making a name in Shuiyun City, unrivaled in the realm of Divine Sea, in a certain estate within the Great Xia. An elderly man with hair half white and half black was engrossed in the news online. Upon learning that Cui Wuji had been apprehended and brought to justice, he clenched his fists, his pupils flashing with a deadly glint. This man was none other than Cui Wuji's father, Cui Jinghong, one of the elders of the Divine Sea in the Hall of Heroes. Old Mo, Cui Jinghong called out. An elderly hunchbacked man entered. Respectfully addressing him as master, immediately gather a team and head to Shuiyun City. We must uncover the mastermind behind this operation and ascertain who was responsible for my son's death. Once the facts are established, do not act hastily. Await my command. Yes, master, Old Mo replied, bowing before departing. Cui Jinghong's expression fluctuated between stormy and calm as he surveyed the news online, his murderous intent simmering just beneath the surface. Yet he forcefully suppressed it. The loss of his son, a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one, naturally spurred Cui Jinghong's desire for vengeance, but he was wary of acting impulsively. He understood that his aspirations surpassed those of his son. Cui Wuji had managed to conceal his misdeeds, enabling him to thrive in Shuiyun City for an extended period. However, he was already on the Security Bureau's wanted list. Should he dare to show himself? The agents would descend upon him like sharks smelling blood, tearing him to shreds. With Cui Wuji's demise, the Security Bureau would undoubtedly be on high alert, anticipating Cui Jinghong's retaliation. If he dared to venture into Shuiyun City, evasion from the Bureau would be impossible. Presently, Shuiyun City resembled a trap. Any attempt to enter would lead to certain death. Thus, Cui Jinghong chose to suppress his murderous rage for the time being, planning to bide his time until the uproar subsided before seeking vengeance. For now, he would dispatch his subordinates to ascertain the events leading up to this calamity. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. Though I may not be a gentleman, I possess ample patience. Wuji, tread slowly on your journey to the underworld. It won't be long before I send those who wronged you to accompany you. Cui Jinghong closed the news, the light casting his shadow on the wall. Within that shadow, pairs of blood-red eyes materialized, accompanied by eerie howls, creating a scene both strange and terrifying. Xiaoyi returned to the Security Bureau, where Lu Ziang immediately approached him. Brother Xiao, I've heard of your remarkable exploits. You discreetly accomplished a significant feat during your outing, truly admirable, Lu Ziang exclaimed. It's a pity I wasn't there with you. I could have shared in the glory. Xiaoyi smirked. Are you certain you want to accompany me? The assassins I encountered on the road were both at the late stage of the opening Yuan realm. Do you really wish to test their mettle? Or do you want to join me in eliminating Cui Wuji? No, I was just joking, Lu Ziang replied awkwardly. While he could boast grandly, facing off against opening Yuan realm dark practitioners would undoubtedly be a liability. Should he fall victim to an attack, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. Lu Ziang felt fortunate that Cui Wuji had not sent assassins after him. Otherwise, his life would have been in peril. It was worth noting that when Cui Wuji was investigating individuals, he had come across Xiao Yi and Lu Ziang alike. However, Lu Ziang was conspicuously inconsequential in Cui Wuji's eyes. He was merely an afterthought, with Xiao Yi being the primary target. Cui Wuji's plan to eliminate Xiao Yi first and then dispose of Lu Ziang had backfired spectacularly, resulting in his stronghold being dismantled and his subordinates annihilated. I must say, this was truly perilous. Who would have thought the mastermind behind the White Tiger Demon would be Cui Wuji? Lu Ziang remarked, somewhat shaken. This scoundrel has expertly disguised himself online, masquerading as a philanthropist while a dark practitioner at heart, a toad pretending to be a frog, so much so that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Thank goodness you achieved a breakthrough in your realm. Otherwise, you would have been in real danger. Lu Ziang added. Xiao Yi, hands in pockets, replied nonchalantly, of course, those who dare provoke me will be reduced to ashes. He is a classic case of reaping what he sows, destined to perish at my hands. Look, he and his White Tiger Demon have been dealt with in tandem, haven't they? Indeed, but after accomplishing such a monumental task, we must celebrate accordingly, Lu Ziang proposed. Shall we head to Shenghong Club? IVE reserve the venue. I heard a few foreign language instructors have recently arrived. We could learn some languages. It would be advantageous if we ever find ourselves on a mission abroad. Xiaoyi regarded Lu Ziang with a hint of admiration. Tio framed something as mundane as a foot massage in such grandiose terms. You truly are a genius. As Xiao Yi and Lu Ziang conversed while walking. All the investigators they passed gazed at them intently. Naturally, the primary focus was on Xiao Yi. Male investigators looked upon him with admiration and awe, while female investigators regarded him with longing, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves. As if they wished to devour him whole, a few audacious female investigators even drooled at the sight. The news regarding Cui Wuji had spread throughout the Security Bureau, and now everyone was aware that Xiao Yi had accomplished yet another significant feat, single-handedly eliminating the Yinyang Ghost Elder and 3 opening Yuan Realm Dark Practitioners. He had dismantled the Hall of Heroes infiltration in Shuiyun City, a truly astonishing achievement. Look, there's Xiao Yi. Isn't he incredibly handsome? Indeed, he is even more striking in person than in photographs. Wow, I must admit, I'm smitten. Feeling smitten is one thing, but one must tread carefully in action. I've heard some rumors about Xiao Yi. He has quite the reputation for being a heartbreaker. Hasn't he kept a girlfriend since high school, changing partners faster than one changes clothes? What does that matter? Attractive individuals are always in demand. Besides, if I could sleep with him even once, it would be worth it. If I could manage a few more encounters, I would truly strike gold. It's gotta be Fire Sister. She's just so fierce. In this day and age, individuals with both looks and strength are exceedingly rare, and encountering one like Xiao Yi naturally compels one to seize the opportunity. Enough talk. I'm going to get his contact information. Fire Sister, be sure to share it with me later. The female investigator, influenced by her innate charm, focused more on Xiao Yi's appearance, while the male investigators were more concerned with his prowess. They had heard tales of Xiao Yi's brutal nature. No dark practitioner who fell to him was left whole. His method of killing is gruesome. He may appear like a pretty boy, but he is as ruthless as they come. Not only is he ruthless, but you all know that Xiao Yi's innate divine power is the pure yang flame, right? After dismembering his victims, he reduces them to ashes. Reducing to ashes? Is he truly that merciless? Indeed, according to Lu Ziang, the first seductress to die at Xiao Yi's hands had her ashes flushed down the toilet. Hiss! What a ruthless individual! The crowd gasped in astonishment, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They were fortunate he was an investigator of the Security Bureau. For had he been a dark practitioner, the consequences would have been dire. The act of killing followed by scattering ashes was a cruelty surpassing even that of dark practitioners. As the news of Xiao Yi's exploit spread, a sense of reverence began to take root among his peers. In summary, Xiao Yi had successfully carved out a name for himself in the circle of practitioners in Shuiyun City by stepping over the ashes of the Yinyang Ghost Elder and Cui Wuji. Some referred to him as the Fierce Flame Monarch, while others dubbed him the Ash-Scattering Sage. While ordinary citizens remained unaware of Xiao Yi's esteemed reputation, the practitioners of Shuiyun City regarded him as an individual not to be trifled with. As long as he remained within the realm of Divine Sea, Xiao Yi was, for all intents and purposes, invincible, with scarcely any rivals. Chapter 32. I am a genius. Is it not reasonable for my realm to break through rapidly? Upon returning to the Security Bureau, Xiao Yi was summoned for a meeting with the Bureau's higher-ups, who sought a detailed account of the event's intricacies. Although video evidence corroborated his claims, certain details still needed clarification. After all, Cui Wuji was no mere fly. He was entangled with the Hall of Heroes, and every detail, every thread, must be meticulously examined. In Shuiyang's office, 2 investigators scrutinized Xiao Yi. Are you saying that you encountered assassins on the road, captured them alive, and coerced them into revealing that Cui Wuji was the mastermind behind it all, and then you proceeded to confront him? Indeed, Xiao Yi affirmed with a nod. Upon discovering that Cui Wuji was the mastermind behind it all, why did you choose not to report to your superiors? Instead, you opted for independent action, unafraid of alarming the enemy? Furthermore, considering that Cui Wuji's prowess surpasses yours, how can you be so confident in your ability to confront him? Are you not apprehensive of potential failure? The records indicate that you have been a practitioner for less than a week. How is it that your strength has escalated so rapidly? Xiao Yi, with an air of calm, replied, It is quite simple. I am a genius. It is entirely reasonable for a genius to advance at an astonishing pace. Is it not? Awakening as a 9th-level spirit-gathering practitioner and breaking through to the 7th level of open origin within a week is perfectly plausible, I believe. The 2 investigators exchanged bewildered glances. Reasonable? Really? They yearned to exclaim how utterly unreasonable it was. Who, among practitioners, could possibly ascend through levels as effortlessly as Xiao Yi, akin to eating and drinking? Do you not feel the slightest embarrassment in making such claims? While it is true that what you say reflects reality, could you not exhibit a modicum of humility? The traditional virtue of our great Xia citizens is humility, after all. Observing Xiao Yi's unflappable demeanor, they felt an inexplicable urge to strike him. Does your family know how adept you are at boasting? Xiao Yi continued. As for my decision to act alone, it is simply due to my confidence in my own abilities. So what if his level is higher than mine? The realm of Yinyang Ghost Elder also exceeds mine, yet even they could not withstand a single strike from me. Although Cui Wuji is at the 9th level of open origin, he is ultimately just a trivial figure, of no consequence whatsoever. Given that our security bureau is short-staffed, why should we expend resources on such a minor character? It is far more efficient for me to handle him alone. You see, the mission has been successfully completed. Xiao Yi spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet the two investigators felt an overwhelming sense of arrogance emanating from him. How could Cui Wuji, at the 9th level of open origin, be dismissed so casually as a mere trifling character? If Cui Wuji is insignificant, then what does that make them? The 9th level of open origin is already considered a rare and formidable level of cultivation. Is it not? Do you believe that entering the open origin realm is as easy as acquiring cabbage? Had they not been unable to best Xiao Yi, the two investigators might have lost their composure and acted against him. The deceased Cui Wuji was once again subjected to scorn, reduced to a mere trifling figure. Cui Wuji would snarl, "You are lofty, you are remarkable, you are impressive, while I am but a trifling character. How infuriating." At this point, there was little left to inquire about, yet one investigator could not resist asking. We discovered that the secret chamber in Cui Wuji's villa had been opened prematurely, and the treasures within have vanished. Do you have any insight into this matter? The investigator fixed a piercing gaze on Xiao Yi, who replied with solemnity, perhaps one of Cui Wuji's subordinates betrayed him and absconded with the treasures. These wicked practitioners are all scoundrels who would kill without a second thought. Stealing is hardly a stretch for them. Wouldn't you agree? The two investigators rolled their eyes in disbelief. Could they really say otherwise? If Cui Wuji's subordinates had dared to betray him, they would not have all perished within the villa. It was evident to any discerning eye that Xiao Yi had taken all the treasures in advance. Yet such actions were within the bounds of regulation, leaving them with little recourse. One investigator cautiously advised Xiao Yi, "It is acceptable for you to take away treasures or spirit herbs, but if there are any malevolent items, such as the sinister techniques or methods Cui Wuji practiced, or things like poisonous insects, you must not deal with them on your own. They must be submitted to the Security Bureau. Such dark arts must not be allowed to circulate, for the consequences of doing so could be severe." Xiao Yi smiled and nodded, assuring them, "Rest assured, I guarantee there are no malevolent items. They have all been reduced to ashes." The two investigators exchanged wry smiles. Had he not just claimed that the treasures were stolen by Cui Wuji's subordinates? How did it now morph into being burned to ashes at his hands? To speak such blatant falsehoods without a hint of shame left the investigators genuinely impressed. After the meeting concluded, Xiao Yi could not resist Lu Ziyang's persistent coaxing and accompanied him to the Shanghang Club. Lu Ziyang's repeated invitations to indulge in foot baths made it somewhat awkward for Xiao Yi to decline every time. So he reluctantly agreed. One cannot refuse such warm hospitality. The Shanghang Club was indeed lavishly decorated, and the technicians possessed remarkable skills. Their talents ranged from singing to dancing, excelling in a myriad of arts. Xiao Yi was introduced to the so-called foreign language teachers, all of whom were D and E level practitioners, which was quite an eye-opener. No wonder Lu Ziyang was so enamored. The foreign language teachers possessed commendable skills, yet their foreign language proficiency left much to be desired, much to Xiao Yi's dissatisfaction. As a graduate from a prestigious university with excellent language skills, Xiao Yi kindly offered to teach them. After all, being a top student, he could not help but share his knowledge with those less adept. Under Xiao Yi's meticulous guidance, the foreign language teachers made tremendous progress, deeply admiring his capabilities. The following day, a rejuvenated Xiao Yi, brimming with energy, returned to the Security Bureau, dragging along a fatigued Lu Ziyang, who bore dark circles under his eyes. It seemed that this fellow was merely skilled at boasting. When it came to real combat, his abilities were rather ordinary. Once back in his room, Xiao Yi resumed his cultivation in seclusion. He laid out the spirit herbs he had confiscated from Cui Wuji's villa upon his bed and began to practice the dragon elephant breathing technique. He chewed on the purple Jitian fragrant grass and the water-repelling spirit mushroom, crushing and swallowing them. The true sunfire began to refine the herbs, which instantly transformed into pure spiritual energy that surged into his Dantian space. The Dantian space, initially measuring 80 zhang, expanded further under the onslaught of spiritual energy. 85 zhang, 90 zhang, 95 zhang, and finally 100 zhang. The spiritual energy cascaded like rain, filling the Dantian space, and Xiao Yi's cultivation officially broke through to the 9th level of open origin. Once the Dantian space reached 100 zhang, the spiritual energy battered against its walls, eager to expand further. However, the Dantian space was now incredibly stable, and the energy's attempts to breach were in vain. This phenomenon is what one refers to as a bottleneck.to transition from the 9th level of open origin to the 1st level of the Divine Sea. One must expand the Dantian space from 100 zhang to 200 zhang. This process demands an immense amount of spiritual energy, far exceeding that required for a breakthrough from the 1st level of spirit gathering to the 9th level of open origin. Although the purple Jitian fragrant grass and water-repelling spirit mushroom he consumed were exceedingly precious, the spiritual energy they contained was evidently insufficient. After filling his Dantian space with spiritual energy, Xiao Yi's cultivation stabilized. He then consumed a piece of evergreen stone milk, directing the spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body. Chapter 33, 690 million in savings, 1,500 points, wealth surges unprecedentedly. Under the nourishing effects of the evergreen stone milk, Xiao Yi's physique began to evolve, with each cell within his body rapidly dividing. Old cells were eliminated while new ones emerged. With his eyes tightly shut, Xiao Yi's breathing fell into a rhythmic pattern, his chest rising and falling, the sound of his heartbeat resonating like a drum. Spiritual energy converged from all directions, resonating with the energy within Xiao Yi, forming a colossal dragon and elephant phantom behind him. The evergreen stone milk served to refine the body and strengthen the physique, enhancing the practice of the dragon elephant breathing technique. With the aid of the evergreen stone milk, Xiao Yi's strength surged, and his mastery of the dragon elephant breathing technique advanced further. Each punch he threw was akin to a mountain. With every breath, it felt as though a dragon and elephant were exhaling, unleashing an immense force with a casual flick of his wrist. Now, Xiao Yi's physical strength was comparable to that of a second-level advanced artifact. Ordinary attacks could hardly harm him, and he could shatter typical second-level artifacts with a single punch. As he opened his eyes to gaze out the window, he noticed that night had fallen. Time always seemed to pass swiftly when one was engrossed in cultivation. Yet, the cultivation was far from over. Xiao Yi took one last piece of the 3-striped resurrection grass and consumed it. The true sunfire refined its medicinal properties, and Xiao Yi immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Accompanied by a deep sense of fatigue, he did not resist, collapsing into a restful slumber. The 3-striped resurrection grass nourished the soul, enhancing spiritual power, and was best absorbed while the body was asleep. Although Xiao Yi had succumbed to sleep, the spiritual energy within his body automatically circulated along the path of the dragon elephant breathing technique. The spiritual energy enveloped Xiao Yi, forming a dragon and elephant phantom. As he breathed, the two entities synchronized their rhythms. Deep in slumber, Xiao Yi resembled a dormant dragon and elephant. Time flowed rapidly. Outside, the sun rose and set, day transitioned to night. Within the room, sunlight streamed through the window. Spilling onto the bed, bathed in sunlight, Xiao Yi suddenly opened his eyes, revealing pupils flickering with flames and a fleeting halo of golden light. My spiritual power has increased, and my thoughts are remarkably clearer. Xiao Yi could distinctly sense the transformation within him. The 3-striped resurrection grass had indeed augmented his spiritual power, at least doubling it. Cultivating the soul is a formidable task. During the spirit gathering, open origin, and divine sea realms, it may not seem particularly vital. However, to break through to the celestial mystic realm, one's spiritual power must meet certain prerequisites. Otherwise, one may remain stagnant for a lifetime. A robust spiritual power also provides immunity against various illusions and attacks from nefarious practitioners. For instance, if a wicked practitioner attempts to seize your soul, you can repel them with your spiritual power. True powerhouses advance both their physical and spiritual selves in tandem, a practice known as dual cultivation of life and spirit. Remarkably, Xiao Yi had slept for 3 days and nights. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that 3 days and nights had elapsed since he had last fallen asleep. There were several missed calls, including from Yun, Lu Ziang, and Shui Yong, along with a few text messages. Notably, Shui Yong urged him to collect his reward. The successful elimination of Cui Wuji and the dismantling of the forces embedded by the Kunying Hall in Shuiyun City had garnered him a substantial reward. After taking a shower, Xiaoyi promptly made his way to Shui Yong's office. "Team leader, I have arrived," Xiaoyi greeted him. "Come in," Shui Yong replied. Shui Yong extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized Xiao Yi from head to toe. "I called you, but you didn't answer. Lu Ziang came looking for you and saw the sign on your door indicating you were in seclusion. 3 days and nights without stepping outside. It seems your strength has progressed once more." Xiaoyi replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing exceptional. Really, I've merely broken through to the 9th level of Kaiyuan, just scraping by, I suppose. Compared to the team leader's prowess, I still fall significantly short." Shui Yong's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips twitching. "Just broken through to the 9th level of Kaiyuan? What kind of standard is that? You dare call the 9th level of Kaiyuan merely scraping by? Have you even considered how little time you've spent as a cultivator? It hasn't even been 10 days. There are plenty of others who take a decade to reach the 9th level of Gathering Spirit. And some may not even reach the 9th level of Kaiyuan in 20 years. You achieved it in 10 days, better than most who take 20 years, and you call that scraping by? You really think you can compare yourself to me? I've been cultivating for over 40 years. You think you can surpass my 4 decades of hard work in less than 10 days? What do you take me for? A waste of space." At that moment, Shui Yong finally understood why Lu Ziang referred to Xiaoyi as a show-off. Damn, this kid was indeed asking for a beating. Noticing the change in Shui Yong's expression, Xiaoyi chuckled lightly, pretending not to see. Though Shui Yong had a fierce appearance, he possessed a broad mind and was not one to hold grudges, refusing to let Xiaoyi's arrogance bother him. "Seems you won't have to wait long before breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm. Perfect timing, too. This time, by slaying Cui Wuji and the Yinyang Ghost Elder, you've completed 2 Level 2 missions, which is sufficient for you to be promoted to a Level 2 investigator. After that, if you manage to break through to the Divine Sea Realm, the promotion rules remain the same. Simply complete 3 Level 3 missions, and you'll officially advance to a Level 3 investigator." Shui Yong placed the Level 2 investigator's credential on the table, looking at Xiao Yi with a heart full of emotion. Shui Yong had started cultivating at the age of 7, joined the Security Bureau at 16, and had fought and struggled there for decades, witnessing many elite talents along the way. Yet, the speed at which Xiao Yi's strength grew and his rapid promotions were absolutely unprecedented. Xiao Yi took the credential, beaming with joy. "Thank you, team leader. I will remain true to my purpose, continue to forge ahead, and strive to contribute to the Security Bureau while serving the people better." "That's all well and good. I don't judge people by what they say, only by what they do." Shui Yong waved his hand, continuing, "Promotion is just one aspect. The real key is the reward I end this operation." By eliminating the Yinyang Ghost Elder, both were wanted criminals, with a bounty of 10 million in cash and 250 points each. Altogether, that amounts to 20 million in cash and 500 points. Furthermore, the main culprit, Cui Wuji, is a core member of the Kunying Hall and the head of the Kunying Hall in Shuiyun City. Eliminating him is a significant blow to the Kunying Hall. The higher-ups have specially approved a reward of 30 million and 1,000 points for you. All in all, you've earned a total of 50 million in cash and 1,500 points. Xiao Yi, you've made quite a fortune this time. Even newly initiated Level 3 missions rarely offer such rewards. As soon as Shui Yong finished speaking, Xiao Yi's phone buzzed with a message. The 50 million cash had been deposited, adding the 30 million earned from selling 2 pieces of evil cultivator artifacts. His account balance reached 690 million. With nearly 700 million in cash, he could afford to purchase 2 or 3 decent Level 3 artifacts. The 1,500 points could also be used to acquire rare materials for breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm. The stronger one became, the more money and points they earned, leading to greater access to cultivation resources, thereby accelerating their strength development. This virtuous cycle of earning through combat would undoubtedly propel Xiao Yi's power to new heights. After breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm, however, it would be far more challenging to achieve such rapid advancements. Shui Yong looked at Xiao Yi and stated, "You should be aware that with each level of the Divine Sea Realm, your Dantian space must expand by 100 zhang. The Dantian space resembles a circular lake. The larger the diameter, the greater the volume of the lake, allowing for the storage of more spiritual energy. The outer diameter and the inner diameter of the lake differ. Expanding by 100 zhang requires exponentially more spiritual energy for the outer circle compared to the inner one, particularly from the 9th level of Kaiyuan to the 1st level of Divine Sea. This transition is critical, and you must not take it lightly. Shuiyong spoke earnestly. I understand your physique is exceptional, allowing you to absorb spiritual medicines with great efficiency, but I must remind you to be extremely cautious at this stage. You must be absolutely certain before attempting to break through. You are still young. There is no need to rush. Xiaoyi nodded. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, team leader. Indeed, you are a wise individual. You grasp these principles without me having to elaborate further. Now, go. Yes. Xiaoyi exited the office and returned to his own room, requesting the cafeteria to bring him a meal. While dining, he opened an app to begin shopping. Earning money necessitated expenditure. Otherwise, it was merely a string of numbers devoid of any utility. Xiaoyi searched for spiritual medicines to assist in breaking through to the Divine Sea realm within the Security Bureau's treasury. And immediately a selection of spiritual medicine packages appeared. These packages were derived from the experiences of various successful cultivators within the Divine Sea realm, analyzed and compiled by the Security Bureau. Each package featured the most rational combinations of spiritual medicines, suitable for various body types and attributes. These packages addressed numerous aspects, including expanding the Dantian space, replenishing spiritual energy, healing bodily injuries, enhancing physical strength and soul power, as well as calming the mind, significantly improving the probability of a successful breakthrough to the Divine Sea realm. Xiaoyi reflected on the wonders of the big data era. Everything could be analyzed using data. As long as there were enough samples, the most scientific conclusions could be drawn. He found the Fire Attribute Cultivator package, which contained 7 sets, all priced quite steeply. The most expensive one required 3,800 points, while the cheapest still demanded 2,000 points. Packages could only be purchased with points, not cash. It was possible to buy the medicines individually, but that would be more costly than purchasing a package. Breaking through to the Divine Sea realm was no simple feat. Even for those with excellent qualifications, they still needed to earn resources. If one could not afford rare materials, they could only endure the slow accumulation of spiritual energy, a process that likewise demanded substantial time. If it was this challenging within the Security Bureau, the situation would be even more dire among other factions. A package costing 2,000 points would require at least 300 million in cash if purchased externally. If not more, even with money in hand, finding suitable spiritual medicines was not guaranteed, as many were available at a price but not readily accessible in the market. Medicines that could aid in breaking through to the Divine Sea realm were in high demand. Once available, they would be swiftly snatched up, making it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to acquire them. This was the essence of monopoly. Regardless of the circle, monopolies proved to be the most lucrative. The Security Bureau capitalized on this monopoly to control a wealth of cultivation resources. Xiaoyi couldn't help but lament the reality. It was no wonder many remained stuck at the 9th level of Kaiyuan for years without a breakthrough. In that moment, he felt fortunate for having accepted Lu Xiang's invitation to join the Security Bureau, sparing him the worry of cultivation resources. Within the Security Bureau, as long as one diligently completed tasks to earn points, they would not have to fret about acquiring cultivation resources. This single avenue was something countless independent cultivators yearned for. The cheapest package required 2,000 points, which Xiaoyi could not afford, thus temporarily preventing him from breaking through to the Divine Sea realm. However, upon reflection, breaking through from the 9th level of Kaiyuan in less than 10 days was quite sufficient. A few days of rest would be beneficial, serving as a form of relaxation. After 10 to 15 days, once he accumulated enough points, he could attempt the breakthrough without delay. If Shuiyong were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be taken aback to him. It seemed that Xiaoyi believed breaking through to the Divine Sea realm from the 9th level of Kaiyuan could be accomplished in merely 10 days or half a month. Little did he know how long Shuiyong had prepared for such a breakthrough. All those who had struggled for years at the 9th level of Kaiyuan would be taken aback upon learning of Xiaoyi's intentions. Such a show-off was better off being dealt with sooner rather than later. Continuing to scroll through his phone, Xiaoyi realized that since he could not afford the spiritual medicine packages, he would instead browse for artifacts. Unlike spiritual medicines, artifacts could be purchased with both points and cash, though cash purchases came at a 20 premium. For instance, an artifact that cost 1,000 points would equate to 100 million. If purchased with cash, it would amount to 120 million. Of course, Even with the 20 markup, the prices remained cheaper than those in the external market. The Security Bureau's approach served a deeper purpose: to encourage all investigators to undertake missions. Backed by the state, the Security Bureau was not short on funds but sought cultivators willing to serve the nation. Only when cultivators engaged in missions to uphold justice and vanquish evil could the demonic forces and malevolent cultivators within the Great Xia realm diminish, leading to an improved life for the common people. Everything was for the nation and the people. Xiao Yi continued to scroll through his phone, various level 3 artifacts flashing before his eyes. With the cheapest priced at 100 million. Crimson Cloud Divine Sword, crafted from Fire Gold Divine Sand, this flying sword can pierce the void, striking enemies from a kilometer away. Price: 1,200 points or 144 million in cash. Bloodwing Armor, made from the wings of the great demon Red Bloodbat in the Divine Sea realm. It boasts unparalleled defense. Price: 2,000 points or 240 million in cash. Heart of the Void, forged from precious materials including Sun Essence Stone. Combined with the Soul Stone of a Divine Sea Realm Ghost King and the Soul Pearl, it protects the soul against attacks and curses. Price: 3,000 points or 360 million in cash. Upon seeing the Heart of the Void, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. He has cultivated the Dragon Elephant Breathing technique, endowing his physical form with remarkable strength and defenses akin to magical artifacts, rendering protective amulets unnecessary for the time being. However, his defenses against soul attacks remain weak. Xiao Yi is aware that some malevolent practitioners are adept in the arts of curses and soul annihilation. As long as they possess one's birth date and time or obtain a sample of their blood, flesh, or hair, they can cast curses from thousands of miles away, killing without a trace. Although Xiao Yi does not fear confrontations with these dark practitioners, he can always escape into the shadowy realms using his ghostly powers. His sole vulnerability lies in his dread of soul attacks. If someone were to launch a soul attack against him from afar, he would be powerless, left in despair awaiting his demise. Thus, upon encountering a magical artifact capable of protecting the soul and defending against soul curses, Xiao Yi was immediately intrigued. Soul artifacts are exceedingly rare, valued at 2 to 3 times that of ordinary protective charms. He found several level 3 soul artifacts, the most expensive exceeding 2 billion, but the Void Heart offered a satisfactory price-to-value ratio, prompting him to place an order without hesitation. Ding dong, order completed. Xiao Yi's account was swiftly debited by 360 million. Chapter 35. Expenditure of 640 million. Money is but a fleeting thing. Once spent, it can always be earned again. An app notification appeared. Dear Level 2 Investigator Xiao Yi, you have successfully purchased the Level 3 artifact, Void Heart. The goods will be delivered within 48 hours. Please be patient, and may fortune favor your martial endeavors. If the artifact were available at the Watercloud City Security Bureau branch, it would arrive in less than half an hour. However, the Void Heart was evidently not on-site and needed to be dispatched from the headquarters. 48 hours is not too long. Xiao Yi remained unhurried and continued browsing for other artifact. He still required an offensive artifact and soon settled on a pair of gauntlets, relying on his Solar True Fire and the Dragon Elephant Breathing technique in combat. He found that flying swords and blades were overly extravagant. Gauntlets suited him best. The Flame Tiger Gauntlets, a fire attribute artifact crafted from the hide of a mutated tiger demon, the Flame Tiger, at the Divine Sea realm, possessing remarkable resilience. Each gauntlet is adorned with 2 fangs and 8 sharp teeth from the Flame Tiger, boasting formidable lethality, priced at 1,500 points or 180 million in cash. Xiao Yi purchased them for 180 million after acquiring the Flame Tiger Gauntlets. He then set his sights on a storage ring. Storage rings are incredibly precious, with their raw materials being exceedingly rare. Xiao Yi discovered that the raw material is priced by the gram, costing 200,000 for just 1 gram. Compared to it, gold is mere refuse. This material is small yet dense, requiring at least 100 grams to manufacture a storage ring, meaning the material alone would cost no less than 20 million. Additionally, a skilled artifact craftsman must inscribe spatial formations onto the ring, undergoing numerous processes to forge a storage ring. Due to the decline of such knowledge, few craftsmen can currently create storage rings, further inflating their prices. Xiao Yi purchased the most ordinary storage ring, featuring an internal space of 20 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 5 meters in height. With a total volume of 1,000 cubic meters, spending 100 million in cash. The exorbitant price and limited availability of storage rings ensure that only practitioners at the Divine Sea realm can afford them. While most practitioners at the Opening Origin realm, even if wealthy, may find it impossible to procure one, after this shopping spree, he had acquired only 3 artifacts, yet spent 640 million, leaving him with a mere 50 million. He couldn't help but lament the rapidity with which money flows. As practitioners progress, the resources required for cultivation increase exponentially, leading to greater expenditures. Upon reaching the Divine Sea realm, every breakthrough in realm requires purchasing artifacts, with expenses measured in billions. However, money is but a fleeting thing. Once spent, it can always be earned again. Xiao Yi harbored no regrets about spending. Money earned is meant to be spent, lest it remain merely a string of numbers. With artifacts in hand, both his survival and combat capabilities were enhanced, allowing for more effective future earnings. With time still remaining before the artifacts arrived, Xiao Yi was not in a rush to undertake new tasks. After completing numerous missions consecutively, he desired a few days of rest. After satisfying his hunger, he sought out Yi Yun. That evening, several of Yi Yun's newly purchased outfits were shredded, as her home hosted several impromptu concerts. The cacophony reverberating like a world war, continuing until 3 in the morning. The following morning, Xiao Yi kindly arranged a sick leave for Yi Yun, and after preparing lunch, left her home in high spirits. Upon exiting, he encountered the couple next door, both heading off to work. They were a newlywed couple, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly fatigued and dispirited. The reason for their state was abundantly clear. Seeing Xiao Yi's vibrant demeanor, the man immediately expressed envy, nearly collapsing to his knees in awe. He longed to inquire how Xiao Yi managed to exude such confidence and strength, effortlessly dominating while remaining unperturbed. Galloping through life with such ease, was there a secret to it? However, with his wife present, he hesitated to ask. The woman, captivated by Xiao Yi's handsome visage, felt her heart race and her cheeks flush with warmth. The innate charm of a demonic saint was at play. The moment their eyes met, she shyly averted her gaze, yet still stole glances at him from the corner of her eye. His good looks and physique far surpassed her husband's, igniting a stir of emotions within her. Xiao Yi merely smiled, pretending not to notice. He knew that if he wished, he could easily win over this newlywed woman with just a glance. However, he held firm to his principles and would not disrupt another's family. Although he was flirtatious, he would never pursue a married woman. That was his bottom line in life. Certain principles must remain unbroken. With Xiao Yi's prowess and appeal, he was destined to attract women, making it unnecessary to engage in actions beyond his ethical boundaries. Returning to the security bureau, Xiao Yi found that his roommate had returned. Upon opening the door, he discovered 3 individuals seated in the living room, engrossed in a video game, their shouts echoing loudly. The trio was so focused that they failed to notice Xiao Yi's arrival. "Second brother, come save me. I'm about to die. I'm coming. Use your healing ability, quick. Regain health. No more healing, damn. I'm done for. That idiot chased me halfway across the map. What grudge does he have against me? I didn't even steal his girlfriend. You clumsy fool. How can you, a practitioner, lose to an ordinary person? Useless. Can you blame me? It was clearly your fault. You scattered rice all over the keyboard. Even a chicken would play better than you." Xiao Yi observed that while the 3 were playing, they were not utilizing spiritual power, instead playing like ordinary individuals. In such circumstances, they might dominate some gold and diamond players, but they would likely struggle against true champions. Soon, a game concluded, and the trio tossed aside their phones to hydrate. Only then did they notice the additional presence in the living room. "You must be the new roommate." One of them stood to introduce himself. "I'm Wei Wu. Please take care of me." He sported a buzz cut and was quite handsome, surpassing the foot massage expert Lu Ziyang by a significant margin. "I'm Zhao Changkong. I'm Qi Xiaoyun." The other 2 also introduced themselves, their gazes fixed on Xiao Yi. Just as Xiao Yi was about to introduce himself, Zhao Changkong suddenly widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Wait, you can't be Xiao Yi, the great god Xiao, can you?" "Yes, you are indeed the great god Xiao. I wouldn't mistake you." Zhao Changkong's tone was certain, and the other 2 instantly paled. They scrutinized Xiao Yi's face, finally recognizing his identity. "Yes, he is Xiao Yi. I didn't expect the strongest newcomer, Xiao Yi, to be living with us. How surreal. With the great god among us, won't we soar to new heights?" The 3 were elated, their eyes sparkling upon seeing Xiao Yi. His name had already spread throughout the Security Bureau, with hundreds of posts about him on the internal forum. His exploits were well known. Awakening the pure yang fire as his innate divine ability, he was the quintessential ninth-layer innate practitioner. He could defeat opening origin practitioners with ease, and the rumors of his titles, the fiery-handed Flame Monarch and the Ashen Reality Master, had spread like wildfire, making him an idol for many investigators. Chapter 36, Wei Wu's Legacy, Master of T-Art. You all are truly talented and no need to be so excited. I'm hardly a celebrity, Xiaoyi chuckled, casually taking a seat on the sofa. Wei Wu promptly handed him a bottle of soda, his speed surpassing that of his gaming frenzy. Great God, can we take a picture together? Zhao Chongkong approached with his phone. Add me in. Opportunities to be in the same frame as the great god Xiao are rare. I can boast about this for ages. After taking a group photo with the three, Xiaoyi had a preliminary understanding of them. Wei Wu, a local from Watercloud City, claimed to be a descendant of a certain Emperor Chao. With a penchant for flirtation and mature women, living up to his name, having inherited Wei Wu's legacy. Despite his surname being Wei and the Emperor's surname being Chao, he insisted that his lineage had an ancient feud, prompting a name change. Among many descendants, he believed himself the most similar to his ancestor, the Emperor Wei, convinced he might be the reincarnation of his forebear, awaiting the awakening of his past memories. Once that happened, he was certain to become a formidable figure, retracing the imperial paths of his previous life. Among the trio, Wei Wu held the highest cultivation level, being at the first layer of opening origin, having broken through just over 2 months prior. Zhao Chongkong was also a local, hailing from a family that owned a chain of hotels. Wealthy, yet not the sole heir, he had 2 older brothers. The siblings fought fiercely over their inheritance, but Zhao Chongkong, uninterested, chose the path of cultivation and joined the Security Bureau, hoping to carve out his own destiny. Though merely at the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, Zhao Chongkong possesses considerable wealth and thus wields multiple magical artifacts. With these artifacts, he can exert combat prowess akin to that of the opening Yuan realm. Qi Xiaoyun, also at the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Hails from the northeast, he is tall and robust, exuding a boisterous charm, with well-developed muscles and sturdy bones, resembling a ferocious bear, a prime specimen of rigorous training. However, it is said that among the three, Qi Xiaoyun's close combat skills are the weakest. His innate divine ability enhances his vision, classifying him as a support-typed. Qi Xiaoyun is one of the few sharpshooters with divine sight in the Safety Bureau, excelling in long-range combat. Armed with a magical sniper rifle, he can even take down opponents in the opening Yuan realm. Among the trio, Wei Wu is the eldest and most powerful, hence his position as the leader. However, the emergence of Xiaoyi has earned the respect of the three, prompting Wei Wu to voluntarily relinquish his leadership role and willingly assume the position of second-in-command. Xiaoyi finds this amusing. After all, they are not in a university dormitory to be dividing ranks of leader and deputy. Rather than being the leader, he prefers the role of a guardian figure. Every man harbors aspirations of being a guardian to others and is willing to strive for it throughout his life. I propose that, in celebration of our bond with Brother Xiao, we should venture out for a meal. How about the Bowerwan Dance Hall? I am a VIP there, and I shall cover the expenses for today, suggested Wei Wu, patting his chest confidently. Zhao Chongkong shook his head, saying, perhaps we should avoid the dance hall. Do you not recall the last time you were pursued and assaulted? We were all dragged into it. I have no desire to relive that experience. Wei Wu scoffed. That was merely me showing restraint. He was just an ordinary person. As an investigator from the Safety Bureau, why should I stoop to their level? Zhao Chongkong rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you hadn't attempted to flirt with his wife, would he have gone after you? He continued. I suggest you reconsider your peculiar predilection. Your taste is quite questionable. Wei Wu retorted, in my youth, I was unaware of the allure of mature women, mistaking youthful girls for treasures. You simply do not understand, he added. Moreover, I had no knowledge that her husband was present that day. You know me. I never pursue married women, I only seek the company of widows. That incident was purely accidental. Zhao Chongkong and Qi Xiaoyun exchanged disdainful glances, simultaneously raising their middle fingers. Accidental? With your unique proclivities, future accidents will only multiply. Encountering ordinary folks is one thing, but if you cross paths with the wrong individuals, the consequences could be dire. At this juncture, Xiaoyi began to comprehend why Wei Wu referred to himself as a descendant of the martial emperor. His mannerisms certainly reflected that lineage. In contrast, Zhao Chongkong was markedly different. As a scion of a wealthy family, he may have changed girlfriends frequently, yet he adhered to his principles. He would not touch a brother's woman, nor a friend's, nor a married woman, and he certainly would not engage with someone he had genuine feelings for. He preferred young women around the age of 20, particularly those who exuded a green tea charm. The greener, the better. Should he find himself enamored elsewhere, he would simply dispense a sum of money to send the green tea on her way. Zhao Chongkong would gain companionship, while the green tea would receive financial compensation, ensuring a peaceful and mutually agreeable parting. Consequently, he earned the moniker of Tea Art Master. With just a glance, he could discern whether a woman was green tea, his discerning eye remarkably astute. As for Qi Xiaoyun, he was the most innocent of the trio. He had a childhood sweetheart with whom he had been together since the age of 16, and their relationship was profoundly deep, aimed at matrimony. Thus, Qi Xiaoyun upheld traditional male virtues, remaining steadfast against external temptations, preserving his purity. Abandoning the notion of visiting the dance hall, the four of them spent 2 days at a chain hotel owned by Zhao Chongkong, indulging in baths, massages, and buffet meals with a full suite of amenities. Being young, their camaraderie blossomed rapidly, and within just 2 days, Xiaoyi had formed a close bond with Wei Wu and the others. Initially, they had presumed that such an extraordinary genius as Xiaoyi would be arrogant and condescending, looking down upon them. However, through their interactions, they discovered that Xiaoyi was approachable and easy to get along with. In stark contrast to the ruthless and cold-blooded image they had heard about, little did they know, this was Xiaoyi's true nature. He only revealed his brutal side in battle, for mercy shown to enemies is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. After 2 days, Xiaoyi received a text notification indicating that his magical artifacts had arrived, prompting him to return to the safety bureau for collection. Carrying a large box into the living room, Xiaoyi felt a surge of excitement. Quick, quick! Let us see what Brother Xiao has purchased. Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun gathered around with curiosity. Xiaoyi smiled and replied, I didn't buy much. Just a few magical artifacts. Upon opening the box, which was divided into 3 compartments housing 3 artifacts, Xiaoyi retrieved a necklace adorned with a blue gemstone. The sole artifact, Heart of the Void. The gemstone was crystal clear, with a golden star cluster at its core, resembling a starry sky, shimmering brightly. What is this? I feel a bit dizzy, everything is spinning. It felt as though his soul was being drawn into the gemstone. Within mere seconds of gazing at the Heart of the Void, Wei Wu and the others also experienced dizziness, their limbs weakening, ultimately collapsing onto the sofa. The Heart of the Void is a level 3 soul defense artifact, exerting a significant influence over the soul. The trio's soul strength was too weak, rendering them incapable of withstanding its effects. Xiao Yi, however, felt no such discomfort. Upon donning the Heart of the Void around his neck, he instantly felt as though enveloped in a delicate veil, a warm sensation radiating from his spiritual center, providing immense comfort. Subsequently, Xiaoyi retrieved the Flame Tiger gauntlets and a storage ring. After equipping the storage ring, a mere thought allowed him to perceive the space within it, facilitating the effortless retrieval and placement of items. Lastly, he donned the Flame Tiger gauntlets and threw a few punches, finding them quite satisfactory before storing them in the storage ring. At that moment, Wei Wu and the others finally regained their composure. Wei Wu gazed enviously at the ring on Xiaoyi's hand, exclaiming, Brother Xiao, is that a storage ring? Indeed, Xiaoyi nodded. How splendid! I wish to acquire a storage ring as well. It would eliminate the need for transportation after slaying monsters, far too cumbersome. Qi Xiaoyun interjected, storage rings are exorbitantly priced, starting at a minimum of 100 million. We certainly cannot afford one. What does it matter if we could afford it? The real issue is the lack of authorization, Zhao Chongkong remarked dismissively. To purchase a storage ring, one must possess at least level 2 authorization. I attempted to offer a premium for one back then, but it was futile. The Safety Bureau is notoriously rigid, adhering strictly to regulations without any flexibility. Zhao Chongkong, a wealthy scion, was not short on funds. A mere 100 million was easily within his means. Unfortunately, without the necessary authorization, he could not procure a storage ring. Xiaoyi chuckled, the Safety Bureau is merely looking out for you. Lacking the requisite strength to own a storage ring is akin to a 3-year-old child brandishing gold in a bustling market. It would only invite envy. Should one encounter a covetous evil cultivator intent on murder and theft, regret would come too late. A storage ring could fetch a staggering price of 100 million within the confines of the Safety Bureau. And outside, its value could easily increase by 50%. If someone truly desired it, doubling the price would not be out of the question. 200 million is a considerable sum, enough to tempt many opening Yuan realm evil cultivators to take risks. Among the various sects and families in the outer world, many favored elite offspring have been granted storage rings, with several encountering deadly ambushes while embarking on training expeditions. When faced with the allure of profit, evil cultivators will not hesitate to disregard any powerful backing one might possess. Once the money is secured, they can always flee abroad. 200 million is sufficient for a lavish lifestyle for quite some time. Due to the frequency of such incidents, the Safety Bureau has established corresponding levels of authorization, ensuring that one possesses the strength to accompany the treasures they acquire. As the group conversed, Xiao Yi's phone suddenly rang. The caller being Shui Yong. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun fell silent. Their assembly signified that they were all members of the 7th team, and a call from the leader warranted utmost respect. Xiao Yi answered the call. Hello, team leader. What can I do for you? Xiao Yi, I have a mission to assign to you. Shui Yong's voice came through, somewhat grave. Just tell me the details. What is the mission? I have already sent you the detailed information. Take a look first. This mission involves significant ramifications, so prepare yourself mentally, Shui Yong concluded before hanging up. Xiao Yi opened the app, indeed finding an email from Shui Yong. Upon opening it, he discovered a document marked with a red Level 2 task. Level 2 tasks are typically not highlighted in red, indicating that this one could escalate to a Level 3 task at any moment. Ordinary Level 2 investigators are ill-equipped to handle it, leaving Xiao Yi as the only suitable candidate under Shui Yong's command. About a month prior, a minor earthquake had struck Shuiyun City. While the tremors were not severe enough to cause casualties, they had unearthed an ancient tomb located in Longji Mountain nearby. Archaeologists dispatched to excavate the tomb were besieged by the tomb's corpse Qi, suffering considerable losses, ultimately leading to the task being transferred to the Safety Bureau. The Bureau appointed specialized personnel to manage the situation, investigators well-versed in archaeology and skilled cultivators, adept in their field. The excavation proceeded smoothly. The tomb was successfully opened, and the corpse Qi posed no threat to them. However, upon entering the tomb, the investigators discovered that this was no ordinary burial site. Buried within are not the ancient nobility or aristocrats, but rather a powerful practitioner, a tomb belonging to a formidable cultivator. Furthermore, long before their arrival, this ancient mausoleum had already been breached. Within the crypt, investigators uncovered over 300 corpses. Among these remains, some were grotesquely mangled, others reduced to desiccated husks, while yet more had deteriorated to mere skeletons. However, it was discernible that they were divided into two factions. The distinction between the two camps was unmistakable. One faction's corpses were clad in Taoist robes and monk's garb, along with some simple garments, all belonging to practitioners of the Great Xia Nation. The other faction's remains donned ninja attire and uniforms of a sickly yellow hue. Scattered around them were meteor darts, rifles, bayonets, and other weapons. Upon viewing the accompanying images on his phone, Xiao Yi's expression darkened instantly. Any citizen of the Great Xia Nation could readily identify the significance of the ninja attire and the yellow military uniforms. They represented the Japanese ninjas and the brutal soldiers responsible for countless atrocities. The presence of Japanese ninjas and soldiers in this tomb was astonishing. Through various details, the investigators concluded that decades prior, during the resistance against the invasion, Japanese soldiers had inadvertently discovered the existence of this ancient tomb, confirming it as the final resting place of a powerful practitioner from the Great Xia. Japan, too, had its practitioners, who, intrigued by this tomb of a formidable figure, believed it harbored artifacts or secret techniques left behind by the cultivator. Consequently, a team of Japanese ninjas and soldiers ventured into the tomb, intent on seizing its treasures. However, the practitioners of Great Xia sensed the Japanese's nefarious intentions and pursued them into the crypt, aiming to eradicate these intruders and prevent the leakage of their artifacts and secret techniques. This operation was spearheaded by Taoist and Buddhist factions, which explained the presence of Taoist priests and monks among the deceased. Ultimately, a fierce battle ensued within the tomb, resulting in mutual annihilation. None of those who entered the crypt emerged alive. Following the victory of the resistance, all those privy to the events perished, and the ancient tomb was once again buried due to landslides and mud flows. Its location lost to time. It was only recently, following a recent earthquake, that this ancient tomb re-emerged into the world. The discovery of Taoist and monk corpses within the tomb was not something the Security Bureau could conceal. They would inevitably inform the Taoist and Buddhist sects, prompting both factions to send representatives to retrieve the remains. After all, the deceased were heroes who sacrificed their lives for the resistance, and they must not be allowed to become wandering spirits. Once both factions dispatched representatives, a pressing issue would arise. If treasures truly remained within the tomb, how would they be allocated? According to legal statutes, all ancient tombs within the country belong to the state, and thus any artifacts found within are also state property. However, the laws governing the cultivation community differ. Artifacts unearthed from ordinary tombs are merely displayed and do not belong to individuals, hence they are state property. Yet, artifacts discovered within practitioner tombs are meant for use, inevitably leading to disputes over benefits. Traditionally, upon discovering a practitioner's tomb, 50 of the treasures belong to the Security Bureau, while the other 50 goes to the excavators. In this case, the excavation was conducted by the Security Bureau's investigators, meaning that all treasures should rightfully belong to them. However, representatives from the Buddhist and Taoist sects would argue that their predecessors had discovered this tomb decades prior and sacrificed their lives to protect it from the Japanese ninjas. Thus, they deserved a share as well. How should the Security Bureau respond? Would they refuse? Both ethically and logically, a portion should be allocated to them, as the sacrifices of their predecessors were undeniable. Shui Yong assigned Xiao Yi to execute this mission, with the allocation of treasures being a critical point. Additionally, there was the need to remain vigilant against potential attacks from the Japanese ninjas. Though the resistance had triumphed, the current Great Xia nation stood as a global powerhouse. Nevertheless, Japan continued to engage in covert operations, embedding numerous spies within Great Xia. They deluded themselves into believing that by becoming pawns of a foreign nation, they had a foothold, and thus persistently provoked Great Xia, behaving like an indestructible cockroach. The Japanese, driven by fear rather than virtue, had long harbored covetous thoughts toward Great Xia, a sentiment that had endured for millennia. The ninja clans of Japan, due to their legacy, sought to claim the secret techniques and artifacts of Great Xia as their own. Within the ancient tomb, in addition to the secret techniques and artifacts, investigators also discovered a demonic blade left behind by the deceased Japanese ninjas, which was confirmed to be a sacred relic passed down through generations of the Japanese Yagyu sword clan. With so many treasures at stake, it was inconceivable that the Japanese spies would remain indifferent. Security Bureau investigators had already detected signs of Japanese ninjas in the vicinity of the tomb, indicating that they were aware of the tomb's reappearance. This particular group of ninjas was likely descended from those who perished years ago. The involvement of Japanese ninjas constituted a matter of national importance, and the situation could escalate at any moment. Shui Yong sent Xiao Yi as a preliminary scout, but should matters escalate and the Japanese ninjas truly appear, he would undoubtedly intervene personally to oversee the situation. Not only the Security Bureau but also the Buddhist and Taoist factions would dispatch powerful practitioners, alongside Japanese ninjas of equal caliber. When that time comes, the confrontation between these formidable beings would be nothing short of spectacular. The tomb of a powerful ancient practitioner, intertwined with the Taoist and Buddhist sects and the Japanese ninjas, involved far too many factions, which explained why Shui Yong remarked that this mission was of significant consequence. As long as powerful practitioners remained concealed, Xiao Yi was the best candidate to lead the team. Most of the members had already set off ahead of time, but Xiao Yi could still take a few others with him. He immediately thought of Lu Ziang, then glanced at Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun in the living room. I have received a mission with generous rewards and ample opportunities. Are you interested? Of course. Wei Wu was the first to speak, his expression brimming with excitement. How could we refuse when Xiao Gu personally invites us on a mission? With a great master leading us, we can finally take flight. You must take me along, Zhao Chongkong exclaimed. Since everyone else is going, I certainly can't fall behind. Count me in, Qi Xiaoyun added. But can you tell us what the mission entails? Xiao Yi nodded and recounted the details of the assignment. Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun were all thrilled upon hearing it. Damn it. Those Japanese ninjas are despicable, audaciously attempting to plunder our Great Xia's secret techniques and artifacts. They all deserve death, Wei Wu declared. Having fled in disgrace after their defeat, they now dare to return. It's like lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. Zhao Chongkong vowed, "If those Japanese ninjas dare to come, I will undoubtedly eliminate them." Qi Xiaoyun angrily remarked, "We should have eradicated this vile race back then, slaughtering every last one of them, regardless of age or gender. There isn't a single good individual among them." Among the three, Qi Xiaoyun exhibited the most intense reaction. The mere mention of Japanese ninjas and soldiers ignited an unquenchable thirst for vengeance in his eyes. Xiao Yi, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong were aware of the reason. Qi Xiaoyun hailed from northeast China. That region was the first to fall during the war, and its people suffered the most under the oppressive yoke of the Japanese. Even decades later, such hatred could not be extinguished. The enmity of the great Xia people towards the Japanese had become ingrained in their very genes, erupting at the slightest opportunity. Xiao Yi cautioned, "This mission is perilous, so think carefully before you go. I wouldn't want any of you to regret it later." "Rest assured, Xiao Gu, we won't have any regrets," the three replied in unison. This mission presented an opportunity to exact vengeance on the Japanese ninjas. A chance to repay the nation's grievances. Only a fool would decline. Qi Xiaoyun solemnly stated, "In the past, we couldn't act. Now that we have the chance to kill Japanese ninjas, I would go even without a reward. Those scoundrels must not escape Great Xia alive." Zhao Chongkong nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the past, Great Xia was weak, and those 3 islands of Japanese scoundrels dared to act with impunity. Now, as Great Xia rises again to stand at the pinnacle of the world, those Japanese ninjas must be exterminated. Wei Wu interjected, his tone icy as a descendant of the Chao family's martial emperor. "Slaying the Japanese scoundrels and safeguarding Great Xia is my inherent duty. This battle must demonstrate the terrifying wrath of the martial emperor's lineage." Standing by the window with arms crossed, Wei Wu lifted his chin and stood tall, his demeanor reminiscent of the martial emperor's descendants. If only for a fleeting moment, Xiao Yi observed the three, reflecting on the awakening of their bloodline in this era. The chance to slay the Japanese, especially the ninjas, was a dream cherished by countless citizens of Great Xia. Should they succeed, they would undoubtedly become heroes. Even if they were to fall in battle, it would be an unparalleled honor. No one could resist the temptation of adding a new page to their family lineage. Xiao Yi then informed Lu Ziyang of the mission, who immediately agreed without hesitation, bringing Su Xiano along as well. Lu Ziyang also surprised Xiao Yi by announcing his recent breakthrough to the opening Yuan realm. Although he had only reached the 1st level, it was undoubtedly superior to the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm. As for Su Xiano, her combat prowess may have been modest, but her keen senses made her exceptional at tracking, making her a valuable asset. The group of 6 departed in 2 vehicles, with Lu Ziyang and Su Xiano in one, while Xiao Yi, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun traveled in the other. In the vehicle, Wei Wu took the wheel, with Xiao Yi in the passenger seat, while Zhao Chongkong and Qi Xiaoyun inspected their weapons in the back seat. Zhao Chongkong wielded a long gun, which could extend and transform. Classified as a level 2 artifact, he carefully wiped the gun's tip with a handkerchief, a faintly cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Chongkong has devoted himself to mastering the art of marksmanship, having boldly proclaimed his ambition to become a legendary king of firearms in the future. Qi Xiaoyun wields an exceptionally large sniper rifle, exuding a futuristic and sci-fi aesthetic. This is the first time Xiao Yi has ever encountered such an enormous sniper rifle. He is one of the few elite snipers in the Security Bureau, with both the sniper rifle and ammunition custom-made for him by the Bureau. The sniper rifle is classified as a level 2 magical artifact, with bullets ranging in price from 3,000 to 500,000 yuan each. While the maximum effective range of a conventional sniper rifle for an ordinary person does not exceed 3,000 meters, Qi Xiaoyun's sniper rifle boasts an astonishing maximum effective range of 30,000 meters. With Qi Xiaoyun's current vision, provided the terrain is suitable, he can distinctly see targets 5,000 meters away without the aid of a high-powered scope, allowing for precise execution. Once he breaks through to the opening Yuan realm and further enhances his innate divine abilities, his sniping range will only expand. Qi Xiaoyun is akin to a single soldier sniper cannon. If he employs specially crafted armor-piercing rounds worth 500,000 yuan each, he could even eliminate foes at the opening Yuan level. If he remotely locks onto a target at the Gathering Spirit level, it is virtually guaranteed that every shot will result in a fatal headshot, leaving the target no time to react. On the highway, 2 vehicles were departing the city, heading toward Longji Mountain. Ever since the discovery of the ancient tomb, Longji Mountain has been comprehensively sealed off and protected. The Security Bureau has established a temporary camp outside the tomb, with investigators patrolling the area to guard against external threats. At the entrance of the camp, two investigators, Zhang Wei and Lu Ming, were standing guard, idly conversing out of boredom. Lu Ming glanced around and whispered, "Wei Gu, have you heard? The team leader for this mission is about to arrive. Stop calling me Wei Gu. Are you doing this deliberately?" Zhang Wei shot Lu Ming an annoyed look and nodded. "I've heard. It's been circulating in the group chat, hasn't it? They say the one coming is Xiao Yi.is. It really that Xiao Yi?" Lu Ming asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Of course, who else could it be in the Security Bureau? Lu Ming recounted eagerly, "I've heard that Xiao Yi has been with the Security Bureau for less than a month. Yet he is already a master at the opening Yuan level. He can slay foes at the opening Yuan level even while still in the gathering spirit realm. Fighting beyond his level is as easy as eating and drinking." Chapter 39. The God of Killing, Xiao Yi, has arrived. "I hear you've been looking for me," Zhang Wei continued. "And that's not all. Xiao Yi is known for his ruthless and brutal nature. To date, none of the evil cultivators or monsters that have fallen to his hand have remained whole. They either end up skinned and dismembered for materials or reduced to ashes." Lu Xiang had once posted Xiao Yi's battle record on the forum, noting that the first monster to perish at Xiao Yi's hands was incinerated and subsequently flushed down a toilet. Whenever Xiao Yi's name is mentioned, the deceased vixen is often brought up again. The incident of the ashes being flushed has been discussed by countless investigators, all lamenting Xiao Yi's ferocity. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Yi truly is terrifying. Indeed. Do you think the monikers Ruthless Flamelord and Ashes Master were given lightly?" Zhang Wei replied, "If Xiao Yi is in charge, this mission should proceed smoothly." "Exactly. I can imagine that once Xiao Yi arrives, those pretentious monks will no longer dare to be so arrogant." Lu Ming glanced back, noticing several burly men arguing with the investigators guarding the ancient tomb. His eyes betrayed his unmasked disdain. Just then, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed as two cars halted at the entrance of the camp. Xiao Yi and his entourage disembarked, making their way toward the camp. "Look, it's Xiao Yi," Zhang Wei and Lu Ming exclaimed, their faces lighting up. Xiao Yi's appearance has become well known within the Security Bureau, and they recognized him instantly. "Greetings, I am Xiao Yi, the team leader for this mission." Xiao Yi presented his credentials and completed the necessary formalities. "Hello, Xiao Gu." "Hello, Xiao Gu." Zhang Wei and Lu Ming hurriedly bowed in deference, their faces filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. This man is an idol to all Level 1 and Level 2 investigators in the Security Bureau, and having him greet them personally left them utterly thrilled. Xiao Yi regarded the two and inquired, "How is the situation at the camp? Has everything been normal?" "Everything is fine, no incidents to report," Zhang Wei replied. "There have been some internal conflicts, though." "Conflicts?" Xiao Yi's brows furrowed. Lu Ming quickly interjected, "It's that group of imposter monks from the two Zen temples. They've been insisting on entering the tomb for a look, and our men have stopped them several times." "Look, that's them. The leader is named Xiaogang, a practitioner at the opening Yuan level." Xiao Yi turned to see a group of burly men with crew cuts arguing with the investigators. The so-called imposter monks refer to the lay disciples of the two Zen temples. They pay to learn the arts there, and upon completion, they descend the mountain to return to secular life, enjoying meat, alcohol, and the comforts of marriage and family. Although they have descended the mountain, their ties to the two Zen temples remain intact. With the actual monks yet to arrive, these lay disciples are likely acting as advanced scouts. The Security Bureau's investigators have set up lookout posts at the tomb's entrance, and entry is strictly prohibited without permission. However, the lay disciples insist on entering the tomb, resulting in conflicts with the investigators. Lu Xiang recounted Xiaogang's profile on his phone. Xiaogang, aged 35, is a lay disciple of the two Zen temples. After descending the mountain, he started a security company with a group of his fellow disciples, providing security services for numerous wealthy individuals in Shuiyun City, and has been thriving in business. Among the many lay disciples from the two Zen temples, Xiaogang has fared relatively well. His profile indicates he is at the 5th level of the opening Yuan realm, comparable to the Baihu Great Demon and Wei Yang. However, as a lay disciple of the two Zen temples who practices Buddhist techniques, his combat strength is definitely superior to that of rogue cultivators and ordinary evil cultivators. In a real fight, Wei Yang would likely not stand a chance against Xiaogang, while the outcome against the Baihu Great Demon remains uncertain, I'll tell you this. This ancient tomb was first discovered by the predecessors of our two Zen temples. To protect it, our predecessors even sacrificed their lives, which grants us the right to enter and inspect it, and you cannot stop us. Xia Gang shouted angrily, his subordinates equally incensed. Receiving this mission from the two Zen temples had exhilarated Xia Gang. It is rare for the two Zen temples to assign him a task, and he must ensure its successful execution to earn favor with the higher-ups of the temples, as a practitioner. Xia Gang is acutely aware of the standing of the two Zen temples in the cultivation community, and he knows the enormous benefits of securing their support. With hundreds or even thousands of lay disciples under the two Zen temples, he understands that to rise above, he must achieve substantial contributions. Step aside, Xia Gang bellowed, unleashing his spiritual pressure. The aura of the fifth level of the opening Yuan realm erupted forth, overwhelming the level 1 investigator standing guard, who could not withstand it. However, as a Security Bureau investigator, he felt empowered and responsible to block Xia Gang. He stood firm, declaring, "Without orders from our superiors, we cannot allow you to enter. Please leave immediately. Then bring your superior out. I want to see who he is to act so arrogantly, hiding away for days." Xia Gang challenged, "Is this how you show contempt for the two Zen temples? Are you looking for me?" A cold voice resonated from behind Xia Gang. An overwhelming sense of dread surged forth, rendering Xia Gang momentarily paralyzed and unable to move. The oppressive killing intent locked onto him, nearly freezing the blood in his veins. Both Xia Gang's subordinates and the investigators present looked on in terror at Xiao Yi, who stood with a surge of spiritual energy coalescing around him, forming a roaring dragon elephant that towered over Xia Gang. The indifferent gaze directed at Xia Gang was akin to looking down upon an ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Xia Gang's eyes widened in shock, fear coursing through him as he struggled to glance behind. In a flash, a hand seized his face, lifting him off the ground. In that instant, Xia Gang's protective artifact failed to activate. Shattering effortlessly, the sheer force of Xiao Yi's grip surpassed the defensive limits of Xia Gang's artifact. With a powerful surge, Xiao Yi's hand crushed Xia Gang's skull, eliciting a wretched scream from him. Xia Gang felt as though his head would implode, his brain threatening to burst. "No, please, spare me." Boom. Xiao Yi slammed Xia Gang's head into the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. Xia Gang lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. A practitioner at the fifth level of the opening Yuan realm was rendered no more formidable than an insect before Xiao Yi. How dare such a mere fifth-level practitioner threaten the investigators of the Security Bureau? Who gave you the audacity? Consider this a small reprimand today, a lesson for you. With a swift kick, Xiao Yi sent the unconscious Xia Gang flying 10 meters away, his body broken and battered, bones undoubtedly fractured in multiple places. Yet, this was a show of mercy from Xiao Yi. Had he truly harbored murderous intent, Xia Gang would have been reduced to mere fragments. Alas, my brother Xiao remains as ruthless as ever. Though it is indeed quite satisfying, Lu Ziyang observed coolly, deriding the unconscious Xia Gang. Chapter 40. I act without restraint, disregarding human life. So what can you do about it? As investigators of the Security Bureau, they stand backed by the nation, inherently superior. They do not bully rogue cultivators, so when did it become their turn to be bullied? Su Xiaonhua felt her eyes sparkling, her heart racing wildly. She thought to herself, no wonder he is the heartthrob of the Water Cloud City Security Bureau. He truly is stunningly handsome, radiating an aura of dominance, far superior to Lu Ziyang, that pathetic loser who only knows how to soak his feet. Su Xiaonhua discreetly cast a glance at Lu Ziyang beside her, her face filled with disdain as she subtly stepped away. Wei Wu, Xiao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun were witnessing Xiao Yi's prowess for the first time. And it was indeed an eye-opener. Goodness, is Xiao Gu always this brutal? That fellow named Xia Gang can't possibly be dead, right? The fifth level of Kaiyuan is utterly feeble, as weak as a dog. Deservedly so, for he dared to threaten an investigator from the Security Bureau, practically lighting a candle in a restroom, seeking death. The three of them felt that Xiao Yi had done nothing wrong. As the leader of this mission, all the investigators present were his subordinates. When one of his subordinates is bullied, it is only natural for the leader to step in. This has always been the Security Bureau's protective style. Xiao Yi's actions were effective, and the investigators present, having witnessed the event, were entirely convinced of his abilities. He was powerful, loyal, and acted with a fierce protectiveness, unafraid to fight. Who wouldn't he want to work under such a leader? Xiaogang's disciples rushed to help him up, and upon seeing his pitiful state, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. One of Xiaogang's trusted disciples looked at Xiao Yi and couldn't help but speak up. Sir, are you being excessive? Our senior brother merely spoke a few words and did not inflict any harm. Why did you strike so harshly? Or is it that the investigators of the Security Bureau can act without regard for the lives of ordinary people? This accusation was well placed. If Xiao Yi admitted it, it would mean he was abusing his power and disregarding human life. If he denied it, it would imply he had wronged Xiaogang, and he might even face repercussions afterward. A common person might find themselves in a dilemma, but unfortunately for him, he was facing Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was utterly indifferent, looking at him coldly, hands in his pockets, and said nonchalantly, "So what? I am arrogant. I am excessive, and I act with impunity, disregarding human life. What do you intend to do about it? Can you verbally annihilate me?" The surrounding investigators wore expressions of mockery, gleefully watching Xiaogang's group. Did you not flaunt your arrogance just a few days ago? Now you are receiving your due lesson, are you not? You were so bold, yet now look at you. Tio act arrogantly before a true powerhouse. You have now riled him up, your ashes will be scattered. Xiaogang's disciple was furious, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what could he do? The person before him was simply too formidable, almost monstrous. Even the 5th level of Kaiyuan, Xiaogang, had been defeated in one blow. What could they, at the gathering spirit level, possibly do? Perhaps all they could do was seethe in impotent rage. Just as Xiaogang's disciples were about to slink away, a booming voice suddenly echoed from all directions. This investigator is exceedingly presumptuous, striking down 2 disciples of our Tu Zen temple without cause. Do you truly disregard our Tu Zen temple? The voice resonated with authority, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, indicating the formidable strength of the speaker. Xiao Yi turned to face the entrance of the camp, where 5 monks clad in robes were approaching slowly. The leading monk stepped forward, effortlessly covering a distance of 10 meters in a single stride. In a few blinks, he stood before Xiao Yi. The monk's face was golden, his physique tall and muscular, clearly indicating he had mastered formidable martial arts. Master Zhijue, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the monk, Xiaogang's disciples immediately displayed expressions of joy, as if they had seen a savior. Please, Master Zhijue, help us. Our senior brother was severely injured merely due to a verbal dispute. Lu Ziying approached Xiao Yi from behind, whispering, Xiao Gu. His name is Zhijue, a disciple of the abbot of the Tu Zen temple. He is said to be the strongest genius of this generation. Already at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, he has mastered the Buddha-esque Golden Bell Shield technique, renowned for its astonishing defense, impervious to blades and fire. He even fought to a standstill with the 1st-level evil cultivator from the Divine Sea realm. Understood. Xiao Yi nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Zhijue, his expression calm and unwavering. What of the Tu Zen temple? If he dared to show off, he would meet the same fate. Amitabha, benefactor, you have harmed my disciples of the Tu Zen temple without cause. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? Zhijue's hands were clasped together, anger flickering in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi replied impassively, a mere waste who speaks arrogantly. So I struck him. So what? What can you do to me? If you wish to reclaim your dignity, come at me directly. Spare me the meaningless words. In the realm of cultivation, strength is the ultimate truth. Very well, you are straightforward. Then I shall not hold back, Zhijue declared. I am Zhijue of the Tu Zen temple. I seek your guidance. Zhijue stepped forward, delivering a powerful stomp that created a large crater beneath his feet. His spiritual energy surged forth, aimed directly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, without uttering a single word, advanced with a punch. His fist shot forth like the ocean, a colossal force tearing through the air, akin to an invisible tidal wave. The dragon elephant opens the mountain technique. Clang! A resonant bell sound echoed across the field as a golden bell manifested around Zhijue, revealing the Buddha's golden bell shield technique. The manifestation of spiritual energy demonstrated that Zhijue had mastered this technique to its essence. When Xiao Yi's punch collided with the golden bell, the force dispersed, sending debris flying and stirring up clouds of dust. Is this all the strength you possess? Zhijue remained unmoved within the golden bell. His hands clasped, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Observing Zhijue's provocation, Lu Ziying instinctively averted his gaze, muttering to himself that this was a disaster. Given his understanding of Xiao Yi, he knew he must be furious by now. Why did Zhijue choose to flaunt his bravado, especially before Xiao Yi? Was he courting death? Indeed. Xiao Yi's expression darkened in an instant, his pupils igniting with the fire of the sun. You think you're impressive? Watch me shatter your shell. Xiao Yi had only exerted a fraction of his strength with that previous punch, merely testing the extent of Zhijue's defense, fearing he might accidentally kill him with too much force. After all, Zhijue was a disciple of the abbot of the Tu Zen Temple, and it would be problematic to kill him over a mere verbal spat. Yet, Zhijue had overstepped, believing Xiao Yi's strength was insufficient and began to show off. This was intolerable. Roaring, the phantom of the dragon elephant materialized behind Xiao Yi, howling skyward. Xiao Yi stepped forward, seemingly teleporting outside the golden bell, raising his hand for another punch. Chapter 41. Do you Taoists play so flamboyantly? Do the masters know? Boom! The sound of an explosion resonated like a cannon. The golden bell was shattered by Xiao Yi's punch, in the astonished gaze of Zhijue. Xiao Yi's fist struck heavily against his abdomen. Pu! Blood sprayed forth as Zhijue's eyes bulged, his stomach caving in as he was sent flying like a shrimp. Zhijue prided himself on his unparalleled defense, hence he wore no protective artifacts. In his view, his flesh was the strongest artifact, and he had never considered that one day he could be injured. Thud, thud, thud. Wherever Zhijue landed, trees in the mountains were uprooted, and he flew at least 30 to 40 meters before crashing down heavily. Gag! Zhijue continuously vomited, blood pouring from his mouth as if he were about to expel his very organs. He felt as if his intestines had been ruptured by Xiao Yi's strike, excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. How could this person have broken my golden bell shield? How is this possible? Zhijue's mind spun, his head dizzy, filled with disbelief. Not only he, but Zhijue's 4 disciples were also questioning their own lives. Initially, when Xiao Yi's punch failed to breach Zhijue's defense, they thought he was merely boasting, insignificant. They were certain that facing their senior brother Zhijue, he would undoubtedly kneel. Yet, just a second later, their senior brother Zhijue was indeed kneeling. So fast it was astonishing. Well done. Xiao Gu is magnificent. Xiao Gu is incredible. Absolutely astounding. Xiao Gu. Teach that monk a lesson and show him what a true genius looks like. The so-called genius of the Tu Zen Temple is nothing compared to Xiao Gu. Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyan cheered incessantly, while the surrounding investigators also erupted into excited shouts. Xiao Yi had single-handedly toppled the most formidable genius of the Tu Zen Temple, Zhijue, truly bringing honor to the Security Bureau. They felt proud to be part of this. Zhijue struggled to rise, his vision darkening as if a cloud loomed overhead. As he raised his gaze, he met a pair of eyes burning with fiery intensity. In the next moment, Xiao Yi seized his neck. Weren't you just so impressive? Why the silence now? Show me more. Xiao Yi's icy stare pierced through Zhijue as he tightened his grip. Zhijue gasped, his face turning red as he struggled. Yet he could not escape the vice-like grip of Xiao Yi's hand. Soon, Zhijue's eyes began to roll back, his consciousness fading. He finally regretted his impulsiveness. He should not have acted so rashly. Who could have imagined that a mere investigator from the Security Bureau could possess such strength? He had shattered his golden bell shield with a single punch, and Xiao Yi was even younger than him. When did such geniuses abound? Is the Security Bureau truly so formidable? Its depth of power far surpasses that of the Tu Zen Temple. Stop, please, show mercy, benefactor. Master Zhijue meant no harm. Please release him, we are willing to apologize. Please grant us leniency. We beseech you not to act impulsively. The 4 disciples of Zhijue were consumed by anxiety, hastily stepping forward to plead for mercy. Observing Zhijue's lifeless posture, akin to a deceased canine, they were seized by trepidation, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Should Zhijue perish here, how would they justify this to the esteemed abbot upon their return to the 2 Zen temples? Xiao Yi had never intended to take Zhijue's life. His sole desire was to impart a lesson. Now that the lesson had been delivered, he had no intention of committing murder. You failed to declare your identities upon entering the camp. Thus, you are to exit and re-enter, he commanded. With that, Xiao Yi seized Zhijue and hurled him forcefully outside the camp, transforming him into a projectile. The 4 disciples of Zhijue dared not linger, rushing swiftly out of the camp. Zhijue, nearly unconscious, could not control his descent and plummeted headfirst into the ground with a resounding thud, embedding himself in the earth. His head was buried downwards, feet pointing upwards, with his upper body concealed in soil. His legs splayed in a V shape, creating a rather provocative pose. At that moment, Lu Ziang remarked, "Isn't this akin to a toad urinating while standing on its head?" Absolutely hilarious. Upon hearing this, the surrounding investigators erupted in laughter. "Lu Ziang, your wit is unmatched. Are you preparing for graduate school?" they teased. Nevertheless, the pose was indeed strikingly familiar, evoking an inexplicable urge within them, of course. You seasoned veterans must have indulged in a plethora of Japanese films. Someone quipped, leading to a collective realization amongst the group. This pose was reminiscent of a scene from such films, particularly one involving a female instructor. The stark contrast of witnessing this in reality, with a monk from the two Zen temples striking the very same pose, was overwhelming. That moment, several individuals approached from outside the camp, all garbed in Taoist robes with their hair styled in top knots. Clearly, these were representatives from the Taoist sect. What is this? An obstruction on the road? How unbecoming! The leading Taoist glanced at the V-shaped figure before him, a mischievous smirk emerging on his lips. With a sudden leap, he bounded over the V with remarkable agility. His disciples followed suit, each jumping over the pose in succession. The 4 disciples of Zhijue attempted to intervene, but it was too late. They could only watch this absurd spectacle unfold, their hearts heavy with despair. How infuriating! These people are insufferable. The personnel from the security bureau also witnessed this scene, utterly astounded. Are you all so ostentatious? Do the masters and elders of your sect know of your antics? Lu Ziang lamented, these Taoists certainly know how to entertain. Why didn't we think of this approach? Wei Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should give it a try. It seems rather extraordinary. Who is this leading Taoist? Someone wondered aloud. His intellect and reflexes are remarkably swift. He must have seen his fair share of Japanese films. Qi Shaoyun raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Do Taoists indulge in Japanese films? Surely not. Given their ascetic lifestyle? Zhao Chongkong rolled his eyes. What's wrong with being an ascetic? Modern Taoists are hardly pure. It's perfectly normal for them to watch such films. Just look at how adept they are. They must have practiced extensively. The group nodded in agreement, convinced by Zhao Chongkong's assertion. If they had not engaged in practical exercises, how could they demonstrate such proficiency? Zijue's humiliation was profound. First crushed by Xiao Yi and then ridiculed by the Taoists, he was utterly mortified. The Taoists could undoubtedly discern that the figure embedded in the ground was a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Their act of jumping over him was entirely intentional. Xiao Yi had long been aware of the age-old rivalry between the Buddhist and Taoist sects, a conflict that had persisted for millennia, and this encounter only confirmed that truth. Chapter 42. The discovery of Japanese ninjas, long-range sniping from 3,000 meters away. Both the Taoist and Buddhist sects sought to establish themselves as the premier cultivation sect of the Great Xia. However, in these peaceful times, it was impossible for them to resolve their differences through martial confrontations. Thus, their competition was relegated to these petty displays of one-upmanship. Before long, the Taoist group entered the camp, and the leading Taoist performed a courteous bow towards Xiao Yi and his companions, introducing himself as Meng Haoran from Qingyun Temple. The name Meng Haoran carried a poetic resonance, conjuring images of serene landscapes. As Lu Ziang quietly informed Xiao Yi of Meng's rank, he too was at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm, albeit a rather low-profile figure with few notable achievements. His most recent feat occurred 6 months prior when he assisted the Security Bureau in capturing an evil practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm. Xiao Yi nodded in understanding and introduced himself. I am Xiao Yi of the Security Bureau. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Xiao Yi? The name caused a ripple of surprise among Meng Haoran and the monks from the 2 Zen temples. Meng Haoran inquired, are you the infamous Flaming Hand Xiao Yi? Indeed, that is I. Ha ha ha. So it is Brother Xiao. Meng Haoran laughed heartily. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Your extraordinary prowess and remarkable achievements are truly commendable. Meeting you today, I find your reputation well-deserved. Ever since Xiao Yi had slain Cui Wuji, his name had spread throughout the vicinity of Shuiyun City. As both the 2 Zen temples and Qingyun Temple were local sects, their members had undoubtedly heard of Xiao Yi's renown. Such talent and understanding were coveted by any sect. Meng Haoran was aware that his master had often lamented the missed opportunity to discover such a gem sooner. regretting not being able to bring Xiao Yi to Qingyun Temple. Had they recognized him earlier, they would have gained another unparalleled prodigy in no time. They could have added a powerful figure of the Divine Sea realm, or perhaps even the Tianxian realm, to their ranks. The monks from the two Zen temples finally understood the reasons behind their senior brother's humiliating defeat. Xiao Yi was the one who had struck him down. A wave of fear washed over them. They all knew Xiao Yi's reputation for being ruthless and brutal. Fortunately, this time, Xiao Yi had shown restraint, merely injuring Zhijue without taking his life. Otherwise, they would have found themselves reduced to ashes. Within the camp, Xiao Yi regarded Meng Haoran and his group, suggesting, "As you have traveled from afar, please take some time to rest. The excavation of the ancient tomb is ongoing. When the time is right, we shall allow you entry." Meng Haoran accepted the invitation with a smile, while the monks from the two Zen temples dared not voice any objections. After accommodating Meng and his party, Xiao Yi turned his attention to the entrance of the ancient tomb. "Xiao Ge, are we entering the tomb now?" Lu Ziang inquired. "Of course we must enter the tomb," Xiao Yi replied calmly, "but first, we need to deal with a few pesky rodents." Rodents? Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and the others understood the implication behind Xiao Yi's words and immediately entered a state of vigilance. Qi Xiaoyun, armed with a sniper rifle, activated his divine sight to scan the surrounding woods for any suspicious figures. Su Xiano employed her keen sense of smell to detect any unusual scents. Yet they found nothing amiss. Xiao Yi raised his gaze skyward, his pupils glowing with a golden halo. He spotted a hawk soaring approximately 500 meters above the camp, nearly invisible to the naked eye, yet crystal clear to his candle dragon eye. Since entering the camp, Xiao Yi had noticed this hawk, which had been circling overhead. He also detected subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it, indicating it was being controlled by someone. Fixating on the hawk, he activated his candle dragon eye, and with a resounding pop, the hawk exploded into a shower of flesh. Despite the spiritual energy, the hawk was merely an ordinary bird. Not a beast, hence it did not possess any supernatural abilities. Using a hawk for surveillance, a clever tactic, it appeared the puppeteer was a beast master. Lu Ziang's expression darkened as he scanned the surrounding forest with increasing urgency. A beast master would not stray too far. He must still be nearby. We must locate him, Xiao Yi sneered. But there is no need to search. The target is right there. Xiao Yi gestured towards a hillside over 3,000 meters away to the southeast. Indicating to Qi Xiaoyun, "Xiaoyun, let me see your prowess as a divine eye sniper." Surprised by Xiao Yi's exceptional eyesight, which had allowed him to pinpoint the target first, Qi Xiaoyun grinned. "Just watch, Xiao Ge." With his sniper rifle aimed at the hillside, Qi Xiaoyun had already spotted the target. Among the trees 3,000 meters away, two figures were sprinting through the forest, clearly aware that they had been exposed following the hawk's demise, and they chose to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, they were no match for the speed of bullets. With two swift gunshots, spaced less than 0.1 seconds apart, the bullet struck true, hitting the two figures in the back. Their bodies erupted in a gruesome display, heads severed and eyes wide with terror. The bullets, having penetrated their bodies, retained their destructive force, shattering several trees in the vicinity. Qi Xiaoyun's specially crafted sniper rifle possessed tremendous power. Even with the most basic bullets costing 3,000 a round, they would not leave behind a complete corpse upon impact. In that moment, the physical forms of those at the gathering spirit realm were as fragile as tofu. Xiao Yi relished in the destruction, preferring to leave nothing but ashes in his wake, while Qi Xiaoyun never left behind whole bodies after a kill. In a certain sense, their styles bear a striking resemblance. It was resolved unexpectedly, with both the first blood and the second kill claimed by me. "Brothers, it seems you have fallen behind." Qi Xiaoyun stowed away his sniper rifle and whistled, a smug smile gracing his lips. Given his prowess, hitting a target 3,000 meters away was as effortless as eating or drinking. Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong scoffed. "Don't get too cocky. You're merely relying on your long reach. This is just the beginning. Just wait. When the real combat ensues, we shall surely outkill you." Qi Xiaoyun remained silent, secretly reveling in his triumph. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as he commanded, "Though the bodies are mangled, we must investigate for any clues. Wei Wu, take a team and check it out." "Understood. I will go at once." Wei Wu nodded, leading Zhao Chongkong and 6 other investigators away. While waiting at the camp, Xiao Yi utilized the Eye of Zhulong to survey the surrounding mountains and forests, ensuring there were no suspicious individuals lurking within a 5,000-meter radius. Before long, Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong returned with their team. And indeed, they confirmed the presence of Japanese nationals. The expressions of Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong darkened. Although the deceased were not clad in ninja garb, they had discovered a distinctive emblem branded on the shredded flesh. It depicted a sword accompanied by several cherry blossoms. Chapter 43. Any suspicious individual shall be killed on the spot without warning. This was the emblem of the Japanese Luxing Sword School. Wei Wu, holding his phone, elaborated. I have found information on the Security Bureau app. The Luxing Sword School is a renowned samurai clan in Japan, famed for their swordsmanship, and is the inheritor of the new Shadow School of swordplay. Xiao Yi immediately comprehended their intentions. They had come for the legendary blade that had been passed down through generations at the Luxing Sword School. Investigate their identities, ascertain their residences, workplaces, and associations. Leave no stone unturned for any clues. Yes, the investigator responsible for information gathering promptly set out to delve into the details of the two individuals. Currently, in the Great Xia Empire, there exists a Skynet, with the Security Bureau's database directly connected to it. As long as there are photographs of the two individuals, all their information can be retrieved. Xiao Yi himself had undergone such scrutiny by the Security Bureau in the past, where even the most minute details were uncovered. Given their previous total annihilation, if they dared to resurface, then let these Japanese rascals meet a death akin to that of their ancestors. Xiao Yi scanned his surroundings and issued the command. Establish a firepower network. Deploy surveillance cameras and drones around me. I want the area within 5 kilometers of the camp to be rendered a blank slate. All investigators went on high alert, patrolling in shifts around the clock. Any suspicious individual encountered could be shot on sight, without warning. Yes. Once the order was given, all investigators sprang into action. 8 fire god Gatlings were positioned around the camp, 2 each to the north, south, east, and west, forming an interlocking firepower network. The fire god Gatling, with a firing rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, could instantly reduce a practitioner to mere pulp. Even those at the opening origin stage would find it impossible to withstand its barrage. This was not a weapon for individual use, considering that 5,000 rounds would be expended within a minute. No one would carry such a heavy load of ammunition while roaming. However, this was a camp. A defensive position waiting for prey, making the fire god Gatling exceptionally suitable. Observing the menacing gun barrels and rows of ammunition belts, the Taoists and monks within the camp could not help but swallow hard. Marveling at the Security Bureau's grandiose preparations, such weaponry would ensure that any practitioner below the Divine Sea stage who dared approach the camp would meet certain death. Simultaneously, thousands of drones ascended from the camp, monitoring the skies. With a battery life of up to 24 hours, they could be cycled in and out to maintain constant aerial surveillance. Additionally, the mountains and forests were also riddled with surveillance devices. Even a fly attempting to enter would not escape the investigator's scrutiny. Backed by the state, the Security Bureau lacked nothing but funding. They had an abundance of bullets, drones, and surveillance equipment. When the guns roar, gold flows like water. This adage holds true whether it pertains to the wars of ordinary folk or those of practitioners. Once the orders were issued, Xiao Yi, accompanied by Lu Ziang and Wei Wu, descended into the tomb. They first traversed a long passageway, where the air was frigid, still lingering with a faint trace of corpse miasma. This miasma is harmful to ordinary people, resulting in serious illness or even death upon inhalation. Initially, the site was explored by a regular archaeological team, who suffered casualties due to inhaling the miasma. However, this miasma posed no threat to practitioners unless its concentration was alarmingly high. Upon passing through the passage, Xiao Yi arrived at the front hall of the tomb. Illumination had been installed, rendering the area brightly lit. The front hall was expansive, with specially crafted stone tiles forming peculiar patterns and surrounded by 16 stone pillars. Numerous archaeological investigators were at work, meticulously brushing each stone tile and pillar with small brushes, diligently photographing any inscriptions and patterns they encountered. Archaeology is not akin to treasure hunting, where one forcibly destroys an ancient tomb to seize its treasures. Instead, it demands meticulous attention, akin to carving flowers on tofu. In the eyes of these archaeologists, every inscription and pattern on the bricks was the most precious legacy left by the ancients. Compared to magical artifacts, they were far more interested in the stories that this ancient tomb could unveil, allowing them to grasp the historical context of its occupants' era. On the floor of the front hall, Xiao Yi beheld hundreds of corpses, some already processed and neatly arranged in corners, while others were still being attended to. The familiar garb of Japanese ninjas and the murky yellow military uniforms ignited a fire within Xiao Yi. Damn these Japanese rascals. They all deserve death. Behind the front hall stood a large bronze door, which had been opened, revealing a second burial chamber, also occupied by investigators, with even more bodies strewn across the floor. The combined total of corpses in both burial chambers exceeded 300. All items left behind by the deceased had been gathered together, including both Taoist and Buddhist artifacts, which were to be returned to their rightful owners. As for the remaining items, they were the artifacts left behind by the fallen Japanese ninjas. Most of these artifacts were shattered and rendered ineffective, save for a single katana that remained intact. Is this the legendary blade of the Luxing Sword School? It appears rather unimpressive. Xiao Yi grasped the blade and waved it. Aside from its sharp edge and slight hardness, he sensed no spiritual energy within it. Resembling an ordinary katana, our people have examined it. This blade automatically sealed itself upon its owner's death, and a special secret method is required to unseal it. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Bai Changyu, the head of this excavation. His cultivation was at the first level of the opening origin stage, indicating a rather weak prowess, and given his age, it was evident that he had exhausted his potential and was unlikely to advance further in this lifetime. However, he was also an archaeologist, possessing profound knowledge as a university professor, thus earning considerable respect within the Security Bureau. Sometimes, a person's worth is assessed not solely by their strength, but also by the knowledge they possess. Within the Security Bureau, there was no shortage of opening origin practitioners, but those who were both practitioners and archaeologists were exceedingly rare. I see. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. The more advanced the artifact, the greater its spiritual essence. Artifacts recognize their masters, and if one is not the owner, they cannot be wielded. This blade was no exception. Its automatic sealing indicated a considerable level of spiritual essence, classifying it as at least a level 4 artifact. If one wished to purchase it within the Security Bureau, a level 4 artifact would cost no less than 10 billion. Setting the blade down, Xiao Yi began to inspect other areas of the tomb. He noticed another bronze door at the back of the second burial chamber, though this door remained shut. Bai Changyu explained, beyond this door lies the main burial chamber. Many years ago, these individuals perished without gaining entry, leaving us unaware of what resides within. Perhaps there are traps or mechanisms left by the tomb's occupant, making it exceedingly perilous. Therefore, before opening, we must first clear the area outside and prepare adequately. Understood. I will station personnel outside to ensure you are not disturbed, Xiao Yi replied to Bai Changyu. Chapter 44. Damn those little rascals, you have crossed the line. Thank you for your trouble, Bai Changyu said. His tone tinged with nostalgia. Seeing you young folks makes me feel old and my aptitude is lacking. It took me a lifetime to barely break through to the opening origin stage, unlike you, who are all prodigies. Achieving it at such a young age, with boundless prospects. Lu Ziang and Wei Wu hurriedly shook their heads in modesty. We don't deserve such praise, Teacher Bai. We are not prodigies. Xiao Guo is the true prodigy. Bai Changyu evidently recognized Xiao Yi's name, his gaze toward him brimming with admiration and envy. He too had once aspired to cultivate and become a formidable practitioner in the Divine Sea stage, or even the Celestial Profound stage. Alas, his aptitude proved insufficient, compelling him to pursue a different path in acquiring archaeological knowledge. Upon exiting the tomb, Xiao Yi received a report from his subordinates, confirming they had identified the 2 Japanese ninjas. Both were members of a certain online PR team, hired to cleanse reputations for celebrities or commercial enterprises, manipulating public opinion. We also discovered that this PR team had disseminated numerous narratives to whitewash Japan, alongside many anti-national sentiments, claiming that foreign air is sweeter, streets are devoid of litter, foreigners are more cultured, that one can obtain a burger combo for a single yuan, and that foreign nations are more democratic and free. Even urging the citizens of Great Xia to reflect on their own circumstances. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The practitioner executed the technique of Lingqi, far surpassing the ancient executioners of yore. The slices of flesh were uniformly thick, precise to the slightest degree. The wails of despair rose and fell in a cacophony, as the 5 Japanese spies kneeling on the ground gaped in horror, sweat pouring from their brows. You cannot treat us this way. We are prisoners of war, and you must afford us humane treatment. This is a violation of international law. Are you not afraid of the world's condemnation? The 5 Japanese spies stammered in fear, invoking international law, which nearly provoked a laugh from Xiao Yi. What? We are violating international law, and you intend to take us to an international court, setting aside whether you can leave alive. The treatment of spies and prisoners of war is fundamentally different. There is no notion of preferential treatment for spies. Moreover, you are practitioners. The laws governing the cultivation world diverge significantly from those of ordinary society. At that moment, the cries came to a sudden halt. The Lingxi had concluded, and beneath Lu Ziang's feet lay a bloodied skeletal frame. It was exhilarating. I had never experienced such a thrill before. Utterly intoxicating. Lu Ziang wiped the blood from his blade, his face flushed, his body trembling from excessive excitement, a clear manifestation of adrenaline surging through him. In that instant, Lu Ziang resembled someone euphorically high on laundry detergent. Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong looked on with envy, cursing, for the opportunity to exact Lingxi on the Japanese spies had been snatched by Lu Ziang. Very well, let us continue. Xiao Yi glanced at the remaining 5 Japanese spies. A playful smile gracing his lips. Will you speak? Yes, we will tell you everything. Do not kill us, please. Our leader is Lu Liheng, whose real name is Xiang Shantai. He is the editor-in-chief of Gua magazine, and it is he who usually initiates contact with US.AS for whether there are other spies. We do not know. We have never seen them, nor would we dare to inquire. Yes, we only know Xiang Shantai. We do not know anything else. The 5 spies spoke in unison, divulging all they knew. Xiao Yi then inquired, was this mission regarding the Longji Mountain ancient tomb also orchestrated by Xiang Shantai? Yes, he instructed us to do so. Xine and Hao Er were sent by him to surveil the ancient tomb. Beyond that, we truly do not know anything else. Our usual tasks merely involve posting online and guiding public opinion. We have never engaged in espionage, nor have we obtained any classified information. Please, spare us. Our crimes do not warrant death. The 5 Japanese spies continually bowed their heads, gazing at Xiao Yi with pleading eyes, hoping for his mercy. They had not acquired classified intelligence, and according to the law, they could not be sentenced to death. However, Xiao Yi's standards of judgment were not the same. He regarded the 5 spies with an impassive expression and coldly declared, for being spies from Japan, you deserve to die. Kill them. As his words fell, Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong immediately grinned menacingly and pounced. Even Su Xiano joined in. Chapter 46. Lingxi on the Little Devils. We must not let their deaths be too merciful. Su Xiano struck down one Japanese spy with a single palm, instantly ending his life. However, Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong were different. They did not kill immediately but sought to emulate Xiao Yi by directly severing the heads of the Japanese spies, aspiring to create a dish reminiscent of lamb's spine. Regrettably, their strength proved insufficient, and they tugged at the little devil's head, eliciting cries but failing to dislodge it. Thus, they were compelled to kill slowly, piece by piece, waiting until they had subjected the Japanese spies to Lingxi before claiming their lives. While the 4 tortured and executed the Japanese spies, Xiao Yi communicated with a spirit within the shadows to verify the validity of their confessions. The spirit in question was, in fact, the Japanese spy who had perished at Xiao Yi's hands. The comparison yielded no discrepancies. The Japanese spies were truthful. They indeed only knew of Xiang Shantai as their superior. Upon reflection, this made sense. The 9 Japanese spies possessed lowly abilities, likely mere foot soldiers, thus lacking access to classified intelligence. Brother Xiao, shall we proceed to capture Xiang Shantai next? Lu Ziang inquired of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded, instructing to notify the logistics department to come and clean the area, searching for any other residual clues within this room. Inform them to meticulously investigate the funding sources and channels of this online water army group, examining who had monetary transactions with them. All individuals with connections to Japan must be thoroughly scrutinized, including those from Daxia who had previously studied in Japan. Furthermore, dispatch a team of investigators to rendezvous with us at Gua magazine. All personnel within that company must be examined closely. Xiang Shantai has infiltrated Gua magazine. There may be more than just him among the spies, perhaps even his developed informants or other unknown agents. To mitigate any risks, a comprehensive investigation of the entire company is imperative. Understood. I will attend to it immediately, Lu Ziang replied, promptly taking out his phone to notify the Security Bureau. The Security Bureau acted swiftly, arriving within 10 minutes. Xiao Yi instructed Su Xiano to remain behind to await the security bureau's arrival to take over the scene while he departed with Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong. Upon opening the door, Xiao Yi spotted figures flitting down the corridor, with the doors of several adjacent rooms slightly ajar, revealing individuals stealthily peering in. These individuals must have been drawn out by the anguished cries and pleas of the Japanese spies, eager to ascertain the situation. Upon seeing Xiao Yi and the group of young individuals emerging from the room, the neighbors were taken aback. They had heard the screams and assumed a murder had occurred. Expecting to confront fearsome criminals, with some nearly having called the police, to their surprise, it was merely a group of innocuous young people. An elderly woman curiously questioned, "Young people, what was that terrifying scream from inside?" "What happened?" Su Xiano stepped forward, feigning innocence, and cheerfully replied, "It's nothing, auntie. We were just watching a horror movie and testing out our new speaker. The volume was a bit loud. I apologize for disturbing you." "Ah, so it was a horror movie. That explains the screams." Observing Su Xiano's endearing demeanor, the elderly woman's wariness dissipated, and the surrounding neighbors were convinced by her words. This is Daxia, the safest country in the world. No one would suspect that a few little devils were being subjected to Lingqi next door. They would never believe that such a soft and adorable girl like Su Xiano could commit murder. The elderly woman became increasingly friendly, engaging Su Xiano in conversation and even attempting to introduce her to a potential boyfriend, claiming her son worked at a prestigious company with a monthly salary of 20,000, promising a bright future. She also mentioned their family owned 4 houses, assuring that marrying her son would guarantee a life free from worries. Su Xiano chatted animatedly with the elderly woman while waiting for the logistics personnel from the security bureau to arrive. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had already departed with Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong, heading towards Guiyue Magazine. Approximately 15 minutes later, the 4 arrived at the foot of the Guiyue Magazine building. The security bureau's investigators had also arrived. Comprising 12 Level 1 investigators and a group of interns, Guiyue Magazine ranked among the top 3 magazines in Shuiyun City, with a broad array of business interests, including finance, entertainment, fashion, and international military affairs. Xiang Shantai had disguised himself as Lu Liheng, currently serving as the editor of the finance section. From the spirit, Xiao Yi learned that the real Lu Liheng had died during a business trip to Japan. Xiang Shantai assumed Lu Liheng's identity through complete facial reconstruction, managing to go undetected for a decade. Xiao Yi's pupils shimmered with a golden aura as the candle dragon eye pierced through the entirety of Guiyue Magazine. Quickly locating Xiang Shantai, he was the only practitioner within the magazine, easily identifiable. Block the network, seal the company, and apprehend them. Yes, with a command from Xiao Yi, he led the investigators into Guiyue Magazine. Hey, who are you? You cannot barge in here. The head of security at the magazine, seeing the aggressive group storm in, hurriedly attempted to block their path. The security bureau is conducting an operation. All irrelevant personnel, step aside. Lu Ziang brandished his security bureau credentials while revealing his firearm from beneath his uniform. The security chief, upon sighting the gun, was instantly drenched in cold sweat, hastily retreating into a corner. "Brother Wu, is that a real gun?" a curious young security guard inquired. "What do you think? Is this a fake? Have you ever seen anyone dare impersonate a security bureau investigator in Daxia?" The security chief rolled his eyes, immediately lowering his head as the investigators' gazes swept past him. Goodness, armed investigators from the security bureau. He had only heard rumors online before, and this was his first time witnessing such a sight. Though they were all young, the aura emanating from them nearly induced a heart attack. He had previously seen the county chief up close, but compared to these investigators, the county chief's presence paled in comparison. 2 investigators stood at the entrance while the security personnel and receptionists huddled in the corners, their minds racing with concern. If the security bureau was here to apprehend someone, could there possibly be spies within the company? If spies were discovered in the company, it would be a monumental scandal. Would the company's operations be jeopardized? Would the company go bankrupt? Would my monthly salary of 3,000 still be paid? Xiao Yi led his team boldly forward, opting not to take the elevator, but rather racing up the stairs to the 3rd floor, cornering a panic-stricken middle-aged bald man in his office. The bald man was none other than Lu Liheng, the Japanese spy masquerading as Xiang Shantai. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiao Yi's expression was devoid of warmth. Xiang Shantai, realizing he was encircled, made a desperate decision and violently charged at the wall, intending to break through and seize a female editor next door as a hostage. With his cultivation at the 9th level of spiritual gathering, demolishing a wall was a trivial task. Unfortunately, he was confronted by Xiao Yi. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yi seized Xiang Shantai by the head and forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a resounding crash, the floor tiles shattered, revealing steel and concrete beneath. Xiang Shanti's head was bloodied, and with a vicious shake, Xiao Yi treated him like a lifeless fish. A cacophony echoed as Xiang Shantai let out a piercing scream, his body instantly slumping to the ground like a puddle of mud. That single shake had shattered every bone in his body. The personnel from the magazine office stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, none daring to utter a word. The magazine's president, Hu Yudao, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing Lu Liheng sprawled on the ground like a lifeless mass, his face turned an ashen shade of fury, just as he was about to erupt. Wei Wu stepped forward, brandishing his security bureau credentials with a sneer, and remarked, "President Hu, your ability to manage personnel is truly commendable. Isn't it? You've harbored a Japanese spy for a decade without realizing it." Impressive. Upon hearing this, Hu Yudao was left dumbfounded, collapsing to his knees before Wei Wu, his voice trembling. "Leaders, I genuinely had no idea Lu Liheng was a spy. I have no connections with him. Had I known, I would have reported him long ago. I am wronged. I am more wronged than Do-yi." Tears streaming down his face, Hu Yudao glared at the prostrate Lu Liheng, filled with resentment. "Why, you Japanese spy? Why are you here at my magazine office instead of a research institute or a scientific laboratory? There are no state secrets here for you to collect." Little did he know, spies came in various kinds. Some were tasked with stealing secrets from research institutes or laboratories. Others infiltrated large corporations to acquire commercial intelligence, and some specialized in gathering military or climatic data. Xiang Shanti's role was to write articles. And he had even organized a network of online trolls to manipulate public opinion, whitewashing Japan and inciting ethnic division and hatred. Such spies could kill without batting an eye, though they might not inflict immediate substantial harm on the Great Xia. Their long-term destructive potential far surpassed that of stealing a mere handful of classified documents. "Leaders, I am truly wronged," Hu Yudao wailed, his face a mess of tears and snot, while the other magazine staff stood in alarm, utterly shocked. They could hardly comprehend that a colleague they worked alongside daily was, in fact, a spy, and a Japanese one at that. Compared to spies from other nations, Japanese spies were the most detested and loathed. It was inconceivable that Lu Liheng was a Japanese spy. No wonder he was so familiar with the teachers from Japan, able to recognize them at a glance from photographs, and even identifying some by their voices. Previously, they had merely thought him well-informed. Little did they realize he was a local. He had concealed himself too well, showing no signs of weakness in his everyday demeanor. "Haven't you heard the investigator say? Lu Liheng has been undercover for 10 years. He has been in close proximity to us. Doesn't he know all our secrets? What secrets can a single man have? Enjoying Japanese films is hardly a matter worth investigating. The Japanese devils have not given up on their ambition to undermine our great Xia and dare to plant spies within our ranks. It is utterly despicable." The magazine staff gazed at Lu Liheng with eyes filled with hatred. Several men gritting their teeth in anger. Were the circumstances not so inappropriate, they would have rushed forward to beat Lu Liheng mercilessly. To rightfully punish a Japanese spy would be a service to their country. Xiao Yi turned to Hu Yudao, stating, "Your magazine will be temporarily closed, and all personnel will undergo isolation and scrutiny. Operations will resume only once the investigation is concluded. During this period, no one is permitted to leave the premises. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." Hu Yudao nodded vigorously, his expression contorted into a grimace resembling a wilted flower. He could not afford to misunderstand. The stakes regarding the Japanese spy were far too high for him not to cooperate fully. "Clear out a storage room," Xiao Yi commanded, taking Lu Liheng with him for interrogation. As for the rest of the magazine staff, they would be questioned by investigators alongside interns. The storage room door was tightly shut, with 2 investigators standing guard outside. Inside, Xiang Shantai hung from the ceiling, every bone in his body broken, utterly devoid of strength. Even attempting suicide was beyond his capability. Xiao Yi reclined on a couch, indifferent as he regarded Xiang Shantai, remarking, "Your subordinates were quite defiant at first, refusing to divulge anything. Hence I had to resort to dismemberment. Each one received thousands of cuts until only their skeletons remained. I hope your resolve is equally steadfast. Xiang Shantai understood all too well what dismemberment entailed and immediately began to struggle, screaming in rage, "You demons! How can you do this? It is a violation of humanitarian principles. You are not afraid of provoking our nuclear nation, are you? Do you wish to incite war?" Smack! Wei Wu, wielding a broadsword, struck Xiang Shantai across the face, sending several bloodied teeth flying. "Incite war? You think you're worthy?" Wei Wu scoffed. "Do you still believe we live in a century-long past? The times have changed. Had you not groveled before that pirate nation, we would have annihilated you long ago. And war? You really wish to meet your end." Xiao Yi, with an expressionless visage, stared at Xiang Shantai and said coolly, "Enough of this banter. I have no desire to waste words with you, dog. Confess, who is your superior? How do you communicate? Where are they hiding? How many of your kind are still lurking in Yunshui City?" Xiang Shantai spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, sneering defiantly, "It's useless. You'll never get anything from me." Clang! Before he could finish, a flash of steel severed one of his fingers. With a heart-wrenching scream, Xiang Shantai howled in agony. Wei Wu, visibly impatient, remarked, "Brother Xiao, I can't hold back any longer. This Japanese dog is utterly revolting. Even now, he persists in pretending to be tough. Does he truly believe himself a man of steel? In my opinion, we should simply resort to torture. Once we dismember him, he'll surely spill the color of the undergarments worn by the top officials in Japan." Lu Ziang and Zhao Chongkong echoed his sentiments. Wei Wu makes a valid point. We should proceed with torture. This Japanese scoundrel only understands brute force. If we don't get serious, he'll think we're jesting. Xiao Yi nodded. "Very well, then it is entrusted to you." "Understood." Wei Wu, Lu Ziang, and Zhao Chongkong displayed sinister smiles. Cackling, "You little devil, your misfortune is to fall into our hands." In that moment, their malicious grins were more villainous than any antagonist. Wei Wu stepped forward, drawing his sword and slicing into Xiang Shanti's left side. Lu Ziang attended to the right, while Zhao Chongkong, lacking a broadsword, improvised with a paper cutter, deftly carving into Xiang Shanti's back. Chapter 48. You wish for a swift death? I shall not grant your desire. Xiang Shantai emitted an unearthly wail, a sound so gut-wrenching that it sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. His eyes bulged wide with terror as he finally comprehended that his captors were not jesting. They would indeed carry out dismemberment. The screams were relentless, yet Wei Wu, Lu Ziang, and Zhao Chongkong remained impassive. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, dismembering a Japanese dog was no different from gutting a chicken. They could even engage in idle chatter while performing the act. Wei Wu, with a hint of nostalgia, mused, what a splendid day. One after another, we dismember Japanese dogs. A day to be remembered for a lifetime. I have decided, in the future, I shall choose this day for my wedding as well from now on. Every anniversary will also commemorate my dismemberment of Japanese dogs. Lu Ziang and Zhao Chongkong's eyes lit up at this proclamation. Lu Ziang exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea, Wei Wu. I will choose this day for my wedding too." Zhao Chongkong generously offered, as a staunch advocate of singlehood, "I shall not marry, but when you do, you are welcome to celebrate at my hotel. I will ensure everything is splendid, and I'll cover all expenses." The trio erupted into laughter, engaging in light-hearted banter as their hands continued to work, slicing piece after piece of flesh from Xiang Shantai. Meanwhile, he had already screamed himself hoarse, "I will speak. I will tell you everything. Please, spare me." Once confident in his toughness, Xiang Shantai now revealed a despicable side, his cowardly and pitiful demeanor utterly repugnant. The true nature of the Japanese scoundrel was laid bare, leaving him no room for pretense. Xiao Yi, observing him with indifference, inquired, "Who is your superior? What is the means of contact? Where are they hiding?" Barely clinging to life, Xiang Shantai gasped, "His codename is Dark Crow. I do not know his true identity. He has always issued commands via email. I execute them upon receipt. Beyond that, we have no other contact." "What is the email address?" 2546 was the recent mission at Longji Mountain Tomb also ordered by him. "Yes, is there anything else?" "There is nothing more. This is all I know. Truly, I am not deceiving you. I swear on behalf of the Tian Huang family. This is the extent of my intelligence. It appears you are merely a trifling figure." Xiao Yi shook his head, his eyes filled with derision. Xiang Shantai also hung his head, unable to refute. Xiao Yi spoke no falsehood. Among the myriad of covert spies, his standing was indeed quite insignificant. His usual tasks consisted merely of pinning articles and disseminating inappropriate remarks online. Such a role preordained that he would have no access to classified information, rendering his existence inconsequential. Ultimately, he was but a dispensable pawn. If you kill me, I will truly divulge everything. Please, cease tormenting me. Xiang Shantai gazed at Xiao Yi with pleading eyes, yearning for a swift end to his suffering. Xiao Yi replied with a cold smile. If you desire a quick death, I shall ensure you do not have your wish. Taking the broadsword from Lu Ziang's hand, Xiao Yi commenced the gruesome act of dismemberment, in a state of terror. Xiang Shantai screamed in agony, "You have no honor. You promised me." Xiao Yi's face remained impassive. "I have never made any promises to you, and as for the Japanese devils, I do not abide by any commitments." As Xiang Shanti's desperate wails echoed in despair, he was reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame, which was ultimately incinerated to ashes by the sun's true fire. Xiao Yi sheathed the broadsword and commanded, "Flush the ashes down the toilet." Understood, Lu Ziang chuckled, having anticipated this outcome. To crush bones and scatter ashes. This was Xiao Yi's customary method. Upon exiting the warehouse, Xiao Yi observed the magazine staff being isolated and interrogated. A few employees, upon catching sight of Xiao Yi and his companions, turned pale and averted their gazes, clearly unable to bear witnessing the aftermath of Xiang Shanti's torments. Though they had not witnessed the bloody scene firsthand, the mere thought of it was sufficient to instill fear, robbing them of sleep. Those with weaker constitutions might endure sleepless nights filled with nightmares, or even fall gravely ill. Xiao Yi paid no mind. The logistics department would handle these matters. After all, their memories would eventually be erased, ensuring that today's events would not affect them. Far more effective than any psychological counseling. At that moment, an information investigator rushed in. Clutching a laptop, "Captain Xiao, we have located Lu Liheng's personal computer. We have recovered email records and even found the address of the Dark Crow." Just as we arrived, Lu Liheng sent an email to the Dark Crow, stating that he had been exposed. However, due to our signal jamming, the email could not be sent. Xiao Yi inquired, "Can we trace it?" The investigator shook his head. "We have traced it and identified the email owner's information, but the individual is deceased." "Another dead mailbox?" Lu Ziang and Wei Wu uttered simultaneously, their expressions darkening. Xiao Yi, unfamiliar with the term due to his brief tenure at the Security Bureau, sought clarification. Lu Ziang explained, "Captain Xiao, a dead mailbox refers to an email account owned by someone who has died, yet is still being used by a living individual. Unlike an ID card, an email account does not get deactivated upon the owner's death and can still be utilized thereafter. Many foreign spies exploit this and steal the email accounts of the deceased to communicate with one another. Thus, even if we uncover the email address, we cannot ascertain who is using it." Xiao Yi pressed further, "What about tracing the IP address?" "That too would be futile," Lu Ziang replied, shaking his head. "They utilize botnets for redirection, encrypting the connection multiple times, often routing through several foreign countries, making it impossible to trace." The information investigator nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this time is no exception. Hence, we are unable to ascertain anything. So, have our leads been severed?" Zhao Chongkong exclaimed, visibly frustrated, while Wei Wu and Lu Ziang wore equally glum expressions. They had spent an entire day capturing 10 Japanese spies, only to end up with nothing substantial. Although dismantling a long-hidden Japanese spy ring was a commendable achievement, these individuals were mere foot soldiers, inconsequential in the grand scheme. As long as the bigger fish remained unfound, their mission would not be deemed complete. The mere thought of Japanese spies still lurking in Shuiyun City left them uneasy. Who could predict the nefarious acts these spies might undertake? Until they were rooted out, the interests of the daxia would be jeopardized. No, the leads have not been severed. Xiao Yi shook his head. Addressing the information investigator, "I instructed you to look into the funding channels of those spies. What have you discovered?" The investigator replied, "Most of their funding sources stem from various internet celebrities and companies. We have investigated these and found no connections to the spies. However, there are a few suspicious transactions, but they all originate from abroad, making them untraceable. Then we shall investigate the Lu Sheng sword sect in Japan directly." Xiao Yi's voice turned harsh. These Japanese spies all bear the emblem of the Liu Shang sword sect, indicating they are affiliated with it. If we cannot find the spies hidden in the shadows, we shall scrutinize the open. I refuse to believe that the entire Liu Shang sword sect's ninja cadre would engage in espionage. Given the significance of the Liu Shang sword sect's cursed blade, they cannot send mere foot soldiers to seize it. Higher-ups must be orchestrating matters in Daxia. Find out which senior member of the Liu Shang sword sect has recently gone missing. Additionally, investigate any Japanese individuals entering the country in the past month. And do not overlook those with Japanese backgrounds arriving from other nations. We must identify this high-ranking official. Yes, we will investigate immediately. The investigator's eyes lit up. This was indeed another lead. After addressing the matters at the magazine office, Xiaoyi returned to the Longji Mountain Ancient Tomb Camp with Lu Ziyang and others. With no further leads available, Xiaoyi was left to wait. Of course, he needed to report the day's operations to Shuiyong. Upon hearing the report, Shuiyong merely remarked that it was well done, saying nothing further. Clearly, he had no objections to Xiaoyi's method of dismembering the Japanese spies, in the Security Bureau office. Shuiyong ended the call, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had been video calling someone, and upon seeing Shuiyong's smile, the person on the other side expressed surprise. Crazy Shui, you, the cold-faced assassin, actually smiling. This is unlike you. What? Am I not allowed to smile? Shuiyong shot a disapproving glance at the individual on the screen. All right, you are Crazy Shui. You can do whatever you please. However, judging by your pleased demeanor, it seems Xiaoyi's performance has been commendable. Indeed, he is a genius under my command. Shuiyong took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as he spoke. Xiaoyi acts swiftly and decisively. On his first day, he uncovered a Japanese spy ring, capturing all 10 members. His mind is sharp. He has already traced the Liu Shang sword sect. Humph! What is the Liu Shang sword sect? Merely a group of filthy insects lurking in the sewers. Unworthy of notice. The individual on the screen scoffed, continuing, since everything is proceeding smoothly, let us proceed as planned. We are prepared on our end. We are merely awaiting your signal to act. Shuiyong nodded. His expression serious. Rest assured, I will ensure that this group of filthy insects is eradicated. After the call ended and the video connection was severed, the office was left with only the remnants of Shuiyong's second-hand smoke. As night fell, the entire Shuiyun city was cloaked in darkness, yet the lights twinkled like stars in the sky. Though Shuiyun city was merely a second-tier city, it was vibrantly prosperous, with a rich nightlife. Bustling food streets thrived with activity, teeming with pedestrians, and filled with laughter and the warmth of human connection. In the basement of a Japanese restaurant on one such food street, there existed a top-secret room. Under the dim light, a man in his 50s knelt on a cushion, meticulously polishing a Japanese samurai sword with a handkerchief. His movements were careful and gentle, akin to caressing the skin of a beloved. The man was named Liu Shang Zengyan, the current head of the Liu Shang sword sect. At that moment, the door swung open, and a young man entered, kneeling behind Liu Shang Zengyan and bowing respectfully. Father, the Dark Crow team has been exposed. All members except for the Dark Crow have perished at the hands of the Daxia Security Bureau. Understood. Liu Shang Zengyan remained unperturbed by the news, his expression cold as he continued to tend to the sword. Yijian, do you know what is most important to our Liu Shang sword sect? Liu Shang Zengyan suddenly inquired. Liu Shang Yijian responded respectfully. Father has previously stated that the reason our Liu Shang sword sect has endured for centuries is due to the sword heart forged through the pride and courage of generations of warriors. As long as the sword heart persists, our Liu Shang sword sect's ultimate techniques shall be passed down, eternally unbroken. Correct? As long as the sword heart endures, the sword sect shall persist. Liu Shang Zengyan nodded. Continuing, however, equally vital to our Liu Shang sword sect are the cursed blades passed down through generations. Decades ago, during that battle, our ancestors also participated, yet they underestimated the practitioners on this land. The Daxia people have inherited a profound legacy spanning thousands of years, far surpassing that of our Liu Shang sword sect. Consequently, all our predecessors from the Liu Shang sword sect perished upon this land, and the treasured demon sword passed down through generations has been lost. Since that time, the Liu Shang sword sect has gradually declined, leading us to the present day. Liu Shang Zengyan inquired further, do you know why I have brought you to Daxia? Liu Shang Yijian respectfully replied, yes, because the ancient tomb that led to the demise of our predecessors has resurfaced. And the demon sword has reappeared. Why Father intends for us to reclaim it. Indeed, the demon sword is the invaluable heirloom of the Lushing sword sect, housing the souls of our ancestors who will guide us back to glory. Thus, we must recover the demon sword at all costs. Yes, Father, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Lushing Zhongyan continued. The personnel from the Daxia Security Bureau will not afford us much time. With their layered investigations, it will not be long before they trace us. We must act promptly, however. The excavation at the ancient tomb has not yet concluded, and the demon sword remains with it. If we wish to retrieve it, we must force our way in. Lushing Yijian hesitated, aware that the ancient tomb is likely heavily guarded. Given our current strength, a frontal assault seems highly improbable. Lord Quangsalang has dispatched word, stating that we must wait until the excavation is complete before we act. Lushing Zhongyan snorted in disdain, recognizing that Quangsalang's desire to delay is rooted in his greed for the mystical techniques and artifacts left by the tomb's master, hoping to seize them all at once. He fails to consider that once the tomb is fully excavated and treasures extracted, the Security Bureau will deploy even greater experts, significantly diminishing our chances of success. We seek only the demon sword. Yet Quangsalang's avarice leads him to covet Daxia's mystical techniques and artifacts. He has forgotten that Daxia has changed. We cannot contend with the Daxia Security Bureau as we once did. We have faced defeat in the past. How can we expect to prevail now? Quangsalang's greed and arrogance will be his undoing. Lushing Yijian asked, should we part ways with Lord Quangsalang? Without them, our chances are slim, and even if we succeed, we will inevitably be pursued by the Security Bureau. Without Lord Quangsalang's assistance, escaping Daxia will be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 50. A family must be together. Ashes left for fertilizer. Infuriating, Lushing Zhongyan trembled with rage. That greedy fool, Quangsalang, contact him immediately. I wish to speak with him directly. ASU command. Father. Lushing Yijian retrieved a computer and initiated an encrypted call to Quangsalang. Soon, a man's face appeared on the screen. Long time no see, head of the Lushing family. I have no time for pleasantries, Quangsalang. Lushing Zhongyan replied sternly. I propose we act immediately. Now is our greatest opportunity for success. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable the situation becomes. Quangsalang smirked coldly. I know what you fear, head of the Lushing family, but we must wait until the excavation is fully complete before we strike. You understand, this is a tomb left by ancient practitioners of Daxia, undoubtedly concealing invaluable treasures. But there are no buts, Lushing Zhongyan. This is a directive from the higher-ups, and you cannot defy it. I am the supreme commander of this operation, and everyone must heed my orders. Including you. Quangsalang's tone turned harsh, addressing Lushing Zhongyan without a trace of courtesy. The mention of the higher-ups left Lushing Zhongyan feeling utterly helpless. A century ago, the Lushing sword sect stood at its zenith, enjoying high status in Japan, even commanding respect from the military. However, following the disastrous encounter at the ancient tomb, the elite forces of the Lushing sword sect were annihilated, leading to a significant decline in their power. In modern times, the sect has become a mere vassal of the military, resulting in numerous disciples being dispatched as spies. Faced with the pressure from the military's upper echelons, Lushing Zhongyan could not muster any defiance. Very well, the orders stand. Lushing Zhongyan, do not act recklessly. Should your actions lead to failure, you know the consequences. Quangsalang's final warning echoed before the call ended. In the dim chamber, Lushing Zhongyan seethed with anger. Those avaricious scoundrels. They are even greedier and more foolish than Quangzilong. They still believe they can seize Daxia's mystical techniques and artifacts without consequence. The current Daxia is a reawakened dragon. To provoke it is to invite annihilation. After the fury subsided, a profound sense of powerlessness took hold. Although he is a formidable figure in the Divine Sea realm, he finds himself unable to resist the pressure from the military's higher-ups. The demon sword must be retrieved at all costs. He is willing to pay any price. In his despair, Lushing Zhongyan placed all his hopes upon the demon sword. The sword houses the souls of the Lushing sword sect's ancestors, along with numerous mystical techniques passed down through generations. If he can bring back the demon sword and employ a special secret method to unseal it, the sword will shine anew, and the Lushing sword sect will rise once more. At the ancient tomb camp, Xiaoyi slept soundly, undisturbed even by the nearby grave. When one possesses formidable power, external fears dissipate. The night passed without incident, and daybreak arrived. The sun rose in the east. its golden rays spreading across the land like a shimmering veil, gradually enveloping the ancient tomb. Xiao Yi awoke, washed up, and had breakfast. Just as he finished, personnel from the information department rushed in with news. There had been developments regarding the Luxing sword sect's investigation in Japan. In just one night, progress had been made. The capabilities of the Security Bureau were indeed impressive. The data was sent to Xiao Yi's phone, and he opened it to browse. Over the past month, the Luxing sword sect had lost numerous elite disciples. The official narrative claimed that the current sect leader, Luxing Zhongyan, was conducting intensive training with these elite disciples. Most of the so-called elite disciples were at the Gathering Spirit realm, with a few at the Opening Origin realm, a rather insignificant force. Only 3 individuals stood out. Firstly, Luxing Zhongyan, the current sect leader of the Luxing sword sect, at the 7th level of the Divine Sea realm. Secondly, Luxing Yijian, the current young master of the sect and eldest son of Luxing Zhongyan, aged 27, with commendable talent at the 9th level of the Opening Origin realm. Thirdly, Luxing Yingzi, the second daughter of Luxing Zhongyan, aged 23, at the 7th level of the Opening Origin realm, boasting even greater talent than Luxing Yijian. The family has gathered. Splendid. A family must be together in harmony. Xiao Yi gazed at the data on the Luxing Zhongyan family, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Since they've come, let them remain, their ashes to serve as fertilizer. Have we tracked Luxing Zhongyan's whereabouts? Xiao Yi inquired of an investigator from the information department. Apologies, team leader Xiao. But we have not yet located him. The investigator shook his head. Our country's tourism industry is thriving, and the influx of individuals from Japan over the past month has been overwhelming. There are also many from other countries with ties to Japan. Our efficiency in investigating each case is simply too low. Furthermore, after entering the country, Luxing Zhongyan must have had someone to assist him and erase traces. It may take us more time to uncover his whereabouts. Xiao Yi nodded in understanding. Although the Security Bureau has many informants and satellite surveillance, locating Luxing Zhongyan among the millions in Shuiyun City remains a formidable challenge, especially since he is a powerful figure in the Divine Sea realm. With spies erasing his traces, one night is indeed insufficient to expect too much. Continue your investigation. There is no need to rush or feel pressured. Let things unfold naturally, Xiao Yi calmly advised. The urgency lies not with us, but with them. The longer the Japanese ninjas remain in Daxia, the greater the risk of exposure. As long as I remain composed, I have no fear that those Japanese devils will not take the bait. Thus, Xiao Yi waited for 2 more days. During this time, another group of Level 2 investigators arrived at the ancient tomb, and even Shui Yong came in person to oversee operations. Not only that, but 2 powerful figures from the 2 Zen temples and Qingyun Temple also arrived, their strength rivaling that of Shui Yong. These 3 Divine Sea Realm experts joined forces to open the main chamber of the ancient tomb. Based on numerous clues, it was determined that the tomb's master had possessed considerable power in life, likely at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm, and probably at the Heavenly Profound Realm. The main chamber must contain formidable defenses to deter grave robbers. Therefore, when the main chamber was opened, all investigators evacuated the ancient tomb to avoid being inadvertently harmed. Xiao Yi remained outside the tomb, hearing only the sounds of intense battle within, along with roars reminiscent of demonic beasts. Attempting to discern the conflict inside, Xiao Yi activated the candle dragon eye but found the tomb enveloped by a barrier of spiritual energy, rendering it impossible to see. He instantly realized that this was the effect of a particular artifact, completely isolating the interior of the tomb from the outside. Chapter 51. Reciting the Sutra of Rebirth in reverse, sending the little devils to the 18 layers of hell. This magical artifact possesses the extraordinary ability to achieve physical separation, while also isolating the penetrating gaze of the eye of the candle dragon. A tool of such formidable power must surely be no ordinary item, at the very least a high-tier artifact. For Xiao Yi to penetrate the artifact's barrier with the eye of the candle dragon, he would need to reach at least the 2nd realm of cultivation. The commotion lasted approximately half an hour before Shui Yong, with blood at the corner of his mouth, limped out of the ancient tomb, instructing the relevant personnel to proceed with the follow-up. Not only was Shui Yong injured, but the high monks from the 2 Zen temples and the Taoists from Qingyun Temple also appeared drained. It seems that the measures left behind by the tomb's master were no trivial matter. Even the combined might of 3 formidable sea of divine consciousness experts nearly met their demise. The successful opening of the main burial chamber signifies that the excavation of the ancient tomb is nearing its conclusion. leaving the Japanese spies with dwindling time. Meanwhile, the Japanese spy, Kwang Sailang, received a text message on his mobile device. The main burial chamber of the ancient tomb has been opened. Splendid. Kwang Sailang's face lit up with joy as he beheld the accompanying photographs of numerous magical artifacts, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. It was astonishing that the 3C of divine consciousness experts were injured while opening the main burial chamber. The tomb master's strength in life was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, I did not bring anyone to forcefully intrude. Now that all 3C of divine consciousness experts are injured and their combat capabilities severely diminished, it is my best opportunity. There is an old saying in the Great Xia, the mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the Oriole behind I am that Oriole. Without hesitation, Kwang Sailang immediately issued a covert command to his subordinates, while simultaneously sending a copy to Yagyu Zhongyan. Following the command, numerous Japanese spies lurking in Shuiyun City sprang into action. As night fell, a large contingent of spies rushed towards the outskirts of Longji Mountain from all directions. The ancient tomb camp on Longji Mountain. Despite the night, the camp was brightly lit. Thousands of drones hovered above the surrounding forest, monitoring every movement in the vicinity. Countless surveillance cameras dotted the woodland, illuminating every corner with clarity. Under such circumstances, any rustle would be immediately detected. Within the camp tents, Xiao Yi was on night watch, feeling bored and playing video games with Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, and others, battling in the canyon of the Summoner's Rift. They were not playing on the domestic server, but rather the Japanese server. In reality, Xiao Yi and his companions mercilessly executed the little devils of Japan in the game. They similarly sought to ruthlessly annihilate Japanese internet-addicted gamers, leaving them in despair. Observing the barrage of expletives in the chat window, Xiao Yi knew their opponents were crumbling under the pressure. With the aid of spiritual energy, Xiao Yi and his companions exhibited lightning-fast reflexes, making it impossible for ordinary gamers to compete. In less than 15 minutes, the 5 of them obliterated the enemy's base, denying them even a chance to surrender. Woohoo, what a thrill! This is exhilarating, Lu Ziyang exclaimed, holding up his phone. Wei Wu scoffed, the little devils are too weak. I haven't even exerted myself and they've already fallen. Zhao Chongkong, while engaging in a post-battle exchange of insults with the little devils, remarked, while slaughtering the Japanese devils in the game is indeed satisfying, it pales in comparison to the exhilaration of doing so in reality. That electrifying sensation still lingers within me. It had been 3 days since they had executed the little devils. Yet the fervor of Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong had not waned. Their veins still coursed with adrenaline. Xiao Yi prepared for the next round. Just wait, there will be plenty of opportunities to slay devils. They cannot hide forever. They will eventually reveal themselves, and when that time comes. Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Yi's eyes widened, golden rings shimmering in his pupils. His eye of the candle dragon enabled him to see clearly even 5,000 meters away in the darkness. In his line of sight, a dark cloud approached from the distant sky. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the cloud was composed of countless sparrows, indicating that they were being controlled by someone. It seemed the little devils had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Xiao Yi grinned menacingly, his blood boiling within him. With a single step, he was already outside the tent. It was a beast master from Japan. Qi Xiaoyun's divine eye also discerned the approaching flock of sparrows, realizing they were being manipulated. Tio controls such a vast number of sparrows. This beastmaster must be at least in the late stage of the opening Yuan realm. Xiao Yi and his companions burst out of the tent, and other investigators from the nearby tents also rushed out, having detected the enemy's incursion through drone surveillance. Alarms blared throughout the camp. Lights illuminated the surroundings, and all combat investigators prepared for battle. The Taoists from Qingyun Temple and the monks from the 2 Zen temples emerged as well. Damn little devils, daring to run rampant in the Great Xia. Tonight, we shall slay you all. Meng Haoran of Qingyun Temple wielded a peachwood sword, his killing intent almost palpable. He glanced at Jiju beside him, who was silently reciting a sutra, the words of which he could not comprehend, and couldn't help but exclaim, Jiju, what on earth are you chanting at a time like this? A battle is about to erupt, by the way. What sutra are you reciting? I've never heard of it before. Jiju opened his eyes and replied calmly, I am reciting the Sutra of Rebirth for the soon-to-be-perished little devils. Meng Haoran scoffed. What is the point of reciting sutras for these little devils? Wouldn't he sending them to the Western Paradise be too merciful? The Buddha might hold it against you. Jiju shook his head. You do not understand, good sir. I am reciting the Sutra of Rebirth in reverse. Thus, I can send those little devils straight to the 18 layers of hell. Meng Haoran was taken aback, unable to find the words to describe Jiju's ingenuity. You are impressive. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for adjectives to encapsulate Jiju's brilliance. Reciting the Sutra of Rebirth in the proper manner could guide souls to the Western Paradise, while reciting it in reverse could send them to the depths of hell. Is this how the Sutra of Rebirth is utilized? The two Zen temples truly excel at this. Will the Buddha not reproach you upon learning of this? Jiju remained composed, utterly unperturbed. He believed that upon discovering this, the Buddha would not only refrain from reproaching him but would commend his actions. For the Buddha, too, detests those little devils from Japan. Tio employs scripture to send the little devils to the 18 layers of hell, ensuring they can never attain rebirth, aligns with the Buddha's wishes. Truly, worthy citizens of the great Xia Harbor, an inherent enmity and murderous intent towards the little devils of Japan. Once confronted with them, the Taoists abandoned their meditative pursuits, sharpening their blades for slaughter. While the monks transformed from serene figures into wrathful deities, ready for battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flock of sparrows swiftly darted across the sky, launching suicide attacks against the drones. Explosions erupted as the drones detonated. Akin to fireworks blooming in the night sky. In an instant, debris from the drones and the corpses of sparrows rained down, obscuring the sky. The Japanese Beastmaster employed this tactic to breach the drone surveillance net. Chapter 52. Bloodline Awakening. War God descends, charge and slay the little devils. Concurrently, the woods echoed with the howls of various wild beasts. The sounds of wild boars, wolf packs, hunting dogs, and owls intertwined, accompanied by countless venomous snakes emerging from all directions. These creatures surged towards the ancient tomb camp, continuously attacking the surveillance cameras hidden within the forest. The ability to control such a multitude of wild beasts indicates that there is certainly more than one beastmaster involved. It appears they were well prepared. Xiao Yi calmly assessed the situation and issued commands to activate the radar and unleash the Fire God Gatling for unrestricted fire. Yes, turn on the radar. Activate the radar. The orders cascaded down, and the radar was activated. 8 Fire God Gatlings began to unleash torrents of fire. With a staggering firing rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, a single person could not operate the Fire God Gatling. Not only would they struggle to withstand its terrifying recoil, but aiming and reacting would also prove impossible. Thus, the Fire God Gatling was operated by a computer system, locking onto enemies through radar scanning. Ensuring every shot found its mark. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The Fire God Gatling spewed flames, bullets raining down like a torrential storm into the dark forest, turning any ferocious beasts within range into mere pulp. Wherever the bullet storm struck, trees toppled in droves, and the surrounding camp was swiftly cleared. It is said that hordes of zombies or wild beasts are fearsome, yet faced with this level of firepower, they simply become live targets. As long as ammunition is plentiful, no matter how many enemies there are, they will be reduced to mincemeat. Everyone, stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down. The wild beasts are merely a prelude. The Japanese ninjas must have already infiltrated. Xiao Yi activated the Eye of the Candle Dragon, scanning the surrounding forest, and soon identified targets. Enemies spotted at the 7 o'clock position, a total of 16 individuals, approximately 4,000 meters away, rapidly approaching, at such a distance. With trees and rocks obstructing the view, the Fire God Gatling could not reach them, yet they could not allow the Japanese ninjas to draw closer to the camp. They must be intercepted. I'll lead a team to take care of them, Meng Haoran shouted, and before Xiao Yi could respond, he charged out with the Taoist from Qingyun Temple. Having missed the opportunity to execute the little devils 3 days prior, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Xiao Yi did not stop him, continuing to scan other directions, and at the 12 o'clock position, he discovered another group of enemies, 21 individuals. Approximately 4,600 meters away. Ba, I shall go. Jiju recited a mantra and swiftly departed with the monks from the 2 Zen temples. After this, Xiao Yi discovered enemies in several other directions, with numbers ranging from 20 to 30. And as few as 5 or 6, the Japanese invaders were numerous, suggesting that many spies who had been lurking for years had finally emerged. You all should go out and kill to your heart's content. The camp does not require your protection, Shuiyong declared. Upon hearing this, the investigators present were filled with exhilaration, akin to having been injected with adrenaline. Why? Because they could now slay the Japanese invaders with legitimacy. An opportunity to turn a new page in their lineage was right before them. Damn it, this group of little devils had been hiding for so long, and today they finally showed themselves. Brothers, remember, don't snatch my kills later. I aim to take down 10 today. What nonsense! How many little devils are there in total? If you take 10 for yourself, how are we going to share? My grandfather was a veteran of the War of Resistance, and I must not bring shame to his name tonight. Watch closely. I will show you how the descendants of veterans slay the devils. This is a skill I've honed since childhood. Brothers, I'm going in first, keep your distance. I might lose control and become indiscriminate in my fury. What are you waiting for? Let us charge if we delay. There will be nothing left for us. With that, this bold brother let out a roar, his body suddenly growing taller by 4 inches, muscles bulging like steel, transforming him into an invincible force as he charged forward. The other investigators followed suit, roaring like wolves as they rushed towards the Japanese invaders. In that moment, no beast, whether wolf, tiger, or leopard, could rival the ferocity of these investigators. Do you understand the concept of bloodline awakening? Do you know what it means to have the spirit of a war god? None of the investigators felt fear in confronting the Japanese devils. 1 kill was enough to break even. 2 was pure profit. Unfortunately, there was no charge signal here. Otherwise, the scene of their ancestors charging decades ago would have been vividly reenacted. Xiaogu, let us charge too. I can't contain myself. My blood feels like it's on fire. I feel terrifyingly strong, capable of killing a divine being. Lu Ziang exclaimed, a gust of wind sweeping across his face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. In an instant, Xiao Yi transformed into a shadow and surged ahead, moving with astonishing speed to claim the leading position. Hey, Xiaogu, wait for us. Don't kill too fiercely. Leave a few for us. Quickly, brothers, run. Otherwise, Xiaogu will kill all the little devils. Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong hurriedly sprinted, closely tailing Xiao Yi, but soon even the back of their heads was out of sight. Among the 5, only Qi Xiaoyun did not charge forward. He hid in a corner of the camp, quietly pulling the trigger. With a bang, a little devil over 4,000 meters away was struck in the head, securing first blood. Qi Xiaoyun felt a surge of delight and quickly adjusted his aim, beginning to execute rapid headshots. Double kill, triple kill, quadra-kill, pentakill, hexakill. Not only was the first blood his, but he also claimed all the double to hexakills. While others were still warming up, Qi Xiaoyun had already achieved godlike status. Sometimes, one must admit that having a longer reach does confer an advantage. And no matter how fast one charges, they cannot outpace a bullet. At that moment, Xiao Yi finally made his move. You little bastards! Die! With a fierce expression, Xiao Yi charged into a group of little devils, his fists slicing through the air like a train crushing a swarm of ants, instantly reducing 5 of them to mere pulp. A piece of skull flew up, which Xiao Yi caught in his hand. With a flick of his finger, he pierced the last little devil's skull. In less than a second, the entire 6-man team was annihilated. A shadow flashed, and Xiao Yi vanished into the darkness, already targeting the second team of devils. Damn, Xiao Yi is too fierce. We can only drink the northwest wind following behind him. There won't be any soup left for us. Let us change direction. Encountering a ruthless figure like Xiao Yi, those little devils were in for a grim fate. Tiskate, they would all die without a complete corpse, so unrecognizable even their mothers wouldn't identify them. How pitiful. A 5-man investigative team shook their heads in lament and turned to attack another side. 30 seconds later, Xiao Yi wiped out another team of little devils, killing 6 more. A minute later, the third squad of devils was completely obliterated. With 5 more dead, not only was Xiao Yi killing, but Wei Yong, Cui Wuji, Yin Yang Lao, and 3 other ghostly figures were also on a rampage. Xiao Yi's kill count soared as his enemies barely had time to register what was happening before they were reduced to mush. The more he killed, the more exhilarated he became, feeling as though he had taken some sort of stimulant. This deep-seated pleasure was unmatched, even surpassing the thrill of playing cards or learning a foreign language. You little devils, none of you will leave this mountain alive tonight. With his candle dragon eye locking onto another team of devils hundreds of meters away, Xiao Yi was just about to strike when Suddenly, a sword chi flew from the darkness on his left. Whoosh! The sword chi, sharp and swift, aimed directly for Xiao Yi's neck. Chapter 53. Angry? Want to kill me? Unfortunately, you can't. Unflinching, Xiao Yi raised his hand and punched, shattering the sword chi. You little devil, you have some guts to seek your own death. Xiao Yi glanced towards the source of the sword chi, and once again, the sound of slicing wind echoed as several more sword chis shot towards him from the shadows. With a flick of his finger, flames ignited at his fingertips, and he shot forth fiery arrows that shattered the sword chis, continuing their path into the darkness. The darkness was soon filled with anguished cries as several figures emerged, flames consuming them until they turned to ash. All you lurking rats, come out! After successfully landing a blow, Xiao Yi immediately followed up with a second strike, unleashing a wave of flames into the nearby forest, instantly clearing the area. The fierce blaze illuminated the night sky, and screams filled the air as 5 or 6 ninjas wailed in retreat, ultimately reduced to ashes. Whoosh! A shadow darted across the ground, evading the searing flames and stopping at a distance, where several figures emerged. Clad in black ninja garb and wielding katana, the leader glared at Xiao Yi with eyes full of hatred. Shadow clone technique. No wonder you could evade my detection and dodge my divine fire attack. Xiao Yi recognized the ninjutsu used by the Japanese ninja, known as the shadow clone technique. This technique, unlike others, was difficult to master and specifically designed for assassination. Once a ninja mastered it, they could conceal themselves within shadows, shrinking to the size of a fist to avoid physical attacks. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, ninjas could come and go without a trace, even bringing others along to hide. This technique bore some resemblance to Xiao Yi's ghost shadow movement, with the distinction that his could disregard space, allowing him to traverse the dark world freely, moving from one point to another, such as passing through walls or teleporting, with the distance increasing as his powers grew. But the shadow clone technique required gradual movement, with speed determined by the practitioner's cultivation level. Scatter, the leading ninja commanded, and the others immediately dispersed, retreating in different directions, trying to escape. Leave your lives behind. With a flash, Xiao Yi vanished into the darkness, teleporting behind one of the ninjas. With a swing of his fist, the ninja's head exploded. In an instant, Xiao Yi vanished again, appearing behind another ninja. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Yi continued to weave through space, exploding one ninja's head after another or turning them into fiery beings, leaving no ninja intact with each appearance. In the blink of an eye, the scattered ninjas were almost all dead. Stop! Just as Xiao Yi was about to explode another ninja's head, a furious shout erupted behind him, and a katana sliced through the night, aimed at Xiao Yi's fist with a sharp gleam. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield as Xiao Yi's fist met the blade, the phantom of a dragon and elephant appearing behind him, unleashing tremendous force that sent the assailant flying several meters away. A faint glow emanated from a bracelet on his wrist, clearly a magical artifact, just like the katana that remained intact. The ninja landed gracefully, but the foot soldier ninja he had saved seized the opportunity to flee, hiding behind him, breathless and still trembling in fear. Just a moment ago, he had been a hair's breadth from death. The Grim Reaper's scythe poised at his throat. To withstand my punch and survive, you must be Yagyu Ikemonji, bearing a level 3 magical artifact for protection. Xiao Yi stood on a branch, arms crossed, looking down at the dark-clad ninja. Yagyu Ikemonji did not respond, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yi, his voice low. This man is too strong. You. But before he could finish, a fist pierced through the chest of a ninja behind him, bursting through his back, the hand clutching a still-beating heart. The attacker was none other than the ghostly Chui Wuji, who tore the ninja's body apart with a savage pull, blood and flesh splattered, coating Yagyu Ikemonji's face. Damn it! Yagyu Ikemonji roared in rage, swinging his blade at Chui Wuji, but the strike met empty air as Chui Wuji had already vanished below. I was speaking to you, and you dare to ignore me? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Xiao Yi remarked, hands in pockets, a sinister smile on his face. You wish to save your subordinate? I want you to witness his death. To engage me while distracted? You've overstepped your bounds. How infuriating! Yuxing Yijian's eyes blazed with fury, nearly driven to madness by the slaughter of so many of his fellow disciples. I'll have your life. He bellowed. Are you enraged? Do you wish to kill me? Alas, You are incapable of such a feat, Xiao Yi retorted with a cold smirk, his gaze shimmering with murderous intent. Yuxing Yijian fixated on Xiao Yi, inhaling deeply as he pressed his knees down, gripping his sword with one hand, adopting the stance for a swift draw. A profound surge of spiritual energy emanated from his dantian, enveloping his entire being, most of it coalescing around the katana, while a spectral image of a sinister warrior wielding a blade materialized behind him. New shadow flow, evil spirit entwined. With a clang, the blade flashed, and in an instant, Yuxing Yijian vanished, his katana seemingly teleporting to within mere centimeters of Xiao Yi. The speed of this strike was breathtaking, beyond the reaction time of an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of the opening Yuan realm. Yet Xiao Yi was not among the ordinary. In a split second, a hand clad in fiery tiger gauntlets seized the descending katana. Crack, crack, crack. The blade scraped against the gauntlets, igniting sparks as the clash of spiritual energies failed to breach their defense. Xiao Yi's palm was as immovable as a mountain, pinning the katana firmly in place, rendering Yuxing Yijian unable to withdraw it despite his fervent efforts. Boom! Xiao Yi's right fist struck Yuxing Yijian squarely in the chest. An invisible force surged through, piercing Yuxing Yijian's torso and erupting from his back, propelling him away. The katana slipped from his grasp, snatched by Xiao Yi. The artifact bracelet on Xiao Yi's wrist shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into dust. He can't be. Yuxing Yijian coughed blood, disbelief flickering in his dimming eyes. He had never envisioned that his protective artifact would be obliterated by a single punch. After all, it was a level 3 artifact, capable of withstanding an all-out assault from a second-tier practitioner of the Divine Sea realm. The person before him, so youthful, was clearly also at the 9th level of the opening Yuan, yet he had shattered a level 3 artifact with a single blow. Was this the prowess of the talents from the Great Xia? Yuxing Yijian crashed heavily to the ground, skidding several meters before colliding with a large tree, rendering him a mere puddle of flesh. Unable to move, his ribcage was shattered, his internal organs gravely injured, and his dantian space lay in ruins. He lacked even the strength to rise. A kaleidoscope of memories flashed through his mind, and in that moment, Yuxing Yijian finally comprehended the truth. There exist realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. He also grasped why his father harbored such trepidation and fear towards the cultivators of Great Xia. The practitioners of this land were indeed terrifying. He had prided himself as the prodigious young master of the Yuxing sword sect, yet he could not even withstand a single strike from his foe. Is this all there is? Not even enough to serve as a warm-up for me. Xiao Yi approached, wielding Yuxing Yijian's katana, flames of the sun igniting along its blade. Just as the final strike was about to descend, a furious shout erupted behind Xiao Yi. Chapter 54. Siblings descend into hell together, not alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. Say thank you. Elder brother. A black-clad ninja charged at Xiao Yi with astonishing speed. She was petite, but her bosom was undeniably ample, clearly a woman. The female ninja attacked mercilessly, drawing her blade and unleashing a torrent of lethal energy aimed at Xiao Yi's vital points. Unflinching, Xiao Yi casually hurled Yuxing Yijian's katana. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, shattering the incoming energy and embedding itself in the female ninja's chest, the overwhelming force sending her hurtling backward, impaled upon a large tree. The trunk creaked ominously, shedding a cascade of leaves. Elder brother. The female ninja coughed blood. Her eyes filled with a mix of defiance and despair as she cast one last glance at the distant Yuxing Yijian before her head drooped limply. Sakurako? Yuxing Yijian's anguished howl pierced the air, tears streaming from his eyes. Witnessing his sister's tragic demise before him inflicted unbearable torment. You bastard! I will kill you! I will kill you! In a fit of rage, Yuxing Yijian struggled and screamed, embodying the wretched cries of a defeated hound. So she is Yuxing Sakurako, Xiao Yi mocked with a derisive smirk. How pitiful, you, as her brother, are utterly useless. Not only could you not protect her, but you also allowed her to perish in an attempt to save you, the worthless brother. What purpose does your existence hold in this world? Xiao Yi, with a heart as cold as ice, declared, allow me to show you mercy and send you to join your sister. Siblings together in hell, not alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. Say thank you. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Yi seized Yuxing Yijian's head, yanking it violently. With a sickening squelch, flesh tore apart. Xiao Yi twisted off Yuxing Yijian's head, along with his spine, wrenched from his chest. Slaying the little devils from the Yamato nation. Xiao Yi relished in the art of slow execution. Yet, such prolonged suffering was too cumbersome, thus he settled for a more straightforward approach. Young master, damn it, the young master is dead. Miss Sakurako is dead. We must avenge the young master and Miss Sakurako. From afar, dark-clad ninjas surged toward Xiao Yi, all disciples of the Yuxing sword sect. Xiao Yi lifted his gaze, his eyes icy, golden circles shimmering within his pupils. Boom! With a mere glare, invisible spiritual power erupted forth, freezing all the charging ninjas in their tracks. Moments later, their bodies detonated violently, as if grenades had exploded within them. Pop, 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 in the blink of an eye. The charging ninjas from Yamato were reduced to a gory heap of remains. This was the might of the Candle Dragon's Eye. Higher realms crushed lower realms, one glare, and death ensued. Damn. Xiao Yi is formidable indeed. Having slain both the young master and Miss Sakurako of the Yuxing sword sect, Qi Xiaoyun was the first to witness Xiao Yi's victory, unable to contain his excitement as he slapped his thigh in approval. Others, through their earpieces, heard Qi Xiaoyun's voice and became aware of the battle's outcome. Scanning the scene, they glimpsed the aftermath of Xiao Yi's clash. Lu Ziang could not help but exclaim, Xiao Yi proves to be merciless. That Yuxing Sakurako deserved her fate. To die so swiftly, she would learn no lesson. What of seeking vengeance in her next life? Lu Ziang's words were devoid of any sympathy. As a frequent patron of the establishment, a connoisseur of foot massages, Lu Ziang held a generally compassionate view of women, yet this sentiment did not extend to the female ninjas from Yamato. Having chosen the path of a ninja to wreak havoc in Great Xia, death was their only destiny. Wei Wu, after dispatching a ninja, chuckled coldly, suggesting that once the battle concluded, the monks from the two Zen temples should chant the Rebirth Sutra for them, binding them eternally within the 18 layers of hell. What next life? They have no next life. Zhao Chongkong, drenched in blood, echoed, the little devils from Yamato are beasts, deserving of eternal torment in the 18 layers of hell. The deities of the underworld, the judges and the spirit guide of the bridge, belong to our Great Xia. Once in hell, the little devils would first be submerged in boiling oil, followed by tongue extraction. Tortures aplenty awaited them. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, and aside from Xiao Yi's rampage, other fronts were equally triumphant. The little devils faced imminent annihilation. Confronted by the elite of the Security Bureau, alongside the Taoists from Qingyun Temple and the monks from the two Zen temples. The invading little devils hardly qualified as elite, naturally falling apart under the onslaught. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted at the heart of the battlefield. Amidst the earth-shaking chaos, an enraged voice reverberated across the plains. Damn little devils, don't run. Stand your ground. Encountering me, Kuan Yi, do you still wish to leave unscathed? What a pipe dream. Xiao Yi glanced up to see a massive figure, crackling with lightning, pursuing a white serpent. Perched atop the serpent's head was a Yamato ninja, clutching her chest and spewing blood. The two beings exuded the aura of the Divine Sea Realm. Xiao Yi recognized the lightning-wielding giant. His name was Wei Kuan, a member of Shui Yong's crew, now a level 3 investigator. How come Brother Kuren is here? I didn't notice him earlier. Wei Wu's voice crackled through the earpiece, clearly familiar with Wei Kuan. Xiao Yi responded, he must be an operative left behind by the captain to safeguard the front lines. Only when the little devils of the Divine Sea Realm appeared would Wei Kuan intervene. Wei Wu lamented, Brother Kuan's methods remain as brutal as ever. That little devil is being beaten to the point of not recognizing his own mother. The Thunder King, indeed. Practitioners of lightning are not to be trifled with. The onlookers focused on the battlefield, witnessing Wei Kuan unleash bolts of lightning, mercilessly striking the little devil and his white serpent, leaving them battered and bloodied. The serpent screeched in agony, tearing through earth and stone, leaving a trail of blood and shattered scales. The little devil, atop the serpent, frequently glanced back, his expression frantic and eyes filled with terror. The investigators of the Great Xia Security Bureau were indeed formidable. He vowed never to set foot on this land again. The little devil's sole thought now was regret for participating in this battle today. The Thunder King, pursuing him mercilessly, felt no different from the specter of death. Oh no, The little devil is trying to escape. The earpiece is filled with the shouts of various investigators. Stop him. We cannot allow him to flee. A little devil of the Divine Sea realm must not be permitted to leave alive. This is a significant catch. Slaying him would be a monumental achievement. Many investigators yearned to intercept the fleeing little devil and his white serpent, but their intentions were futile. Both the little devil and the serpent were of the Divine Sea realm. Although gravely injured by Wei Kuan, they were not something a group of gathering spirit realm and opening Yuan realm practitioners could hope to stop. Acting recklessly would only lead to their own demise. In this critical moment, Xiao Yi took action. As Wei Kuan remarked, "How audacious of you, a little devil, to come to the great Xia and wreak havoc, and now you still wish to depart. How could such a good fortune be so easily attained? If I do not scatter your ashes today, how can I preserve the dignity of the Ashen One?" In the next instant, the dark night sky suddenly illuminated. Numerous investigators looked up, witnessing a miniature sun materializing in midair. This small sun burned with ferocious flames, radiating intense heat, and its blinding brilliance rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Chapter 55. A full-scale eruption, annihilating the little devil of the Divine Sea realm. What is this? The little devil was momentarily stunned. The escaping white serpent became restless, its form writhing and struggling. It sensed a lethal crisis emanating from that sun, its instinct screaming for it to turn and flee immediately. Yet, with Wei Kuan pursuing from behind, where could it escape? The little devil's complexion shifted dramatically as he shouted in panic, "By Gui Wan, hurry!" Too late, the great sun descended. The miniature sun plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily upon the white serpent's head, instantly engulfing both the little devil and the serpent. A cataclysmic explosion followed, horrific flames erupting forth, accompanied by a powerful wave of spiritual energy that surged in all directions. Wherever the flames spread, trees and underbrush were consumed, the earth overturned in layers, and a fierce whirlwind swept away the surrounding investigators along with the little devil. What the hell? Where did this ruthless person come from? Wei Kuan couldn't help but exclaim, cursing before swiftly retreating, channeling his spiritual energy for protection. He was closest to the epicenter of the explosion and thus bore the brunt of the impact. The force was so immense that it could undoubtedly be classified as a divine move of the sea realm. If he did not defend himself, he too would be injured. The earth rumbled, and the sound of the explosion reverberated for miles, the shockwave rampaging for several minutes before finally subsiding. Once everything calmed, the onlookers beheld the scene at the explosion's center. Both the little devil and the white serpent had vanished, leaving behind only a vast, charred pit, its edges still smoldering with flames. All the investigators were rendered speechless by the sight before them, their gazes involuntarily drawn to a figure perched on a distant branch. It was Xiao Yi, the one who had just unleashed such power. This was Xiao Yi's first full-scale eruption, pushing the might of the true fire of the sun to its limits. The power did not disappoint. Even a strong practitioner of the Divine Sea realm was reduced to ashes. Although merely at the second or third level of the Divine Sea, this was indeed a case of slaying foes beyond one's rank. Goodness, Brother Xiao is simply too formidable, isn't he? A little heifer piloting a bomber, absolutely explosive, Lu Ziang shouted, his voice filled with fervor and excitement. Indeed, it's astonishing, almost as if one has been injected with a ton of adrenaline. Wei Wu concurred. Nonsense, would a ton of adrenaline yield such an effect? Your chicken is hardly a battle chicken. It's clearly a ton of deer blood, and not just any deer, but one that has attained sentience. Deer blood, you say? Why not claim it was a ton of adrenaline instead? Is this the true power of the pure young fire? Just now, I saw a second sun rise in the sky. Though smaller, it was indeed a sun. One strike to eliminate a divine sea realm and a serpent demon of the same caliber. This is a legendary feat, is it not? I declare, from this day forth, Xiao Yi shall be my idol. Your idol? What is your full name? Gao Liu. My goodness, brother, your name is absolutely splendid. Do you have a married older brother? How did you know? Xiao Yi paid no heed to the cacophony of cheers and shouts echoing through his earpiece. His focus remained locked on the mysterious jewel within his mind's EYAT. The moment he vanquished the white serpent, the jewel emitted a brilliant golden light, activating the innate secret technique of plunder, allowing him to acquire a new divine skill, rebirth through shedding skin. Rebirth through shedding skin. When the host sustains serious injuries, they can utilize this skill to recover, restoring their condition to its peak. Upon contemplating this skill, Xiao Yi involuntarily thought of Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru could shed his skin to rejuvenate after sustaining injuries, so too could he instantly recover from grievous wounds. With this divine skill at his disposal, Xiao Yi's survival capabilities were significantly enhanced. Although it required a month of recuperation after each use, as his strength grew, the cooldown period would undoubtedly shorten, with a high potential ceiling. Xiao Yi's mood brightened. A faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Wei Kuin's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Brother, you must be Xiao Yi. In a flash of lightning, Wei Kuin appeared behind Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded. That's me. I have heard tales of a prodigious genius under Chief Shui, one capable of slaying foes beyond their rank. Today, I finally bear witness. Brother, the might of your fire divine skill is rather terrifying. I nearly got caught up in it myself. Just look, my new hairstyle has been singed. Wei Kuin tilted his head for Xiao Yi to see, revealing a singed patch. Xiao Yi chuckled. Brother Kuin's lightning divine skill is no less impressive. Were it not for you wounding the little devil and the white serpent, I could not have ambushed and eliminated them. Consider this a head I snatched from you. We are all brothers in the Security Bureau. Why speak of snatching? Wei Kuin waved his hand dismissively, displaying great magnanimity. Moreover, slaying the little devils is a dream shared by all citizens of Great Xia. Those brothers who came to fight today. Who truly cares about accolades? To take the little devil's head and scatter their ashes is the greatest reward. Their conversation was transmitted through the earpiece, prompting immediate responses from the other investigators. Brother Kuin speaks the truth. To slay the little devils is satisfaction enough. Who cares about bonuses? 1 kill is sufficient, 2 is a bonus. Before the battle commenced, I never thought of leaving alive. The bonus was long forgotten. This time I've slain 3 ninja from the Empire of Japan. Surely I can boast for 10 years upon my return. 10 years might be excessive, but 3 years is certainly feasible, 1 year per kill. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their spirits lifted. The battle was nearing its conclusion. The little devils that had attacked that night were nearly annihilated, with only a few captured for interrogation. Xiao Yi gazed towards the ancient tomb. The eye of Zhu Long piercing through, revealing a fierce battle unfolding within. This time, there were no artifacts obstructing his view, and Xiao Yi could see clearly. The number of combatants within the ancient tomb exceeded his expectations. Xiao Yi had initially thought there were only 3 practitioners of the Divine Sea Realm on their side. Shui Yong, +1 each from Qingyun Temple and the 2 Zen temples. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discovered there were 6 practitioners of the Divine Sea Realm on his side. The individual allied with Shui Yong was someone Xiao Yi recognized, the leader of the Security Bureau's 5th team. Jiang Zhongwei. In addition to Jiang Zhongwei, there were also an additional Taoist and monk from Qingyun Temple and the 2 Zen temples respectively. 3 practitioners of the Divine Sea Realm from the Empire of Japan had infiltrated the ancient tomb and were now being besieged by the 6 experts. Suffering a most dire fate, an idea struck Xiao Yi, and he turned to Wei Kuin with a smile. Brother Kuin, it seems our presence is no longer required outside. Would you like to join me in meddling within the ancient tomb? Is that permissible? The ancient tomb is filled with mid to late stage practitioners of the Divine Sea Realm. Someone like me at the 2nd level of the Divine Sea is no match for them. A casual attack could easily slay us. Wei Kuin hesitated. As a practitioner of the Divine Sea Realm, he understood the gap in strength between practitioners all too well. The later stages were increasingly terrifying. Fear not. I see that the team leader has already summoned artifacts to seal off the ancient tomb. The little devils cannot escape. Xiao Yi's pupils gleamed with golden light as he spoke. We can observe from just outside the barrier. This is a chaotic brawl among practitioners of the Divine Sea Realm. Don't you wish to witness it up close? Wei Kuin's interest was piqued. Battles among practitioners of the Divine Sea Realm were rare, indeed a valuable opportunity. If he could observe from a close distance, it would benefit his own cultivation. Xiao Yi pressed on. Not only shall we observe, but we can also eliminate foes while striking at their hearts. With that, he grasped the air, his spiritual energy slicing through, pulling the distant figure of Yagyu Ikemanji, now transformed into a dish of lamb's spine. And the pinned Yagyu Sakura towards him. I shall present a surprise to the old devil Yagyu Zongyan, allowing him to experience a taste of delight. Chapter 56. From beginning to end, this is a trap to capture you little devils all at once. Wei Kuan, unfamiliar with the two figures, inquired with curiosity, "Who are they?" "This man seems to have met a gruesome fate." Observing Yagyu Ikemanji's transformed state, Wei Kuan couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Yi's ruthless methods. Realizing the reputation of the fiery-handed flame monarch was not unfounded, Xiao Yi replied with a chilling smile, "They are the young master and young lady of the Yagyu sword clan, the son and daughter of Yagyu Zongyan." If Yagyu Zongyan were to discover that both his son and daughter had perished, his expression would surely be a sight to behold. Let us go grant him a delightful surprise. While also securing an assist, this declaration, Wei Kuan immediately leaned back, eyes wide with admiration, giving Xiao Yi a thumbs up. "Xiao Yi, whoever dares to provoke you will find their life exceedingly difficult. However, such methods are right up my alley when dealing with little devils." With that, Wei Kuan and Xiao Yi exchanged knowing glances, both bursting into sinister laughter as they charged towards the ancient tomb. 10 minutes prior, as Xiao Yi and the little devils engaged in battle, a fist-sized shadow stealthily crept into the ancient tomb under the cover of darkness. The one employing the art of concealment was none other than Yagyu Zongyan, the head of the Yagyu sword clan. He did not enter alone. Accompanying him were two others, the head of Japanese espionage, Yamazaki Kayashiro, and his deputy, Kurizaki Shiguo. Using the small devils outside as bait, they lured the tiger away from its mountain lair. The trio, consisting of the formidable experts from the Divine Sea Realm, Luyuan Zongyan, Huang Sailang, and Heike Zhongwu, were the main forces behind the plunder of the ancient tomb's treasures. Without uttering a word, Luyuan Zongyan set off in search of the demon sword. Unlike the other two, he harbored no desire for the Great Xia's divine secret arts or magical artifacts. His sole aim was to reclaim the demon sword. Alas, he was unable to locate it, and neither did Huang Sailang or Heike Zhongwu find the divine arts and magical artifacts left behind by the tomb's master. Why was this so? Surely the artifact should have been kept here. What of the divine arts? The secret techniques? Why could they not be found? Huang Sailang seethed with rage. The three scoured the front hall, the central hall, and the main tomb chamber, yet came up empty-handed. Not a single artifact was to be found, not even a hair, which was entirely contrary to their expectations. At that moment, a voice, laced with mockery, echoed through the tomb. Indeed, why could they not find anything? Could it be because we have long since removed all the treasures from the tomb? Just as the words faded, a wall in the main chamber swung open, revealing a hidden door, through which Shui Yong emerged. Accompanied by 5 other experts from the Divine Sea Realm, Shui Yong cast a derisive glance at the trio of Japanese devils, his eyes glinting with cold light, a hint of murderous intent lurking within. The 6 immediately occupied 6 positions, encircling Luyuan Zongyan and his companions in the center. "Shui Yong, Jiang Zhongwei, it's you too." Huang Sailang recognized them at once. He was the head of spies lurking in the Great Xia's Songhai province, the province where Shuiyun City is located. Privy to many undisclosed secrets. Although he had never directly encountered Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei, he had engaged with them in the shadows numerous times, thus naturally recognizing them. "It is us. Did you not expect this?" Jiang Zhongwei brandished his large blade and grinned, a scar on the corner of his mouth twisted into a more sinister expression as his lips curled upwards. "This is a trap." Huang Sailang finally realized that he and his companions had fallen into a scheme. The so-called ancient tomb was clearly a trap set by the Security Bureau. They had already prepared a snare, waiting for him to plunge headlong into it, and he had unwittingly walked right into their net. "Indeed, this is a trap." Shui Yong surveyed the ancient tomb, speaking with an air of indifference. "In fact, we discovered this ancient tomb 3 months ago and have secretly excavated it for 2 months, thoroughly clearing everything within it." Jiang Zhongwei interjected. "After the excavation was completed, it coincided with an earthquake in Shuiyun City, which we deemed an opportune moment. You greedy and shameless devils have long coveted our Great Xia's divine secret arts and magical artifacts. And historically, you have stumbled upon this ancient tomb yourselves. We deduce that you must have left behind some information regarding this tomb, and have never given up on its treasures, especially the Luyuan sword sect. You would surely go to great lengths to reclaim the demon sword." Jiang Zhongwei's gaze fell upon Luyuan Zongyan, whose countenance paled, clearly stricken by the truth of his words. Jiang Zhongwei sneered coldly. "If the ancient tomb were to resurface, you greedy devils would undoubtedly rush in like sharks sensing blood. Just as we intend to capture all of you Japanese spies in one fell swoop." We deliberately released this bait. Everything we did previously was merely to lure you into our trap. Kwang Sailang's expression darkened as he roared in rage. Impossible. You are deceiving me. I clearly controlled 3 investigators to act as traitors. Right? Shui Yong replied expressionlessly. The traitors you controlled were exposed 6 months ago. We rescued them long ago, and it has always been us who have been in contact with you. Impossible. If the secret techniques had been cracked, I would have known. Moreover, how could you possibly unravel my unique secret techniques? Kwang Sailang remained unconvinced. You ignorant fool. How could the mere wicked arts of your country compare to the millennia of heritage of our great Xia? A frog at the bottom of a well knows not the vastness of the world, Shui Yong scoffed. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Over the past 6 months, through our correspondence, we have traced back and identified you and all your spies. Your espionage network in Songhai province has long been under our control. The reason we have not acted until now is not just to fish for big catches, but also to avoid alarming you into desperate actions. Otherwise, do you think you would have survived to this day? Shui Yong's voice was cold, filled with a chilling aura. Kwang Sailang, a late-stage cultivator of the Divine Sea realm, posed a potential threat. Should he go berserk in the city center, the casualties and damages would be incalculable. Thus, the Security Bureau remained still until everything was clear, aiming to lure Kwang Sailang into this desolate ancient tomb. Here, combat would not endanger innocents. Upon hearing the context, Kwang Sailang and his aide, Yamazaki Zhongwu, turned pale, retreating a few steps, unable to accept that they had been played like pawns. These cultivators of Great Xia were truly formidable, not only in sheer strength but also in their cunning strategies. Great Xia, the ancestor of military strategy, had utterly overwhelmed their country. Kwang Sailang, who believed his plan was flawless, had unwittingly become a mere clown. He thought he was operating on the second tier, while the Security Bureau had been watching from the 10th. Luyuan Zhongyan's heart sank. He realized that his fate was dire. Not only his own life hung in the balance, but also that of his son and daughter. This was a deadly ambush aimed at them. With a survival probability of 0. Chapter 57. I have flayed your son. What will you do? Come and kill me. While you invaded the ancient tomb, our men have been ruthlessly hunting down your Japanese spies outside. Shui Yong continued, calculating the timing of actions. Your people should be on the brink of total annihilation. Damn it! Kwang Sailang roared in frustration, unleashing his power as he lunged at Shui Yong. Yet, the moment he took a step, 2 Taoists from Qingyun Temple acted swiftly. One neutralized his lethal strike while the other, wielding a peachwood sword, sent him flying. Simultaneously, 2 monks from the Chan Temple engaged Yamazaki Zhongwu, while Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei joined forces to eliminate Luyuan Zhongyan. A fierce battle erupted among the 9 experts of the Divine Sea realm, unleashing a dazzling display of spiritual energy, various divine arts, and Japanese evasion techniques. The conflict did not last long before the Japanese devils found themselves at a disadvantage. The Security Bureau had made extensive preparations to eradicate the Japanese spies. Not only did they have superior numbers, but each participant was also formidable. In one-on-one confrontations, they maintained an advantage, let alone in pairs. Yamazaki Zhongwu, the weakest of the Japanese, suffered a broken arm within less than 20 exchanges, gravely injured and struggling to hold on. Kwang Sailang was besieged by 2 Taoists, who unleashed thunderous talismans, forcing him to flee for cover and cry for help. Luyuan. Where is he? Kwang Sailang's eyes widened in panic as he caught a glimpse of Luyuan Zhongyan's retreating back. He was channeling all his spiritual energy, sprinting with unprecedented speed. Each step shattered the stone tiles beneath him, his figure flickering as the bricks exploded in his wake. Only a fool would remain in the tomb to fight the Security Bureau to the death. It was clear that they were well prepared. The longer he delayed, the slimmer their chances of survival became. Luyuan Zhongyan was a wise man. He never engaged in unwinnable battles. When Kwang Sailang charged forward, he wasted no time and turned to flee. Better to survive than to perish alongside comrades. As long as I live, who cares if others die? However, unbeknownst to him, Shui Yong was already prepared. As Luyuan Zhongyan attempted to escape, he swiftly threw out a small cauldron. The cauldron expanded in the wind, hovering from the ceiling of the tomb and emitting a golden light barrier that sealed the entire tomb. The golden light barrier was transparent from within and out, being impervious to any force. While sight could penetrate it, physical bodies could not. Even the shadow evasion technique would not allow one to escape the tomb. Luyuan Zhongyan collided with the barrier, rebounding painfully. Ancient Xia is indeed a den of dragons and tigers. I should never have come here. It seems I am destined to follow in the footsteps of my predecessors. Luyuan Zhongyan gazed despondently at the barrier that blocked his path. Filled with despair and sorrow, decades ago, in this very place, the elite of the Luyuan sword sect had perished, leading to the sect's decline. Now, decades later, the same scene was unfolding. It seemed the Luyuan sword sect was fated to be hunted down by the cultivators of Great Xia. It was as if a curse of fate had been cast upon them. As a warrior, even in death, one must do so magnificently. Dying at the hands of a strong opponent is not a disgrace. Luyuan Zhongyan ceased his flight and turned to engage in battle with Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei. At that moment, Xiao Yi and Wei Kuan arrived, halting just outside the barrier. Xiao Yi approached and exclaimed, "Wow, what a fierce battle! Luyuan the Old Devil is dodging attacks from Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei using shadow evasion." With this evasion technique, Luyuan Zhongyan was the one in the best condition among the three Old Devils. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yi felt compelled to fan the flames, so he called out loudly, "Hey, the Old Devil with the sword, stop fighting. I brought your son to see you." His voice was loud enough for all 9 experts of the Divine Sea Realm to hear. Luyuan Zhongyan was the first to be distracted, turning to look at the source of the voice, and his expression froze, his eyes wide with horror. A chill shot from his heels to the crown of his head. Leaving him icy all over, he immediately recognized his son and daughter. At this moment, Yagyu Munenori felt that the world was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any color. The other 8 cultivators in the Divine Sea Realm also perceived this, each displaying a distinct demeanor. Shui Yong exclaimed, "Damn, Xiao Yi truly knows how to play." Bringing forth such a significant assist at this moment, Jiang Zhongwei laughed heartily. "Ah, the youth possess an abundance of tricks. How exhilarating." "One sword, Sakura!" Yagyu Munenori screamed in anguish, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He gazed upon the lifeless bodies in the hands of Xiao Yi and Wei Kuan, his heart bleeding profusely. Those were his son and daughter. Just half an hour ago, they had shared words, yet now they lay as corpses. Particularly distressing was the fate of his son, who had been gruesomely transformed into a dish of goat spine. While he was Japanese, he was not ignorant of such barbarity, recognizing it as the remnants of a death by slow slicing. Was his son truly subjected to such a fate? Yagyu Munenori wished to voice his outrage, but a terrifying surge of spiritual energy bore down upon him. Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei would not let such an opportunity slip by. To show mercy would be the act of a fool. "Old bastard, daring to be distracted while battling us, do you not think yourself overly arrogant?" Shui Yong's fist collided with Yagyu Munenori's chest, although the impact was partially mitigated by a magical artifact. The remaining force still sent Yagyu's internal organs into disarray, causing him to spew blood from his mouth and nose. Before he could regain his footing, Jiang Zhongwei's mighty blade descended upon him. With a ferocity akin to a mountain splitting, the strike was devoid of finesse, merely brute strength. Yagyu Munenori hastily raised his sword to block, only to be sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily against the ancient tomb's wall. With a thunderous roar, the wall shattered, splintering into cracks, as pain compounded upon pain. Yagyu Munenori expelled a copious amount of fresh blood, as if his very innards were being expelled. This was the nature of combat among the strong. A moment's distraction could determine victory or defeat. Yagyu Munenori had relied on his shadow evasion technique to barely withstand the onslaught from Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei. Yet, a singular lapse in concentration had left him grievously wounded. He paid no heed to his injuries, his cold gaze fixated on Xiao Yi beyond the barrier. "It is you. You who have slain them." Yagyu Munenori's aura of murderous intent erupted, as spiritual energy coalesced behind him, forming a ghastly specter wielding a samurai sword. Were it not for the barrier before him, he would have charged forth to slay Xiao Yi. The abhorrent act of torturing his son was a grievance that no amount of water from the 4 seas could wash away. Xiao Yi, with a demeanor of nonchalance, playfully shook the head of Yagyu Ichijin, the bones cracking audibly. "Come, greet your father, Yagyu Ichijin." "Old Yagyu, I must admit, your son possesses some merit, but alas, he has crossed paths with me." Xiao Yi smirked, incessantly probing at Yagyu Munenori's psyche. "I crushed every bone and organ within him with a single punch." He lay there, wailing in excruciating agony, his cries pitiful. He begged me not to kill him, offering to serve as a beast of burden, anything to preserve his miserable life. He would even live like a dog if it meant survival. But I refused, you know why? Because his aspirations were far too grand. A disdainful expression crossed Wei Kuan's face as he chimed in, indeed, he is unworthy. The Japanese are even beneath dogs. To have him serve as our hound would be an insult to our esteemed canines. How delightful dogs are, our loyal companions. For a wretch like him to belittle our dogs is utterly intolerable. Thus, I made him suffer the fate of slow slicing. Chapter 58. I did not subject your daughter to slow slicing. You should be grateful, yet you repay kindness with enmity? Xiaoyi grinned maliciously, exaggerating for effect. I meticulously removed his flesh piece by piece. Here a slice, there a slice, scattering it everywhere. The most amusing part? The police dogs we brought showed utter disdain for your son's flesh, refusing to consume it and even urinating upon it. You heard me right. His flesh was so repugnant that not even dogs would touch it. How foul must it have been? Perhaps he dined in filth since childhood. Tell me, as a father, did you not intervene when you saw your son in such a state? Xiaoyi continued casually. I made a total of 3,600 cuts, as you can see, leaving only this skeletal frame. Now, do not say I did not give you an opportunity. Here lies your son's skeleton. Still fresh. Perhaps you could even make a soup from it. As he spoke, Xiaoyi oscillated between playful banter and cold mockery, his expressions and gestures a vivid tapestry of provocation. Wei Kuan played along, their banter akin to a delightful performance. In Xiaoyi's narrative, Yagyu Ichijin was reduced to a creature lower than a dog, mercilessly toyed with and humiliated, ultimately meeting a gruesome end. His tone was light-hearted, exuding a sense of ease and pleasure. Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei observed the unfolding scene, witnessing Xiaoyi hold aloft the skeletal remains. They exchanged glances, communicating without words. Jiang Zhongwei remarked, your subordinate's investigator is quite ruthless. Such creativity is impressive. Did you instruct him? Shui Yong retorted, do not cast aspersions upon me, lest I accuse you of slander. This is entirely his own initiative. Today's youth have been inundated with tales of court intrigue and martial heroics, where emperors routinely annihilate corrupt officials and their families, and heroes eradicate entire clans. This has fostered an increasing hostility among the youth. Previously, they lacked the opportunity to unleash their pent-up aggression. Now, with a target like the Japanese, their fury erupts. Jiang Zhongwei mused, even I have never subjected a Japanese to slow slicing. This lad, barely out of his childhood, has outpaced me. Shui Yong silently scoffed. Slow slicing Japanese was hardly a novel endeavor for him, having executed several just days prior. However, bringing the skeleton as a taunt was indeed a first. This boy had broken new ground. The act of murder coupled with psychological torment had reached new heights, instilling a sense of fear even within him. Had he not thoroughly investigated Xiaoyi's background and confirmed his innocence, Shui Yong might have regarded him as a nefarious practitioner. No, even the most sinister of villains could not compare. The methods he employed were so fearsome that even the wicked would tremble and kneel, calling him father. Xiaoyi's vivid recounting, coupled with his animated expressions, transported Yagyu Munenori into a visceral nightmare, conjuring images of his son's gruesome demise and his heart-wrenching cries, shattering his composure entirely. I curse you to the depths of hell, Yagyu Munenori bellowed, the vengeful specter behind him roaring in unison. He unleashed a torrent of the most vile and contemptible curses imaginable, each a testament to his anguish. Shameful. I do not feel that way. Xiaoyi stared with wide, innocent eyes, devoid of malice. How could killing a Japanese bring shame? This is a matter of pride. It brings me immense satisfaction. With a beaming smile, Xiaoyi continued, I know you are anxious, but do not rush. I have yet to finish speaking. After discussing your son, let us turn our attention to your daughter. Wei Kuan, ever cooperative, lifted the corpse of Yagyu Sakura, shaking it as if it were a rain doll. Your daughter met her end swiftly, spared from suffering. She died in an attempt to save your son. When I sought to kill him, she threw herself at me, and I pierced her heart, nailing her to a tree. Such sibling devotion. In their final moments, they were not alone as I graciously sent them both on their journey to the afterlife. I killed you, Yagyu Munenori roared, his eyes bloodshot, tears of rage streaming down his face. He leaped, striking the barrier with his blade, only to be rebuffed, colliding once more with the ancient tomb's wall. Wei Kuan recoiled in fright, while Xiao Yi remained unfazed. This was the essence of unyielding composure, the calm demeanor of a true commander. Xiao Yi sighed, shaking his head. Look at you, why the haste? I granted your daughter a painless departure. Is that not a mark of my benevolence? You ought to kneel and express your gratitude, not seek to harm me. You Japanese are perpetually ungrateful, each a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Bah, wretched creature. You are truly despicable. Ah, Yagyu Munenori's rage surged, blood spilling from his mouth. He could bear it no longer. To continue listening would drive him to madness. Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei felt their jaws twitch, having witnessed what true ruthlessness entailed. Who could have fathomed such an audacious act in the modern age? Even if one could conceive of it, few would dare to execute it. Wei Kuan was among those who dared not. He watched Yagyu Munenori, now less than a meter away and in a frenzy, his heart racing with trepidation. Though the barrier ensured their safety, the atmosphere was charged with tension. However, not everyone possesses the audacity to provoke a formidable opponent at close range, particularly one at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. Go stand before the old devil and declare that he had executed the young fool, slain his daughter, and still expect gratitude in return is a feat only a fool would attempt. Were it Wei Kuan, even with tenfold courage, he would never dare such an act. Wei Kuan gazed at Xiao Yi. His eyes brimmed with admiration, tinged with a trace of trepidation. Brother, from this day forth, I shall address you as such. We are meeting for the first time today. I trust one have not offended you in any way? If so, I hope you can show mercy and refrain from holding a grudge. Wei Kuan was filled with fear. How could one not be terrified of a madman as ruthless and brutal as Xiao Yi? If he were to unleash his wrath, well, the very thought sent shivers down Wei Kuan's spine. The other 6 experts of the Divine Sea realm exhibited a variety of expressions, while the 4 from the Buddhist and Taoist sects felt a surge of apprehension. Today, they bore witness to the birth of a merciless tyrant. Such a figure could only be a friend, never a foe. Boom. The spiritual energy surged violently as the frenzied Lu Shangzongyan exerted all his might to strike the barrier, desperate to escape and rend Xiao Yi into pieces. Yet, his attacks could not so much as shake the barrier in order to capture the Japanese spies. Shui Yong employed a 4th-level magical artifact, specifically allocated to him by the higher dash-ups. Tio breached the barrier. One would require cultivation at the celestial profound realm. Ignoring everything, the crazed Lu Shangzongyan relentlessly assaulted the barrier, forgetting that he had left himself wide open, exposing a fatal flaw. Naturally, Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei would not let such an opportunity slip away. They acted in unison. Chapter 59. Is it not utterly despairing? Is it not excruciating? Come, take my life. This is a debt you must repay. Shui Yong transformed into a being of unyielding strength, his entire body gleaming in gold. Resembling a small golden figure, he delivered a powerful punch to Lu Shangzongyan's back, successfully shattering his protective artifact. Jiang Zhongwei wielded his great blade, striking down with a flash of light, severing the arm that grasped the sword. Ah! Lu Shangzongyan screamed in agony, clutching his severed arm, his expression contorted, resembling a grotesque flower. Shui Yong struck again, delivering a blow to Lu Shangzongyan's abdomen, shattering his dantian and rendering him utterly powerless. Thus, Lu Shangzongyan was captured alive. He lay amidst a pool of his own blood, convulsing, his eyes fixated on Xiao Yi outside the barrier. He bore no hatred towards Shui Yong for crippling his cultivation or Jiang Zhongwei for severing his arm. His only animosity was directed towards Xiao Yi, who had executed his son, murdered his daughter, and used their corpses to torment him. Lu Shangzongyan's heart seethed with resentment, his gaze filled with venomous hatred. He was less than 2 meters from Xiao Yi, a distance he could traverse in a single step with his cultivation. Yet, at this moment, those 2 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm, preventing him from approaching, forcing him to witness the provocateur who had slain his children standing there before him. Xiao Yi regarded Lu Shangzongyan with indifference, his voice cold and flat. You are truly a waste. Lu Shang, old devil. You could not protect your son, nor your daughter, and your disciples have all perished. If the past masters of the Lu Shang sword sect were to learn of this, they would likely be enraged enough to kick their coffins. Lamenting how they chose such a worthless successor, I offer you the chance for revenge. Come, kill me. Did I stand here, unarmed, inviting you to strike? Yet you cannot even touch me. Is it not utterly despairing? Is it not excruciating? But what can you do? You are powerless. This is the retribution for you, old devil. Xiao Yi's eyes burned with murderous intent. You should never have come to the Great Xia. Were it not for your audacity to wreak havoc here, this outcome would not have transpired. Your Japanese fiends are destined to perish at our hands. This is a debt, and you must repay it. I will kill you. I must kill you. Lu Shangzongyan howled in anguish. He was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own soul, just to slay Xiao Yi. Unfortunately, he had not cultivated the dark arts of soul sacrifice, leaving him utterly powerless at this moment. Shui Yong approached with disdain, delivering a kick to Lu Shangzongyan's neck, knocking him unconscious. Damn it, this old devil only knows how to scream and shout. It's grating on my ears. Oh, what if you lost your son and daughter? What's the big deal? You're about to die anyway. Is it not a good thing for your family to descend into hell together? As Lu Shangzongyan was captured alive, Kuang Xilang and Yamazaki Jugo panicked. Soon, Kuang Xilang was utterly incapacitated by the Taoist priests of Qingyun Temple, his limbs shattered, his dantian destroyed, trampled like a wild dog. Yamazaki Jugo fared even worse. Not only were his limbs broken by the monks, but even his fifth limb was torn away. He lay on the ground, propped up, groaning as he convulsed. Observing the little fool clutching his groin, Xiao Yi felt a jolt of apprehension. Wasn't he the Buddhist sect supposed to embody compassion? Yet, among the 72 ultimate techniques, there was no such brutal art as this. Thus, all 3 Japanese ninjas of the Divine Sea realm were captured alive. The Divine Sea realm was already considered the upper echelon of Japan, possessing considerable confidential information. Shui Yong did not execute them outright but captured them alive for interrogation. Yet, Kuang Xilang continued to boast, even if you capture me, it's futile. I won't say a word. You'll gain nothing from me. Do you think this is the end? I assure you, this is merely the beginning. You will pay for today's actions. Our great nation will not rest until we exact retribution. Lord Ngue will avenge me. Ha ha ha. Smack. Shui Yong delivered a resounding slap to Kuang Xilang's face, shattering his teeth and sending him flying. What nonsense are you spouting? You're just a frog in a well from a tiny country, still clinging to bravado in the face of death. With that, he began to stomp on Kuang Xilang's bones, not relenting until only a breath remained. Finally, peace at last. Shui Yong exhaled deeply. The lamentations of the defeated were too grating. He had no interest in them whatsoever. Retrieving the small artifact, he opened the barrier. The monks and Taoists led the 3 Japanese ninjas outside, casting a glance at Xiao Yi as they passed. They had all witnessed Xiao Yi's heartless actions moments ago. They could not help but acknowledge that, despite his youth, Xiao Yi's heart was as ruthless as any seasoned veteran. Someone like Xiao Yi must be befriended. He could never become an adversary, or one would find it difficult to live in peace for the rest of their days. Jiang Zhongwei approached Xiao Yi, offering a genial smile. Xiao Yi, I have heard much about you. Initially, I believed the rumors exaggerated, but it seems your audacity far surpasses what I had imagined. Lu Shangzongyan, this old devil, truly met his match in you. In comparison to your strength, your tongue is indeed the most lethal weapon. Where, leader, you flatter me, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. It was only because you were present that I dared to provoke him. I wouldn't have the courage to confront him one-on-one. Ha ha ha, to dare challenge a late-stage Divine Sea Realm expert is a testament to your courage. You did exceedingly well. Your future is boundless. Jiang Zhongwei patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder. Would you be interested in joining my 5th group? My 5th group has the largest number of young and beautiful female investigators. If you come, shut up, Jiang Dedeo. You're trying to poach from under my nose, and you do it so openly? You think I'll just let that slide? Shui Yong interjected with a look of disdain, pushing Jiang Zhongwei away. Xiao Yi is part of my 7th group. Do not covet him. A prodigious talent like Xiao Yi was a treasure in Shui Yong's 7th group. He would never allow anyone to take him away. Jiang Zhongwei chuckled as he strolled away. Xiao Yi, give it some thought. If you agree, I'll handle the paperwork. Fuming, Shui Yong threatened. Jiang Dedeo, your skin is itching. Isn't it? Do you really think I won't dare to hit you? If you pull any tricks, I'll tell your wife about your little escapades outside. Before he could finish, Jiang Zhongwei interrupted. All right, I won't covet him. You scoundrel. You always resort to this tactic. Aren't you tired of it? Shui Yong chuckled. Zhang Didao, this secret of yours, I'll savor for a lifetime. After sending Zhang Zhongwei away, Shui Yong turned his gaze to Xiao Yi, his eyes sparkling as if he were gazing upon a precious gem. Previously, everyone had envied Lu Ziyang for his stroke of fortune in encountering Xiao Yi, but after this battle, everyone in the Security Bureau would envy Shui Yong for his stroke of luck. A prodigious talent like Xiao Yi, nurtured well, would undoubtedly become a formidable ally, a right-hand man. With such a capable subordinate by his side, how could his achievements not soar? Shui Yong thought to himself, determined to offer Xiao Yi the best treatment and to keep a close watch on him. There were plenty of shameless individuals in the Security Bureau, and one could never tell when someone might come to undermine his position. Chapter 60. Why must one forsake a good life to play the dog, bringing shame upon their ancestors? As Xiao Yi and his companions emerged from the tomb, the battle outside had already concluded. The surrounding mountains and forests flickered with lights, and the air still bore the stench of blood. The investigators were busy cleaning the battlefield, retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades, and ensuring the lingering Japanese fools received their final blows. Whether in the past or present, the little devils were treacherous on the battlefield. After suffering defeat, they would often feign death. Then, during the cleanup, they would launch surprise attacks, even willing to perish alongside their foes. To prevent casualties after the battle, delivering finishing shots had become customary. Upon seeing the little devils lying there, whether dead or alive, it was always prudent to fire a few shots to the head and chest. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the King of Hell would shake his head at such a sight. The Bureau of Security possesses an abundance of ammunition. Even transforming the bodies of the enemy into mere pulp would be more than sufficient. In the corners of the camp, numerous corpses lay sprawled. Personnel from the logistics department meticulously examined each lifeless form. Even the faintest breath or heartbeat would compel them to exert every effort in attempts at resuscitation. Witnessing the fallen investigators, sorrow was palpable among the onlookers. Although this battle was orchestrated as a trap by the Bureau, with ample preparations made in advance, casualties were an inevitable consequence of warfare. Xiao Yi located Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun amidst the crowd. "How are you? Are you all right?" he inquired. "We're fine. Brother Xiao, we haven't had our fill of slaughter yet. We could easily engage in another battle," Lu Ziyang replied as he wiped the blood from his saber and adjusted his hairstyle. "These little devils are far too easy to kill. I managed to slay 6 before the fight ended. Damn, they are nothing but a bunch of novices." "Indeed, it was hardly satisfying," Wei Wu remarked, arms crossed, gazing up at the bright moon while reflecting on the fleeting nature of life. "I haven't even had the chance to showcase the prowess of a martial emperor, and yet the enemy has been wiped out. They are utterly pathetic." Zhao Chongkong scoffed, exposing the truth. "If it weren't for Xiaoyun providing support from the rear, you too would be dead by now." "What are you boasting about?" Qi Xiaoyun, cradling his sniper rifle, merely smiled in silence, while Lu Ziyang and Wei Wu, unfazed by the revelation, retorted, "We took on a host of these little devils. It's only natural to call for assistance when facing overwhelming odds. Seeking help on the battlefield is merely a demonstration of teamwork. The triad formation passed down by our predecessors was skillfully adapted to the battlefield. That's what we call practical application." Zhao Chongkong rolled his eyes. "Your version of the triad formation and that of our forebears is hardly comparable, is it? I require no assistance. Every foe is dealt with single-handedly. Pa, you merely rely on the multitude of magical artifacts at your disposal." Lu Ziyang and Wei Wu simultaneously raised their middle fingers at Zhao Chongkong, expressions rife with disdain. Typically, Zhao Chongkong possessed only 3 or 4 magical artifacts. But for this battle, he had sought out his wealthy father. Upon learning that his son intended to slay the Japanese invaders, his affluent father was immediately excited, tossing out 300 million without hesitation, declaring, "Son, spare no expense. Go all out and give those little devils a good beating." Thus, Zhao Chongkong utilized these funds to acquire a plethora of artifacts, amassing over 15 in total. With armor, rings, necklaces, talismans, and boots, he was armed to the teeth. The combined defenses of 5 layers of turtle shell would withstand assaults from cultivators of the 6th or 7th level of the open Yuan realm. With such formidable protection, he wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Moreover, he had an array of ranged attack artifacts at his disposal. This second-generation heir was quite literally bombarding the enemies with wealth point. One could say that every little devil who perished at his hands was crushed by money. As for Qi Xiaoyun, his task was even simpler. From beginning to end, he remained hidden in the shadows, systematically eliminating foes with pinpoint accuracy, each shot finding its mark, leaving no enemy aware of his presence. Not only did he avoid any injury, but he also emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dust upon him. Strikingly, the number of enemies he dispatched surpassed the combined tally of Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong, leaving the three utterly exasperated. Damn it! In this chaotic battle of the Gathering Spirit and Open Yuan realms, the lethality of a divine-eyed sniper is simply outrageous. Once the battlefield was cleared, Shui Yong issued the final command. All right, the battle is concluded. Thank you all for your hard work during this mission. Take a few days to rest well. The Bureau will reward you according to your achievements. And let me give you a heads up, the bonuses will be substantial, so look forward to it. Upon hearing this, a chorus of cheers erupted among the crowd. Xiao Yi too felt a flicker of anticipation. He had slain a significant number of the enemy, most notably several key figures, including Lu Sheng Yijian, Lu Sheng Yingzi, and that unnamed ninja of the Divine Sea Realm. The merit for slaying the Divine Sea Realm ninja would be shared with Wei Kuan. But even after division, it would still be considerable. Once the bonuses were dispersed, he might very well reach the Divine Sea Realm himself. The investigators drove back to the Bureau of Security. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its silver light cascading like water. A convoy departed from the mountainous region, gradually fading into the distance until they vanished entirely. This secluded ancient tomb, rarely bustling, returned to its tranquil state, awaiting perhaps decades before another disturbance. Simultaneously, as the battle raged in the ancient tomb, the security bureau in various districts of Songhai province was far from idle. Each branch mobilized numerous personnel, capturing all Japanese spies throughout Songhai province in a sweeping operation. One by one, companies with connections to Japan were seized, their assets frozen entirely. Large numbers of Japanese spies were apprehended, each one looking dejected, heads hung low, as if mourning their own demise. Naturally, the majority of these spies were ordinary individuals. The number of practitioners was not so high. During the capture of these Japanese spies, the Bureau also detained many second-rate traitors. Among them were several internet personalities and notorious figures, known for spreading pro-Japanese and anti-national rhetoric across various platforms. A few self-proclaimed intellectuals, who often wielded their status to pontificate on the internet, believed themselves to operate in a lawless domain, free to act with impunity. They were now facing the consequences of their actions. Despite their lofty airs and commanding presence online, when investigators from the Bureau arrived to apprehend them, these individuals were reduced to quivering wrecks, collapsing to the ground as if mourning the loss of their entire families. Some clung to door frames, wailing in despair, while others, as they were dragged away, shouted for lawyers, even claiming to be Japanese citizens entitled to extradition rights. Their pitiful displays were utterly revolting. What era are we in? The people of the Great Xia have long since risen. Yet, there remains a cohort of spineless individuals who choose to be traitors, willingly degrading themselves. Rather than embracing their dignity, they opt to be dogs, bringing disgrace upon their ancestors. Following this decisive battle, Japan's network of spies in Songhai province suffered a devastating blow, with years of planning evaporating into thin air. The spy networks in other provinces were similarly affected, suffering significant losses. Moreover, at the very moment the battle in the ancient tomb commenced, agents of the Bureau breached the grounds of the Lu Sheng sword sect, located deep within Japan. The Great Xia does not abide by a policy of passive defense. Should Japan dare to extend its claws, the Great Xia will not hesitate to sever them. Chapter 61. The Bloodbath at Lu Sheng Sword Sect. Not a single survivor. 4 years, the Lu Sheng Sword Sect has trained spies for Japan. This occasion serves as a fitting reprisal, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Within a grand manner, silence reigns supreme at the Lu Sheng Sword Sect's Japanese stronghold. The courtyard, corridors, and rooms were strewn with bodies. Some had their throats slit, others bore fatal wounds to their hearts, and many had their heads completely severed. Without exception, the little devils here met gruesome ends. The scent of blood permeated the air. While crows perched upon cherry blossom branches, cawing mournfully, the night was eerily silent. Despite the multitude of deaths, not a sound escaped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows darted through the night, entering from outside, moving with the grace of phantoms, swift as the wind. Wherever they went, the souls of the Lu Shang sword sect's little devils were extinguished. They were the grim reapers of the night, mercilessly harvesting the souls of the despicable enemies. In the heart of the manor, a middle-aged man knelt upon a cushion on the ground, a katana resting on his knees. His name was Lu Shang Zongcha, the brother of Lu Shang Zongyan, and a practitioner of the first level of the Divine Sea Realm. Apart from Lu Shang Zongyan, he was the sole Divine Sea Realm practitioner at the Lu Shang sword sect. Lu Shang Zongcha, lacking in natural talent, had reached the first level of the Divine Sea Realm only by pushing his limits, and had remained stagnant for a decade. Lu Shang Zongyan had ventured to the Great Xia to seize the Demon Blade, while Lu Shang Zongcha remained behind to safeguard the Homeland sect. This night, as Lu Shang Zongcha meditated, a vague sense of unease began to gnaw at him. He knew his brother was acting tonight. Perhaps at this very moment, his brother was engaged in combat with practitioners from the Great Xia. Fully aware of the dangers posed by the Great Xia, Lu Shang Zongcha felt an undeniable worry for his brother and his nieces and nephews. Restlessness consumed him, and his thoughts became muddled, rendering deep meditation impossible. Gradually, he opened his eyes. Whoosh! At the very moment he opened his eyes, a glimmer of blade light flickered in his pupils. The blade light pierced through the night, swift as lightning, shooting in from the courtyard outside. Thud! Before Lu Shang Zongcha could even draw his sword, the blade had already penetrated his throat, pinning him to the wall behind. It was a 3-inch-long flying dagger. Blood gushed forth, staining the tatami mat beneath him. Lu Shang Zongcha's expression froze, fear evident in his eyes. With a muffled groan, his head drooped suddenly, breath leaving him entirely. He was dead. Throughout the entire encounter, Lu Shang Zongcha never had a chance to defend himself. He hadn't even had the opportunity to place his hand on the hilt of his sword, in the blink of an eye. His life had been extinguished. A towering figure appeared before Lu Shang Zongcha in an instant, feet suspended above the ground. With a single gesture, the dagger embedded in the wall flew back into his hand. At that moment, the disparity in strength was starkly evident. The newcomer's power was terrifying, extinguishing a first-level Divine Sea Realm practitioner as easily as one would crush an ant, silent and effortless. Whoosh, 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 behind him, shadows flickered, 8 figures materializing in the courtyard. Retreat. At the command issued before the corpse, figures vanished in a flash, while the 8 shadows in the courtyard also executed their movements, disappearing into the darkness. The entire estate lay in profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional caw of a crow, which added a touch of desolation to the surroundings. The entire Yagyu sword sect had been extinguished, their blood staining the threshold. From this moment forth, the lineage of the Yagyu sword sect, which had endured in Japan for countless years, was irrevocably severed, dissipating into thin air. This is the cost of provoking the Great Xia. The Great Xia is a resurgent dragon, and when the dragon rages, rivers run red with blood. Shortly after 9 individuals departed, the Yagyu estate was engulfed in a raging inferno, consuming all living beings and belongings within. The flames illuminated the night sky, resembling a flower of the other shore blooming in the darkness. Above the blazing conflagration, the tranquil moon bore silent witness to it all, serving as the sole observer. In a clandestine base in Japan, several young officers were drinking and singing in a room, all of whom were high-ranking military officials. The room pulsed with music, while the tea table was adorned with an array of alcoholic beverages and fruit platters. A young officer named Ito, intoxicated, laughed heartily while embracing a woman, and turned to the man behind him, Matsui-kun. "What time is it now?" Standing behind Ito was a stoic and imposing figure, resembling a bodyguard. After glancing at his watch, he replied, "It is 3:15 a.m. Dato? It's already past 3 in the morning. It seems that KSR and his crew have succeeded in their mission," Ito declared with a smug grin, anticipating that their haul would indeed be substantial. "That is certainly the case," chimed in a young officer named Yamamoto, sipping red wine. "That ancient tomb is highly likely the burial site of a transcendent expert. And the mystical techniques and artifacts left behind are far from ordinary. With KSR bringing back the treasures, our nation's foundation will be greatly enriched." Another officer, Nakamura, grinned broadly. "The people of Great Xia would never dream that the treasures we failed to acquire in the past would now be within our grasp. They are undoubtedly still oblivious to the situation. The three young officers erupted into boisterous laughter. By the time they realize it, our people will have already retreated. Not only do we aim to seize the mystical techniques and artifacts of Great Xia, but we also plan to eliminate a number of investigators from the Security Bureau. The strength of the Great Xia Security Bureau has been growing increasingly formidable in recent years. They have repeatedly dismantled our spy network and have gained an international reputation. We cannot afford to stand idly by as Great Xia's influence expands. This is an excellent opportunity to not only seize treasures, but also to suppress the arrogance of Great Xia, reminding them that the glorious nation of our people is the strongest in the world. One day, we shall return to reclaim the land of the East as our own. Cheers, to celebrate our grand victory. Cheers, cheers. The three young officers raised their glasses, commencing their celebration prematurely. Just then, the doors swung open, and a middle-aged officer burst in, panting heavily. His face was pale, drenched in sweat, and his eyes reflected lingering terror. "It's Watanabe-kun. What brings such urgency?" Ito inquired. "Has the news of KSR's victory returned?" Watanabe, trembling, dropped to his knees and stammered, "My lords, I regret to inform you that KSR's mission has utterly failed." "What did you say?" The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of the young officers froze in place. Their previous air of triumph crumpled, akin to a wilted chrysanthemum, ugly and deflated. They had envisioned slapping Great Xia in the face, only to find themselves struck instead, and the blow had come swiftly. They could hardly accept it. Where could they save face? Impossible. You must be lying. Ito erupted in fury. KSR's plan was meticulously devised. How could it possibly fail? You must be fabricating this tale. Indeed. How dare you misreport military intelligence? Do you not fear for your life? Yamamoto and Nakamura echoed, their disbelief palpable, even harboring murderous intent, I assure you. "I would never deceive you, my lords," Watanabe implored, his voice filled with despair. "We had been awaiting KSR's report, but when the appointed time arrived, there was no word. We attempted to reach out to him, but received no response. Soon after, we received an email from KSR's subordinates stating that the mission had failed. The Security Bureau had been lying in wait. Moreover, the operatives responsible for infiltration had already been exposed and were on the verge of capture. Within a mere hour, we received 36 urgent emails, all from exposed agents, and the number continues to rise." Watanabe looked up at the three high-ranking officers, his voice a desperate wail. "My lords, it is now confirmed that our intelligence network in Great Xia has suffered a devastating blow. Our operatives are being captured in droves." As he finished, a heavy silence enveloped the room, leaving only the labored breaths of the young officers, akin to horse ducks gasping for air. Ito, Yamamoto, and Nakamura stared blankly. Their hearts chilled as if the weight of their entire families had perished. Watanabe's words echoed in their ears like knives, each syllable stabbing deep into their hearts, causing them excruciating pain. "Speak, as of now. How many agents have been exposed?" Ito demanded, his gaze fixed on Watanabe. "By the time I arrived, we had received a total of 43 urgent emails, all from exposed agents. Additionally, we reached out to some of our infiltrators, but none have responded. Preliminary estimates indicate that at least 783 agents have been captured or killed, including several influencers and artists we had secretly bribed." Ito's body went limp, the shocking news overwhelming him with dizziness. He nearly collapsed onto the sofa, inadvertently slipping off the edge and landing on the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. "Impossible. How could this happen?" Ito murmured in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. 783 agents, and perhaps even more. How much time, money, and effort had been expended to embed so many operatives within Great Xia? Now, all of it was lost. The magnitude of this loss inflicted a pain so profound that he wished to knock himself unconscious. To escape the torment. How could the Security Bureau have known our plans? Is there a traitor among us? Yamamoto's eyes glinted with malice, his murderous intent palpable. That cannot be. If there were a traitor, we would have discovered it long ago. Nakamura dismissed the possibility. Then what could have happened? Why did the Security Bureau set a trap in advance? And why were our agents exposed? Even if KSR's mission failed, our infiltrators should not have been exposed, let alone so many at once. The three high-ranking officers racked their brains but could not fathom the cause. The grim tidings from Great Xia struck them like a series of resounding slaps, each one stinging against their faces. The Security Bureau's large-scale operation had captured thousands of Japanese spies, achieving this without a single slip, leaving no opportunity for any of their agents to evade capture. Yet such news, while devastating, was even more akin to a psychological blow. The Security Bureau aimed to make it glaringly clear to the young officers, all your spies have been eliminated. From now on, behave yourself and cease the petty tricks. Great Xia is not a place where the likes of you can run amok. For every one of you, we shall take one down. Ito, Yamamoto, and Nakamura found themselves in disarray, their minds racing. The sudden onslaught of such grave news was unbearable, and they were at a loss as to how to report this to their superiors. The scale of the loss was monumental. Even they could not bear the responsibility. Did they need to resort to ritual suicide? The three young officers trembled in fear. They had not yet experienced enough of life, nor had they enjoyed their riches and comforts. How could they bear the thought of death? Just then, another piece of dire news struck them like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. With a resounding bang, the door to the room was flung open, and a young boy rushed in, visibly flustered. "Gentlemen, something grave has occurred," he exclaimed, his words sending a chill down the spines of the three senior figures, akin to a sudden onset of PTSD. "What has happened?" Ito inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. The boy swallowed hard, his throat dry, and replied, "The Yagyu Sword School has been annihilated, and their dojo has been consumed by flames. Our people discovered that everyone who remained at the Yagyu Sword School had perished before the fire erupted. There were no survivors." "Have you identified the perpetrators?" "No, there were no clues left at the scene. The bodies were dispatched with a single blow, and most were reduced to charred remains, making it impossible to trace." Watanabe's face drained of color as he glanced at the three senior figures. A shared look among them revealed the fear lurking in each other's eyes. "It must have been the cultivators from Dacia," Ito said, trembling with dread. "Indeed, this is a warning from Dacia," Yamamoto articulated, each word deliberate. "Dacia is conveying to us that should any cultivator dare to raise havoc within their domain, they will strike back with fury, annihilating all foes without exception." "How audacious! The people of Dacia have overstepped their bounds by planting spies among us," Nakamura bellowed in fury. "They have the audacity to commit murder on our soil, engaging in such extreme and brutal acts. What does this signify? They have completely disregarded our nation. Do they believe our land is a playground for their whims? We must capture the culprits and dismember them. Otherwise, how can our nation maintain its dignity?" In this moment, the hypocrisy of the young Japanese boy was laid bare. They reveled in their own espionage and malevolence in Dacia, feeling it was their right, even taking pride in it. Yet, when confronted with Dacia's similar actions in their territory, they could not tolerate it and clamored for revenge. The real quest for vengeance lies with Dacia, does it not? The sins committed by Japan during the wars of decades past have yet to be atoned for. The massacre of the Yagyu Sword School today is merely a prelude to collecting interest. The true revenge of Dacia shall be when they trample upon Dongjing to admire the cherry blossoms. The senior figures of the young Japanese were filled with impotent rage, yet they found themselves powerless to act. They could not locate the agents from the Security Bureau, nor did they dare to openly criticize Dacia, and they even had to conceal the truth from the general populace. For now, Japan was no match for Dacia. Without the backing of the pirate nations, they would not even dare to bare their fangs at Dacia. Chapter 63. I am just a bit affectionate, absolutely not a scoundrel. The following day, the mission report was released and posted on the internal network of the Security Bureau by the higher-ups. The top credit naturally went to Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei, the formidable practitioners of the Divine Sea Realm, constituting the first tier. However, the first name on the second tier was none other than Xiao Yi. His numerous accomplishments were meticulously detailed, with his kill count vastly outpacing others, even surpassing Wei Kuan, a level 3 investigator of the Divine Sea Realm. Once the report was made public, a plethora of posts regarding Xiao Yi's battles flooded the forum. After being pinned to the homepage, its popularity surged. The posts featured numerous photographs of Xiao Yi, exuding such handsomeness that it rendered viewers spellbound. There were close-up shots of him shattering foes with a single punch, scenes of him unleashing true flames while pursuing a group of enemies, and even images of him transforming Yagyu Ichiken into a culinary delicacy. Each image was imbued with a sense of violent beauty. The final photograph captured Xiao Yi soaring through the air, summoning the true fire of the sun to obliterate a ninja of the divine sea realm. With the sun suspended in the sky, Xiaoyi held a miniature sun aloft, his gaze cold and dismissive of all existence. Every detail of the photograph radiated an overwhelming aura of invincibility. Indeed, the Security Bureau was teeming with talent, and the photographer had captured the moment exquisitely. Xiao Yi, upon discovering his post, unhesitatingly liked and saved it, even tipping a handsome sum of 100,000 in cash. After all, when someone captures you in such a striking manner, isn't it only fitting to show appreciation? A mere 100,000, which paled in comparison to the bounty on a common enemy, was inconsequential to Xiao Yi. The forum buzzed with excitement as countless users engaged in fervent discussions, with members from other branches joining in. Why brother Xiao is simply too handsome. He's drop-dead gorgeous. Isn't he? A man with looks, strength, and wealth. He's the quintessential diamond bachelor. I wonder who will be lucky enough to capture his heart. Surely, there are those who know that Xiaoyi is quite the scoundrel. I admit he is handsome and powerful, but he is indeed a cad, and I cannot abide by it. Tio the person above. If you don't like him, there are plenty who do. Seeing these comments, Xiaoyi declared, "These are mere rumors. I am simply a bit too affectionate. I am absolutely not a scoundrel. Why can't the photos be saved? Admin, please enable download permissions, admin. For those wishing for photos, private message me. High definition images are 50,000 each. Close-ups are 100,000, and female investigators receive a 50 discount. If you send me private photos, you can exchange them one for free. How shameless. Admin, have you consulted my brother Xiao before making such a profit? Be wary of him giving you a thrashing. Is my brother Xiao around? Do you fancy female investigators with long legs and black stockings? My contact is 652-27481. Add me for a private chat. And me, my contact is 1596-24269. I possess numerous talents and an extraordinary physique. Stop deceiving. You are clearly the female dinosaur from Changqiao City, weighing 200 pounds. I know you. Cease your harassment of my brother Xiao. You are all so superficial, merely focusing on my brother's looks. His strength is what truly matters. Xiaoyi quietly took note of the contact details of the female investigators. Sigh, I envy you all for being able to justly slay the young Japanese. Unfortunately, I was not allocated to the Shuiyun branch. Jinling branch. If such an opportunity arises, you should have included us. We don't even need the bounty. Jinggan branch. When will our Hanyang branch also set out to encircle the Japanese spies? My blade is positively itching for action. Hanyang branch. We should unite nationwide to eradicate all those rats hiding in the shadows. Jianglu branch. Who can achieve a feat like annihilating a Divine Sea Realm opponent at the opening Yuan Realm, especially against a level 2 Divine Sea practitioner? I assert that Xiao Yi is the strongest genius of Daxia in the past decade, and I doubt anyone will refute me. Not necessarily. Our Jinling Security Bureau's Tuoba Hongyi is no pushover. He once eliminated a wicked practitioner of the Divine Sea Realm while at the 9th level of opening Yuan. Indeed, our Jinggan branch's Qin Xingyan has achieved similar feats, and our Hanyang branch's Yin Tianqiu is truly the strongest genius of our era. Each branch proudly presented their strongest prodigies along with their respective accomplishments. Xiao Yi, observing this, could not help but acknowledge that these individuals were formidable. Their achievements were impressive, not inferior to his own, with a few even boasting more remarkable feats. However, it must be noted that their accomplishments had been amassed over several years, while Xiao Yi's triumphs had been garnered in just half a month. Given the same time frame, the outcomes would have been entirely different. Following this battle, Xiao Yi's name spread not only within the Shuiyun City Security Bureau but also to other branches, with many becoming aware of this prominent figure. Through the myriad of discussions on the forum, Xiao Yi gained a clearer understanding of the circumstances in other branches of the Security Bureau. It was undeniable that Daxia was truly blessed by national fortune. In recent years, Daxia had not only advanced rapidly in technology and economy, but had also witnessed an emergence of young geniuses. Each sect and family within the cultivation world had birthed prodigies. Particularly within the Security Bureau, talent flourished as if ushering in a golden age. Daxia was developing in all aspects, with its national strength surging. Given time, it would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world once more. Post-war affairs were numerous and would not be resolved quickly. The commendation ceremony would not take place for another 3 days. This timing was fortuitous, as Xiao Yi also desired a few days of respite. One cannot remain perpetually tense. Otherwise, it would lead to mental strain necessitating moments of relaxation. After browsing the forum, Xiaoyi drove to visit Yiyun, where he took a 2-day respite. This time, all 20 sets of costumes from the ethereal family that Yiyun had recently purchased were completely ruined, and even her privately stored cosplay outfits had been shredded. These costumes were custom-made by Yiyun at considerable expense, and she felt a twinge of heartache as they were torn apart. However, Xiaoyi reassured her that he now had the means to afford replacements. It's merely a few outfits. For every one I tear, I'll buy 2 as compensation. Meanwhile, the newlywed couple next door once again faced the brunt of Xiaoyi's overwhelming prowess. With the woman kicking her husband off the bed in exasperation, cursing him under her breath. The husband, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Dear, it's not that I lack ability. It's just that the beast next door is too formidable. Truly a monster." At night, the man sat in the corner, hugging his knees in a pitiful manner as he gazed at the wall, silently praying, "Heaven, please send down a bolt of lightning to strike this beast down. It is far too oppressive." Alas, the heavens offered no reply, only the rhythmic creaking of the bed as a response. On the 3rd day at noon, Xiaoyi left Yiyun's home, feeling refreshed. Upon returning to the security bureau, he found Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong sprawled on the living room sofa, both sporting dark circles under their eyes and appearing utterly drained. Only Qi Xiaoyun remained vibrant and full of energy, chatting away on the phone with her fiancé. "What happened? Were you drained dry by a vixen?" Xiaoyi teased with a chuckle. Wei Wu waved his hand, unwilling to speak. Zhao Chongkong was similarly disinclined. Turning over and closing his eyes to sleep. It was only after Qi Xiaoyun explained that Xiaoyi learned that Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong had spent 3 days and nights in a karaoke hall and hotel. They drank, danced, and pursued women at night, while during the day, they indulged in a drunken stupor with their companions at the hotel. After 3 days and nights without rest, they claimed to be celebrating their first kill of the Japanese devils. After tormenting themselves for more than 80 hours, they had become the way they were now. Their eyes sunken, spirits drained, and clearly exhausted. Xiaoyi couldn't help but shake his head. Young people should practice moderation, or else they risk damaging their foundations, and regret would come too late. As the evening arrived, the awards ceremony finally commenced, and the bonuses for killing the Japanese devils were about to be distributed. Chapter 64. I have too many girls to choose from. Which one should I ask out? It's so difficult to decide. Outside, the sun set behind the mountains and darkness descended. 8 o'clock. The awards ceremony finally began. Xiao Yi and his companions entered a grand banquet hall where several leaders sat on stage, delivering a series of lengthy speeches that nearly lulled Xiao Yi to sleep. It is a common trait among leaders, regardless of their region, to be verbose and speak in vague terms, akin to an old woman's bound feet, both lengthy and unpleasant. After what felt like an eternity of meaningless chatter, a group of tall, fair-skinned, beautiful female investigators took to the stage and performed an energetic dance. Dressed in identical uniforms that showcased their fair arms and long legs, their flowing hair swayed as they danced in perfect rhythm to the music. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. If only this had been presented earlier, he wouldn't have felt so drowsy. This program should have been unveiled sooner. Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyun also perked up, sitting upright and fixated on the stage, their fatigue seemingly vanishing in an instant. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaoyi asked, "How does our Security Bureau's awards ceremony resemble a school welcome party?" Wei Wu stared intently at the long legs on stage and replied, "The times have changed. Our leaders are also keeping pace with the times. The previous model of leaders speaking, investigators receiving awards, and then everyone going their separate ways was too dull. Investigators lost interest, and leaders found it too serious, so they later modified it by incorporating singing and dancing to enliven the atmosphere. When leaders are happy, investigators are happy, and everyone is happy. That's how the awards ceremony becomes lively." At that moment, Zhao Chongkong suddenly pointed excitedly, "Look, the lead dancer is named Xia Wei, nicknamed the Dual Blade Sorceress. Her legs are both long and fair, and her leg techniques are incredibly sharp." Xiaoyi looked at Xia Wei and acknowledged her appeal. She was indeed striking, but he couldn't help but wonder. Wasn't her nickname the Dual Blade Sorceress? The focus should be on her sword techniques, not her leg techniques. Wei Wu, without offering an explanation, continued, "Xia Wei has many admirers. There was once a guy who publicly confessed to her. claiming he would break his ribs to make her soup, and Xiao Wei actually kicked and broke that guy's ribs. She was quite a feisty girl. Xiao Wei continued to inquire what happened to that guy. Wei Wu replied, afterward, he became Xiao Wei's devoted follower and has yet to win her over. Xiao Yi was left speechless. A devoted follower's fate was certainly grim. At that moment, Lu Ziyang chimed in. The girl behind Xiao Wei is also quite impressive. Her name is Su Shishir, a definite D-level powerhouse, exactly my type. Zhao Chongkong added, the girl next to Su Shishir, Lu Xiao, is great too. Although she's only C-level, her proportions are balanced, and she's at least 1.75 meters tall. Wei Wu was now overwhelmed, pointing at the stage and exclaiming, C-level, D-level, C-level, B-level, wow, there's even an E-level powerhouse. What? An E-level powerhouse? Lu Ziyang and Zhao Chongkong exclaimed in shock, "Do we have such high-level powerhouses in our division? Why didn't I know before? Where is she? Where?" The two searched left and right, scanning the stage. Finally, they spotted the E-level powerhouse among the crowd. Upon seeing her, they were indeed astounded. Xiao Gu, look, that's the E-level powerhouse, a rare gem. Lu Ziyang and Zhao Chongkong were exhilarated. If only she could be my girlfriend. Wei Wu gazed longingly at the E-level beauty, his soul seemingly drifting away. Zhao Chongkong sneered, aren't you into RQ and mature women? She shouldn't be your type. Wei Wu shrugged, after having too much of the same dish, can't one occasionally change their taste? Zhao Chongkong scoffed, don't even think about it. She's mine, just wait and see, in less than half a month. I'll win her over. Wei Wu scoffed dismissively, half a month? Even before that, she'll have moved on, I'll need just 10 days. Ha, you're just bragging. How about a bet? Let us bet. Who's afraid of whom? After the party, I'll go ask for her WeChat, and Xiao Gu will be the witness. All right, it's settled then. After their conversation, they turned to Xiao Yi, only to find him engrossed in his phone, completely oblivious to the stunning women on stage. Xiao Gu, what are you doing? Xiao Yi replied while holding his phone. I'm checking WeChat. The girls you mentioned, Xiao Wei, Su Shishir, and Lu Xiao, all added me. And even the E-level powerhouse you talked about, her name is Shun Xiying, added me too. Not only that, she even sent me private photos. Oh dear, these girls are so enthusiastic that I can't even refuse them. I am actually feeling a strange sense of annoyance. Which one should I ask out? It's so hard to choose. Xiao Yi sighed softly, feeling a slight vexation. Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Lu Ziyang were all left in shock. Their mouths agape like three statues, as if they had just cracked under pressure. That moment, Xiao Yi appeared to them as a radiant deity, and they could only look up in awe. Lu Ziyang, tears streaming down his face, sincerely pleaded, Xiao Gu, please stop flaunting your prowess. We're already convinced. Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong were at a loss, having just been betting on who could win over Shun Xiying, only to discover that Xiao Yi had already secured her WeChat, and she had approached him first. Their timelines were 10 days to half a month, while Xiao Yi only needed a single phone call to make plans. Damn, that feeling was utterly disheartening. It was like walking alone on a winter street, with the biting cold wind piercing through to a man, struggling against the chill, finally bought a cup of hot milk tea to give to his beloved, only to look up and see her getting into another man's car. The car not only had hot milk tea but also warm air conditioning and a lively atmosphere. In that moment, the man felt abandoned by the entire world, as everything around him lost its color. Wei Wu and Zhao Chongkong felt deeply impacted, momentarily shaken in spirit. With their spirits crushed, they could only watch the other girls dance to soothe their wounded hearts. Following the dance, there were singing performances, comedy sketches, and other entertaining acts, creating a joyful atmosphere. After numerous performances concluded, the leaders finally began the awards ceremony. One by one, the names of those who had contributed were called. Along with their respective achievements, the bonuses were secondary, the medals were the main focus. Generally, medals were not awarded for ordinary tasks. This time, they were presented due to the successful resolution of a spy case. Team leaders Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei each received a 3-star medal. When they took the stage to receive their awards, they donned the special uniforms of the Security Bureau, looking quite impressive. Their chests were already adorned with multiple medals, and today was merely an addition to their accolades. After the two leaders, it was Xiao Yi's turn. The moment of showing off had arrived. Chapter 65. A generous bonus. I'm feeling a bit nervous about showing off. The host shouted into the microphone. In the battle at the ancient tomb, This individual displayed unparalleled bravery, charging to the front lines. He personally slayed the heir of the Japanese Liu Shang sword sect and his lady, collaboratively annihilating the ninja tiger Tian Derong from the Divine Sea Realm and the Great Demon by Gue Wan. He has the highest kill count in the entire arena, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. He is a once-in-a-decade young genius of our security bureau, destined to be a pillar of our organization in the future. He is none other than the fiery hand of justice, Xiao Yi. Now, let us warmly welcome Xiao Yi to the stage with enthusiastic applause. The banquet hall lights flickered, focusing on Xiao Yi, and the audience erupted into fervent applause, particularly from Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, Zhao Changkong, and Qi Xiaoyun, who were visibly animated, clapping with such vigor that it resonated crisply. Xiao Yi, dressed in the unique uniform of the Security Bureau, rose with an unruffled demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of elegance and composure. The charm of his presence was a passive skill that activated naturally in an instant. The female investigators present felt their hearts race, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Gu was undeniably alluring, strikingly handsome to an extraordinary degree. Extraordinary might have been an exaggeration, but his handsomeness was indeed captivating. Compared to the photos, he looked even more impressive in person. One couldn't help but wonder what he smelled like. What? You want to find out, of course, don't you? Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Yi ascended the stage to deliver his speech. I'm not quite sure what to say. Except that I didn't intend to be this ostentatious. I feel a bit nervous about showing off so much tonight. The host's compliments earlier made me shy. I had no idea I was a genius. Ha 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 ha. The moment those words were uttered, the entire audience erupted in laughter. Shui Yong, who was well acquainted with Xiao Yi's character, couldn't help but twitch his lips in the crowd, his eyes rolling back in disbelief. Damn it, how can you still pretend to be low-key? Still nervous? Acting cool is your daily routine, isn't it? Right now, you are blatantly showing off. Where's the modesty in that? Do you not realize you are a genius? Who was it that boasted about being a genius to the investigators in the office last time, claiming his rapid breakthroughs were completely reasonable? Have you forgotten so quickly? Lu Ziyang, Wei Wu, Zhao Changkong, and Qi Xiaoyun were wildly applauding and shouting from below. Look, that's my brother Xiao. We're protected by him. The surrounding investigators gazed at the four with envy. Damn, these four fellows have struck gold, truly clinging to Xiao Yi's robust leg. Lu Ziyang is somewhat excused, as he was the one who brought Xiao Yi back to the Security Bureau. It's only natural he would benefit from it. But Wei Wu and the others are just plain lucky, ending up sharing a dorm with Xiao Yi. How come they got such good fortune? If they were with Xiao Yi, they too could enjoy a life of luxury. On stage, a leader approached with a smile, pinning a medal adorned with 2 stars onto Xiao Yi's chest. This was a 2-star medal. Within the Security Bureau, the medals were categorized into 5 types, from 1 star to 5 stars, corresponding to achievements from minor to significant. Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei had devised a plan that successfully captured 3 late-stage spies from the Yamato Nation and dismantled the spy network that had taken years to establish in Songhai Province, earning them the 3-star medal. This illustrates the value of the 2-star medal. The leader patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder, advising, Xiao Yi, I hope you remain true to your original intentions and continue to strive. Yes, I will certainly remember your teachings, leader, Xiao Yi replied, standing tall and composed. As he conversed with the leader, the spiritual energy within Xiao Yi's dantian began to operate uncontrollably, and his innate divine ability, the true fire of the sun, nearly burst forth. This was a spontaneous protective response triggered by a sense of threat from a formidable opponent. Xiao Yi understood that despite the leader's cheerful demeanor and amicable attitude, appearing like a retiree, this was a manifestation of his true strength. He must be incredibly powerful. His position in the Security Bureau clearly surpassed that of Shui Yong and Jiang Zhongwei, indicating he was at least at the Celestial Profound Realm. This was a genuine powerhouse of the Celestial Profound Realm. Xiao Yi had never witnessed a Celestial Profound powerhouse in action, and the information he could access about them was limited. To learn more specifics, one needed Level 3 clearance. The internal forum contained no relevant articles or videos. No one dared to upload photographs or videos of Celestial Profound powerhouses. Once uploaded, they would swiftly be removed. The few articles describing the strength of Celestial Profound powerhouses were merely the imaginations and speculations of investigators. It was said that if a Celestial Profound powerhouse unleashed their full power in a frenzy, they could massacre millions and obliterate a city. Whether these claims were true remained unknown, but one thing was certain: they were extraordinarily formidable. Following Xiao Yi, others with merits also took the stage to receive their awards. Everyone shared the spoils, each reaping their rewards. Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, Qi Xiaoyun, and Su Xiaonu all received substantial bonuses this time. Xiao Yi checked his account balance on his phone while seated in the audience. The bonus had already been credited. In this battle, he had slain a total of 57 Yamato soldiers, including 50 at the Gathering Spirit Realm and 7 at the Opening Yuan Realm. Each Gathering Spirit Realm soldier earned a bonus of 1 million, along with 10 points. Each Opening Yuan Realm soldier earned 10 million, along with 100 points. Altogether, this amounted to a cash reward of 120 million, plus 1,200 points. Additionally, there were 2 special Opening Yuan Realm foes, Yagyu Ikemanji and Yagyu Sakura, who not only possessed greater strength but also held more significant positions, thus yielding even higher bonuses. The bounty for slaying Yagyu Ikemanji was 50 million cash and 500 points, while for Yagyu Sakura, it was 30 million cash and 300 points. Finally, there was the Sea of God Realm Ninja, Huatian Darong, and the Spirit Beast by Gu Wan. Xiao Yi and Wei Kuan had jointly slain them. Splitting the credit, Xiao Yi received 100 million cash and 1,200 points. Altogether, his total earnings amounted to 300 million cash and 3,200 points. Consequently, Xiao Yi's bank account balance soared back to 350 million. With points totaling 4,700, killing Yamato soldiers was indeed quite lucrative. Xiao Yi gazed at the points in the app, feeling quite pleased. Although the cash rewards from this mission did not surpass those from slaying Cui Wuji, the points gained were more substantial. In the Security Bureau, points were far more valuable. With this recent windfall, Xiao Yi eagerly anticipated the next espionage sweep. To him, spies had become synonymous with walking cash and points. Unbeknownst to him, the number of Opening Yuan Realm specters in his possession had already reached 13, namely Wei Yang, In Yang Ghost Old, Cui Wuji, Yagyu Ikemanji, Yagyu Sakura, and 7 Yamato soldiers. In addition, there were 2 Sea of God Realm specters, Huatian Darong and Bai Gu Wan. Specters did not merely refer to humans. The souls of great demons could also be controlled. Beyond these, there were numerous Gathering Spirit Realm specters, exceeding 50 in number. The target of 100 ghostly night marches was now within reach. The merit awards ceremony continued into the night before finally dispersing. Xiao Yi, along with Lu Ziang and Wei Wu, exited the banquet hall. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Xiao Yi walked straight ahead. Wei Wu called out to him, "Brother Xiao, you've taken the wrong path. The dormitory is this way." Xiao Yi did not turn back. Waving his phone in the air, "You all go ahead. I have an appointment and won't be returning tonight." After saying this, he left behind a stylish silhouette. The long night was upon him, and in the solitude, it was only natural to seek the warmth of a kindred spirit. Chapter 66. The Ultimate Sycophant. Does she not love me if she does not stew my ribs for soup? Damn. So quickly secured a date? Zhao Chongkong was astounded. Who could it be? Is it Xiaowei? Or Su Shishir? Or Lu Wei? Wei Wu kept guessing. Could it be Shen Xiying? Damn. What speed is this? It's as if he were riding a rocket. Brother Xiao is making me envious. When will I achieve such a level? Lu Ziang lamented, nearly in tears. The 3 looked at Xiao Yi's departing figure, their emotions a complex tapestry of feelings. That moment, Qi Xiaoyun, standing nearby, spoke up, "Brothers, I also have an appointment tonight, so you 3 head back." With that, Qi Xiaoyun entered the elevator, departing with nonchalance. Having made achievements tonight and received a hefty bonus and points, Qi Xiaoyun naturally wanted to share this good news with his fiancée E. Hence, he had booked a hotel early, where his fiancée E was already waiting in their room. Damn, even Xiaoyun is gone? Leaving just the 3 of us. Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Lu Ziang exchanged glances, feeling a sense of abandonment. Lu Ziang suddenly remarked, "It feels a bit shameful to head back like this, doesn't it?" Zhao Chongkong nodded in agreement. "Yeah, those 2 are off sleeping with their girls, and here we are, alone in an empty room. Compared to them, we look utterly pathetic. How about we go to the Explosion Dance Hall?" Wei Wu suggested. "No, let's go to the Shenghong Club instead. I'm a VIP there, so I can get a discount," Lu Ziang chimed in. Zhao Chongkong added, "Let us go to the hotel at my place. It's safe and costs nothing." The 3 exchanged glances before ultimately reaching a decision. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, want it all. They would first hit the Explosion Dance Hall for some dancing, then take their girls to Zhao Chongkong's hotel for the night. and finally head to the Shanghong Club for relaxation the next day, ready to embark on a second round of festivities. Though they were already feeling exhausted, for the sake of their manly pride, they would fight to the last. This way, they wouldn't feel so lowly, would they? As Xiao Yi exited the security bureau, he activated the vehicle waiting at the entrance. Before long, a girl with long, flowing hair approached. She wore a pink short-sleeve shirt adorned with a cute bear print. At that moment, the bear looked quite angry, its eyes wide and its little face puffed up in frustration. The girl had a fantastic figure, particularly her long legs, which were strikingly eye-catching, resembling two sharp blades. She was none other than Xiao Wei, the girl infamous for breaking the ribs of her suitors. "Brother Xiao, I'm here." Xiao Wei cheerfully opened the car door and took a seat in the passenger seat, displaying none of the awkwardness typically associated with first encounters, and contrary to the rumors about her fiery temper. She appeared quite gentle. Xiao Yi fastened her seatbelt and asked with a smile, "Where would you like to go for a late-night snack?" "Just aside, Brother Xiao. I'm fine with anything," she replied. "That won't do. Since I'm treating you, it must be according to your preferences. Then let's go for spicy hot pot. I know a trendy new place on Tsuiwei Street. The flavors are excellent." Upon hearing about the hot pot, Xiao Yi immediately recalled a certain joke related to it. He sized up Xiao Wei, wondering if she was aware of the joke as well. However, when it came to treating a girl to hot pot, Xiao Yi certainly wouldn't settle for a mere 6 yuan. He would at least go for 666 yuan, fitting for his status and capabilities. Xiao Wei grinned at Xiao Yi, meeting his gaze unapologetically. "All right, let's head to Tsuiwei Street." Xiao Yi started the car, pressing the accelerator to leave the security bureau swiftly. At the entrance, many people were out for late-night snacks. Some with keen eyes spotted Xiao Wei getting into Xiao Yi's car. This was quite the revelation. A quick photograph, a forum post, and the buzz would explode. Damn, even Xiao Wei has been snagged by Xiao Yi. My goddess is gone. What does Xiao Yi have that is so special? He's just a bit handsome and slightly more powerful, right? Ultimately, he's just a flirtatious playboy. Such scoundrels and scum should be despised by young women. Why on earth would Xiao Wei be attracted to him? It is akin to a beautiful flower being placed in a pile of dung. Are you up there feeling envious? How is Xiao Yi a scoundrel? Quit spreading falsehoods. Nonsense. If Xiao Yi were not a bounder, then there would be no such thing as a scoundrel in this world. Who doesn't know that Xiao Yi had a continuous string of girlfriends throughout high school and university, changing partners more swiftly than one changes clothes? He is still entangled in an ambiguous relationship with his female superior. So what? It's merely a rumor. No one has witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, it's entirely possible that Xiao Yi and Xiao Wei were simply going out for a late-night snack, engaging in nothing inappropriate. You people are just too dark-hearted, always imagining the worst. If Xiao Yi were truly so innocent, I would stand on my head and defecate. Is Mao Zedong around? Who is Mao Zedong? Same question. Point 1. Mao Zedong is the fellow who, in front of a large crowd, professed his love to Xiao Wei, claiming he would break his ribs to make her soup. That's him, I remember. Later Xiao Wei broke 4 of his ribs. What? Is this guy still not giving up? Does he still wish to pursue Xiao Wei? No, he claims that to hit is to show affection, and Xiao Wei hit him out of love. Breaking his ribs without extracting them for soup is, in fact, a demonstration of her affection. How ridiculous! Even after such humiliation, he can still rationalize it. That is a level of devotion that knows no bounds. If he knew Xiao Wei was out late night snacking with that notorious scoundrel Xiao Yi, wouldn't he go mad with rage? At that moment, an inconspicuous comment emerged. Xiao Wei is not that kind of person. She and Xiao Yi must merely be enjoying a simple late-night meal together. I believe in her. This statement opened the eyes of many, prompting immediate inquiries. Dude, are you joking? A lonely man and woman out together late at night, just for a snack? That seems highly improbable. If it were Xiao Wei, it's possible. I trust her. Who are you? Are you also a suitor of Xiao Wei? I am Mao Zedong. Upon this revelation, the thread erupted, and the comments below went wild. Damn, impressive. The pure love warrior. I'm convinced. Same here. Same here. As Mao Zedong declared his identity, the discussion surged with admiration and awe, an overwhelming number of exclamation points flooding the screen. Previously, one could only hear tales of sycophants. Now, they witnessed one in reality. Bro, your goddess is out having late-night snacks with someone else. What do you think they might do afterward? It's quite obvious. Yet you still choose to believe in her. What nonsense. Are you truly this naive? or merely deceiving yourself? Even the most foolish sycophant wouldn't be this blind. People couldn't help but wonder how this guy managed to infiltrate the safe zone. Surely he didn't have inside connections? That's impossible. One cannot sneak into the safe zone, but Xiaoyi might just be able to tonight. Chapter 67. Human traffickers brazenly snatching children in the streets. Have they truly lost their minds? In a room of the safe zone, a male investigator was fervently defending his goddess on the forum. It was none other than Mao Zedong. Xiaowei is the most innocent girl in the world. I won't allow you to slander her. She loves me, not Xiao Yi. Her refusal to use my ribs for soup is a testament to her love for me. Just wait and see. One day, I will win her over. Then you will all realize that what I say today is the truth. Mao Zedong continued posting comments while his roommates looked on at his frenzied state, unable to suppress their sighs and headshakes. Their gazes were filled with pity and sorrow. Bro, your goddess is about to sleep in that scoundrel Xiaoyi's bed tonight, and you're still deceiving yourself? They had long since exhausted their attempts to wake Mao Zedong from his delusions, having advised him countless times before. Their words had fallen on deaf ears, utterly ineffective. A sycophant living in his own world can never be awakened by outsiders. Just as the forum in the safe zone was ablaze with conflict, Xiaoyi had taken Xiaowei to a popular spicy hot pot restaurant. Just as Xiaowei had mentioned, this establishment was renowned and bustling with business. Even at 11 o'clock at night, many patrons were still enjoying late-night snacks. The two found a table and perused the menu thoroughly. Neither of them lacked funds. It was merely a hot pot. So they didn't need to be picky. Moreover, both had hearty appetites, capable of finishing whatever they ordered without concern for waste. After satisfying their hunger, they were ready to proceed with the next step. Just as they prepared to head to the hotel, a piercing cry suddenly shattered the night outside. Put my child down. Who are you? Return my child to me. Is there anyone who can help? They are human traffickers. Call the police. Call the police. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoyi dashed out without a second thought, with Xiaowei closely following. They burst outside the restaurant to find a crowd gathered on the roadside. A bald man was tugging fiercely at a 3- or 4-year-old boy, while the boy's clothing was clutched tightly in the hands of a middle-aged woman. The man was trying to leave, but the woman was determinedly holding on, refusing to let go. The little boy was terrified, crying loudly, his face flushed with fear. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were alarmed, suspecting it to be a case of human traffickers abducting a child. Some attempted to intervene, while others took out their phones to call the police. At that moment, another man approached, tall and thin, resembling a lanky monkey, reaching out to pull the woman. We are not human traffickers. She is my brother's ex-wife, he shouted, tugging at her while pleading, sister-in-law, even though you divorced my brother, the child is still part of the Li family. You can't deny us the chance to see him. My parents are desperate to see their grandson. They are nearly going mad. Please, just let them see him once, don't worry. We'll return him in a few days. His words were heartfelt, causing those who wished to assist to hesitate. The truth was unclear, and they could not act rashly, as the saying goes. It is difficult for a fair judge to resolve family disputes. If it were truly a divorce and child abduction, outsiders would find it hard to intervene. If someone were to get hurt in the struggle, no one would want to bear the responsibility, and there was always the risk of being bitten back afterward. Better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Seemed that at some point, the cost of standing up for justice had become so high that ordinary people could not bear it. Thus, many with a sense of righteousness felt too intimidated to act. The woman lacked the strength of a man and, after being torn away, fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the two men fled with the child. The woman lay on the ground, having twisted her ankle, crying out in despair, I don't know them. They are truly human traffickers. Please, someone help, catch them. I beg you. Her cries were filled with desperation, her expression utterly genuine. At this point, the onlookers began to discern the truth. This was no mere act of a divorce dispute. It was clearly a case of human traffickers brazenly snatching a child in broad daylight. Who doesn't have children? Whose child is the apple of their parents' eyes? Anyone with a shred of conscience would not remain indifferent upon witnessing such an atrocity. With the truth revealed, the crowd's courage began to swell. One brave man, quick on his feet, grabbed a beer bottle and charged forward. Damn it! The world has gone to hell. So many people are watching, yet they dare to abduct a child? Have they truly lost their minds? Stop right there. Before he could finish, he hurled the beer bottle toward the lanky man. However, the lanky man swiftly countered with a punch, shattering the bottle midair. Get lost. Mind your own business. He glared at the man with a look as venomous as a snake, causing the onlooker to shudder in fear, his courage evaporating instantly. Generally, human traffickers do not possess such a fierce demeanor or skill. With the older man frightened off, the two traffickers continued their escape, but a pair of long legs blocked their path. Put the child down, Xiao Wei shouted firmly. What is this? You are just a girl. Do you really want a medal? The bald man, holding the child in one arm, raised his other hand to slap her. Yet, Xiao Wei was faster, lifting her foot and striking him squarely in the groin. In that instant, the bald man heard the sickening sound of eggs cracking, and visions of his late great-grandmother flashed before his eyes, waving goodbye. The men in the crowd gasped collectively, instinctively covering their own groins. The pain was unbearable. A man cannot endure such a humiliation. Ah! The bald man let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to his knees, unable to hold onto the child any longer, only wishing to cradle his precious possession and protect it. Big brother! The lanky man's expression shifted to one of fury upon witnessing the bald man's injury. You filthy bitch, you're asking for death. Before he could finish, the lanky man assumed a fighting stance. Throwing a punch aimed directly at Xiao Wei's face, the crowd expressed their disdain, appalled that a human trafficker would dare to strike such a beautiful girl. Xiao Wei scoffed disdainfully, flower fists and embroidered legs. She swiftly retaliated, delivering a kick to the lanky man's abdomen. The slender monkey was kicked into a bow shape, his face flushed and his eyes bulging, resembling a large shrimp as he flew through the air. After performing a 360-degree roll mid-flight, he landed face down, his knees crashing to the ground, akin to a frog in a dramatic fall. Upon hitting the ground, the slender monkey rolled about, clutching his abdomen and wailing in agony. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment, regardless of age or gender. Wow, that young lady is quite formidable. She appears to be well trained, they murmured. Although the slender monkey seemed thin, he surely weighed around 130 to 140 pounds. Yet she had effortlessly sent him flying with a single kick. What kind of martial arts was this? It didn't seem like Wing Chun. Was it the 12 routes of kicking or perhaps stabbing feet? Traditional martial arts truly are impressive. I must learn a few techniques myself. Chapter 68. Damn you, vile scoundrel. You are in desperate need of punishment. I shall strip your skin. Not only were the Chinese astonished, but two foreign tourists in the crowd were utterly awed, repeatedly shouting in clumsy Mandarin, Chuan'an'ai si Kuan Fu, Chuan'an'ai si Kuan Fu. They had often heard that the people of the Great Xiao were skilled in martial arts. With masters aplenty in the populace, witnessing it firsthand, they were convinced a mere young girl could effortlessly take down two adult traffickers. Xiao silently marveled at Xiao Wei's long legs, which were indeed impressive, not only aesthetically pleasing but also powerful. No wonder she had once shattered a suitor's rib with a single kick. How commendable it was to see young people today standing up for justice. Women are just as capable as men. The crowd erupted in applause, with several enthusiastic aunties eager to approach and offer their assistance, hoping to play matchmaker for Xiao Wei. A girl so beautiful and kind-hearted would surely bring good fortune to any household. Just then, a third trafficker stealthily approached Xiao Wei from behind, his expression menacing, wielding a butterfly knife aimed at her lower back. Watch out! Someone shouted a warning, but Xiao Wei remained unfazed. In a split second, a hand firmly grasped the assailant's wrist. I detest traffickers. Why can't they be decent people instead of beasts? They deserve to pay. Xiao Ye's face was as cold as ice as he twisted the arm. A sharp crack echoed, and the third trafficker immediately cried out in agony, kneeling on the ground. His arm was bent at a right angle, the bone piercing through flesh. Xiao Ye's methods were far from gentle. His strikes were lethal, leaving no room for mercy, even towards those who were merely ordinary. The sight of such a gruesome scene startled the onlookers. A few timid souls gasped in shock. How ruthless this young man was. Able to effortlessly break the trafficker's arm with a simple twist. In broad daylight, with so many witnesses, the audacity of these traffickers to not only abduct a child, but also attempt murder was astounding. Xiao Yi swung the severed arm back and forth, eliciting more cries of pain from the trafficker, tears streaming down his face. Let go, Let go. My arm is broken. I swear I won't do it again. The trafficker begged, his voice filled with despair. The agony of his broken arm was compounded by being manhandled, rendering him utterly miserable. At that moment, the two earlier traffickers had regained their composure. Both drew butterfly knives, threatening Xiao Yi and Xiao Wei. However, the bald man clutched his groin, while the slender monkey cradled his abdomen. Xiao Wei had been too lenient on them. She hadn't exerted her full strength. Had she unleashed the same force she used to crush a suitor's rib, these two traffickers would not have been able to stand again. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Be wary of the consequences of provoking the wrong people. Just because you know a few moves doesn't mean you can act heroically. Young and reckless individuals rarely live long. The bald man and the slender monkey waved their knives menacingly, their faces contorted with malice. Are you jesting with me? Xiao Yi laughed at the two foolish clowns before him. He, Xiao Yi, known as the Fiery Hand, was capable of making even the fiercest foes weep for mercy. Yet here he was threatened by two traffickers. If this were to reach the Safety Bureau, it would surely evoke laughter. With a swift motion, he drew his gun. The sound of two gunshots rang out, and the traffickers fell to the ground, writhing in pain. A handgun may be ineffective against cultivators, but it was more than sufficient to deal with traffickers. What era are we in that you still wield knives? Have you heard of American Aikido? The traffickers clutched their bleeding shoulders, crimson gushing from the wounds. Why, you have a gun? They stammered, terror etched on their faces. They could hardly fathom that this young man before them possessed a firearm and dared to use it. This was the Great Xia, not a lawless land. Gun control here was among the strictest in the world. The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on Xiao Yi and Xiao Wei, speculating about their identities. In the Great Xia, those permitted to bear arms were certainly not ordinary individuals. Moreover, one who could fire without warning was far more formidable than an average police officer. Some in the crowd suddenly understood. No wonder these two young individuals were so adept, unflinching in the face of danger. They must have backgrounds. Perhaps they were special police or military personnel. What a thrill! Dealing with traffickers demands such decisive action. Someone exclaimed. Are you still so arrogant now? Just moments ago, you were so brazen. Damn you vile scoundrels. You are in desperate need of punishment. The man who had just acted heroically laughed heartily, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Yi pulled out his phone to take photos and identify the three traffickers, but the system returned no information. They had no prior records. Who are you really? Xiao Yi pressed, aiming his gun at them. He had discerned that these three traffickers were no ordinary criminals. They were skilled in martial arts, and although they had not reached the level of cultivators, they were undoubtedly stronger than the average person. Moreover, their ruthless demeanor suggested they were not typical traffickers. Ordinary traffickers, caught red-handed abducting children, would typically flee in panic. They would not dare confront bystanders, knowing that two fists could not withstand four hands. However, these three not only dared to engage but also wielded knives with decisiveness and brutality, indicating they had seen bloodshed before. You needn't ask. We will not divulge anything. Young man, you are done for. Cross us, and you will face dire consequences. Soon, you will learn the price of meddling. Despite being shot, the two traffickers remained defiant, refusing to confess and even threatening Xiao Yi. Still so defiant at death's door? Do you wish to taste more bullets? Xiao Yi chuckled darkly. He relished the challenge of a tough opponent. Once he had skinned them alive, he would relish their confessions. Traffickers were not akin to murderers or robbers. While their crimes might seem less severe at first glance, the harm they inflicted was no less than that of a killer. Abducting a child destroys a family. Parents who lose a child live in perpetual darkness. Many sell everything they own, searching tirelessly for their lost children, only to end up empty-handed, driven to madness or despair. The fates of abducted children are often grim. Many end up maimed or worse. Subjected to horrifying fates, in contrast to a murderer who delivers a swift death, traffickers inflict prolonged suffering, sometimes lasting years, sometimes a lifetime. Thus, they deserve punishment. Xiao Yi had encountered numerous accounts of traffickers online, fostering a deep-seated disdain. Now, face to face with them, he would not let them escape. Chapter 69. Spiritual medicine in hot springs. Cooking oneself in an iron pot. There were too many bystanders here to apply severe interrogation methods or to kill. Xiaoyi knocked them unconscious with a single slap, confident he could extract confessions once they were taken back to the safety bureau. He sensed a larger organization lurking behind these traffickers. After notifying the logistics department to bring the 3 traffickers back, he turned to see Xiao Wei had already returned the child to her mother. The middle-aged woman was overwhelmingly grateful, nearly kneeling in thanks. The child was her life. Had she lost him tonight, her own life would have been forfeit. Afterward, as Xiao Yi and Xiao Wei walked along the street, they reflected on the situation with a sense of disbelief. I never imagined traffickers could be this brutal nowadays. Xiao Wei remarked, in the past, they would only abduct people from rural areas. Now they have evolved to brazenly snatching children in broad daylight. They seem utterly unconcerned, despite the surveillance all around. If we hadn't been here today, that child would have been in grave danger. Xiaoyi replied, greed drives people. The profits from trafficking are too enticing. There might even be an entire industrial chain behind it, naturally leading some to take risks. The penalties for traffickers are far too lenient. They should be dealt with as in ancient times, executed upon capture. Moreover, these 3 traffickers were no ordinary criminals. There might be sinister forces backing them. Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, there have been numerous instances of evil sects abducting children. Many malevolent practices require the blood of children. Some dark sorcerers create ghostly infants or young spirits using children. 2 years ago, the Safety Bureau had apprehended a rogue sorcerer who, in a horrific act, had killed 99 male infants to extract their souls, leading them to viciously turn on one another. I have perused the case files, and the children who fell victim to that malevolent cultivator suffered immensely, leaving one heartbroken. What fate befell that wicked being? Captured by the leader of the 6th Division, he endured torment for 3 days and nights before meeting a grim demise. Even in death, his soul was extracted and subjected to further torment for an entire month, ultimately resulting in his complete obliteration. It serves him right. Xiaoyi wholeheartedly endorsed the leader's actions. Such vile creatures, less than beasts, ought to be made to comprehend suffering and pay the most harrowing price. As the 2 wandered through the night market, they unwittingly found themselves at the entrance of a hotel. So, where to next? Xiaoyi inquired, his gaze lingering on Xiao Wei, hinting at unspoken intentions. Leaning against him, Xiao Wei flashed a seductive smile. After your timely rescue, I must repay you well, dear Xiaogu. With an arm around her waist, Xiaoyi chuckled. How do you wish to express your gratitude? Why, by attending to more pressing matters. Of course, she replied, the atmosphere thick with implication. The pair entered the hotel and secured a room. All proceedings seamlessly. One must admit, Xiao Wei's legs were exceptionally long, not only lengthy but also remarkably powerful. Exhibiting a flexibility akin to 2 serpents, a mere little snake demon dares to be audacious before me. Will you not capitulate? Xiaoyi summoned all his strength, channeling his spiritual energy and secretly employing the dragon-elephant breathing technique to contend with the serpent demon. The clash of dragon and serpent was fierce and direct. With a roar that could shake mountains and seas, the ancient beast's wrath was vividly showcased by Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, in the Safety Bureau's dormitory, Mao Zedong continued to boast on the forum, oblivious to the fact that the bike he was so reluctant to ride had already been fervently pedaled by Xiao Wei. Identity dawn. The first light pierced the heavens. As the sun rose, bestowing vitality upon the world, a shaft of sunlight breached the curtains, illuminating Xiao Yi's face. He opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with golden rings, radiating vitality. Xiao Wei lay nestled in his embrace, lost in slumber, murmuring softly in her dreams. She would not awaken until afternoon. Xiaoyi had hoped for a morning workout, but upon seeing Xiao Wei's fatigued form, he reconsidered his plans. There was no rush. Time was on his side. Rising to wash, he then drove back to the Safety Bureau. Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and Qi Xiaoyan were absent, still out reveling. Xiaoyi ventured to the logistics department to inquire about the interrogation results concerning the human traffickers. As he anticipated, the 3 were indeed being manipulated by a malevolent cultivator. However, they were mere pawns, having never seen the face of the cultivator and thus unable to provide a likeness. Their meeting locations had been investigated, yet yielded no clues, making the capture of the cultivator impossible for the time being. The logistics department had already dispatched an investigation task, awaiting assignment to investigators. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiaoyi retrieved his phone to make purchases. Having earned a substantial sum from dispatching the small devils, he felt compelled to spend it wisely. Not only did he intend to buy the spiritual herb package necessary for breaking through to the Divine Sea realm, but he also sought a level 3 protective talisman. Once he ascended to the Divine Sea realm, he would inevitably face adversaries of equal rank. The might of the Divine Sea cultivators was formidable, and engaging them with mere physical strength posed a grave risk. Possessing a talisman for protection was far more prudent. Navigating the app, he discovered a package of 7 types of spiritual herbs. After thoroughly reviewing the detailed descriptions, he selected the one most compatible with his constitution, priced at 2,200 points. Upon clicking to purchase, a confirmation window promptly appeared, indicating a successful transaction. The package comprised an array of spiritual herbs, including Heavenly Spirit Grass, Ice Heart Flower, Century Crystal Lotus, Blood God Lotus, and a total of 69 varieties. Their prices varied, each with distinct effects, collectively aiding cultivators in their breakthroughs. Next, he ventured to the talisman section, where he found a jade pendant talisman named Fire Rhinoceros Pendant. This pendant was crafted from the horn of a mutated great demon, the Fire Cloud Rhinoceros, from the Divine Sea realm, priced at 2,000 points or 240 million in cash. Choosing to reserve his points for future breakthroughs, Xiaoyi opted to purchase it with cash, completing the transaction for 240 million. Afterward, he found himself with 2,500 points remaining and 110 million in cash. Having depleted half of his assets, approximately half an hour later, the talisman and herbs were delivered to his door. Xiaoyi affixed the Fire Rhinoceros pendant to his waist, and immediately a protective spiritual barrier enveloped him. The barrier glimmered with green light before retracting into his being, vanishing from sight. Though small, the pendant's protective capabilities were all-encompassing. Any attack aimed at his body would trigger the pendant's defenses, meaning that to harm him, one would first need to breach the talisman's spiritual barrier. What a treasure, Xiaoyi mused, feeling quite pleased with the pendant. For the safeguarding of his soul, he possessed the Void Heart, and for his corporeal form, the Fire Rhinoceros Pendant. To strike and eliminate foes, he had the Flame Tiger boxing gloves. Now, he had gathered a trio of protective talismans. Along with the talisman and herbs, a large pot was also included. This pot was intended for herbal baths, as some spiritual herbs were unsuitable for ingestion and were better absorbed through the skin via a medicinal bath. Xiaoyi took the pot to a designated training room, locked the door, and placed the pot on a large induction stove. After adding water and powering it up, he waited for it to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he added all the medicinal materials, and within moments, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Stirring the mixture to ensure an even consistency, Xiaoyi discarded his clothing and leaped into the concoction. It felt akin to soaking in a hot spring, reminiscent of the Northeast's iron pot stew. Chapter 70. Breaking through to the Divine Sea realm, evolution of divine powers, and a surge in combat strength. The boiling water, at merely 100 degrees, posed no harm to Xiaoyi. Bathing in it felt akin to luxuriating in a hot spring. Previously, Xiaoyun had spoken of treating him to the Northeast's famed dish, iron pot stewed goose, yet instead of indulging in the goose, he found himself stewing in the pot. Amused, Xiaoyi took the remaining edible spiritual herbs and consumed them, channeling the Sun True Fire to refine them. Concurrently, every pore and meridian in his body opened, absorbing the spiritual energy from the medicinal solution. The potency of both the ingested and bath herbs was staggering, akin to a torrential flood surging into Xiaoyi's Dantian space. The immense spiritual energy stirred the spiritual lake within his Dantian, causing the water to rise in tumultuous waves. The overwhelming force of the spiritual energy battered against the Dantian's barrier, prompting an unprecedented expansion of the space. 120, 140, 160, until it reached 200. The spiritual force cascaded like torrential rain, filling the newly expanded Dantian space, marking Xiaoyi's official breakthrough to the first level of the Divine Sea realm. During this process, his aura intensified, and a colossal dragon elephant formed around him. Swirling with flames as it moved, its roar echoed throughout the safety bureau. What is that sound? Such power. It makes my heart race with trepidation. Is it the roar of a great demon? Surely, the logistics department's demon hasn't escaped? Impossible! The only fate for the captured great demons is death. They cannot possibly flee. This is a spiritual energy upheaval of such magnitude. Could it be that someone has broken through to the Divine Sea realm? Indeed, it must be a breakthrough. Similar disturbances occurred when Fengchase ascended, though not as intense as this. The roar of that great demon sounds familiar. It resembles the dragon elephant. This is the dragon elephant breathing technique. To cultivate it to such a degree, there may be only one person in our division capable of it. It is Xiao Yi. He has broken through to the divine sea realm. Heavens, that is astonishingly swift. Xiao Yi not only charms women with remarkable speed, but also achieves breakthroughs at an unprecedented pace. Undoubtedly the fastest man in our Shuiyun City division. Many investigators were utterly astounded. While they all knew that Xiao Yi's ascension to the divine sea realm was inevitable, they had not anticipated it would occur so rapidly. The divine sea realm, in the entire cultivation world, is a title of strength. Should one establish a family, as long as they do not provoke formidable enemies, they could safeguard their lineage for a century without worry. Countless cultivators have aspired for decades to break through to the divine sea realm, yet 99 of them, due to insufficient aptitude, remain forever stagnant. Even those who do break through typically spend months, if not years, in preparation. Even with the aid of spiritual herbs, one must be in peak condition to attempt a breakthrough. In stark contrast, Xiao Yi's ascent seemed effortless. With not a hint of prior preparation or forewarning, it was as if breaking through to the divine sea realm was no different from ascending to the opening origin realm in his eyes. The Safety Bureau's investigators felt a profound sense of defeat. We always knew you were a genius. We braced ourselves for the blow. But this is a bit too much, don't you think? We have toiled for decades. Our greatest dream merely to reach the 9th level of the opening origin realm, while you effortlessly ascend to the divine sea realm in just over 20 days. What joy is there left in life? Let us disperse, there is nothing more to see. Is it just the divine sea realm? It's nothing to fret over. I could take a sleeping pill and dream of the heavenly profound realm. Let us scatter, each to their own, back to our respective families. What does it matter to strive in cultivation any longer? Perhaps lying flat is the answer. Many investigators felt utterly disheartened, as if a moment of clarity had dawned upon them, maturing them in an instant. Indeed, if a man wishes to grow, a single moment is all it takes. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the training room, the Sun True fire continued to spread, the temperature rising ever higher. This training room was constructed from special materials. Even with Xiao Yi's efforts to minimize the residual flames, it could not withstand the inferno's intensity. Every piece of furniture and equipment within the training room was reduced to ash. The Sun's true fire seeped through the cracks of the door, and the flames spread ominously around. The onlooking investigators retreated in haste, acutely aware of the lethal danger posed by the flames. This was the innate divine ability of a formidable expert in the divine sea realm. For those in the spirit gathering and opening yuan realms, even the slightest contact would result in instant incineration to ashes. Just then, a streak of light shot in from afar, transforming into a barrier of spiritual energy that severed the flames, sealing them within the room. Step back. Your powers are too feeble to withstand this. A deep voice rang out as Shui Yong hurriedly arrived. The investigators promptly evacuated, leaving only Shui Yong outside to guard Xiao Yi. What a delightful surprise! Shui Yong gazed at the cultivation chamber, his face alight with joy. With Xiao Yi's breakthrough into the divine sea realm, he had gained a powerful ally, and naturally, Shui Yong was thrilled. From a distance, Jiang Zhongwei cast a sidelong glance at Shui Yong, inwardly cursing the cold-faced man for his stroke of luck in stumbling upon such a treasure. To awaken and break through to the divine sea realm in merely 20 days was an extraordinary feat. Such talents were exceedingly rare, typically emerging only once every 2 to 3 decades. A genius of this caliber, provided they did not falter early on, had a significant probability of advancing to the heavenly transformation realm in the future. Who would not envy such a prodigy? Yet, it was Shui Yong who was fortunate enough to claim him. Not only Jiang Zhongwei harbored envy and jealousy, but other leaders also shared similar sentiments. As time passed, Xiao Yi remained oblivious to the world outside, engrossed in absorbing spiritual energy to fill his expanded dantian. The cycle of day and night continued outside, but he was unaware of how long it had been until he finally opened his eyes. His clothes had been reduced to ashes, but fortunately, his storage ring contained a fresh set of garments. Otherwise, he would have appeared as a primitive man. Checking his phone, he realized it had been 7 days and nights since he had entered seclusion. Stretching his neck and clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. His dragon elephant breathing technique had also broken through to the 3rd level, significantly enhancing his strength. A single arm swing now unleashed a tremendous force of 100,000 pounds. If he were to unleash his spiritual energy, he could condense the dragon-elephant entity, amplifying his power by several levels. Moreover, the true Sunfire and the Eye of the Candle Dragon had evolved during this breakthrough. The temperature of the flames had risen, and several new applications had manifested. The Eye of the Candle Dragon could now see further, piercing through all illusions, and its lethal gaze had also advanced. Just as the unfortunate Cui Wuji, who had perished at Xiao Yi's hands, would now find himself reduced to dust with merely a glance from Xiao Yi. As Xiao Yi familiarized himself with his newfound powers, Shui Yong's voice echoed from outside. "Since you are awake, come out." Chapter 71. Brother Zhao's divine skills achieved, invincible in battle. Uniting the Jianghu for eternity, the door had been scorched, crumbling to ashes with the slightest touch. Shui Yong appraised Xiao Yi from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, your spirit is light, and your spiritual energy is robust. Your foundation is solid. It seems your realm has stabilized completely. I appreciate your protection during my seclusion," Xiao Yi remarked. Shui Yong waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It was but a small effort. By the way, your breakthrough to the Divine Sea realm is a momentous occasion. Should we hold a celebratory feast?" "Perhaps not," Xiao Yi replied, shaking his head calmly. "Being too ostentatious is not my style. I dislike showing off in public." Shui Yong rolled his eyes. "You not like showing off? That line you just said is the epitome of pretentiousness. Show off like the wind, be cautious of being struck down." After parting ways with Shui Yong, Xiao Yi returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, fireworks erupted, scattering golden confetti and petals throughout the air. The living room had been festively adorned, vibrant and sparkling, reminiscent of a bridal chamber. Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, Qi Xiaoyun, Su Xiano, and Xiao Wei were all present, beaming as they surrounded him. "Congratulations, Brother Xiao, on breaking through to the Divine Sea realm. Your skills are perfected, invincible in battle, embodying both literary and martial virtues, uniting the Jianghu for eternity. Brother Xiao, blessings abound, with boundless powers. Commanding the world, who would dare defy? Brother Xiao, take me along to bask in your glory." The six chanted in unison, their exuberance causing Xiao Yi's lips to twitch. "Eternity? Uniting the Jianghu? Do you think I am Dongfang Bubi? Don't think I don't know where that line originates and commanding the world. What, do you wish to rebel? If you seek death, don't drag me along. I am not Zhao Kuangyin, nor do I desire to don the yellow robe. Besides, nowadays, the yellow robe is hardly worth much. Every delivery man on the street has one. Not to mention, our hungry delivery service has the most yellow robe couriers. All right, calm down, and no need for such grand gestures." Xiao Yi waved his hand, smiling. "It's merely a small breakthrough. There's no need for such fuss. We should remain humble and low-key in our endeavors. In the face of challenges, we must be calm and composed. Just write a few hundred articles to post on the forum, and let's skip the feast and party." Upon hearing this, the six were left dumbfounded, their expressions resembling that of bewildered owls. Lu Ziang remarked, "All right, Brother Xiao, your level of showmanship is truly unmatched. I cannot compare." Wei Wu added, "Brother Xiao is indeed Brother Xiao, effortlessly flaunting without realizing it." Qi Xiaoyun questioned, 200 to 300 articles? How many ghostwriters would that require? Can they even manage that? We do not advocate for plagiarism. Zhao Chongkong interjected, "We can forego the feast, but the party must go on. I've already booked a hotel." Su Xiano chimed in, "Absolutely. Such a significant occasion deserves a grand celebration." Xiao Wei leaped into Xiao Yi's embrace, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek and whispering, "Tonight, I have a special gift for you." With such enticing words, Xiao Yi's interest was piqued, feeling the true fire within him ignite. "If that's the case, I am intrigued." Eventually, unable to withstand the enthusiasm of his friends, Xiao Yi agreed to attend the party, not only to celebrate his breakthrough into the Divine Sea realm, but also Zhao Chongkong's advancement to the opening Yuan realm. Prior to this, Lu Ziang and Wei Wu were both at the first level of the opening Yuan realm, while only Zhao Chongkong had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Gathering realm. Although he wielded numerous magical artifacts, his combat strength, while superior to that of Lu Ziang and Wei Wu, was still merely at the Spirit Gathering level. Now, with his breakthrough to the opening Yuan realm, he could finally hold his head high. Leaving the safety bureau, the group of 7 drove to the finest hotel owned by Zhao Chongkong to celebrate. He had reserved an exclusive suite with the best food and drink available. Rumor had it that the chef had ancestral ties to the palace's imperial kitchen, his culinary skills passed down through generations, with only 3 tables prepared each month. Typically, one would need to book 6 months in advance to enjoy his dishes. Fortunately, Zhao Chongkong was the 3rd young master of the hotel. Otherwise, they would have been unable to partake in the suite. Zhao Chongkong greeted everyone, serving exquisite dishes. Wei Wu skewered 6 abalone, each weighing over a pound, savoring the succulent meat. Lu Ziang held a large lobster, its claws as thick as his fingers, eagerly devouring the flesh. Xiaoyi relished in the royal delicacy. Buddha jumps over the wall, the broth exceptionally flavorful. It must be said, the chef's skills were indeed remarkable, living up to the reputation. As the group indulged in food and drink, the suite's door swung open. Ian strode a row of imposing men clad in black suits and sunglasses, each standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, their expressions stern as they lined up against the walls of the suite. One of the men, donning sunglasses, produced a speaker, blasting an exhilarating BGM. Amidst the music, a man made a flamboyant entrance. Clad in a pink suit, adorned with a pink tie, and sporting an exaggerated slicked-back hairstyle, he swaggered in with an air of arrogance. Upon entering, he said nothing, merely tilting his head back, hands buried in his pockets, chin raised towards Xiao Yi and his companions. At first glance, he appeared to be an important figure. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the man shrugged his shoulders, ducked his head, rubbing his hands together with a hint of a sycophantic smile. "Hey, everyone," Wei Wu scoffed. "Who is this fool? He looks like he's not all there," Qi Xiaoyan remarked. "I have no idea. Perhaps he's entered the wrong suite." Lu Ziang added, "Not only is he dressed ostentatiously, but he even makes an entrance with a BGM. He's asking for trouble." Suziano wrinkled her nose. "The scent of his cologne is overwhelming, a mix of several fragrances, quite unpleasant." Xiao Wei rolled up her sleeves. "Whoever he is, if he's here to cause trouble, we'll take him on." Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. "Xiao Wei is right. If he dares to stir up trouble, we'll put an end to him. He lacks spiritual energy. I could easily dispose of him with a single finger." Zhao Chongkong quickly intervened. Wait, everyone, don't be impulsive. This fool is my elder brother, Zhao Chonghui. He has never been quite right in the head. Please don't hold it against him." "Your elder brother?" Xiao Yi and the others exchanged glances, scrutinizing Zhao Chongkong and Zhao Chonghui. They soon recognized a resemblance between the two. At that moment, Zhao Chonghui stylishly flicked his slicked-back hair and snapped his fingers. "All right, the BGM can stop now." "Yes, young master." The bodyguards complied, silencing the speaker. Xiao Yi and the others wore expressions of disbelief, particularly Xiao Yi, who assessed Zhao Chonghui closely. This guy had a knack for showmanship, knowing how to make an entrance with a speaker and a BGM. He was a formidable contender in the art of pretentiousness. "Third brother, inviting friends to dine without notifying your elder brother is rather inconsiderate, don't you think? After all, we are brothers," Zhao Chonghui remarked, adjusting his slicked-back hair and looking at Zhao Chongkong. "What brings you here?" Zhao Chongkong's tone was somewhat cold. Xiao Yi and his companions were well aware of Zhao Chongkong's family background. Zhao Chongkong's father, Zhao Jiahao, had fathered 3 sons, the eldest, Zhao Chonghui, the second, Zhao Chongming, and the youngest, Zhao Chongkong. Each brother was born of a different mother, resulting in a rather lackluster fraternal bond. In retrospect, Zhao Jiahao is indeed quite impressive, having a child with a different woman for each son. Chapter 72. Since you are here, leave your dog life behind. The eldest and second brothers were embroiled in a fierce battle over their inheritance, with ongoing, open and covert conflicts. Zhao Chongkong, disinterested in the family business, chose to join the security bureau, dedicating himself to his training. Due to Zhao Chongkong's unique status, his relationship with his elder brothers had improved slightly over the years. As neither dared to target him, they were somewhat acquainted with the circles of power, understanding that having a practitioner safeguarding the family was advantageous for their business. No amount of wealth could stand against absolute power. It was but an ephemeral illusion. Speak quickly if you have something to say. If not, kindly take your leave. I am dining with friends today and have no time for your antics. Zhao Chongkong waved dismissively. Zhao Chonghui chuckled. Don't be so cold, little brother. After all, we are brothers. I made a special trip upon hearing you were hosting friends for dinner. By the way, I brought a fine bottle of wine. With a snap of his fingers, a bodyguard promptly presented a bottle of Fei Tian Zue from the 50th year of the Daxia dynasty, a rarity worth $1 million. All of you are friends of Chong Kong. Hence my friends as well. Enjoy yourselves, treat this place like your own home, and don't hold back. While I cannot guarantee much, I am adept at providing good food and entertainment, and I assure you satisfaction. As he spoke, Zhao Chonghui opened the bottle and personally poured drinks for Xiao Yi and the others, toasting them as if they were already acquainted. Zhao Chonghui, aware of the strength of practitioners, understood that all present were cultivators, and he had come specifically to foster good relations. With a practitioner from the Security Bureau as a backing, he believed future business dealings would be free from underhanded tricks. Xiao Yi regarded Zhao Chongkong and remarked, "Your elder brother may be a bit showy, but he possesses a sharp intellect and is indeed a competent businessman." Zhao Chongkong rolled his eyes. "He has a modicum of business savvy, but his demeanor is excessively flamboyant. He'll bring bodyguards just to deliver wine and even have a background score. Does he think he is some sort of gambling deity? Had he encountered someone with a bad temper, he would have been dealt with already. By the way, little brother, I have invited a renowned master to help us assess the feng shui of our hotel." Zhao Chonghui suddenly interjected, "I do not understand feng shui, but you are well versed in these matters. Please assist me in determining the authenticity of his claims." Zhao Chongkong raised an eyebrow. "Is the feng shui of our hotel truly that poor? Speaking of which, I too have no knowledge of feng shui." "You may not know much, but you know more than I do," Zhao Chonghui replied. "In the past 2 months, our hotel's revenue has halved, and there have been 2 small fires. The staff has even reported seeing unclean entities. With such frequent accidents, I suspect foul play from behind the scenes. Outsiders are never as reliable as family. That master charges 10 million for a feng shui consultation, so I must be wary of whether he is a fraud." Zhao Chonghui was a prudent businessman, and when money was involved, he exercised extreme caution. Deceiving him was no easy feat. Just as he finished speaking, the master arrived. The bodyguard in a black suit escorted a Taoist priest into the private room. "Master Zhuang, I appreciate your coming," Zhao Chonghui greeted respectfully. The elder Taoist nodded coldly, his demeanor haughty. "Lead me to the places where the fires occurred." "Not so fast," Zhao Chonghui interjected. "Allow me to introduce a few individuals. This is my brother, Zhao Chongkong. He is also in the same circle." The Taoist glanced at Zhao Chongkong, his eyes narrowing slightly, displaying a disdainful attitude. "Understood. The younger generation has decent cultivation, but he pales in comparison to me." From the moment he entered, the elder Taoist wore a stern expression, looking down upon everyone, which ignited indignation in Wei Wu and the others. Who was this arrogant old man? My ancestor was Emperor Wei Wu. Yet he was not this conceited. He seemed to have some skill, but no need to rush. Let him show off for now. If he were a fraud, using nefarious means to deceive ordinary people for substantial profits, it would be a serious crime. Encountering us would lead to his downfall, perfectly set up for us to claim a performance. In the presence of Xiao Yi, no one dared to flaunt their power. Xiao Yi kept a close watch on the so-called Master Zhuang. His pupils glimmered with a golden hue, and the eye of Zhu Long had already penetrated the elder Taoist's internal structure, revealing all secrets without concealment. "Master Zhuang, is it?" Zhao Chongkong stepped forward, inquiring, "May I ask which school you hail from? Which Taoist temple do you represent?" The elder Taoist stroked his beard with pride, declaring, "I am from Maoshan." "Enough. I have no interest in hearing your life story," Zhao Chongkong interrupted. "I care not for your identity, your origins, nor your grand abilities. I merely wish to inform you that I am an investigator from the Security Bureau. With official records, I suspect you are a practitioner of the dark arts, employing malevolent techniques to harm others and swindle large sums of money. I must request that you accompany me back to the Security Bureau for questioning. I hope you do not resist. Otherwise, I have the authority to eliminate you on the spot. Of course, if you are stronger than I, you may choose to kill me, but you will face the full wrath of the Security Bureau in retaliation. It will take less than 2 hours for you to be apprehended, and your chances of escaping Shuiyun City alive stand at 0. Now, the choice is yours. Will you surrender peacefully, or will you resist and face me here?" Zhao Chongkong's words rang with authority, leaving the elder Taoist stunned, his mind racing with a torrent of expletives. "What? You're this direct? I haven't even said a word, and you're already apprehending me? Not even a hint of probing? Are the people from the Security Bureau truly so formidable? Can you just label someone without consequence?" Are you not afraid I might genuinely be a respectable Taoist from Mao Shan? If that were the case, you would be incurring the wrath of Mao Shan. Do you not fear the repercussions? Zhao Changkong asserted, the Security Bureau is indeed formidable. I suspect you are an evil practitioner. It is entirely procedural to take you back for interrogation. If you are truly a master from Mao Shan, I will apologize. At that point, you could kill me if you wished. But if you are a fraud, my ploy will undoubtedly expose your true nature. Why waste time probing when we can resolve this directly? The elder Taoist's expression darkened as he glared at Zhao Changkong, scoffing. Is this how you treat those you seek assistance from? If you do not trust me, then I shall not bother with the feng shui. Should calamities arise in the future, do not lament your choices. Enough, I take my leave. With that, the elder Taoist turned to exit, but a cold voice interjected, you shall stay. Since you have come, how can you leave without paying the price for your life? You are overstepping your bounds. The elder Taoist fumed, turning to retaliate, but Xiao Yi's hand had already firmly grasped his shoulder. Boom! A force exceeding 100,000 pounds erupted, akin to a mountain crashing down from the heavens. The elder Taoist knelt uncontrollably, his knees shattering the floor tiles, sinking deep into the reinforced concrete. Chapter 73. Spare me, Master Xiao. I am willing to atone for my sins and become a witness. With a crack, a layer of blood light shattered around the elder Taoist. A transparent soul soared forth. Its expression contorted, emitting a piercing wail. The soul dissipated rapidly, fading from view. It was a malevolent spirit residing within a protective talisman. The elder Taoist's protective talisman had been shattered by Xiao Yi, causing the malevolent spirit to vanish. Carrying such a talisman was sufficient proof of his status as an evil practitioner. What honest person would utilize such a talisman? Xiao Yi acted with thunderous precision, startling Zhao Chonghui, who quickly sought refuge behind Zhao Changkong, peeking out cautiously. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, little brother, who is this master? He appears remarkably formidable and exudes an aura of dominance. Indeed, Zhao Changkong replied with pride, this is my brother Xiao, the most extraordinary talent in the Security Bureau. The elder Taoist is an evil practitioner. Encountering brother Xiao today is akin to misfortune greeting misfortune. A calamity approaching. Xiao Yi's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the elder Taoist, blood-refining malevolent spirits. You truly know how to play the game. If I do not eliminate you, I would be remiss in addressing your myriad of sins. Before he could finish his statement, there was a crack, and Xiao Yi crushed the elder Taoist's shoulder. How dare you? I shall fight. The elder Taoist shrieked in agony, his face contorted as he hurled a talisman. The talisman erupted with dazzling golden light, expanding with the wind, transforming into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. The figure, with a face like red jade and a beard like black velvet, donned armor and wielded a golden whip, striking down towards Xiao Yi's head. Wei Wu, Zhao Changkong, and the others gasped, the Yellow Turban Warrior. The Yellow Turban Warrior is a protective deity in Taoist mythology, renowned for its immense strength and prowess. Legend has it that the Yellow Turban Warrior could bear mountains and withstand celestial beings, with unparalleled power and boundless might. The Yellow Turban Warrior summoned by the elder Taoist through a talisman was merely a reflection of the artifact's capabilities and could not possibly match the legendary strength. However, judging by the intensity of the spiritual power it unleashed, its strength had already reached the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm, and it could not be considered a weakling. Without flinching or evading, Xiao Yi fiercely glared with the eye of the candle dragon, unleashing 2 beams of golden light that instantaneously pierced through the chest of the Yellow Turban Warrior. With a splatter, the Yellow Turban Warrior's body exploded. Reverting back to its original form of talisman paper, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a cloud of ashes. No, it's impossible. What kind of divine power is this? Witnessing the Yellow Turban Warrior being obliterated in an instant, the malevolent cultivator was engulfed in profound terror. This was his most formidable attack artifact, one that had once slain foes at the 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm, and now it had proven to be so easily dispatched. The investigator before him was merely a young man in his 20s. How could he possess such formidable strength? Had he been cultivating since he was in the womb? Who exactly are you? The malevolent cultivator stared intently at Xiao Yi. Zhao Changkong stepped forward abruptly, introducing, are your eyes open now? Today, I shall ensure you understand fully. This individual is the foremost prodigy of the Shuiyun City Security Bureau. Xiao Yi, the fiery hand Yin Jun Xiao Yi. Upon hearing this name, the malevolent cultivator's hair stood on end. He felt an overwhelming chill, his heart racing, nearly choking him, but of course, he had heard of Xiao Yi's reputation. In Shuiyun City, who among the malevolent cultivators was unaware of Xiao Yi's illustrious name? The fiery hand Yin Jun, the ashen gray real person. It was said that those who fell at Xiao Yi's hands were left in utter disarray, not only reduced to mere fragments but even their ashes scattered. You actually are Xiao Yi. The malevolent cultivator gazed blankly at Xiao Yi, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. He cursed himself for not checking the auspicious calendar before stepping out. He should have turned back after stepping in dog excrement that morning. Why did he have to encounter such a ruthless character? Now, not only had he failed to earn any money, but he was also on the verge of losing his life. Not only his life, but even his ashes would be scattered. Xiao, Master Xiao, I implore you to show mercy. I merely sought to observe the feng shui, and at most charged a bit more. Just a petty deception. I truly haven't committed any heinous acts. That blood-refining evil spirit artifact was purchased from the black market. I did not forge it myself. My crimes do not warrant death. I beg you, show leniency and be magnanimous. Knowing he was no match for Xiao Yi, the malevolent cultivator hastily pleaded for mercy. Xiao Yi regarded the malevolent cultivator with a cold smirk, peeling skin ghost. There is no need for pretense in my presence. You do not truly believe that just because your surname is Zhuang, you can convincingly act the part, do you? A toad masquerading as a frog? Are you imitating your mother? Before his words could fully dissipate, Xiao Yi seized the malevolent cultivator's face and forcefully tore at it. With a rip, a layer of skin was stripped away. The malevolent cultivator revealed his true appearance, a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced visage, riddled with pockmarks. The peeling skin ghost Zhuang Gaorian, indeed it was him. Upon recognizing the true face of the malevolent cultivator, Wei Wu gasped in astonishment. Lu Ziang remarked, I have seen him on the wanted list of the Security Bureau. The peeling skin ghost Zhuang Gaorian, most adept at the art of disguise. Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. True to his name, he did convincingly portray a high-level figure just now. Zhao Chongkong slapped the peeling skin ghost across the face. Damn it, you've tricked your way to my doorstep. Do you truly think the King of Horses is blind to your tricks? Zhao Chonghui, witnessing this, also contemplated delivering a few kicks, considering he had been deceived. However, after some thought, he quietly retreated behind the others. Better to be safe. A gentleman does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. After all, a malevolent cultivator remains a malevolent cultivator. Even when subdued, they are not to be trifled with, and as an ordinary person, it is wise to keep a distance. The peeling skin ghost was notorious in Shuiyun City for his penchant for grave robbing and corpse theft, occasionally engaging in some feng shui deception to con wealthy individuals. Although his strength was only at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, his skills in disguise were exceptionally refined. In the blink of an eye, he could transform into another person, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to see through. Utilizing this ability, he had repeatedly escaped the clutches of the Security Bureau. Unfortunately for him, today he had encountered Xiao Yi. From the moment he came within Xiao Yi's line of sight, the peeling skin ghost's every ruse was laid bare. The eye of the candle dragon saw through him completely. The peeling skin ghost's disguise technique was merely a form of artifact crafting. He would peel off a human face, forge it into an artifact, and wear it. Such a facial artifact was far superior to any mere human skin mask, and no matter how lifelike a human skin mask might be, it remained just a mask. A careful observation would reveal flaws. However, a facial artifact bore no flaws, imperceptible to the naked eye. Wearing it was akin to donning a new face. Only special ocular techniques could unveil the truth. Zhuang Gaorun, your parents indeed bestowed upon you a fine name. Alas, you, wretched spawn, are worthless. Xiao Yi shook his head. You do not engage in good deeds, yet delight in nefarious acts. Today, falling into my hands, you reap what you have sown. A murderous aura enveloped him, causing the peeling skin ghost to break out in a cold sweat. Overcome with fear, he shouted desperately, Master Xiao, spare me. Master Xiao, spare me. I am willing to atone for my sins. I know several hiding places of malevolent cultivators. I am well aware of their crimes. I am willing to identify them and serve as a key witness. Chapter 74. Those who dare to reap lives and cut flesh shall not escape my wrath. Xiaoyi regarded him with a scornful gaze. You, wretched spawn, seem rather knowledgeable about the law. You even know about being a key witness. The peeling skin ghost smiled obsequiously. In the world of Jianghu, one cannot avoid being cut, can one? Knowing a bit more will eventually come in handy. Then you should also understand that in the Jianghu, loyalty is paramount. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for betraying your brothers to save your own life? Brothers? What are they worth? In this life, brothers are merely meant to be sold, he thought to himself. Yet outwardly declared with righteous indignation, I only know that those who confess will receive leniency, while those who resist will face severe consequences. Those who commit heinous acts must pay the price. Murderers must repay their lives. Those malevolent cultivators who commit numerous crimes deserve punishment. The peeling skin ghost raised his hand in a vow. Leader, I hold an irreconcilable grudge against evil. Please allow me to atone for my sins. Facing death, the peeling skin ghost decisively sold out his own brothers. The lives of his brothers were not worth more than his own. Xiaoyi's expression turned stern. Do not show me that insincere grin. If you have information, divulge it. The peeling skin ghost, shrinking back, cautiously replied, I will tell everything. Can it save my life? Xiaoyi raised his hand and delivered a slap. No more nonsense, hurry up. In the southern part of the city, on Baishui Street, there is a tomb robbing gang. There are 6 of them, led by one called Peng Lao San, all cultivators at the Gathering Spirit Realm, and they have already robbed several ancient tombs. Recently, they seem to have discovered a significant tomb and are preparing for the heist. Xiaoyi, is that all? Such small fry cannot guarantee your life. The peeling skin ghost hurriedly added, there's also a group of child traffickers. They abduct children and turn them into disabled individuals, disguising them as abandoned disabled children to film videos online for sympathy, soliciting donations from netizens. I know their Douyin accounts. There are, and, totaling more than 30. Xiaoyi and Xiaowei exchanged glances. Another group of traffickers. What a coincidence. Just days prior, they had apprehended a group of traffickers on the streets. Wei Wu, Lu Ziang, and Qi Xiaoyun immediately took out their phones, opened Douyin, and searched for several accounts. Indeed, they found videos of disabled children. There were a little boy with leg disabilities, wearing tattered, filthy clothes, living in utter poverty. The video claimed that his parents had passed away, and he lived with his grandparents. Despite his disabilities, he persevered, sitting in a wheelchair to fetch water and chop firewood, doing what he could. Though disabled, he remained optimistic and devoted to his family. His wish was to earn money when he grew up to buy prosthetics, allowing his grandparents to live well and repay their kindness. There was a little girl who was blind, having never seen the sky since birth, unaware of the world's vibrancy. Her world was only endless darkness, and she did not even know what her parents looked like. Her greatest wish was to receive a corneal transplant to see the world, but such surgery required a significant amount of money and a donor. Her family was too poor to afford it. There were also children who had lost their hearing due to illness, wishing for customized cochlear implants, yet their families could not afford the steep price. Another child, having undergone amputation due to bone cancer, not only became disabled but also endured the torment of chemotherapy, hoping to survive cancer and repay his parents. There were also children with heart diseases hoping for heart transplant surgeries. Yet their families were too impoverished to afford such treatments. Despite being aware of their ailments, these children remained optimistic, bravely battling their illnesses. Children with amputated limbs, those paralyzed due to spinal injuries, and those disfigured by dog bites while trying to save their younger siblings, and so forth. Each of these children faced various challenges, all of them disabled. They shared some common traits: strength, courage, optimism, and a positive attitude. Even in the darkness of the world, they yearned for light. Their wishes were simple, almost trivial. The crux of the matter was their lack of money. The videos made no direct appeals for donations, yet every word hinted at the need for help. Each video garnered tens of thousands, even millions of likes, with the comments section flooded with sympathy, concern, and encouragement. Netizens felt compassion for these disabled children, all wishing to extend a helping hand. Having compassion is virtuous. Donating and engaging in charity is commendable. Regrettably, they have been exploited. The netizens could hardly fathom that the children depicted in the video were maliciously rendered disabled. Their stories are mere fabrications. The puppeteers behind the scenes take advantage of these children's disabilities and suffering to elicit sympathy, treating them as mere instruments for profit. Once the monetary gains are sufficient, such as when a particular child receives enough donations for a prosthetic limb or cochlear implant, they lose their utility. The masterminds will unhesitatingly discard that child, or even resort to organ trafficking for further profit. Subsequently, they will seek out another child, inflict disability upon them, and repeat the cycle. This ghastly exploitation is nothing short of a horrific atrocity. After watching the video, words surfaced in Xiaoyi's mind, cutting the living. In ancient times, there were beggars who practiced such methods. They would abduct children, render them disabled, and send them to beg on the streets. In modern times, with the rapid economic development of the Great Xia, the lives of the people have improved markedly, and beggars have all but vanished from the streets. The moment any child is seen begging, they are swiftly taken by the police and sent to welfare institutions. The state possesses the capability to care for these unfortunate children. Thus, the ancient practice of cutting the living has become obsolete. Consequently, these beggars have adapted to contemporary trends by devising a new method, filming videos online to garner sympathy. This approach is not only safe and efficient, but also yields greater profits than begging. It represents an evolved form of cutting the living. The private room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xiaoyi scrolled through his phone, his expression as cold as frost, his eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity and murderous intent simmering within him. This was the second time he felt such intense rage. The first was against the Japanese invaders. In his eyes, the repugnance of these beggars could rival that of the invaders, deserving nothing less than a slow and torturous death. Wei Wu, Lu Ziyang, Zhao Chongkong, Qi Xiaoyun, Xiao Wei, and Su Xiano all wore expressions of fury, their bodies trembling with rage. Beasts! This is a group of monsters that deserve to be sliced into pieces. Damn it, I will surely butcher them, tearing their corpses asunder. To call them beasts is to underestimate their cruelty. How could anyone sink so low? The depravity of humanity and the brutality of their methods are utterly abhorrent. They must be exterminated. Not leaving a single one alive. To kill them outright would be too merciful. They deserve to be flayed alive, ground into paste. Wei Wu, Lu Ziyang, and the others roared in outrage, their spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. Erupting from their bodies, faced with such atrocities, they, like Xiao Yi, could not bear it for a moment. Chapter 75. I am determined to kill these beasts. Even the Buddha cannot save them. Nearby, Zhao Chonghui felt his own fury ignite. And his black-suited bodyguards exhibited similar reactions, their foreheads bulging with veins, seething with anger. How dare they maim children for profit? It is 2024. Zhao Chonghui and his bodyguards felt their worldview shatter. How could such things still occur in this age? Were they not afraid of the consequences of being left with no remains? Or was it that the evil cultivators were this cruel and ruthless? They say that businessmen pursue profit and may resort to any means, defying the law. Yet Zhao Chonghui felt that compared to these beggars, he was a saint. Though his business practices might be somewhat unscrupulous, he would never dare to defy the law, let alone resort to cutting the living. For the first time, Zhao Chonghui realized how terrifying the evil cultivators in the cultivation world truly were. Their malice and cruelty are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. When did you first discover these individuals? Xiaoyi coldly inquired of the skinning ghost. The skinning ghost, aware of Xiaoyi's current fury, dared not waste time, responding cautiously. That was 6 months ago, during a black market transaction when I inadvertently discovered them. They had taken out 6 ghost children for trade. As you all know, ghost children are rare. To produce 6 at once indicates. The skinning ghost left his statement hanging, but Xiao Yi and the others understood the implication. Ghost children refer to the souls of young boys and girls who died after enduring immense suffering and harboring incredible resentment. Such ghost children are precious materials for crafting evil artifacts and can also be utilized in various dark arts. However, ghost children are not easily obtained. Acquiring one typically requires torturing and killing at least 10 children. The beggar group being able to produce 6 ghost children in one transaction implies they have killed at least 60 children. And that is just one transaction. Who knows how many times they have traded? One can only imagine how many children have perished at their hands. The skinning ghost continued. Afterward, I secretly monitored them for a while and naturally discovered their activities. Why didn't you report it? Zhao Changkong could no longer contain himself and slapped the skinning ghost, shouting, "Even if you didn't dare to make a formal report, you could have sent a letter or an email to the Security Bureau. Couldn't you? You watched those children suffer and die tragically, yet remained indifferent. How infuriating. You deserve to die. Yes, yes, I am guilty. I should die. I was wrong." The skinning ghost lowered his head, feeling wronged. Damn it, I was an evil cultivator back then. Okay. What evil cultivator would be bored enough to report others? It would benefit me in no way. Besides, if the matter came to light and it was traced back to me, wouldn't I face retaliation? Better to avoid trouble. Why should I meddle? Of course, he did not dare to voice these thoughts now. His position dictated his stance. Had his life not been in Xiao Yi's hands, he would not have uttered such words. Xiao Yi asked, "What is their strength? How many are there?" "There are 6 in total, 4 men and 2 women, all at the spirit gathering stage. However, I suspect their group must consist of more than just these 6. With only these 6, they could not abduct so many children. Moreover, as practitioners of the spirit gathering stage, they would disdain to personally abduct children. They must have subordinates who are traffickers. Furthermore, I believe there are greater forces at play behind them. I once saw one of them making a phone call. He was exceedingly respectful to the person on the other end, bowing and scraping as if he were a sycophant. One of the same realm would instill such fear and reverence in him. That must be someone at the opening Yuan stage or even the Divine Sea stage." Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, his murderous intent surging. Regardless of whether they are at the opening Yuan stage or the Divine Sea stage, those who dare to engage in cutting the living are marked for death. Even the Buddha cannot save these beasts. Where are they hiding? In the west of the urban village. Understood. Xiao Yi nodded, turning to the skinning ghost. Besides the beggar group, do you have any other evil cultivators to report? Yes, there is also a scoundrel named Miao Rue. He delights in the practice of yin and yang harvesting, having harmed many women. Additionally, there is one called Yin Hua, nicknamed the Heartless Iron Hand. He has committed 3 massacres, killing 19 people. Lastly, there is a man named Gan Zhangxiang, a feng shui master who specializes in using hexes to harm others, only to later come to their aid, thus deceiving many and amassing ill-gotten wealth. Master Xiao, please capture them quickly. Do you know where they are hiding? Well, I am not sure about that. The skinning ghost's face grew grim. These individuals are quite mobile. I only encounter them occasionally in the ghost market. What a pity. Without a location, only names. This is of no use to us. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly, placing his palm gently on the skinning ghost's crown. The skinning ghost trembled in fear, his face pale. Master Xiao, spare me. I have revealed the locations of the Tomb Raider and beggar groups, Haven Ti. I have contributed. I have done a service. You once promised to spare my life. Crack, with a sharp sound, Xiao Yi twisted the skinning ghost's neck, his head turning 180 degrees and lolling down. The skinning ghost died with deep resentment. Clearly, I revealed everything, even betraying my acquaintances. Why could I not exchange this for a life? Aren't you an investigator from the Security Bureau? How could you go back on your word? How can you lack integrity? How will you navigate the world of martial arts in the future? Xiao Yi thought to himself, I never promised to spare your life. It was merely your delusion. Furthermore, I, Xiao Yi, have never upheld promises to evil cultivators. Did you not know this? I navigate this world relying on my fists and the backing of the Security Bureau. As for integrity, what is it worth? Zhao Changhui and his bodyguards watched in horror, their bladders tightening, cold sweat pouring from their pores. My goodness, to kill without a moment's hesitation, without even a word of warning. Is this the ruthlessness of the Security Bureau? Killing without batting an eye. Zhao Changhui prided himself on being well-informed, yet witnessing a murder up close was a first for him, leaving him utterly shaken. If he did not relieve himself, how could he justify this level of stimulation? Today, he had truly caught a glimpse of the martial arts world. Compared to ordinary people, cultivators are terrifyingly powerful. Whether they are evil cultivators or righteous ones, none are to be trifled with. Zhao Changhui glanced at Zhao Changkong, silently contemplating. Third brother, from this day forth, you shall take the role of elder brother, and I shall take the role of younger brother. If I have offended you in the past, please be magnanimous and do not hold it against me. As for the family fortune, I will no longer contest it. I will give it all to you. If you do not want it, I can temporarily safeguard it for you. Henceforth, All the family's wealth shall be dedicated to your cultivation. After this experience, Zhao Chonghui deeply understood the formidable nature of cultivators. No amount of money would matter when faced with a cultivator. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In his perception, towering adults were invariably the malevolent beings poised to inflict harm upon him. Sleep now. When you awaken, all shall be well. With a gentle touch of his finger upon the boy's brow, Xiao Yi ushered him into a deep slumber. Lacking the means to save him, he resorted to the most direct method to help the child temporarily forget his fears. The subsequent matters would be entrusted to specialized personnel from the logistics department. Though you seem frightened, Xiao Yi remarked, his gaze fixed indifferently upon the woman pinned against the wall. The sound of muffled sobs escaped her lips. Her eyes wide with terror, tears cascading from the corners. She was indeed gripped by fear, her body trembling, drenched in cold sweat as warmth fled her form. Not only was she weakened from blood loss due to her severed arm, but the unparalleled sense of oppression emanating from Xiao Yi also added to her dread. The woman glimpsed the fearsome dragon elephant roaring behind him, its menacing stare fixated upon her, as if it intended to rend her to pieces. Now you comprehend fear? Wasn't it rather audacious when you tormented those children? They too were terrified, so much so that they dared not weep. But why do you feel bold enough to cry? Who are you attempting to evoke pity from? With a flick of his finger, he unleashed the true fire of the sun, searing the woman's wound to staunch the flow of blood. She could not afford to perish from blood loss. That would be too lenient a fate for her. A violent spasm coursed through her, her teeth biting into her own lip. Though the sun's true fire halted the bleeding, the excruciating pain it inflicted was unparalleled. Had her throat not been constricted, she would have emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, in other chambers, 4 men and 1 woman had already been subdued by Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Xiao Wei. The 5 had been thoroughly beaten, a preliminary venting of their frustrations. Qi Xiaoyun and Zhao Chongkong discovered the children huddled together in the basement, seeking warmth from one another. Upon noticing the newcomers, the children instinctively clasped their mouths in terror. Even the child without hands bit down hard on his lip, refraining from uttering a single sound. Experience had taught them that when strangers entered, silence was imperative, otherwise they would face brutal beatings. Enduring a beating was the lesser of 2 evils. In severe cases, it could lead to severed limbs or even the gouging of eyes and cutting of tongues. Witnessing the wide-eyed innocence marred by sheer terror, Qi Xiaoyun and Zhao Chongkong trembled with rage. The torment inflicted upon these children was utterly inhumane. Damn these beasts! I shall have them subjected to slow torture, extracting their hearts to see if they are blackened. 1,000 cuts would not suffice to punish their heinous deeds. We should have brought some soul-reaping artifacts to extract their souls after the torturous demise. Subjecting them to eternal torment, Qi Xiaoyun and Zhao Chongkong forcibly subdued their wrath, donning amiable expressions as they approached to rescue the children. They did not wish for the children to witness their fury, fearing it might inflict further trauma. All is well. From this moment forth, none shall harm you again. Utilizing their spiritual powers, Qi Xiaoyun and Zhao Chongkong lulled the children into slumber before extricating them from the basement and placing them in a safe room. The impending events were far too gruesome for these innocent souls to witness. Sleep now. In dreams, there is no fear. Qi Xiaoyun gently caressed a boy's forehead, his tone soft and warm like the sun's rays. Yet, once he rose, his countenance was replaced by an icy detachment and murderous intent. Zhao Chongkong interjected, "Let us proceed. It is time to attend to business." His expression mirrored the cold, unyielding nature of ancient ice. The 2 entered the hall, where they found Xiao Yi, Wei Wu, Lu Ziang, and Xiao Wei awaiting their arrival. Su Xiano was tasked with caring for the children and examining the computers of the assailants. Thus absent from the gathering, the 6 assailants, 4 men and 2 women, were bound and kneeling on the ground. Xiao Wei inquired, "How are the children?" Qi Xiaoyun shook his head. They are not in immediate danger of death, but they suffer from severe psychological trauma. Understanding Qi Xiaoyun's implication, the others turned their fierce gazes upon the assailants. "Who are you? Do you comprehend the consequences of crossing us?" The leader among the 6, a yellow-haired man adorned with tattoos, continued to shout defiantly, "I advise you to release us at once. If our boss finds out, you will be left in pieces." "Yes, release us immediately," the others echoed, emboldened by their leader. "You must have a death wish to dare." Bang! Xiao Wei swiftly kicked the yellow-haired man in the face, shattering his nasal bone and sending his teeth flying. His expression morphed into one of sheer terror as blood gushed from his mouth and nostrils. Silencing him. How brazen of you to remain defiant in the face of death. Do you not comprehend the meaning of your fate? We are investigators from the Security Bureau. Your actions have incurred our wrath. At the mention of the Security Bureau, the 6 assailants felt their resolve crumble, their strength dissipating as if drained. Xiao Yi sat impassively, surveying the 6 with an icy demeanor. I am quite curious about the repercussions of crossing you. More so, I wish to know who your boss is, how many accomplices you have, and precisely how many children you have harmed. However, at this moment, my only desire is to have you experience the torment that the children endured. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. You shall taste the bitterness of your actions. With that, Lu Ziang pushed forward a long table laden with an array of tools, small knives, pliers, whips, hammers, meat cleavers, steel needles, spoons, and concentrated sulfuric acid, among other implements of torture. Chapter 78. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. When dealing with beasts, no method is too extreme. These instruments were those used by the assailants to torment the children. Retrieved by Lu Ziang from a nearby room. The mere sight of these tools sent shudders through the 6 assailants. Oh, please, you cannot treat us this way. Please, we will tell you everything. Just spare us the torture. Among the 6, the 2 women, the most timid, were the first to succumb to fear, pleading for mercy. Xiao Yi responded coolly, at this moment, I wish to inquire about nothing. I merely wish to hear the cries of beasts on the brink of death. Who shall go first? I shall. Lu Ziang stepped forward, picking up the most innocuous-looking spoon from the table and approaching the man with the hanging eyes. With a menacing glare, Lu Ziang spoke in a low tone. You were the ones who blinded those children, weren't you? Your methods were heinously cruel. Today, I shall render you blind as well. As he spoke, the spoon descended like a sharp blade, piercing downwards. The man emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His head thrown back in agony, desperately thrashing to escape Lu Ziang's grip, but he was held fast. Lu Ziang continued, Do you know the torment of being blind, unable to see or touch? You do not know. But those children do. Since your methods are so ruthless and devoid of humanity, I shall allow you to experience that pain. My apologies. It is my first time doing this, so I may not be skilled enough. Please bear with the discomfort. However, if you endure just one more jab, it will soon be over. With that, Lu Ziang raised the spoon once more. No, please, I beg you, no. The man gazed at Lu Ziang with terror in his one eye, pleading for mercy. Yet, the spoon fell mercilessly. His anguished wails echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the other 5 assailants, who trembled in fear. The 2 women, unable to cope with the terror, shut their eyes tightly, a pool of liquid forming beneath them from sheer fright. They had been so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Yet, Xiao Yi and the others remained impassive, devoid of any sympathy. They recognized that these 6 were soulless beasts. Regardless of the torment they endured, it was merely poetic justice, undeserving of compassion. The man shrieked in agony, convulsing violently as veins bulged in his forehead and neck. Sweat pouring from his body like a fountain. He had become utterly blind. Practice makes perfect. My skills are improving rapidly. Lu Ziang grinned savagely, shaking the blood from the spoon as he turned his gaze to the second man. You are fortunate. I shall ensure you enjoy every moment of this. And no, please, no. The second man shook his head frantically, but there was no escape. That moment. A nursery rhyme involuntarily echoed in Xiao Yi's mind. In the little garden. Dig, dig, dig. Lu Ziang exhibited the potential of a butcher, swiftly honing his craft as he meted out punishment to all 6 assailants, rendering them all blind. How does it feel? Is it exhilarating? Does it bring you relief? What is it like to dwell in a world of utter darkness? Does it not bring you immense satisfaction? Answer me. Lu Ziang hurled the spoon aside, bellowing. However, the 6 assailants were too consumed by their own cries of despair to respond. Beasts, scum, do you now understand pain? When the children suffered, they too felt agony and begged for mercy. Why did you not relent? They were merely children, yet you could commit such atrocities. Though transforming the assailants into the blind was momentarily gratifying, Lu Ziang's fury remained unquenched in his view. Such a trivial punishment was hardly worth considering. All right, Lu Ziang, let me take over from here, Wei Wu remarked from the side. Lu Ziang inhaled deeply, nodding as he stepped aside. Wei Wu grinned menacingly, casting a glance at the instruments of torture on the table, and selected a hammer. I have observed those children. Wei Wu's voice echoed ominously. Among them, there are 9 who have lost all 10 fingers. They must have been severed by your hands, I presume? The 6 thugs trembled at the sound of his voice, their fear intensifying as they could not see him. I shall torment you as you tormented those children. This is what is known as an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Having spoken, Wei Wu pressed the left hand of the man with the slanted eyes onto the ground, instructing him to spread his fingers wide. With a resounding thud, the hammer came down, shattering the man's left pinky finger. Bones splintered, and blood spattered. Ah! The man shrieked, thrashing violently. Yet in that moment, his spiritual power was locked, rendering him weaker than an ordinary person, utterly unable to escape Wei Wu's grasp. And why apologies? My skills are somewhat lacking. This is my first time smashing someone's fingers. I didn't manage to crush all 5 of yours in one go. So please bear with me, but do not fret. We shall proceed methodically, one finger at a time. With that, the hammer was lifted once again, only to fall, bang, bang. Xiao Yi and the others listened to the rhythm of the hammer striking and the man's agonized cries. A macabre harmony that evoked memories of a wall being smashed. 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the small, echoed in their minds as the man, while demolishing the wall, shouted with unrestrained vigor. 80, 80, 80. Soon, all 10 fingers of the man with slanted eyes lay shattered beneath Wei Wu's relentless blows. He lay on the ground, convulsing, his voice hoarse from screaming. Now it is your turn. Rest assured, after the first, my skills have improved remarkably. I am certain you will find them satisfactory. Wei Wu's voice was low and menacing, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spines of the 5 thugs. No, please, no. Wei Wu commenced his gruesome game of finger smashing. The 5 thugs wailed in despair, pleading for mercy, interspersed with curses born of desperation, only to beg again after their rage subsided. They exhausted every possible plea, hoping for Xiao Yi and the others to show them pity and spare them further torment. Alas, this group of brutes received not an ounce of sympathy. Xiao Yi and the others looked on with cold indifference, reveling in their satisfaction. Were you not so formidable? So arrogant? Did you not laugh heartily while tormenting those defenseless children? Then continue to laugh. Why the sudden silence? Why plead for mercy now? It is too late to regret. With the final hammer strike, Wei Wu ceased his assault. All 60 fingers of the 6 thugs had been shattered. Following the loss of their eyesight, they had now been deprived of their fingers. But this was far from over. Their punishment was only just beginning. Chapter 79. The Despairing Thugs. Why are the agents of the Security Bureau more merciless than the wicked? The 6 thugs lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Their voices were hoarse, and their consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. Yet they murmured, weakly calling out for mercy. Spare us, we will never dare again. After enduring relentless torment, these thugs finally grasped the suffering they had inflicted upon the children. The ultimate agony rendered them more tormented than death itself. They had finally succumbed to fear and regret. Regrettably, Xiao Yi and the others had no intention of relenting. Once Wei Wu finished, Xiao Wei stepped forward. She lifted her long leg and crushed the foot of one woman with a swift stomp. The woman, barely conscious, arched her back in agony, screaming in pain. Those children you maimed, did they not lose their legs at your hands? Xiao Wei spoke with a frosty demeanor. Using a knife would sever the major arteries and complicate the bleeding, so I shall forego the blade. Simplicity is key. A direct stomp results in less blood loss. Unlike the previous 2, my footwork is honed from years of practice, so you may eagerly anticipate what is to come. Before her words had fully settled, Xiao Wei crushed the other foot of the woman. The pain radiated to the core of her being. Please, spare me. I truly understand my wrongs. I apologize to them. I seek redemption. I deserve death. Just kill me. The woman pleaded, her face smeared with blood. Blinded, she could not shed tears, only blood. Rather than endure torment, she would prefer death. Regret now came too late. They truly deserved death, yet it would not be a swift release. Xiao Wei, exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness, brought her foot down once more, this time shattering the woman's ankles. Bones pierced through flesh, bending at unnatural angles. Following the ankles, she moved to the shin bone, crushing it inch by inch until the kneecap and meniscus were obliterated. The thugs beside the woman could only imagine the horrors unfolding, their minds conjuring images far more gruesome than reality, intensifying their fear and dread. This vicious cycle placed unbearable mental strain upon the thugs. Lu Ziang had rendered them blind, depriving them of sight, thus amplifying their psychological torment in anticipation of the impending execution. After crushing the woman's feet, Xiao Wei proceeded to break the feet of the other 5. Blood flowed profusely, staining the ground crimson. The air was thick with the scent of iron. This is not good. If they bleed out, it would be too merciful for them. Zhao Chongkong, witnessing the scene, rushed forward with a vial of concentrated sulfuric acid, though not fear. You will not die, I shall staunch the bleeding immediately. Zhao Chongkong utilized the sulfuric acid to halt the blood flow. Flesh was corroded, rapidly oxidizing and dehydrating. The bleeding ceased in an instant, yet the 6 thugs experienced a new level of agony. How are you feeling? A bit more awake now, Zhao Chongkong growled, his expression twisted with malice. This is not the time for slumber. Do not think you can escape the pain by losing consciousness. Not a chance. I want you to remain fully aware. The children you tormented could not even dare to sleep, so you shall not either. Scream, scream loudly. I do not wish to hear even a second of your cries cease. The 6 thugs indeed began to scream, their voices booming with renewed vigor. See? Human potential is limitless. You still have plenty of strength left, Zhao Chongkong cackled. How about it? I have brought you back to life. Are you not grateful? The thugs, on the brink of tears, felt an overwhelming surge of resentment. Grateful? For what? For stopping our bleeding with sulfuric acid. This is salvation. You simply fear our deaths would be too swift. If you truly had any conscience, would it not be kinder to let us bleed out? We are scum. We are beasts. We wish for death. Please, just end it. Enough of this game. It is no longer amusing. To what extent do you intend to torment us before you relent? The spirits of the 6 thugs had completely shattered. They had always known the agents of the Security Bureau to be formidable, employing every means to hunt down the wicked. Yet they had never fathomed that the agents could be so cruel and brutal. The series of tortures they endured was nothing short of inhumane. Could these truly be the actions of agents of the Security Bureau? How could they be as merciless as the wicked themselves? Is this truly within the bounds of propriety? Is it not a crime? Who, in fact, are the wicked? Shaoi could only assert that an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth was the modus operandi of the Security Bureau. Do not mistake the agents for benign figures clad in gentle attire. When they encounter criminals, they might attempt to reason with them, to guide them back to the light. They would not resort to killing unless absolutely necessary, and even a single shot would be taken with utmost caution. However, the agents of the Security Bureau are different. They confront those who have committed heinous acts, those with a multitude of crimes to their name. To deal with such wickedness, one must be even more ruthless and venomous. The instinctive reaction is to strike down. Convincing the wicked to repent belongs to the realm of the enlightened. The agent's duty is to escort the wicked to meet their fate. The 6 thugs experienced a living hell. Their minds flashing with memories, they saw the torment they had inflicted upon the children, witnessing their anguished cries and desperate pleas for mercy. They recalled their own twisted, maniacal laughter as they tortured the innocent. They had once looked down upon ordinary people as mere insects, killing and trampling at will. To them, those snot-nosed children were insignificant. Killing them was nothing of consequence. They were exalted cultivators, and the lives of ordinary children held no value in their eyes. Those children, capable of earning them money, deserved their fate as a consequence of their past lives. They believed that by merely feeding those children, they had bestowed upon them a kindness deserving of gratitude. Never did the 6 thugs consider that they might one day be subjected to such torment. Now, as they suffered unspeakable agony, they finally grasped the concept of karmic retribution. What one sows, so shall one reap. It is not that retribution is absent, it simply awaits its due time. Once the time arrives, their fates would be beyond their control. Do not stop. Continue. This is merely the beginning, Shaoi stated expressionlessly. Now that we have reached this point, It is time for the main course. I believe that interrogating intelligence does not require such a multitude of individuals. Losing one or two in the process would be inconsequential. Xiao Yi cast his gaze towards Qi Xiaoyun, the only one remaining who had yet to take action. Qi Xiaoyun nodded, picked up a small knife from the table, and approached. During the last execution, everyone participated except for him, which left him feeling a tinge of regret. Now, he finally had his chance. Chapter 80. A single stroke took my life. I express my profound gratitude on behalf of my ancestors for your immense kindness and virtue. Although the executed was not a small devil, these petty criminals were equally devoid of humanity, mere beasts without conscience. They were akin to the small devils of the past, as was customary, Qi Xiaoyun uttered. This is my first execution. My skills may be lacking, hence I hope you will be forgiving. Upon hearing the words execution, the 6 petty criminals were rendered speechless, engulfed by an overwhelming tide of fear. As if a chilling frost had seeped into their very veins. Any citizen of the Great Xia would be familiar with the torturous punishment of execution. Though this form of cruelty belonged to a bygone era, its mention evoked an instinctual terror that resonated deep within. No, please, you cannot do this. Torture is not permitted. Such actions are against the law. You are investigators of the Security Bureau. You must not break the law. They pleaded, we will confess to everything. Spare us, I implore you. If worst comes to worst, just kill us, but grant us a swift end. The 6 criminals cried out in agony, their fear intensified by the unknown fate that awaited them. None wished to be the first to face the executioner's blade. Qi Xiaoyun stepped forward, seized one man, and hoisted him from the ceiling. No. Not me. Why must it always be me? Choose someone else. The blonde is the leader. He is responsible for the most deaths. Please, spare me. The man, terrified, lost control of his bodily functions. This unfortunate soul was none other than the Hanging Man, the first to be blinded by Lu Ziang, the first to have his fingers broken by Wei Wu, the first to have his feet crushed by Xia Wei, and now, the first chosen for execution by Qi Xiaoyun. The Hanging Man could not comprehend why he was always the first to suffer. I am merely a subordinate. The blonde is the true leader, he lamented. He cursed his misfortune, questioning whether his appearance invited such disdain. Yet the blonde's visage was far more menacing. Why was he always the target? His unfortunate eyes, so unappealing, were likely the reason for his selection. As he hung there, thrashing desperately, the blonde trembled in fear yet dared not utter a word. His subordinates had betrayed him, pushing him forward as a target. And he seethed with rage yet remained silent, terrified of drawing Qi Xiaoyun's attention. Though he knew death awaited him eventually, he preferred to delay it, even if only by a second, though not fear. My movements will be slow, ensuring that I provide the most exquisite execution with the least skill, so you may find solace in it, Qi Xiaoyun remarked coldly. The Hanging Man's terror was beyond expression. Please, do it faster. I am already in such despair. If you prolong it, my suffering will only intensify. What have I ever done to you? Show mercy. For the sake of my ancestors, thank you for your great kindness. Qi Xiaoyun remained oblivious to the Hanging Man's thoughts, his movements deliberate and precise, akin to a surgeon at work. The Hanging Man's cries echoed in sheer agony, more desperate than a pig's shriek during slaughter. The other 5 criminals were paralyzed with fear, their bodies betraying them as they succumbed to terror. I, in the presence of these investigators, more brutal than any fiend, their fates were sealed in tragedy. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the Hanging Man's cries finally ceased. Qi Xiaoyun wiped the blood from his knife, the Hanging Man now lifeless before him. The execution of one petty criminal brought a sense of relief to the onlookers. Now, it is your turn. Xiao Yi's icy stare fell upon the remaining 5 criminals. Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong each selected one, while Qi Xiaoyun claimed another, having been allotted 2 executions this time. As the 4 commenced their grim task, the last unfortunate soul, the blonde leader, was left for Xiao Yi. He refrained from allowing Xia Wei to take part in the execution. As a female investigator, her hands were not accustomed to such brutality, and it was deemed more fitting for a man to carry out this gruesome act. Now you may speak. Xiao Yi regarded the blonde with a chilling tone. How many accomplices do you have? Who is the mastermind behind this? Where does he hide? How many children have you harmed? What became of their remains? I will tell you everything. I will tell you. The blonde shouted without hesitation, there are several groups like ours, but I do not know the exact number. I only know of another group hiding in an unfinished building on Qingyun Street. About 7 or 8 of them, and they are the ones who brought the children to us. Our leader is Qi Dajiang. He rarely shows himself and only communicates with us via phone. He owns the Golden Star nightclub. Whenever a child loses their usefulness, we send them to the Golden Star nightclub. What happens afterward, I do not know, but I suspect they are killed. That is all I know. With a swift stroke, Xiaoyi severed one of the blonde's ears. Is that all you have to say? Truly, I swear, that is all I know. I promise I am not lying, the blonde cried out. Panic evident in his voice. No, you must know more. You dare to play games with me. It seems your resolve is quite strong. With another swift motion, the other ear was removed. No, no, I have told you everything. I am not lying, the blonde screamed in desperation. You have not said enough, Xiaoyi retorted. Stubbornness is no issue. I relish a tough nut to crack. Once I have executed you, you will reveal all. The blonde, realizing the futility of his situation, resorted to vile insults, cursing the investigators with abandon. Chapter 81. Xiao Yi, more sinister than any fiend, was utterly merciless. He understood that this investigator had no intention of granting him a swift death. He was resolute in his desire to execute him slowly, and no matter what the blonde divulged, even if he revealed the color of the leader's undergarments, the investigator would deem him untrustworthy. The blonde was now like a fish on the chopping board, ready to be sliced at Xiao Yi's whim. With each stroke, the knife fell like an impenetrable net, enveloping the blonde in a macabre embrace. Flesh and blood splattered, pooling on the ground as he writhed in agony, even biting through his own tongue in his desperation. Time lost all meaning as the blonde endured an unending torment until, at last, he succumbed to the depths of despair. Yet, death was not the end. His spirit was captured by Xiao Yi, transformed into a wraith, confined within the shadows. Upon entering, the blonde wraith was welcomed by the other spirits, his essence torn apart and reassembled in an endless cycle of torment inflicted by the likes of Cui Wuji, the Yin-Yang Ghost Lord, and Wei Yong, who would relentlessly torment him without pause. Simultaneously, the other 4 petty criminals met their demise. All 6 were executed, their blood staining the ground, the stench overwhelming and nauseating. Beasts were indeed beasts. Their blood and flesh reeked foully, repulsing all. Xiao Wei wrinkled her nose in disgust, while Lu Ziang, with a cold demeanor, remarked, "What good meat can a beast provide? Their flesh is less desirable than that of excrement." Xiao Yi snapped his fingers, igniting a raging inferno within the hall. The flames encircled them, sparing Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, Xiao Wei, and others, reducing the remains and blood to mere ashes. "Brother Xiao, where shall we scatter the ashes?" Wei Wu inquired, aware that they were about to follow protocol. "Let us follow tradition and flush them down the toilet," suggested Zhao Chongkong. "The ashes of beasts should remain forever in the cesspool." Xiaoyi shook his head, deeming that treatment too lenient. In the urban villages, stray dogs are abundant. We have no dog food this time, so let us make do with these ashes, even in death. Being able to satiate the hunger of stray dogs can be considered a final act of kindness. Upon hearing this, a cold smile spread across the crowd, and they agreed, "Very well, let it be so." The ashes turned to excrement for dogs. This is what true karmic retribution looks like. From this day forth, there exists yet another fate for those who perish at the hands of Xiao Yi. Aside from scattering in the wind or being flushed down toilets, there now lies the prospect of being fed to dogs. Soon, as news of today's event spreads, the aura of dread surrounding the Ashes Master will escalate to unprecedented heights. In the city of Shuiyun, any malevolent practitioner who hears the name Xiaoyi will tremble in fear. To die at the hands of other investigators may result merely in a gaping wound in the chest or a severed head. However, to perish at Xiaoyi's hands means a fate worse than death. It could involve being subjected to death by 1,000 cuts, or even having their ashes used as dog food. Who wouldn't be terrified? Many wicked practitioners, filled with trepidation, would rather take their own lives than face Xiao Yi. That ruthless individual is more sinister than the very evil practitioners themselves. Outside the courtyard, a throng of investigators rushed in, all of them level 1 investigators. Xiaoyi summoned them to manage the aftermath. Too many children were detained here, necessitating more hands for their safe return. "Brother Xiao? We have arrived. Who shall we target?" "Regardless of who it might be, as long as Brother Xiao gives the word, I, Xiao Huahua, will not hesitate that I, Yifan, feel the same. We are professionals at exterminating wicked practitioners. The investigators gazed at Xiao Yi, their expressions brimming with excitement. Most of them had fought alongside Xiao Yi in the battle against the spies from the Small Devils and were thoroughly convinced of his strength and character. Everyone, we have discovered a gang of wicked practitioners involved in child trafficking. They are devoid of humanity, treating the children. Xiao Yi briefed the investigators on the situation. Upon grasping the full context, the investigators erupted in outrage. Damn it, it's already 2024, and such inhumane wicked practitioners still exist. To call them wicked is an understatement. They are mere beasts, monsters clad in human skin. To dare commit such atrocities under the watchful eyes of the Security Bureau shows they hold us in utter disdain. Brother Xiao, where are those traffickers? I wish to flay them alive. Indeed, they must not die swiftly. They should endure torment before meeting their end. How could we appease the spirits of those children otherwise? The investigators were incensed, their faces betraying a fierce determination. Any individual with a sense of justice could not tolerate the actions of these traffickers. Rest assured, we have already subjected them to the punishment they deserve. Lu Ziang remarked with a smile. These beasts have met a most gruesome fate. Really? The crowd rejoiced at his words. Lu Ziang proceeded to show them video footage from the scene, and upon viewing it, the investigators' eyes sparkled with a mix of exhilaration and horror. This is how it should be done. The lingering punishment left by our ancestors is indeed effective. Too bad I wasn't the one to administer it myself. Humph, only when death was imminent did they plead for mercy. Where was their remorse before? These beasts deserve to be flayed 100 times. 100 times is hardly sufficient. They ought to be flayed 1,000. Even 10,000 times. Let them regret ever coming into this world. As the investigators watched the flaying footage, they emitted chilling laughter, resembling a group of perverse individuals engrossed in gruesome videos. Who would have imagined that these twisted souls were official investigators? All right, capturing these 6 is merely an appetizer. The real prize has yet to be caught, Xiao Yi declared to the crowd. Female investigators, stay behind and ensure the safe return of the children to the Bureau. As for the male investigators, accompany me to the Golden Star Dance Hall. Lu Ziang informed the team leader to dispatch another squad to eliminate the group holed up in the abandoned building on Qingyun Street. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their spirits invigorated and an air of murderous intent surrounding them. This was a prime opportunity to hunt down the beasts. None wished to miss out. Some female investigators, possessing only the 4th or 5th layer of spirit gathering, felt a twinge of regret. They too desired to hunt down the wicked practitioners, but alas, their strength fell short, leaving them assigned to care for the children. Not that caring for children was unimportant, but compared to that, hunting down wicked practitioners was far more exhilarating and satisfying. The cars roared to life, spewing dark exhaust from their tailpipes, the engines howling in fury. A convoy of 10 vehicles, led by Xiao Yi, surged towards the Golden Star Dance Hall. The establishment itself was modest, merely a mid-tier entertainment venue, located in the bustling heart of the city, attracting a large crowd daily. No one would suspect that this was a den for a gang of wicked practitioners. Chapter 82. If I kill you, everything you possess will belong to me. What right do you have to negotiate? This is the essence of hiding in plain sight. The most perilous places are often the most secure. 10 vehicles halted 500 meters from the dance hall, and a group of over 50 individuals disembarked to proceed on foot. They split into several teams, stealthily approaching from all directions. Xiao Yi activated the Candle Dragon Eye, scanning the Golden Star Dance Hall from top to bottom. Inside, he discerned no fewer than 20 cultivators, security personnel tasked with maintaining order and preventing disturbances. On the surface, the Golden Star Dance Hall appeared entirely unblemished. Crime rates were low, no rowdy patrons, and certainly no illicit activities such as drugging or trafficking. But that was merely the facade. The true malevolence lay hidden beneath the dance hall. Xiao Yi noted that there were 3 additional levels underground, where numerous children were imprisoned, overseen by dedicated cultivators. The most powerful among them lurked in the 3rd underground level. Qi Dajiang, I have found you. Xiao Yi's pupils gleamed with golden light, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. I will enter first and secure the mastermind Qi Dajiang. He commanded through his earpiece. Wait for the signal before proceeding. Ensure that every wicked practitioner is apprehended. Leave not a single one behind. Understood? the investigators responded in unison. With a determined step, Xiao Yi vanished into the shadows. Employing the ghost shadow technique, he seamlessly entered the dark world. Traversing through space, he silently arrived at the third underground level of the Golden Star Dance Hall. Access to this subterranean realm was limited to a single passage, which required passing through several reinforced iron doors, each guarded by personnel. Qi Dajiang believed his defenses to be impenetrable, not anticipating that such guards would be utterly ineffective against Xiao Yi. Despite being underground, the room was lavishly decorated, adorned with lights that dispelled any sense of oppression. Qi Dajiang, with a phone in hand, was engaged in conversation with someone. His demeanor was excessively respectful, every movement tinged with fear. The goods for this month have been gathered. Yes, they are quite satisfied. The final payment has been transferred. It is all thanks to my master's teachings. Without your guidance, I would not be where I am today. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. I understand the rules. You need not worry. I will ensure everything goes smoothly. Yes, I will be cautious. Thank you, Master. I will not let you down. Goodbye. As Qi Dajiang hung up, he wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead. Inhaling deeply to alleviate his stress, a smile crept onto his face as he elegantly poured himself a glass of red wine and activated the room's sound system to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a cold and slightly mocking voice echoed within the room. Qi Dajiang, you seem quite pleased, don't you? Who is it? Qi Dajiang's countenance shifted dramatically, his vital energy surging forth to envelop him instantly. However, before he could react, a hand seized his throat, pinning him against the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall trembled and shattered, revealing steel plating hidden within. This room was a safe house constructed by Qi Dajiang, fortified with iron, exceeding 20 centimeters in thickness. Even a cannonball could not breach it. He could never have fathomed that someone could infiltrate so silently. As Qi Dajiang beheld the figure before him, he discerned a fearsome visage, teeth bared, cloaked in swirling black mist, with a somewhat translucent form, a vengeful spirit. Qi Dajiang recognized immediately that his opponent was no mere human. Which fellow practitioner dares to intrude? I am. Plop. Cui Wuji transformed his palm into a blade, stabbing it into Qi Dajiang's abdomen, rupturing his dantian. With no restrictions on his spiritual energy, it surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. Qi Dajiang coughed blood from his mouth and nose, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him. His vitality seemed to drain instantaneously, aging him by 20 years. You have destroyed my cultivation. Qi Dajiang glared at the ghostly figure formed by Cui Wuji, his eyes burning with vengeful intent, wishing to devour Cui Wuji whole. For cultivators, nothing is more crucial than their own strength. Power, wealth, fame, status, women. Everything stems from one's prowess. Losing that strength equates to losing everything. A fate far more agonizing than death. Cui Wuji chuckled ominously, offering no reply. As a vengeful spirit, he possessed his own intellect, capable of normal thought and speech. Yet without Xiao Yi's command, he would remain silent. Qi Dajiang, your time has come. It is time to repay your debts. Xiao Yi emerged from the shadows, his gaze icy and infused with murderous intent. The Security Bureau. Qi Dajiang's expression was one of sheer terror as he let out a thunderous roar. Children, devour him. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 4 vases in the corner of the room erupted, releasing 4 billowing clouds of black mist. From within the darkness came piercing shrieks. Lunging fiercely towards Xiao Yi. Realizing that the agents from the Security Bureau had come for him, and with his own cultivation crippled, Qi Dajiang resorted to desperate measures. Emerging from the vases were 4 ghostly infants. Though they appeared in the form of mere babies, their strength far surpassed that of Qi Dajiang himself. Unlike magical tools, ghostly infants did not require spiritual energy to control. They were bound by blood contracts. As long as the blood contract endured, even if Qi Dajiang's powers were rendered null, he could still command them. However, this act only fueled Xiao Yi's fury further. The heinous act of slaughtering infants to forge ghostly beings made Qi Dajiang's sins unforgivable. Deserving of 1,000 tortures, Xiao Yi stood resolute, unleashing 2 specters from the shadows, the Yin-Yang Ghost Elders. Employing their ghost-commanding secret technique, they swiftly subdued the 4 ghostly infants, rendering them immobile. Although the Yin-Yang Ghost Elders had been annihilated in one stroke by Xiao Yi, their prowess was formidable. especially against malevolent entities like furious spirits and ghostly infants, where their abilities exhibited a powerful restraining effect. The ghostly infants, captured, let out anguished wails, soon transforming into mere wisps of smoke. Dissipating into nothingness, Xiao Yi regarded Qi Dajiang with an impassive expression, coldly stating, "Reveal any other wicked tricks you may have." Despair washed over Qi Dajiang. What else could he possibly conjure? He had exhausted all options. Ultimately, he was left with his last resort for survival. In a panic, Qi Dajiang cried out, "Do not kill me. I beseech you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you, to be your slave. All my wealth and the secret techniques I have cultivated, I will offer them to you, just to exchange for my life. I too can command spirits. My techniques will surely be of use to you." Qi Dajiang, witnessing Xiao Yi controlling the vengeful spirits, mistakenly believed that he too practiced sinister arts. Thus, he sought to barter his knowledge for a chance to live. Regrettably, this only exacerbated his plight. With a mere thought from Xiao Yi, Cui Wuji sprang into action, tearing off one of Qi Dajiang's arms. The Security Bureau possesses countless secret techniques. Who would covet your foul practices? Besides, if I kill you, all that you possess shall become mine. What right do you have to bargain with me? Qi Dajiang was utterly despondent, his complexion as pale as a ghost, devoid of any trace of color. His pupils lost focus, appearing hollow and devoid of spirit, as if his very soul had evaporated. At this juncture, he had been reduced to mere flesh on a chopping block, awaiting Xiao Yi's merciless blade. Chapter 83. To what extent can humanity sink? Today, my eyes have been opened. As Xiao Yi subdued Qi Dajiang. Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, and others, having received the signal, sprang into action. The familiar procedure unfolded once more. First, they jammed the network signals, severing all external communication. Next, they blocked all exits, before finally storming in to apprehend the culprits. The investigators were well aware that they were targeting a group of inhumane traffickers, and fury surged within them, their murderous intent palpable. A pack of wolves, they charged into the Golden Star dance hall. More ferocious than any street thug. "Everyone, crouch down and do not move. Keep your hands on your heads. Do not let me catch you making any sudden movements." Those who had come to dance and revel were instructed to remain in their private rooms, refraining from wandering about, as they would soon be inspected. "Rest assured, we shall not wrong an innocent, provided you do not provoke us. Everyone sit tight. Yes, you with the green hair and rooster comb, I am speaking to you. What are you flipping your hair for? Do you want me to shave it off? What age do you live in? Still trying to be non-mainstream. You're out of touch, do you know that? You think you're handsome? In truth, you're just a loser. No girl would ever look your way. You might as well head home and practice your skills." The patrons, upon realizing that the Security Bureau was conducting an investigation, were so frightened they dared not move, sitting obediently or crouching in corners. Only a handful of rebellious youths, undeterred, sought to assert their individuality, mistaking their antics for coolness. Yet the investigators showed no leniency, swiftly delivering blows that left the youths disoriented. The investigators had no time to waste on idle chatter with these brats. Their approach was far from Uncle Had's gentle methods, as they believed that only a firm hand could teach these rebellious youths a lesson. After subduing the ordinary patrons, the investigators descended to the first underground level, where they finally encountered the security team of the evil cultivators. "Step aside. These three beasts are mine. Those two are mine. Watch me skin them alive. Are you the ones who have tormented and caused the demise of innocent children here? Today, you shall pay in blood for your sins. I'll take the lead. Watch me take the head of that scoundrel." The investigators charged forth, clashing with the security team of the evil cultivators. With their superior numbers and average combat strength surpassing that of the adversaries, the investigators quickly gained the upper hand. The security team was soon driven into a frenzy, many falling to their knees in surrender. The scene was one of sheer brutality and bloodshed. Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Zhao Chongkong pressed forward with unmatched speed, confronting the leader of the evil cultivators, who was the second strongest in the Golden Star Dance Hall and a third-tier evil cultivator. Lu Ziang brandished his saber, stating, "Old Wei, this fellow is a third-tier evil cultivator. He looks rather fierce. What of it? A mere third-tier cultivator is nothing to fear." Wei Wu scoffed. "He is an evil cultivator, while we are investigators of the Security Bureau. His techniques cannot compare to ours. Indeed, Wei Wu speaks true, Zhao Changkong chimed in. Not only do his techniques fall short of ours, but judging by his impoverished appearance, he likely lacks any magical artifacts. Without formidable techniques or artifacts, he is nothing but a blank slate at the third-tier level. We have the advantage with 3 against 1. The leader of the evil cultivators, shamed and enraged by their words, retorted, "What are you investigators here for? To apprehend us or to boast? What do you mean my techniques cannot compare to yours? What do you mean I look impoverished? Yes, I admit it, but your words only serve to humiliate me further. I am of a higher realm, and you should be the ones trembling in fear." The investigators were unfazed, roaring in unison as they charged forward. Their coordination was impeccable, quickly overpowering the leader of the evil cultivators. In less than 10 exchanges, he could no longer withstand their onslaught. Lu Ziang and Wei Wu struck with their blades. One aimed for his head, the other for his chest. The evil cultivator leaped, narrowly evading the 2 strikes, eager to escape. This was no place to linger. He had no desire to remain and await death. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Zhao Changkong's gunshot rang out like a dragon, piercing through his defenses. The leader of the evil cultivators contorted in agony. His expression twisted with rage as he shouted, "What are you doing? While we may be enemies, there are lines one must not cross in battle. You may outnumber me, and even resort to sneak attacks. But to target such a place is utterly despicable. You lunatic, you lack any sense of martial ethics." Despair enveloped the leader of the evil cultivators as Zhao Changkong's shot brought him crashing down. With a flourish, Zhao Changkong twirled his gun, standing tall, and mocked, "Martial ethics? What is that to me? Against creatures devoid of humanity like you, is it necessary to adhere to such codes?" Beside him, Wei Wu scoffed. "These evil cultivators are all the same. They are merely reluctant to face their demise." With that, he planted his foot on the leader's face, knocking him unconscious. Thus, the Golden Star Dance Hall fell into the hands of the Security Bureau. With all evil cultivators apprehended, the underground levels contained a multitude of unspeakable atrocities. The first level was filled with secret rooms, housing abducted children and even adults. Some were unharmed, but most bore physical disabilities. When the investigators arrived to rescue them, these individuals were already numb, their eyes filled only with fear. The second level housed operating rooms, equipped with pristine instruments and top-notch facilities, comparable to the finest hospitals. This place was a front for organ transplantation surgeries. Where did the living organs come from? Naturally, from the abducted children and adults who served as a reserve organ bank. Whenever a lucrative client arrived, the operating rooms would spring to life, resulting in the death of an innocent soul while prolonging the existence of a vile creature. Xiaoyi apprehended a group of doctors there, some hailing from private clinics, while others were unlicensed practitioners. However, 2 among them were of significant status, being renowned organ transplantation experts from the first hospital of Shuiyun City. When Xiaoyi caught them, they were utterly terrified, trembling in fear. Especially the so-called experts, who prostrated and wept, as if mourning their deceased parents. On the third level, altars lay scattered about. Here, Qi Dajiang employed dark sorcery to torment children, forging ghostly infants and ghostly youths. A kidnapped child would first be maimed, deceiving online users for sympathy to earn a profit. Organs would be harvested, creating another source of income. Ultimately, their souls would be tortured and transformed into ghostly infants and youths for sale. Maximizing the exploitation of the children's worth. In comparison, these capitalists paled in comparison to their vile practices. The capitalists are said to exploit the very marrow of the bones, treating people as mere beasts of burden. Yet, no matter how egregious their actions may be, capitalists still pay wages. They do not seek to take your life. In contrast, these malevolent cultists, after having used up the body, will also exploit the soul, leaving no stone unturned in their relentless extraction. Today, Xiaoyi has witnessed firsthand the depths to which human nature can sink. Chapter 84. Once you have slain your entire family, no one will be able to threaten you again. Qi Dajiang, your ideas are truly audacious. How did you conceive of this process? Xiaoyi gazed at Qi Dajiang, who was ensnared in the grasp of Cui Wuji, his pupils ablaze with fiery intensity and his expression frigid, as if regarding a pile of ashes. This was not of my own invention. I merely acted on orders, Qi Dajiang stammered. Acting on orders is a capital offense. Today, I shall allow you to experience the agony of flesh being cut and the torment of slow death. Xiao Yi commanded Cui Wuji to bind Qi Dajiang to the operating table. Terrified, Qi Dajiang struggled and pleaded for mercy. No, please, you cannot do this, I will confess. I will tell you everything. It was Yin Siqing who instructed me. He is my master. His ostensible role is the head of the Sunshine Orphanage, but his true identity is that of an evil cultivator from the Hall of Heroes. He is a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm, and I dared not disobey his commands. His subordinates, besides me, include Lu Chun, Bai Wan, Hu Xian, and Yu Xiaohong. Some, like me, are after-sales personnel. Others are involved in trafficking, while some are responsible for sales. In short, Yin Siqing is the mastermind. You must capture him quickly, for he is hiding in the Sunshine Orphanage, Qi Dajiang shouted, revealing everything he knew. Yet, Xiao Yi remained deaf to his pleas. He summoned a specter and began to inject various substances into Qi Dajiang's body. Glucose to replenish strength and nutrients, administered. Blood bags to restore blood volume, attached. Adrenaline to sustain vigorous vitality, ensuring Qi Dajiang remained conscious, 2 injections, with more to follow. High-concentration oxygen for life support, inserted into his nostrils. An external circulation machine was also connected. All necessary life-sustaining drugs were prepared, ready for immediate use. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi took out his phone and played a symphony that balanced both soothing and uplifting rhythms. What is elegance? What is a sense of ritual? This is it. No, please, no. Qi Dajiang was on the verge of collapse, never having anticipated such preparations prior to the slow slicing. Although the blade had yet to descend, the prelude alone was enough to instill terror. It was indeed Yin Siqing who directed my actions, trafficking children, selling organs, crafting magical instruments. All were his orders. If I did not comply, I would meet a fate worse than death. Not only would I perish, but my family would suffer the same fate. I was left with no choice. Qi Dajiang thrashed about in a frenzy, revealing his sheer terror. Xiao Yi regarded him with calm detachment. Suddenly chuckling softly, no need to rush. Take your time. I am listening. You say he threatened your family, compelling your obedience. Is that correct? Yes, yes, I truly had no choice. Qi Dajiang nodded frantically. Xiao Yi replied, since that is the case, I shall show you great mercy by sending your family along to accompany you. Once your entire family is extinguished, there will be no one left to threaten you. You will no longer be compelled to commit heinous acts. Does that sound agreeable? Qi Dajiang's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Xiao Yi, feeling as though he was staring into the face of a demon. Is this the thought process of a normal person? You know I was coerced. I committed these evils only for the sake of my family. Should you not feel sympathy and show leniency? Why must you slay my entire family? Have they wronged you? Furthermore, if my entire family is annihilated, then I shall no longer be threatened. Is it truly necessary to eradicate them to eliminate the threat? No, please, you are an investigator from the Security Bureau. You cannot do this. It defies all regulations. Endless fear flickered in Qi Dajiang's eyes. He did not wish to die, nor did he want his family to perish. Regulations? My regulations are the only regulations that matter. Xiao Yi drove a blade through Qi Dajiang's palm. A mocking smile gracing his lips. Did you think that your actions could be redeemed by your own demise? Let me enlighten you. Not only shall you perish, but your entire family shall accompany you to the grave. Do not presume that in modern times the punishment of entire clans has ceased. That is a rule for ordinary people. Yet the rules of the cultivation world are markedly different. When you chose to commit evil, you should have anticipated this day. No, no, do not. I was wrong. I repent. I deserve to die. Qi Dajiang screamed in agony, begging for mercy for his family. They know nothing. He could tell that Xiao Yi was not jesting. He would truly kill his entire family. Very well, you continue to confess, and I shall continue to slice. We shall take our time, allowing you to fully experience the pleasure of slow slicing, an experience you shall never forget. Xiao Yi began the process of slow slicing. This time, he had an array of tools at his disposal. Various drugs ensured that Qi Dajiang remained conscious, sustaining his vitality, prolonging his suffering. Due to the medications, Qi Dajiang's sensations would be heightened, and his agony magnified. The surgical knife pierced flesh, and excruciating pain surged forth like a fountain. Qi Dajiang finally understood the feeling of those children when their organs were harvested. Unable to suppress a heart-wrenching wail of despair, pain, excruciating pain, unparalleled agony, Qi Dajiang writhed violently, howling so loudly that he bit through his own lip. However, the walls of the operating room were soundproof, and his cries could not escape. The avaricious doctors nearby were paralyzed with shock, collapsing to the ground, their pants soaked. Among them, 2 of the most cowardly fainted, their eyes rolling back. The symphony echoed within the operating room, interspersed with Qi Dajiang's wails. Akin to a haunting accompaniment, the surgical knife in Xiao Yi's hand danced like 2 butterflies, alive with movement. Thanks to the blood bags replenishing Qi Dajiang's blood volume, Xiao Yi need not fear excessive blood loss leading to death. This was the most exhilarating slow slicing Xiao Yi had ever performed, far surpassing his previous experiences. During this time, Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, Zhao Chongkong, Xiao Wei, and others arrived, taking interest in the spectacle for a while before escorting the fainted doctors away. Time passed unmeasured until the slow slicing came to an end, and Qi Dajiang breathed his last on the operating table. Xiao Yi set down the surgical knife and summoned Qi Dajiang's soul. Transforming it into a specter, he looked at Qi Dajiang and said, "Go in peace. Do not fear solitude. It will not be long before I send your master and fellow conspirators to accompany you. And your family, none shall escape. A complete family is the most fitting." After becoming a specter, Qi Dajiang retained his memories and emotions from life. He knelt and repeatedly bowed, pleading with his master for clemency. "I am willing to be a servant for eternity, just spare my family." Xiao Yi regarded Qi Dajiang coldly. "You are now my servant. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? Here is your first command. Go and kill your entire family, leaving not a single soul behind, and consume their souls as well." Chapter 85. Knowing a person's face but not their heart. The darkness of human nature is unimaginable to the world. Boom. The instant the command was given, Qi Dajiang's eyes turned crimson, and ghostly energy erupted from his being. The last vestige of humanity within him was sealed away, leaving only a boundless desire for slaughter. For a specter, the master's command is absolute, an unbreakable law of nature. "As you wish, master." Qi Dajiang responded with a hoarse voice. His form slowly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Specters fear sunlight and cannot appear under the blazing sun. However, as long as they avoid direct sunlight, they can move freely in the shadows. Moreover, Qi Dajiang was a specter of the opening Yuan realm, far stronger than those of the gathering spirit realm. By traversing underground, the sun's effects on him were negligible. As the saying goes, what one does is observed by the heavens. All things have consequences. Qi Dajiang's numerous evildoings have accumulated a heavy burden of sin. Now that Xiao Yi commanded him to slay his entire family, it could be seen as poetic justice. Perhaps his family had not committed any wrongs. Yet they had enjoyed the affluent life Qi Dajiang provided and the elevated status that came with it. Since they reveled in luxury, they must also pay the price. Furthermore, Xiao Yi held no belief that a vile and wicked cultivator like Qi Dajiang could possibly have any virtuous family members. Birds of a feather flock together. Qi Dajiang deserved his fate, and so too did his family. Snap! Xiao Yi snapped his fingers, and the flames of the sun blazed fiercely, incinerating Qi Dajiang's remains into ashes. There were no stray dogs here, so feeding them dog food was out of the question. Xiao Yi had no choice but to resort to flushing Qi Dajiang's ashes down the toilet. Consider it a mercy. Stepping out of the operating room, Xiao Yi found everyone waiting outside. The operation had concluded successfully, and all the evil cultivators within the Golden Star Cabaret had been apprehended without exception. "How is the situation? What clues have you uncovered?" Xiao Yi inquired of the assembled group. "Report, Brother Xiao. We rescued 113 children and 26 adults from the secret chamber, and the logistics team is on their way to assist. Additionally, we discovered Qi Dajiang's account books and client lists. His subordinates have also revealed several accomplices, and our colleagues are documenting their statements." "Understood." Xiao Yi nodded, taking the client list and opening it to peruse. The computer is at risk of being compromised. Thus, Qi Dajiang has recorded his ledger and client list solely on paper. The entries pertain to individuals who have undergone organ transplants. These individuals either possess power or wealth, each one a significant figure in society. Their age, gender, photographs, and family backgrounds are meticulously documented. Apart from those affluent magnates, Xiaoyi also discerned a few names that ought not to be present. These individuals represent the true key players. It is truly astonishing that these individuals are somehow connected to Qi Dajiang. A surge of fury welled up within Xiaoyi. His fists clenched involuntarily, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Indeed, we were equally astonished upon discovering the list. Lu Ziang concurred from the side, remarking that if this were to leak, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire Shuiyun city. Who could have imagined that those individuals would engage in such nefarious deeds? Wei Wu shook his head with a sigh, noting that one can know a person's face but not their heart. The darkness of human nature is beyond the imagination of the world. Xiao Yi snorted coldly, asserting that the darkness of humanity is simply a manifestation of the fear of death. In their desperate struggle for survival, they are capable of anything. By retaining this list, Qi Dajiang essentially holds these individual secrets. As long as he has leverage, he can coerce them to his will. However, Qi Dajiang is merely a minor player. The true mastermind lies behind Yin Xiqing. Moreover, it is highly likely that Yin Xiqing is not the final orchestrator. Qi Dajiang mentioned that Yin Xiqing is a malevolent cultivator at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Xiaoyi sensed that a mere 9th-level Kaiyuan cultivator could not orchestrate such grand schemes. He would not dare to threaten those prominent figures. Yin Xiqing, much like Cui Wuji, likely has a formidable powerhouse from the Divine Sea realm backing him. Only a malevolent cultivator from the Divine Sea realm would possess such audacity to commit such inhumane acts while rendering those prominent figures powerless. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi ordered Lu Ziang and Wei Wu to photograph the ledger and client list for preservation, sending it back to the Security Bureau. After taking the photographs, they saved multiple copies rather than just one. The physical ledger and client list were secured within Xiaoyi's storage ring. Unless they were to kill him and seize the ring, obliterating the evidence would be utterly impossible. This time, Xiaoyi not only aims to dismantle the malevolent cult hidden within Shuiyun City, but also to eradicate the scum among the powerful and influential. He instructed a portion of his team to continue investigating the Jingxing Dance Hall, while the rest would accompany him to the Sunshine Orphanage. Understood. After issuing the commands, Xiaoyi departed with a contingent. Upon exiting the Jingxing Dance Hall, night had already fallen. This day had dragged on for too long, and time had slipped away unnoticed until evening. The celebratory banquet had been interrupted, leaving them unsatisfied. Xiaoyi contemplated the surprise Xiao Wei had planned for him, realizing that it would likely be spoiled tonight. The breakthrough to the Divine Sea realm had consumed 7 days and nights, accumulating immense frustration that now found no outlet. The thought of this ignited a furious fire within him. These traffickers had disrupted his plans, adding yet another crime to their list. Let us go. The group boarded the vehicles heading for the Sunshine Orphanage. Lu Ziang took the wheel, while Xiaoyi sat in the passenger seat, his eyes narrowing. His golden pupils locked onto the night sky 1,000 meters away, where a small drone was clearly visible. In the year 2024, the Great Xia's drone technology is the most advanced globally, resulting in a multitude of drone enthusiasts. It is nothing unusual for several drones to be spotted at night capturing scenic views. There was initially nothing remarkable about it. However, this drone was different, as it was directed towards Xiaoyi. Equipped with a high-definition camera, the drone was focused squarely on him. Bang! Xiaoyi's gaze sharpened, and the hovering drone instantly exploded into a shower of debris. Who is monitoring me? A flicker of murderous intent ignited within Xiaoyi as he activated the Candle Dragon Eye to scan the surrounding buildings and crowds. The operator of the drone could not have concealed himself too far away. He must still be in the vicinity. Once the Candle Dragon Eye was activated, the world transformed entirely in Xiaoyi's perception. The distinction between ordinary people and cultivators became starkly evident. Before long, he identified his target on the rooftop of a building over 3,000 meters away. A man was seen hastily departing, his expression flustered, and his internal spiritual power in disarray. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Xiaoyi would detect the surveillance drone. Even for a cultivator, without special ocular techniques, it would be exceedingly difficult to spot a small drone 1,000 meters away in the dark of night. The Candle Dragon Eye caught him off guard. Locking onto the fleeing figure, Xiaoyi's pupils glimmered with golden light. With a resounding bang, the fleeing individual's body erupted into a mist of blood. A mere gathering spirit realm cultivator could not withstand even a glance from him. Even from 3,000 meters away. Who is monitoring me? Has my operation been discovered, or is there another party involved? Xiaoyi pondered the identity of the observer. Chapter 86. Panda blood is expensive. Two small targets. Xiao Yi speculated two possibilities. The first possibility is that his actions had been discovered. Yan Xiqing, doubtful of Qi Dajiang, may have dispatched individuals to monitor the Jingxing dance hall from the shadows. Should any incident occur at the Jingxing dance hall, he would be the first to receive the news and could promptly relocate. If this were the case, then when the security bureau sealed off the Jingxing dance hall, Yan Xiqing would have already been informed. Xiao Yi's attempt to apprehend individuals now would likely be in vain. The second possibility is that Xiao Yi's enemies are surveilling him. Since his debut, he has taken many lives, naturally acquiring foes. However, most adversaries have been eradicated without leaving any future troubles. The only one he could think of was Cui Wuji's deceased father, Cui Jinghong. Half a month had passed since Cui Wuji's murder, and Xiao Yi anticipated vengeance that had yet to materialize. This could very well be Cui Jinghong biding his time. The minion who had just surveilled Xiao Yi was likely sent by Cui Jinghong to gather intelligence, preparing for a decisive strike when the time was right. Which scenario it is will be revealed upon reaching the Sunshine Orphanage. Xiao Yi withdrew his gaze, the golden light in his pupils gradually fading. Xiao Gu, what's wrong? Lu Ziang inquired, noticing Xiao Yi's peculiar demeanor. Nothing, just spotted a fly, Xiao Yi replied with a slight shake of his head, providing minimal explanation to a fly. Lu Ziang was perplexed. It was late at night, and they were driving. Where would a fly come from? The convoy entered the main road and soon merged with the traffic. On the rooftop of a tall building in Shuiyun City, a hunchbacked figure took out a phone and dialed a number. Master, it's me. One of my subordinates was discovered by him and has been killed. No, only he is dead. I have not been exposed. Xiao Yi should have sensed that he is being monitored but does not know who is watching him. I discovered that the case Xiao Yi is investigating is related to Elder Xiao. One of the factions has been dismantled. If Xiao Yi continues to follow the leads, he will eventually trace it back to Elder Xiao. Should we warn him? No need. A raspy, aged voice responded from the other end of the line. Let Xiao Yi continue his investigation. The louder he makes it, the better. The greater the loss, the more furious Elder Xiao will become. At that point, it will serve as a boon to me. For now, do not monitor Xiao Yi. Instead, focus on Elder Xiao's assets and keep me updated on the progress. Understood, Master. The hunchbacked figure ended the call. He gazed down at the city below, a shroud of black mist enveloping him. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the mist. The hunchbacked figure vanished entirely from the rooftop. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and his group had arrived outside the Sunshine Orphanage. During the journey, Xiao Yi had already reviewed the information about the Sunshine Orphanage. Established 30 years ago by a wealthy individual named Shan Songjun, who has since passed away, the orphanage has changed hands several times, with the current legal representative being Chen Guangyao, the fifth in line. Xiao Yi had also investigated Chen Guangyao's background. He appeared to be an ordinary person, likely just a puppet in the public eye. The true owner of the Sunshine Orphanage is Yan Xiqing, along with the individuals backing him. Following protocol, Xiao Yi activated his Candle Dragon Eye to survey the Sunshine Orphanage. The scenes within starkly contrasted with those of the Jingxing dance hall. Here, there was no abuse, no torment, no bloodshed, and no darkness. The children had their own dormitories, equipped with televisions and air conditioning. Additionally, they had dedicated playrooms filled with toys. This time, the children had just finished their dinner and were gathered watching cartoons, erupting in laughter at the amusing scenes, carefree and joyous. The conditions at the Sunshine Orphanage surpassed those of other orphanages. The staff were well-mannered and compassionate. They would not mistreat the children but instead devoted themselves to caring for them. Ensuring their happiness. On the surface, the children at the Sunshine Orphanage appeared to have a far better life than those in other orphanages. Yet, this was merely a facade. These children would never suspect that the caregivers and directors who showered them with affection were, in truth, a bunch of vile scoundrels. Their everyday personas were entirely fabricated. Once business came knocking, they would send the children away. The moment the children departed from the orphanage marked the beginning of their descent into despair. Xiao Yi found Yan Xiqing in the director's office. He remained there and had not fled, indicating that the individual monitoring him earlier was not dispatched by Yan Xiqing. Proceed with the operation. Follow the usual protocol and restrain everyone, Xiao Yi commanded through his earpiece. I do not wish to see a single child harmed, nor do I want any fish that slip through the net. Understood. The numerous investigators responded in unison. Xiao Yi took the lead, charging toward the Sunshine Orphanage, and in a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight. With the activation of his ghostly powers, Xiaoyi traversed the shadows. His destination unmistakably the office of Director Yin Xiqing. This office was constructed with soundproof materials, outfitted with over 20 surveillance cameras, leaving no blind spots. Anyone approaching the office would be detected immediately. Moreover, within his office, there existed a secret chamber specifically designed for business dealings. At this very moment, four bodyguards stood outside Yin Xiqing's office, while he himself was inside the secret room, attending to a client engaged in a clandestine transaction. Mr. Yin, here is the information about my child. I require a healthy heart, a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, donned a suit and a prestigious watch, exuding an air of affluence. He handed a document to Yin Xiqing. Upon receiving the file, Yin Xiqing opened it, his brow furrowing in surprise. Panda blood, how rare, he remarked, somewhat astonished. Mr. He, as you know, panda blood is exceedingly precious, with a mere 0.034 prevalence. Finding a healthy child among them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. And I currently have no surplus stock. The middle-aged man, named He Ming, gazed at Yin Xiqing and stated, although the challenge is formidable, I believe Mr. Yin has a solution. Once this is accomplished, money will not be an issue. Well? Yin Xiqing's expression revealed his hesitation. 200 million. He Ming raised two fingers, asserting that if Mr. Yin assisted him this time, the sum would be transferred immediately. Moreover, from now on, Mr. Yin shall be a friend of the He Group. Should you require assistance, we will certainly oblige. Very well. After contemplating for a moment, Yin Xiqing finally nodded. Since Mr. He is so sincere, we will ensure your satisfaction. Rest assured, within a minimum of 10 days and a maximum of 1 month. We will provide you with a satisfactory response. Good, then I shall entrust you with this matter. He Ming stood, shaking hands with Yin Xiqing. To a successful partnership, Yin Xiqing felt elated. A lucrative deal had been struck, securing two small objectives. Furthermore, he had established a connection with the He Group, gaining leverage over another significant figure. Just as Yin Xiqing was about to escort He Ming out of the secret room, a cold, indifferent voice echoed within. Those who see share in the spoils. Your business is thriving. How about sharing a portion with me? Chapter 87. How dare you kill me? On what grounds? Yin Xiqing was taken aback by the voice. His inner energy surged, enveloping him instantly. This was his secret chamber, fortified with specially crafted walls that could withstand even a barrage. In preparation for any intruding spirits, he had inscribed protective talismans within the walls. Under such circumstances, it was expected that no one could breach this sanctuary. In the corner of the room, a shadow flowed like water, and Xiaoyi emerged from the realm of darkness. Your negotiations are quite promising. Selling panda blood for 200 million, I wonder, what is the value of your worthless life? Xiaoyi's gaze was icy as he stared at Yin Xiqing, his eyes sweeping over He Ming as well. He stood tall, his handsome features radiating an air of noble elegance. A product of elite education from a young age. It was a pity that all he had learned was now wasted. He appeared refined, yet in reality, he was a beast in human guise. Agents of the Security Bureau, you dare invade my stronghold without fear of a grave fate. Yin Xiqing wasted no time, launching an attack. He raised his hand into a claw, aiming for Xiaoyi's head. As his energy surged, it transformed into a massive scarlet skeletal hand, showcasing his formidable prowess at the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm. But he was fast. Xiaoyi was faster. With a swift motion, two beams of golden light shot from Xiaoyi's eyes, piercing through the skeletal hand and striking Yin Xiqing's knees. The protective talismans he wore shattered like tofu. Disintegrating into dust as the golden beams breached his defenses, they penetrated his knees. Yin Xiqing cried out in agony, collapsing forward, his face meeting the ground with a sickening thud, blood splattering everywhere, as he struggled to rise while kneeling. Xiaoyi's voice resonated once more. It would be wise for you to remain on your knees. Should you attempt to stand, I might be unable to resist the urge to end your life. Before his words could settle, a mass of black mist erupted from Xiaoyi's shadow, racing toward Yin Xiqing with lightning speed. The mist morphed into a human form, revealing Cui Wuji, who struck Yin Xiqing's shoulder with a powerful palm. A thunderous crash echoed as Yin Xiqing's knees smashed through the tiled floor, embedding themselves into the reinforced concrete beneath. Yin Xiqing emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his legs utterly ruined. Not only that, but Cui Wuji's strike sent dark energy coursing into Yan Xiqing's body, crippling his dantian and severing his meridians. In that instant, years of Cui Wuji's arduous cultivation were rendered null, leaving him utterly incapacitated. You've destroyed my dantian. Yan Xiqing's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, filled with venomous hatred directed at Xiao Yi. The murderous intent in his gaze was palpable, an embodiment of his overwhelming resentment. If mere looks could kill, Xiao Yi would have been riddled with wounds by now. To obliterate a cultivator's powers was a torment far more painful than death itself. Best remain silent. Cui Wuji raised his hand and struck Yan Xiqing's face. And why master has not spoken? You, a mere wretch, have no right to utter a word. This is not the time for your bluster. The slap shattered Yan Xiqing's remaining teeth, silencing him completely. At this moment, Xiao Yi turned his cold, indifferent gaze toward He Ming. His eyes like unyielding ice. He Ming, chairman of the He Group, a prestigious alumnus from a respected family and a successful figure in society, was indeed wealthy. He had just offered 200 million. Yet, Xiao Yi was more intrigued by the question of how much He Ming's worthless life was worth. He Ming, soaked in cold sweat from the earlier confrontation, was not an ordinary man. As a figure familiar with the circle, he understood the existence of cultivators and their formidable powers, which kept him from being too shocked. Furthermore, having held a position of power for many years, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. He adjusted his collar and met Xiao Yi's gaze, feigning calmness. I have ample funds. Just state your price, and this matter can be resolved. 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, even if it is. Slap. Before He Ming could finish his sentence, Xiao Yi's fist struck his face with a resounding force. The blow sent He Ming flying, crashing into the coffee table, fracturing his skull and spilling blood. How dare you name a price? Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me? As He Ming struggled to rise, shards of glass embedded in his face, his once handsome features now marred. Like a wounded wild dog, he howled in anguish, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at Xiao Yi. Bellowing, a mere insect's life is hardly worth a fuss. If his worthless existence can save my son, it is indeed an honor for him. There is nothing in this world that cannot be bought. You dare speak of your imminent demise? He Ming scoffed with a mocking smile. I understand the law. Trafficking in human organs does not lead to capital punishment, and besides, I am merely an accomplice. I possess wealth and connections. With some maneuvering, I won't even have to serve time. What can you do to me? I am well aware of the rules governing cultivators. It is forbidden to strike at ordinary people. As an investigator for the Security Bureau, you too must comply. I have not committed a capital offense, thus you cannot kill me. Although fear gnawed at him, He Ming's awareness of this fact emboldened him. He regarded Xiao Yi with a derisive smile, one tinged with pride and provocation, as if to say, I know you wish to slay me, but do you dare? As an investigator for the Security Bureau, violating the law would only compound his sins. Xiao Yi regarded He Ming with a look of incredulity, as if he were gazing at a fool. Have you filled your head with excrement? Boom! Without waiting for He Ming to respond, Xiao Yi's fist pierced through his chest, extracting his heart. With a resounding thud, He Ming's lifeless body collapsed, his expression one of confusion and disbelief, as if to ask, How dare you kill me? On what grounds do you presume to do so? This is a violation of the law. Do you not fear retribution? He Ming's eyes widened, unable to close in death. Xiao Yi glanced at the heart he held, a look of disdain crossing his face as he discarded it into a corner. The blazing solar fire in his palm incinerated the blood. How laughable to threaten me with the law. You truly must have overindulged in excrement. Xiao Yi found the situation absurd. A criminal dared to invoke the law against an enforcer, believing that the enforcer was bound by rules, rendering him powerless. His sole bargaining chip was the expectation that Xiao Yi would adhere to the law. This was a gamble with his life. Did he not realize how slim his chances were? It was ridiculous for He Ming to take such pride in this notion. Xiao Yi mused. Had he been constrained by regulations, he would not have executed so many traffickers. Legally, He Ming's attempted crime might not warrant a death sentence. However, in Xiao Yi's eyes, he deserved to die 1,000 times. For an investigator, killing an ordinary person was indeed against the rules, regardless of the latter's guilt. Should a level 1 or level 2 investigator commit such an act, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. But Xiao Yi was different. He was a cultivator of the Divine Sea realm, a once-in-30 years prodigy. The Security Bureau would not dare to challenge him for the sake of a criminal. Chapter 88. In my eyes, you are but an ant. Regardless of the location, the powerful always enjoy privileges. Given Xiao Yi's strength and status, engaging in a few excessive acts is hardly a matter of concern. As long as he does not cross the line or violate principles, the Safety Bureau will turn a blind eye. Ants. He Ming regards innocent children as mere ants. Thus, in Xiao Yi's view, He Ming is equally an ant. Not content with merely killing He Ming, Xiao Yi extracted his soul and imprisoned it within the shadows. Upon entering, he was greeted warmly by numerous wraiths. What transpires when an ordinary soul encounters a multitude of cultivator souls? He Ming was swiftly consumed, his essence scattered. Well, the ant has been crushed. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Xiao Yi turned his gaze towards Yin Siqing, who knelt on the ground and inquired, "Speak, which elder from the Kunying Hall stands behind you? Where is he hiding?" He. Yin Siqing let out a cold laugh. "You need not." Rending. Before Yin Siqing could finish his words, Cui Wuji struck with thunderous force, tearing off his left arm. "Ah!" Yin Siqing howled to the heavens. Gritting his teeth until he bit through his lip, blood gushing forth, Xiao Yi shook his head in exasperation. "Why do you people always recite the same lines? Were you all trained beforehand? No need to ask anything. I will say nothing. Yet, in the end, will you not still speak? Must I fabricate a performance before you are compelled to respond? Truly insufferable, it is unbearable not to give you a few lashes." Xiao Yi raised his hand, and from the shadows emerged 9 wraiths, lunging towards Yin Siqing. "You may not yet experience the 100 Ghost Soul Devour, so let us commence with the 10 Ghost Soul Devour. We shall take our time. There is no rush." Xiao Yi reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, and watched as Yin Siqing was gnawed upon by the 10 wraiths. The torturous method of Lingqi had grown tiresome for Xiao Yi. Thus, he sought a new variation, which felt quite refreshing. The 10 wraiths feasted upon flesh, inflicting agony comparable to Lingqi. Yin Siqing continually screamed in torment, yet he stubbornly held on. "Futile, even if you let the wraiths consume me. I shall utter not a word, and my master will avenge me. When the time comes, you shall suffer a fate 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than mine." "Ha ha ha!" Yin Siqing laughed maniacally, his skin flushed. Veins bulging on his forehead and neck, his eyes shrouded in darkness. Most crucially, a bizarre blood-red incantation manifested at his brow. The incantation sprouted innumerable bloodlines, enveloping his entire being. With a resounding bang, Yin Siqing's body exploded violently. A surge of spiritual power erupted, radiating in all directions, sending the 10 wraiths flying. Except for Cui Wuji, the other 9 wraiths, all at the gathering spirit realm, had their souls scattered, utterly obliterated. A wall of flames appeared before Xiao Yi. Absorbing the shockwave without a scratch as the residual waves dissipated, Xiao Yi raised his gaze. The chamber lay in utter disarray, the walls and ceiling riddled with cracks. Yin Siqing had completely vanished. Xiao Yi attempted to summon Yin Siqing's soul. Yet the method of serving the tiger failed. The soul-devouring blood curse, truly ruthless. Xiao Yi squinted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. The strange symbol that appeared at Yin Siqing's brow was indeed the soul-devouring blood curse. This was a sinister secret technique. Once implanted within a body, it would transform the individual into a controllable slave. Though Yin Siqing had been marked by the blood curse, he still possessed his own thoughts and consciousness, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Yet, in truth, he was merely a pawn of the puppeteer behind the scenes. Regardless of the commands given by the master, the slave would execute them without fail. Most critically, the soul-devouring blood curse was intrinsically linked to the slave's vitality. When the slave's life force was on the brink of extinction, the curse would activate, compelling the slave to self-destruct. This self-detonation annihilated not only the body but also the soul, leaving no trace behind. Thus, any external inquiries would become exceedingly difficult. Once the soul-devouring blood curse was invoked, it severed all leads completely. Truly, the handiwork of a sinister cultivator at the Divine Sea realm. Indeed, it surpasses the cruelty of those at the opening Yuan realm. Xiao Yi mused inwardly, simultaneously realizing that the method of serving the tiger was not infallible. For someone like Yin Siqing, who bore the soul-devouring blood curse, even if Xiao Yi killed him, he could not summon his soul. After searching the chamber, Xiaoyi discovered the account books and client lists left behind by Yin Siqing. These records were far more detailed than those obtained from Qidajiang.ai. In addition, there was a list of Yin Siqing's subordinates within the network of sinister cultivators, numbering quite a few. Yet, Xiaoyi remained unsatisfied. Yin Siqing was but a small fish. The true prize lay with the elder of the Kunying Hall behind him. Only by capturing that big fish could he completely dismantle the trafficking organization. Otherwise, that elder would inevitably return, and innocent children would continue to be abducted, exploited, and killed. Moreover, Xiaoyi contemplated eradicating the root of the problem. This time, dismantling Yin Siqing's organization had thoroughly offended the unnamed elder of the Kunying Hall, and he would undoubtedly come seeking revenge. Until the enmity was resolved, Xiaoyi would find no peace. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions of spiritual power echoed throughout the orphanage, walls shattered, and sinister cultivators were captured. With the eye of the candle dragon, Xiaoyi observed the entire battle at the orphanage. The combat strength of Yin Siqing's subordinates surpassed that of the Jinxing dance hall, yet ultimately, they could not withstand the elite forces of the Safety Bureau. Before long, the sinister cultivators were apprehended en masse. Xiaoyi exited the chamber and found Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, Xia Wei, and others. They were panting heavily, their faces pale, an indication of excessive spiritual power expenditure. Though weary, everyone was exhilarated, their spirits high on this day. They had fought with great satisfaction, venting much of their pent-up frustration. Soon, the support team arrived, taking over the remaining matters. Xiaoyi returned to the Safety Bureau with the account books and client lists. Presenting the evidence to team leader Shui Yong. You certainly stirred up quite a commotion today. The Bureau is in an uproar. Those waves of personnel dispatched, one might think you were waging war against the Kunying Hall. Shui Yong, cigarette in mouth, looked at Xiaoyi, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Indeed, Xiaoyi was a genius, his actions swift and decisive, abhorring evil. However, each of his undertakings created a significant stir. This time, even he had been mobilized. All the information relayed back indicated that he needed to dispatch personnel to clear the sinister cultivators. As the team leader, he had effectively become Xiaoyi's subordinate. Whenever Xiaoyi issued a command, he was compelled to send people. Xiaoyi looked at Shui Yong and chuckled. If I work diligently, it only reflects well on your leadership, team leader. The eradication of this sinister cultivator organization today is undoubtedly a great achievement. When the year-end summary comes around, it will shine favorably upon you. At that moment, you will be able to showcase your prowess among the other team leaders. How impressive! Impressive, my foot? Shui Yong rolled his eyes. I am not lacking in accomplishments at the moment. As long as you don't get me into trouble, that's all that matters. That a touch of ruthlessness is acceptable, but remember to adhere to the bottom line. Chapter 89. Hypocritical old scoundrel. Do you now know fear? It is too late. A touch of ruthlessness is acceptable, but remember to adhere to the bottom line. Shui Yong gazed deeply at Xiaoyi and cautioned. The bottom line is the red line. Once crossed, no one can protect you. Xiaoyi nodded. I understand, team leader, rest assured. The boundaries set by the Safety Bureau were clear to Xiaoyi. Though his methods were somewhat savage, he was still a great distance from crossing the line. The office fell silent as Shui Yong continued to pore over the client lists. As time passed, his expression grew darker, increasingly grim. Eventually, his face became so clouded that it seemed it could drip water. Bang! Shui Yong slapped his palm on the desk, unleashing a tremendous force that reduced the table to dust. Beasts! Shui Yong bellowed. How can this pack of beasts not go to hell? Ah, damned beasts, I will skin them alive. Shui Yong had previously reviewed the client list from Qidajiang, yet compared to Yin Siqing's list, it was merely child's play. The individuals documented here were either wealthy or influential. This pack of beasts appeared dignified on the surface, yet were filled with male thieves and female prostitutes. Damn it, they all deserve to die. Shui Yong, beside himself with rage, felt as though his lungs might explode. The fury within him surged like magma, ready to erupt at any moment. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Xiaoyi added, Yin Siqing bore the soul-devouring blood curse. He undoubtedly had a sinister cultivator at the Divine Sea realm pulling the strings. Most likely an elder of the Kunying Hall. Yin Siqing is merely one of the many subordinates of that sinister cultivator. How many similar client lists remain undiscovered? Regardless of how many there are, we must investigate thoroughly. Shui Yong ground his teeth. Whether or not they are elders of the Kunying Hall, if they dare to wreak havoc in Shuiyun City, I will skin them alive. Until I drag that old scoundrel out, I will resign as the team leader of this safety bureau. Shui Yong stormed off with righteous indignation. He took the account books and client lists to seek out higher-ups. The number of individuals involved in the list was staggering, each one either wealthy or powerful. To apprehend individuals according to the list was beyond Shui Yong's authority. Only the higher-ups held such power. Before long, orders were issued, and a large contingent from the Safety Bureau mobilized. This time, not only the 7th team was involved. All teams were in action. In addition to purging the sinister cultivators, they also aimed to apprehend individuals scattered across different locations in a wealthy neighborhood. A team of investigators stormed into a villa, swiftly subduing everyone inside like wolves. 2 investigators burst into the bedroom, dragging an elderly man with half-black, half-white hair from his bed. The elderly gentleman serves as a director of a certain conglomerate, with a fortune exceeding 500 million. In the bed, alongside the old man, lies a woman in her 30s, who, while covering herself with the quilt, emits a piercing scream, her face awash with terror. Damn it, that wretched old man. Your life seems quite splendid. 1 investigator, upon catching sight of the woman's alluring figure and snow-white shoulders, could not restrain himself and delivered a resounding slap across the old man's face. Despicable scoundrel. You possess wealth yet choose not to engage in philanthropy. As long as you do not harm society or violate the law, that should suffice. Yet, you persist in your immoral ways, reveling in opulence. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? Do you dare to cause chaos in my home, risking your life? Although fear gripped him, the old man feigned composure. After all, he had weathered many storms and witnessed grand spectacles. Possessing a psychological resilience that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, without uttering a word, the investigator delivered another slap, exclaiming, "You're akin to a toad yawning. How brazen can you be? Your deeds have come to light. Accompany us back to the Security Bureau for questioning." The mention of the Security Bureau instantly shattered the old man's bravado. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the bed. He was all too aware of his actions. Being taken away by the Security Bureau would mean not merely disgrace but a fate of suffering. His reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and he might not even survive the ordeal at his advanced age. An investigator yanked the old man from the bed, leaving him dragging his feet on the ground. Unable to stand, he cried out, "I want to contact a lawyer. I demand a lawyer." "Forget your lawyer," roared the investigator, a look of disgust on his face. "You worthless fool, now you know fear. Did you consider the consequences of your actions when you were committing them? Your arrogance has turned to humility. How laughable." The old man was dragged down the stairs, where he spotted his 2 sons also apprehended, adorned with elegant silver bracelets. "Can we wear hoods?" a middle-aged man implored. "Now you realize the shame?" The investigator cast a cold glance at him and retorted, "No hoods here, but I can certainly provide you with plenty of slaps. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, I can transform you into a visage unrecognizable even to your own beastly father." "No, no, please spare me." The middle-aged man hastily shook his head in refusal. Compared to being beaten into a pulp, he preferred the humiliation. The residents of the neighborhood were affluent, and the commotion had attracted many curious onlookers, who emerged to witness the spectacle as the old man's family was led away. Their heads hung low. The eyes of the spectators pierced them like sharp daggers, drawing forth their shame. It resembled an ancient public shaming. In a rural retreat on the outskirts, a middle-aged man named Lu Tianlong was enjoying fireworks with his wife and child. Lu Tianlong, a prosperous owner of a restaurant in Shuiyun City, was savoring a moment of familial bliss when 4 investigators barged in, heading directly toward him. "Halt! Who are you?" 2 of the man's bodyguards attempted to intervene but were swiftly knocked unconscious by the investigators. Witnessing this, Lu Tianlong's countenance turned pale with fear. The woman quickly enveloped the little boy in her arms for protection. "You are Lu Tianlong, correct?" an investigator inquired, brandishing his Security Bureau credentials. "We require your presence for an investigation regarding an illegal organ transplantation case. Please accompany us to AT." These words, Lu Tianlong's heart plummeted, and his wife turned ashen. Only the little boy, innocent and unaware, remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding chaos. Lu Tianlong glanced at his family, inhaled deeply, and said, "I will go with you, but my wife and child know nothing." "Know nothing?" The investigator scoffed, Do you think we would come seeking you without cause? We have already gathered evidence. Your words are futile. Both you and your wife must come with us. Lu Tianlong panicked, shouting, No, no, my wife truly knows nothing. Please, spare her. I am the one responsible for everything. It has nothing to do with her. The investigator pinned Lu Tianlong to the ground and raised his hand for another slap, exclaiming, The child you condemned to death. Did he know nothing? Now you plead for mercy. Do you not think it too late? Chapter 90. No matter how much wealth or power you possess, the guilty shall meet their end. Upon uttering these words, Lu Tianlong ceased to struggle. While his wife collapsed to the ground, silently weeping, I didn't want this. I truly had no choice, Lu Tianlong cried. I didn't wish to lose my son. I was left with no alternatives. Slap! The investigator delivered yet another forceful blow, sending half of Lu Tianlong's teeth flying. No alternatives? You could snuff out another child's life for your own son's sake? The investigator held Lu Tianlong's head and pointed towards his son. Look at him. Does he understand that his life was purchased with the lives of other children? Does he know that his parents are cold-blooded executioners? Will he grow up to become a demon like you? The investigator's words pierced through the hearts of Lu Tianlong and his wife like arrows. Lu Tianlong hung his head, rendered speechless. His wife sobbed uncontrollably, clutching their son tightly. The little boy, frightened, hid in his mother's embrace. Weeping incessantly. At merely 5 or 6 years old, he appeared naive. Yet children today are often precocious. At that tender age, he understood life and death's significance. He had undoubtedly overheard the investigator's words and grasped their meaning. Observing the sorrowful countenance of Lu Tianlong and his wife, the investigator felt no sympathy. Rather, he was filled with greater disdain. They shed tears now, but where were their tears when they took lives? What a farce, 2 wretches, now pretending to be the victims. Do they not feel disgusted? Take them away, commanded the investigator, escorting Lu Tianlong and his wife out, while the little boy was rendered unconscious and carried off. In a private booth of a certain club in Shuiyun City, a group of young individuals were indulging in drinking and singing, the DJ's music thundering in the background. The booth was filled with men and women, the men clad in fine attire, adorned with luxury brands. The women, each possessing enviable figures, donned hot pants and miniskirts, swaying to the rhythm of the music. Among them, a wealthy young man in a red suit, intoxicated, tossed a handful of cash into the air. A sycophant nearby promptly shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's expenses are on young Master Qian. The music resumed, and the revelry continued. Laughter erupted as the young women rushed to snatch the fluttering bills. Young Master Qian is generous. Let us raise a toast to him. As they all lifted their glasses, the door to the booth was suddenly kicked open. A chubby man, accompanied by several investigators, strode in. Xiao Ding, turn off the music. At the command of the chubby man, an investigator immediately stepped forward to silence the music, plunging the atmosphere into silence. The wealthy young individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their minds dulled by alcohol, struggling to comprehend the disruption. Who are you? Why did the music stop? Qian Yao, the affluent young man, squinted at the intruders, finally recognizing the chubby man. Jean Fugui, what brings you here? The chubby man's expression darkened. Qian Yao, I should have made it clear. Please refrain from using my full name. How many times must I repeat myself before you remember? Ding. Wake him up. The Ding promptly approached, seizing a wine bottle and dousing Qian Yao's head with the entire contents. Instantly, Qian Yao snapped to attention, leaping from the sofa, shouting, Jean Fugui, have you lost your mind? If you want to act crazy, do it elsewhere. I have no time for your antics. Both Jean Fugui and Qian Yao, being offspring of Shuiyun City's elite, were evidently acquainted, though their relationship was strained. Jean Fugui regarded Qian Yao with disdainful amusement. Today, I am not here for personal grievances, but rather to inform you that you are in trouble. Come with me to the security bureau. What trouble? I have no idea what you're talking about. Qian Yao dismissed him nonchalantly. Jean Fugui replied coolly, Jinxing Dance Hall, Qidajiang. Recognize those names and places? Does anything ring a bell? Qian Yao's previously indifferent demeanor shifted, his face paling as the alcohol drained from his cheeks, cold sweat beginning to trickle down. The surrounding wealthy youths and young women were utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the significance of Jean Fugui's words. Yet Qian Yao knew all too well that incident was etched in his memory forever. I never noticed before, but you've become quite the romantic. Haven Tiu, when did the notorious playboy decide to settle down? Jian Fugui observed with a hint of mockery and surprise. Qian Yao sank back onto the sofa, taking a large swig from a bottle of red wine. Forcing a bitter smile, I never expected it myself. Qian Yao had resorted to organ transplantation for a woman of extraordinary purity, beauty, and innocence, as if she had descended from the heavens. Since the age of 14, Qian Yao had been enamored with women, cycling through countless romantic entanglements. He had encountered many beautiful women, yet this one was unlike any other. She may not be the most beautiful woman that Qian Yao has ever encountered, but without a doubt, she is the purest and most untainted woman he has ever known. With just one glance, Qian Yao was utterly captivated and began to fervently pursue her. For her sake, he was willing to abandon his former ways, to cease his frivolous pursuits, and to love only her. Alas, fate is capricious. The woman suffers from a congenital heart condition, and her rare blood type complicates matters further. In a desperate bid to save her, Qian Yao took a risk and sought out Yan Xiqing. Though he could only extend her life for 3 additional years, Qian Yao still deemed it worthwhile. Jian Fugui observed Qian Yao, who slumped dejectedly on the sofa, and shook his head slightly, signaling to take him away. The Ding approached, fastening silver bracelets around Qian Yao's wrists, and the group swiftly departed. The surrounding wealthy heirs and glamorous young women fell silent, none daring to utter a word. When the Security Bureau personally came to apprehend him, Qian Yao offered no resistance, confirming they had not mistaken their target. That night, the Security Bureau of Songhai Province apprehended numerous individuals. Among them was the CEO of a publicly listed company, who, upon being arrested, boasted of his connections and proclaimed he would call a lawyer. But when the Security Bureau presented the evidence before him, he immediately caved, collapsing to the ground in tears, begging for mercy. A seemingly glamorous celebrity, when taken into custody, bragged about his vast number of fans, claiming that a single word from him would rally their support. Yet, upon seeing the evidence, he too was instantly terrified, his arrogance evaporating in an instant. No amount of fanfare could save his life. A retired official, white-haired and teaching his grandson at home, faced a similar fate. When the investigators arrived to arrest him, his son angrily shouted and attempted to make calls demanding action against the investigators. The outcome was inevitable. Both the official and his son knelt before the evidence, realizing that no number of phone calls could save them. Their fall from grace culminated in disgrace and imprisonment, a fitting conclusion to their misdeeds. That night, the powerful and wealthy individuals of Songhai Province learned a harsh truth. Regardless of their wealth, connections, or influence, if they engaged in criminal acts, they would face the consequences. And no one could save them. In addition, numerous cult strongholds were eradicated. At the base level were ordinary human trafficking gangs, responsible for abducting children off the streets, with over 300 individuals apprehended. A tier above them were video recording gangs composed of practitioners at the gathering spirit stage, with groups ranging from 3 to 8 members, totaling 47 individuals captured. Ascending further were individuals like Qi Dajiang, who held glamorous identities and businesses. The Security Bureau raided 4 establishments, including 2 dance halls, a club, and a foot massage parlor. Shaoyi also participated in the operation, aiming for a cultist of equivalent standing to Yan Xiqing. The director of Yong'an Psychiatric Hospital, Fei Hong. With Yan Xiqing dead, the lead on the cultist behind him was severed. Fei Hong was the largest target identified through Yan Xiqing. At the entrance of Yong'an Psychiatric Hospital, Shaoyi activated the Eye of the Candle Dragon, surveying the entire facility. The hospital housed patients with mental issues whose families seldom visited. Even when they did, it was only once every few years. Their well-being went largely unnoticed, and should they die, their families would not pursue answers. Naturally, the psychiatric hospital became a fertile ground for crime. The organs harvested from adults were sourced from Yong'an Psychiatric Hospital. As the mentally ill were seen as burdens by their families, yet viewed as a goldmine by cultists, in the director's quarters, the bed creaked under the weight of activity, clothes strewn haphazardly across the floor. In Yong'an Psychiatric Hospital, Fei Hong reigned supreme, controlling everything within, with the nurses who cared for the patients serving as his harem. I have recently mastered a new technique. Allow me to demonstrate its power. Fei Hong chuckled darkly, just as a chilling voice echoed through the room. And let me see what you can do. The voice came too suddenly, causing Fei Hong to be taken aback, cold sweat breaking out as his spear transformed into a boneless snake. Fear can be paralyzing, and at such a critical moment, the unexpected fright could leave a lasting psychological scar on Fei Hong, rendering him powerless henceforth. "Who are you?" Boom! Before Fei Hong could react, a shadowy figure materialized in the room, striking him forcefully. The impact sent him crashing into the wall, causing his blood to surge, mouth and nose bleeding. Without any protective artifacts, he was unable to fend off the surprise attack from Cui Wuji, sustaining severe injuries. After successfully landing an initial blow, Cui Wuji launched a fatal strike, transforming his hand into a blade that pierced Fei Hong's abdomen, shattering his dantian and pinning him against the wall. "Ah!" Fei Hong screamed in agony, his spiritual energy pouring out, leaving him a bloodied wreck. His life force drained rapidly, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Struggling to lift his head, he sought to glimpse the face of his assailant. Who are you? And why?" Fei Hong's voice was low and broken, still in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden assault and its lethal intent. As he spoke, a blood-red, sinister inscription appeared on his forehead, the soul-devouring blood curse. The crimson line spread across his body, threatening to envelop him entirely. However, Cui Wuji was quicker, delivering a punch that obliterated Fei Hong's head. Boom! At the instant of his head exploding, his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Along with his soul vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Xiao Yi emerged from the shadows, observing the bloodstains on the wall, shaking his head slightly. Though he had suspected Fei Hong was likely cursed like Yin Xiqing, rendering interrogation impossible, the reality was still disappointing. The fish had been caught, yet tracing the fisherman seemed improbable. A woman on the bed, clutching a blanket, attempted to sneak away. Xiao Yi did not turn around. From the shadows, he unleashed a lethal force that pierced through the woman's chest. The nurses in the psychiatric hospital were all complicit in Fei Hong's crimes, each deserving of their fate, and Xiao Yi showed no mercy. After dispatching 2 individuals, he sought further clues. Just then, a phone rang. "Daddy's calling, Daddy's calling." Xiao Yi was somewhat bemused, never expecting Fei Hong's ringtone to be so peculiar. While others preferred to set their phones to grandson's calling, his was Daddy's calling. Xiao Yi first connected his phone to Fei Hong's to trace the call's signal location, then answered Fei Hong's phone. A low, hoarse voice immediately came through. "Fei Hong, you have been exposed." "Retreat immediately," Xiao Yi replied. Moses. "What Moses?" came the irritated response. "I said you've been exposed. The security bureau is on your tail. You need to evacuate now. Do you hear me?" Xiao Yi persisted. Moses. "What nonsense, you." The person on the other end was clearly agitated, but then abruptly shifted tone. "You are not Fei Hong. I know him, and you are nothing like him. The lapdog has gone silent. Has the master come to intervene?" Xiao Yi's voice dripped with mockery. "Young one, state your name. I shall ensure you remain intact when I visit." The newcomer spoke with an air of authority, clearly possessing formidable cultivation. If I were not mistaken, this person must be an elder from the Hall of Heroes, a master of the Divine Sea realm. Yet today, Xiao Yi harbored no fear of the Divine Sea. What is the Divine Sea, after all? Who isn't familiar with it? He paused momentarily, then replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, I am not Shui Yong. I am your grandfather. You wretched scoundrel, you have committed too many sins and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. If I have failed to teach you properly, I must regrettably cleanse my household. I command you to immediately report to Fei Hong's mental hospital. If you do so, I may show you mercy and spare your life. Otherwise, your ashes shall be scattered, perhaps even flushed down the toilet." A chilling laugh echoed from the other end. "No one has dared to speak so boldly before me for many years. Young one, you are the first. I will find you, flay your skin to make a drum, extract your tendons to forge a whip, grind your bones into medicinal powder, and finally, refine your soul into a vengeful spirit, doomed to suffer for eternity. Oh, look at you, trying to scare me. I'm nearly dead from laughter." Xiao Yi retorted, rolling his eyes with a sharp, elongated tone that carried a hint of mockery. "Your breath reeks so foul that I can smell it through the phone, nearly sickening me. Did you overindulge at dinner? Your father is no better. Does he not care to see you eat such filth? Grandfather commands you to come and meet your demise. If I don't beat the excrement out of you, it will be deemed that you have done a clean job." Clearly infuriated by Xiao Yi's humiliation, the voice on the other end darkened, brimming with murderous intent. Young one, if I do not crush your bones to dust and seize your soul, my wrath shall not be quelled. Your life has reached its end, so enjoy these final days of arrogance." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Despite the threats, Xiaoyi remained unfazed. He glanced at his phone. The signal tracking had reached 97, pinpointing his location to Tongxi village on the outskirts of Shuiyun City. While not precise, identifying a village was sufficient that, no matter how expansive the village, it could not exceed a few kilometers in width. And Xiaoyi could see through it all. The wicked cannot escape his Zhu-Long eye. Just when he thought the trail had gone cold, an unexpected stroke of fortune fell into his lap. "Wretched scoundrel, grandfather is coming for you, and I shall ensure every bit of the filth you consumed is extracted." A cold smile crept across Xiaoyi's lips as golden light flickered in his pupils, soon engulfed by the true fire of the sun. Upon exiting Fei Hong's dormitory, Lu Ziang, Wei Wu, and Xiaowei approached him immediately. They had successfully apprehended all the wicked cultivators from the mental hospital. After instructing them to remain behind to handle subsequent matters, Xiaoyi departed alone. He intended to confront the Divine Sea cultivator without the assistance of Lu Ziang and Wei Wu. Their strength was insufficient, and they would only hinder his progress. Acting alone would grant him the flexibility to retreat gracefully should he find himself outmatched. With only himself to consider, he could advance or withdraw at will, always maintaining control of the situation. Simultaneously, on a lake island in Tongxi village, in an antique villa, a brooding old man crushed 2 iron balls in his right hand while he shattered his phone in his left. "Damnable wretch, how dare you speak so insolently? I shall flay your skin and turn your bones to dust." The words of Xiaoyi echoed in his ears, igniting his fury. "Master, our outposts have lost contact one after another, and 70% of our assets in Shuiyun City have been eradicated by the Security Bureau." A robust and muscular man respectfully reported to the old man. "Understood." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Lost assets can be rebuilt. As long as I am alive, this matter is far from finished. Investigate the cause of the Security Bureau's sudden actions, identify the team leader, and ascertain who participated in the operation. Select a group of level 1 and 2 investigators and bring me their heads." The old man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He could not kill the leader of the Security Bureau, but he could certainly eliminate level 1 and 2 investigators. This would serve as a lesson to the Security Bureau that he, Xiao Wanshi, was not to be trifled with. "Do not bother investigating. I know who is in charge." A booming voice resonated within the villa, followed by a swirl of dark energy that coalesced into the form of an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage. "Cui Lao Gue, what brings you here?" Xiao Wanshi frowned. The visitor was none other than Cui Jinghong. Although both were elders of the Hall of Heroes, their relationship was far from amicable. While they did not share a deep-seated enmity, there was little camaraderie between them. "What is it? Has the old man come personally, and yet no tea is offered?" Cui Jinghong glanced at Xiao Wanshi's brawny subordinate, who immediately bowed respectfully. "Elder Cui, please wait a moment." Soon, a fine cup of tea was presented before Cui Jinghong. He sipped it, nodding slightly. "Not bad. This is truly excellent tea. Seems you have made quite a fortune over the years. This snow mountain summit fetches 68,000 a tael, and ordinary folk cannot afford it." Xiao Wanshi, still holding the iron balls, spoke coldly. "Enough of the pleasantries. We must discuss serious matters." "What do you know?" Cui Jinghong set down his cup and replied. "The Security Bureau's 7th Squad is leading the effort to eradicate your outposts. But the team is not under the command of the leader Shuiyong. It is led by his subordinate, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi? That little brat known as the Fiery Hand of Justice? Xiao Wanshi had evidently heard of Xiao Yi's reputation. "Indeed, that is him," Cui Jinghong affirmed with a nod. "Not be fooled by his youth. His strength is formidable. He is a perfect awakener of the innate gathering spirit at the 9th level. And the power of his pure young fire technique is extraordinary. Not only that, but he possesses exceptional comprehension, mastering the challenging dragon elephant breathing technique of the Security Bureau at an astonishing pace. Since his awakening less than a month ago, he has already broken through to the Divine Sea realm. Rare genius born once every 30 years in the Great Xia, capable of fighting beyond his level." Xiao Wanshi regarded Cui Jinghong with a cold smile. "Not only that, but he also killed your son." Chapter 93. A Fireball from the Sky. "Old dog, I have come to kill you." Cui Jinghong's expression darkened. He recognized Xiao Wanchu's mockery but did not react in anger. Indeed, my son perished at the hands of Xiao Yi. That is why I have come to seek your assistance. Cui Jinghong looked directly at Xiao Wanchu. I have a vendetta against Xiao Yi for the death of my son, and he has destroyed many of your outposts, killing a significant number of your subordinates. You must harbor a deep hatred for him as well. In that case, we share a common goal. Why not join forces to eliminate that little wretch? You need not worry. After killing Xiao Yi, I shall take none of his artifacts or inheritance. All shall belong to you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanchu erupted into laughter, his gaze toward Cui Jinghong laced with derision. Cui Laogue, you truly seem to be regressing with age. That Xiao Yi is but a callow youth, even if he is a genius. How strong can he truly be? The strong of the Divine Sea realm span the first and second heavens. With each ascension, their strength multiplies. Even if he can fight beyond his level, he can at most match a second-level Divine Sea cultivator. While I have already achieved the third level of the Divine Sea, along with numerous artifacts at my disposal, killing Xiao Yi would be akin to squashing an ant. Why would I need your assistance? Cui Jinghong regarded Xiao Wanchu, shaking his head with a cold smile. Old ghost, do not speak too soon. Be wary of falling into a trap. The individuals who perished at Xiao Yi's hands, were any of them not stronger than him? And yet, what was their fate? They were all turned to ashes by Xiao Yi's pure young fire, their bones reduced to dust. Blind arrogance can lead to one's demise. Since his son died at Xiao Yi's hands, Cui Jinghong had been covertly gathering extensive intelligence on him. It could be said that aside from the Security Bureau and Xiao Yi himself, Cui Jinghong understood him best. As he delved deeper into Xiao Yi's background, Cui Jinghong grew increasingly alarmed. He had effectively witnessed Xiao Yi ascend from the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm to the 1st level of the Divine Sea realm. His breakthroughs were as effortless as eating or drinking, and his cultivation of techniques progressed at an astonishing rate, akin to that of a demigod. Cui Jinghong had spent decades of relentless effort to achieve his current second-level status in the Divine Sea realm, and it had taken him 10 long years to barely cross that threshold. In contrast, Xiao Yi had reached the 1st level of the Divine Sea realm in less than a month. Given sufficient resources, the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm was but a step away. Such talent and potential far surpassed his own by 1,000-fold. This realization led Cui Jinghong to regard Xiao Yi with utmost caution. Despite his own superior cultivation, he dared not act recklessly. He needed to ally with Xiao Wanchu to seek revenge against Xiao Yi for the death of his son. Cui Laogue, tread carefully. The journey to kill Xiao Yi is not as simple as you think. Cui Jinghong cast a serious gaze at Xiao Wanchu, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanchu fell silent. Although their relationship was not particularly close, he understood that Cui Jinghong would not jest about such matters, especially when it concerned the death of a child. Regarding the murderous intent towards Xiao Yi, Cui Jinghong is undoubtedly superior to him. Cui Jinghong's extreme caution signifies that Xiao Yi is far more complex than he appears. After all, he is a seasoned practitioner of the dark arts, having lived for several decades, characterized by prudence and composure, no less than others. Cui Jinghong's warning naturally weighs heavily on Xiao Wanchu's mind. Could it be that I have underestimated that young brat? Xiao Wanchu silently remained on guard, turning to Cui Jinghong and demanding, "You will explain all the intelligence regarding Xiao Yi to me. We can discuss our alliance afterward." "Very well, as you wish," Cui Jinghong exclaimed joyfully, waving his hand as a luminous glow emanated from his storage ring, revealing a plethora of intelligence on the coffee table. Xiao Yi's personality, preferences, and life history, everything that Cui Jinghong could uncover was there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yi was driving towards Tengshi village. It was already midnight, and the roads were nearly deserted, allowing Xiao Yi to speed recklessly, pushing the car to its maximum velocity. The specially designed vehicle from the Security Bureau could reach speeds of up to 498 kilometers per hour. The vehicle zipped along the highway like a fleeting specter. That night, the few drivers encountered on the road believed they had seen a ghost. As Xiao Yi brushed past a car, one driver was startled and couldn't help but curse, "Damn rich second generation. Are you in such a hurry to die? Out here racing at midnight? You don't value your life, but you're making me anxious too." The driver was terrified. A speed nearing 500 kilometers per hour was faster than high-speed trains. If there were a collision, it would be catastrophic. However, Xiao Yi paid no heed to such concerns, racing towards Tengshi village at breakneck speed. What should have taken 4 hours was accomplished in less than one. Tongxi Village was a remote little hamlet, bordered by the sea and interspersed with lakes, abundant in fishery resources, making most villagers fishermen. The presence of dark practitioners here was inconspicuous, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection by the Security Bureau. Standing atop the water tower on the outskirts of Tongxi Village, Xiaoyi activated the Candle Dragon Eye to scan the entire village. At 2:30 in the morning, 99% of the villagers were deep in slumber. The village was shrouded in darkness, with only a few flickering lights resembling fireflies in the night. Soon, Xiaoyi pinpointed his target, in the center of the large lake in Tongxi Village. The spiritual energy of the practitioner shone like a sun in the night. Unmistakable. The villa was enveloped in an invisible barrier, a defensive formation. "Old dog, I have come for you." Xiaoyi was unperturbed by the defensive barrier and stepped forward, vanishing into the darkness. Under the cover of night, his ghost shadow technique could unleash its full potential, enhancing his strength and speed fivefold compared to daylight. His ability to traverse the shadowy realm increased fivefold as well. Inside the villa on the island, Xiao Wanshi and Cui Jinghong had reached an agreement and were discussing how to eliminate Xiaoyi. Suddenly, Xiao Wanshi furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Cui Jinghong, seated opposite him, felt the hair on his neck stand on end. This was a unique instinct of powerful practitioners, a warning of impending danger. Killing intent. The two exchanged glances, just as they were about to act. A tremendous explosion erupted, boom. Outside the villa, a massive fireball descended from the pitch-black sky. The fireball, imbued with unparalleled destructive power, struck the villa's defensive barrier. With a crack, the barrier shattered. The 8 arrays of magical flags surrounding the villa detonated, turning to dust. Although Xiao Wanshi's barrier could withstand an attack from a first-level Sea of Gods practitioner for several minutes, providing ample time for a counter, it now crumbled like thin paper at the slightest touch. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball seemed alive, careening through the villa after breaching the barrier. Guards attempted to intercept it, but were incinerated into ashes, leaving no trace. The fireball crashed through the villa's front door, prompting a furious reaction from Xiao Wanshi and Cui Jinghong. "I alone can eliminate you two old dogs. How dare you wreak havoc on my territory, courting death?" Xiao Wanshi shot forth 2 iron bullets from his hand, which streaked across the sky like meteors, targeting the fireball head-on. These 2 iron bullets were 3rd-level magical artifacts. While they were not Xiao Wanshi's primary weapons, they were far from mundane. A single shot could easily destroy a tank. Cui Jinghong, unwilling to be outdone, thrust his palm downwards, summoning a massive scorpion spirit behind him. The scorpion had 3 tail stingers, one of which lunged at the fireball. Boom! The fireball collided with the iron bullets, flames erupting and instantly melting the projectiles. The scorpion's tail, piercing the fireball, released venom. Yet that too was evaporated by the flames, dissipating into nothingness. Moreover, one of the scorpion's tail stingers was reduced to ash by the inferno. Impossible! How could my killing move be so effortlessly thwarted? Shocked, Xiao Wanshi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Cui Jinghong's scorpion spirit, having lost a tail, also bore a grim visage. Though the scorpion's severed tail could be restored with spiritual energy, losing in a single move was a significant blow to his pride. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fireball soared within the villa, charging towards Xiao Wanshi and Cui Jinghong. The two immediately evaded, yet were still thrown back by the tremendous shockwave. Finally, the fireball descended, erupting violently. A powerful wave of flames surged outward, spreading in all directions. Where it passed, tiles were uprooted, and walls crumbled. The once resplendent villa was reduced to ruins in an instant, emerging from the sea of flames. Xiaoyi was engulfed in crackling fire, his eyes gleaming with flames and golden light, resembling a true deity of fire. "Xiaoyi, it's you?" Cui Jinghong roared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You actually managed to find this place. You little brat, you truly possess some skill." Xiao Wanshi could hardly believe that his lair had been compromised. While he was still strategizing how to kill Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi had already arrived at his doorstep. Had Xiaoyi come alone, or did Shui Yong accompany him? Xiao Wanshi gazed anxiously at the night sky outside the villa, chills running down his spine, contemplating retreat. Though he boasted about having no fear of the Security Bureau, in truth, he was terrified. While he held a degree of confidence in eliminating Xiaoyi, facing Shui Yong filled him with dread. The 8th level Sea of Gods practitioner, Shui Yong, loomed over Xiao Wanshi like an insurmountable mountain, an existence he could not hope to challenge. He had no courage to confront Shui Yong head-on. Fleeing was his only option. In a flash, Xiao Wanshi devised several escape routes, along with various strategies to counter potential foes. Rest assured, I am alone. Xiao Yi, having seen through Xiao Wanshi's thoughts, scoffed. To deal with you two old dogs, I do not require the leader's assistance. I am sufficient on my OW end. At this declaration, Xiao Wanshi breathed a sigh of relief. He held his head high, straightened his back, feeling his confidence restored. With Shui Yong absent, what was there to fear? You arrogant little brat. Today, I shall show you the consequences of your insolence. Prepare to pay with your life. Xiao Wanshi's hands glowed as he donned a pair of magical gloves. He struck out with a palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a blood-red skeletal handprint, aimed directly at Xiao Yi. Upon closer inspection, the skeletal handprint was composed of countless tiny skulls. As the handprint advanced, countless wailing souls echoed in its wake. A mere trick, and you dare to flaunt it before me? Xiao Yi remained unfazed. Raising a finger and pointing, blazing true fire fused with spiritual energy, transforming into a colossal dragon elephant, which stomped down. Boom! The dragon elephant thundered across the sea, subduing all in its path. With a single stomp, it crushed the blood-red skeletal handprint into dust. Not stopping there, the dragon elephant charged towards Xiao Wanshi. The dragon elephant breathing technique is indeed formidable. Xiao Wanshi's pupils constricted, unwilling to confront it directly. He leapt aside to evade. However, the dragon elephant's long trunk swept through, leaving him no escape, striking him squarely in the chest. With a resounding crack, Xiao Wanshi was sent flying, becoming a shooting star. The protective magical artifacts on his body flickered ominously, showing signs of imminent collapse. His chest throbbed with pain, blood surged, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Although the artifacts had mitigated part of the attack, the residual force was still enough to injure Xiao Wanshi, causing him to spit blood from his mouth and nose. At that moment, Cui Jinghong unleashed his killing move. 7 vengeful souls appeared behind him, simultaneously letting out howls. It was evident that Cui Jinghong had also cultivated a modified version of the 7 killing technique, far more potent than Cui Wuji's. You little brat, today I shall avenge my son. Go to hell! Cui Jinghong bellowed as the scorpion spirit released a torrent of toxic smoke, filling the villa. The smoke corroded the floor, walls, and furniture, dissolving everything in its path while obscuring vision. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Jinghong unleashed a wolf spirit. The wolf spirit, ferocious and savage, lunged at Xiao Yi with its gaping maw. However, Xiao Yi activated the candle dragon eye. Perceiving the situation clearly amidst the toxic smoke, the wolf spirit's ambush was futile. With a fierce glare, he shot forth 2 beams of golden light, instantly piercing through the wolf spirit. The wolf spirit let out a wail, its essence completely shattered. With the spirit extinguished and his technique thwarted, Cui Jinghong immediately suffered a backlash, unable to prevent a mouthful of blood from escaping. Xiao Yi laughed heartily. Old dog, you are truly pathetic. You think to avenge your son like this? You might as well practice a minor technique. At least it would save your son from being buried alongside you. Locking his gaze onto Cui Jinghong, Xiao Yi summoned the candle dragon's golden light, which struck Cui Jinghong squarely in the chest. Boom! A layer of spiritual barrier emerged, blocking the golden light from penetrating. Yet, the overwhelming force still sent Cui Jinghong flying. As he soared through the air, he coughed up blood, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. A piece of armor on his chest shattered into fragments. The entire confrontation appeared lengthy. Yet it transpired in the blink of an eye, lasting no more than a minute. But a brief exchange. The 2 malevolent cultivators, Xiao Wanshi and Cui Jinghong, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Not only had their magical artifacts been shattered, but they also bore injuries themselves. How infuriating! How could this brat possess such formidable strength? As Xiao Wanshi landed, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a wave of difficulty. One never knows until they engage in combat. The surprise can be staggering. At that moment, Xiao Wanshi comprehended that Cui Jinghong had not exaggerated. Xiao Yi was indeed a challenging opponent. The manifestation of the dragon elephant nearly shattered his protective artifact. It had been many years since he had faced a powerful adversary of this caliber. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air, and Xiao Wancher looked up to see Cui Jinghong being sent flying, crashing heavily beside him. Pfft. Cui Jinghong spat out a mouthful of blood, his spiritual energy wavering. His injuries were significantly more severe than Xiao Wancher's, who had merely sustained light wounds. Cui Jinghong could not compare to Xiao Wancher. The latter was stronger and possessed superior artifacts. Though the dragon elephant had struck him, his artifact withstood the blow, resulting in only minor injuries. In contrast, Cui Jinghong's protective artifact was utterly destroyed, leaving him grievously wounded. Is this all you two old dogs are capable of? Xiaoyi emerged from the villa, his pupils transformed into the vertical eyes of a candle dragon. Devoid of any humanity. Chapter 95. I will ensure you two are bound together in life and death. Is this all you two old dogs are capable of? Xiaoyi charged out of the villa, his eyes now resembling vertical slits, completely lacking any trace of humanity. The true fire of the sun behind him transformed into a blazing dragon elephant, roaring towards the heavens. A terrifying aura of killing intent surged forth. Manifesting as a tempest of violent winds, the dragon elephant charged forward, trampling towards Xiao Wancher and Cui Jinghong. Boy, it is far too early to be triumphant. Xiao Wancher leaped to evade, pointing a finger, causing the protective wristband on his arm to morph into a flying sword that pierced the dragon elephant. I must concede. You are indeed formidable, at your age. To possess such strength is unprecedented in my experience. However, your folly lies in your arrogance. You are unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, daring to venture alone into my domain. Xiao Wancher invoked a spell, causing the flying sword to split into 2, then 4, then 8, until it transformed into hundreds of swords, all aimed at Xiao Yi. That moment, Cui Jinghong also struck, unleashing a howling torrent of water from the fierce spirits behind him, transforming into a sky full of black ice crystals. Shooting towards Xiao Yi, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Accompany my son in death. The fierce spirit was that of a water demon, naturally imbued with the ability to control water, complemented by the art of water charm. The ice crystals conjured by the water demon were sharper than any blade, capable of piercing through gold and stone as if they were mere tofu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flying swords and ice crystals cascaded down, sealing all of Xiao Yi's escape routes, leaving him with no options to evade. Yet, Xiao Yi had no intention of dodging. Such petty skills, dare you flaunt them before me? Boom! The true fire of the sun blazed fiercely, transforming into a dragon elephant that roared towards the sky. With wings sprouting from its back, it unfurled them, unleashing 2 fiery true dragons that soared upward, incinerating the incoming flying swords and ice crystals entirely. After shattering their lethal assaults, the dragon elephant soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames upon Xiao Wancher and Cui Jinghong. The two fled in disarray, secretly alarmed. What a troublesome brat! The combination of pure yang fire and the dragon elephant breathing technique possesses such overwhelming might. This mere first level of the divine sea can even challenge me. Cui Jinghong remarked, his pure yang fire is unlike any I have encountered. Its power is excessively potent. Indeed, Xiao Wancher nodded. The old ghost of the Nangong family in Jinling also awakened the pure yang fire. I witnessed him in action from afar 40 years ago, but even then, his flames paled in comparison to Xiao Yi's. Perhaps it is a difference in physique, or perhaps there are secrets to the pure yang fire that we are yet unaware of. Both Xiao Wancher and Cui Jinghong were perplexed, for the pure yang fire was exceedingly rare. As one of the top 5 innate life source divine abilities of the Great Xia, it appeared only once every 16 years. Apart from those awakened to its power, outsiders had only a fleeting understanding of it. Moreover, Xiao Yi had awakened a force even more potent than the pure yang fire, the true fire of the sun, whose might exceeded the imagination of both Xiao Wancher and Cui Jinghong. Why are you two old dogs fleeing? Have you overindulged and lost your appetite? I have stated, today I shall surely force you to face your reckoning. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the true fire dragon elephant descended from the sky, crushing down upon Xiao Wancher's chest. Pfft. Xiao Wancher was kicked away, immediately spitting blood as he flew through the air. His neck, chest, and waist glowed simultaneously, the 3 protective artifacts exhibiting signs of impending destruction. You have not perished? Your artifacts are plentiful. Let us see how many more blows you can withstand. Xiao Yi pointed a finger, unleashing another lethal strike. Damn it, this little wretch possesses incredible strength. The dragon elephant breathing technique is indeed the unparalleled divine skill of the Safety Bureau. Once mastered, it can shake mountains and seas. Its power is truly terrifying. Xiao Wancher's complexion flushed crimson as he barely evaded the fiery assault, unable to suppress another mouthful of blood. From a distance, Cui Jinghong observed with trepidation. If Xiao Wancher had been struck down so severely, had that kick landed on him, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to nothing but bones. Xiao Yi was too powerful. Even the old ghost Xiao Wancher could not subdue him, leaving the odds of victory tonight exceedingly slim. As this thought crossed his mind, Cui Jinghong felt a surge of retreating intent. The malevolent cultivators were all slippery as eels, and Cui Jinghong was no exception. Realizing he was no match for Xiao Yi, he contemplated fleeing at once. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be exacted hastily. If he could not avenge the death of his son tonight, there would always be another day, as long as he remained alive. There would come a time for retribution. Cui Jinghong slithered back like a lurking viper, his patience unwavering. That moment, Xiao Wancher noticed Cui Jinghong's movements and bellowed, "Cui, old ghost, why are you standing so far back? Don't tell me you wish to flee. I tell you, if we are to survive this night, we shall do so together. If we are to perish, we shall die together. You shall not escape. We are both ancient fox demons. Let none of us play tricks on the other." As Cui Jinghong's rear end lifted, Xiao Wancher immediately understood his intentions. "It was you who proposed to join forces against Xiao Yi. It was you who sought revenge for the death of your son. It was you who incited my murderous intent. Now that you cannot prevail, you wish to simply walk away. Such a bargain is too cheap." Cui Jinghong's expression darkened. "Damn it, Xiao, old ghost, why do you shout so loudly? Are you afraid Xiao Yi might not notice me? Why not draw his fire and allow me to escape? I would be eternally grateful to your ancestors." "Oh, so you are still good friends? Cui Wujian's offspring cannot possibly be the progeny of you two old dogs," Xiao Yi sneered. "If that is the case, I shall ensure that you two are bound together in life and death." With a whoosh, a flaming whip descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the vital point of Cui Jinghong's head. With no way to evade, he summoned the water demon's fierce spirit, invoking the water control technique to transform into a water dragon. Attempting to counter fire with water, bang! The fiery whip collided head-on with the water dragon, which disintegrated upon contact, along with the water demon's fierce spirit, reduced to ashes. The destruction of the fierce spirit triggered an immediate backlash. Cui Jinghong gasped, spitting blood, his complexion paling in an instant. Of the 7 fierce spirits, 2 had already been slain, significantly diminishing his power. "Damn it! How can this Xiao Yi be so strong?" Cui Jinghong despaired. "Water and fire coexist in a cycle, yet alas, my powers are not mere flames. The water demon is merely capable of extinguishing a candle, yet it cannot extinguish divine fire." Xiao Yi pointed a finger. And the true fire of the sun transformed into a fire dragon, hurtling towards Cui Jinghong. "Damn it, why target me? Go after Xiao Wancher," Cui Jinghong exclaimed, his soul nearly fleeing in terror. He harbored hatred not only for Xiao Yi but also for Xiao Wancher. Cursed Xiao Wancher, why not take the lead and draw the fire? Why push me out? Dual-born demons, blood sacrifice of the fierce spirits. In a moment of life and death, Cui Jinghong summoned another fierce spirit, merging it with his true self. This was a particularly unique fierce spirit, possessing 2 faces, one at the front and one at the back. In the instant of fusion, a fire dragon descended from the heavens, striking Cui Jinghong and instantly turning him to ash. The explosion of the fire dragon created a massive crater in the ground. "Cui, old ghost." In the distance, Xiao Wancher's face displayed horror. He could hardly believe that Cui Jinghong had perished just like that. Chapter 96. The Dual-Born Demons, 3-headed flying Rakshasa. If Cui Jinghong were to be slain, he would lose his ally, making victory even more elusive. Whoosh, 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 an eerie wind arose, and a mass of black mist suddenly appeared from thin air. Cui Jinghong emerged from the fog, crashing to the ground while coughing up blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. "Cui, old ghost, you are still alive!" Xiao Wancher exclaimed with delight upon witnessing this. Cui Jinghong shot a resentful glare at him, wishing to curse him but lacking the strength. "Damn it! Don't make me draw fire again. Can't I catch my breath? If Xiao Yi strikes me once more, I will truly be done for. Xiao Yi regarded Cui Jinghong with a cold, amused smile. How fortunate you are to find such a rare and unique demon as a dual-born. It seems you possess some measure of destiny. Xiao Yi had seen records of the dual-born demons in the internal archives of the Safety Bureau, knowing they were a peculiar and rare breed. Born as twins, they could not be separated. Sharing a single body, akin to human conjoined twins, the two demons, intertwined, pursued the guidance of their bloodline, each seeking to devour the other. Only one can survive, and upon successfully consuming the other, the dual-born would reach maturity. At that stage, the dual-born would possess two faces, merging all the powers and essence of the two demons. Not only that, after the evolution of the innate divine ability, the twins possess two lives. Should they suffer a fatal injury, they can substitute their death once. Cui Jinghong's survival beneath the true fire divine dragon is attributed to the twins' death-substituting divine ability. Once the twins reach maturity, they have undoubtedly surpassed the divine sea realm. It seems you have exerted considerable effort to slay it, haven't you? Xiao Yi remarked with certainty as he gazed at Cui Jinghong. Cui Jinghong offered no reply. Yet his expression spoke volumes. Just as Xiao Yi surmised, Cui Jinghong had paid a tremendous price to eliminate the twins and seize their fierce soul. He cultivated the Seven Fiends' body, having perfected his divine abilities even at the 9th layer of the opening Yuan realm. The 7 fierce souls he commanded were all derived from the demon souls of the 9th layer of opening Yuan. Later, upon breaking through to the divine sea realm, by sheer chance, he encountered a twin of the same realm. Knowing the twins' innate death-substituting ability filled Cui Jinghong with joy, for he recognized it as an exceedingly rare life-preserving divine ability. To this end, he did not hesitate to forfeit one of his fierce souls, killing the twin to take its place, all to enhance his own survival capacity. Regrettably, no matter how formidable one's life-preserving abilities may be, they are rendered futile against a formidable adversary. The twins can substitute death once, but not a second time. Faced with Xiao Yi, he was destined to die. The extermination of demons and evil shall occur this night. To perish beneath my divine flames is your supreme honor. Xiao Yi raised his hand, pointing, as raging flames ignited, transforming into a soaring dragon elephant. Cui Jinghong's face turned pale with terror, while Xiao Wanshi bellowed in a fierce rage, "Do not think this will be enough to vanquish me. You are still far from it." Bang, 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 bang. As his words fell, an uncountable barrage of bullets rained down from all directions. The bullets fell like rain, pelting Xiao Yi, but were deflected by the fire Shiyu pendant. A barrier of spiritual energy enveloped him. The bullets struck the shield, causing ripples, yet they could not budge it in the slightest. Xiao Yi observed as figures emerged from the darkness of the night. Countless cultivators advancing with rifles in hand, their tactical movements precise as if they were trained soldiers. Each soldier bore a stoic expression, their eyes cold, looking at Xiao Yi with not a hint of fear. Only a chilling intent to kill. There were many, no less than 200, several of whom were at the opening Yuan realm. They were all subordinates of Xiao Wanshi, drawn to the battle at Lake Heart Island. "Is this your reliance?" Xiao Yi remained expressionless, not deeming the 200 ants worth his concern. Even if they were to attack him while he stood still, they could not harm a single hair on his head. Mere bullets, he thought. Not only would they fail to breach the defense of the fire Shiyu pendant, but even if they struck him directly, they could not penetrate his defenses. Having cultivated the dragon elephant breathing technique, his physical body was immensely powerful. At present, rifle bullets were of no consequence, save for artillery or grenades. However, in the Great Xia, firearms were strictly prohibited, and the control over munitions was the most severe in the world. For Xiao Wanshi to procure rifles was already at his limit. It was impossible for him to acquire grenades. Xiao Wanshi laughed heartily. Of course, they are not the only ones. This is far from over. Before his words could finish, Xiao Wanshi slapped the ground with great force. Spiritual energy surged forth, radiating from his palm and expanding in all directions until it enveloped the villa within a 100-meter radius. Boom! The ground trembled as small mounds of earth erupted, and one by one, zombies crawled up from below. These zombies, as hard as iron, were rigid expressions, exuding a foul stench, and their numbers swelled by over 200. Moreover, where were the 3-headed flying Rakshasas? Roar! A furious roar echoed through the night sky. From the forest behind the villa, A small mound exploded, a cloud of black mist surged forth, arriving in an instant before Xiao Wanshi. Within the black mist, Xiao Yi beheld 3 grotesque heads, continuously howling. The mist coalesced into the physical forms of 3-headed flying Rakshasas, each standing over 2.5 meters tall, clad in tattered armor and wielding massive sabers. Each neck bore a head, all with green faces and sharp fangs. The aura of the divine sea realm erupted forth, not at all weaker than that of Xiao Wanshi. It is said that in mass graves or battlefields, where the dead are too numerous and their resentment lingers, demons may be born. The convergence of resentment, murderous intent, and the stench of blood upon the bodies of the deceased gives rise to the flying Rakshasa. They are neither ghost nor zombie nor demon. They are a uniquely peculiar breed. A single head denotes the gathering spirit realm, 2 heads the opening Yuan realm, and 3 heads the divine sea realm. While single-headed flying Rakshasas of the gathering spirit realm are not uncommon, 3-headed ones are exceedingly rare. Their bodies rival magical artifacts. They are impervious to blades and bullets, unscathed by fire or water. Devoid of souls and unfazed by death, truly, they are killing machines. Xiao Yi had encountered records of them in Safety Bureau files. Years ago, Siam had experienced the emergence of a 3-headed flying Rakshasa. Due to delayed rescue efforts, countless lives were lost, an entire village slaughtered, with thousands perishing. To cover up the incident, they could only claim it was a mountain flood that caused the villagers' demise. The many ants can indeed bring down an elephant. Xiao Yi, you are indeed formidable, but today, you will undoubtedly meet your end. Your greatest mistake was your arrogance in coming here alone to seek death. Xiao Wanshi looked at Xiao Yi with scorn. His gaze as frigid as ice, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Kill him, at his command. The surrounding evil cultivators, zombies, and 3-headed flying Rakshasas all rushed toward Xiao Yi. The evil cultivators opened fire. Bullets flying wildly, forming an impenetrable net of firepower. The zombies and 3-headed flying Rakshasas, undeterred by death, pressed forward relentlessly. While many ants can slay an elephant, they cannot harm a dragon elephant. Moreover, who said I was alone? Without allies. With a flicker of thought, shadows behind Xiao Yi rippled like flowing water. Dark figures surged forth from the shadows, charging toward the evil cultivators and zombies. Tonight, 100 spirits march forth, united to slay the evil cultivators and demons. Chapter 97. Forcing a son to kill his own father. Xiao Yi, you are truly ruthless. Roar, 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 roar. Ghosts clashed with evil cultivators, and evil cultivators battled ghosts. A cacophony of howls filling the air. Ghosts? You can control ghosts? Xiao Wanshi's eyes widened in disbelief. As an investigator for the Safety Bureau, how could you cultivate such a malevolent technique without fear of being purged? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi, I never imagined you to be a thorough hypocrite. Draped in a cloak of righteousness, if word of tonight's events were to spread, you would be utterly disgraced. Xiao Wanshi, believing he had found a weakness in Xiao Yi, could not help but laugh heartily. Xiao Yi regarded him with the look of one observing a fool, not caring for the matter in the least. It was merely the manipulation of ghosts. He had not indiscriminately slaughtered innocents. So what was there to fear? Moreover, tonight's events would remain concealed. Die. With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Yi called the dragon elephant to fold its wings, then suddenly unfurled them. Countless flames rained down from the heavens, transforming into fiery arrows that pierced the chests of the evil cultivators. The power of the true sun fire was boundless. Upon contact, the cultivators of the gathering spirit and opening Yuan realms were instantly reduced to ashes. Their remains obliterated. Their souls were drawn forth by Xiao Yi, transforming into ghosts. Thus, the number of ghosts under Xiao Yi's command multiplied, while the evil cultivators under Xiao Wanshi dwindled, the balance rapidly shifting. The 3-headed flying Rakshasa leapt into the air, swinging its massive saber downward, aiming directly for Xiao Yi's head. Xiao Yi remained unmoved, as a colossal serpent demon erupted skyward, colliding with the 3-headed flying Rakshasa. This serpent was none other than the white ghost Maru. As the 3-headed flying Rakshasa soared into the air, a warrior ghost lay in wait, poised to strike. The warrior's blade was drawn, a flash of light, and one of the heads of the 3-headed flying Rakshasa was severed. The assailant was none other than the warrior ghost from Japan, Hidetada Toritani. Yet you actually have a divine sea realm ghost. Xiao Wanshi and Cui Jinghong were taken aback. their expressions filled with disbelief. According to their intelligence, Xiao Yi had only just broken through to the Divine Sea Realm that I in just a few short days. He had managed to control a ghost of the Divine Sea Realm, indicating that a powerful being had perished at his hands. Why the surprise? Even more astonishing revelations were yet to come. Xiao Yi's gaze swept over Xiao Wanshi, ultimately resting on Cui Jinghong with a hint of amusement. Cui Jinghong's expression turned frantic, his eyes darting in his heart. He screamed, "Do not look at me, do not look at me. You cannot see me. Go kill Xiao Wanshi, do not come for me." Suddenly, panic-stricken, Cui Jinghong froze, his body stiffening. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the hand that had emerged from his chest, which clutched a still-beating heart. "No. Impossible." Blood surged from Cui Jinghong's mouth and nose as he turned his head to see a face he had dreamed of in the dead of night. "No Wuji da why." Cui Jinghong beheld none other than his son. Cui Wuji. He could not fathom that he would one day meet his end at the hands of his own flesh and blood. The master commands, "Kill without mercy." Cui Wuji's expression was devoid of emotion. His demeanor cold as ice, lacking any trace of humanity. He had been manipulated by Xiao Yi, severing all ties to his own emotions. Regardless of whom he was commanded to kill, there would be no hesitation. It was akin to being ordered to slay his entire family, like Qi Dajiang. Bang! Cui Wuji crushed Cui Jinghong's heart in his grip. Cui Jinghong's pupils dilated, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yi, filled with unwillingness and resentment. "You so ruthless." Before he could finish his words, Cui Jinghong gasped his last. His head drooped suddenly, severing all breath. Cui Jinghong died with his eyes wide open, filled with bitterness and hatred. Xiao Yi's cruelty was unparalleled. Having utilized Cui Wuji to kill his own father, such tactics were more ruthless than those of the evil cultivators. But this was not the end. "Did you not seek your son? Now, I shall grant you that wish." Xiao Yi seized Cui Jinghong's corpse, removing the storage ring while extracting his soul, transforming it into a ghost. "Your subordinate pays respects to the master." Cui Jinghong knelt at Xiao Yi's feet, bowing with utmost reverence. His expression fervent and filled with profound respect in the distance. Xiao Wanshi felt a chill creep into his heart, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Although Cui Jinghong was weaker than him, he was nonetheless a formidable warrior at the second level of the Divine Sea Realm. Yet he had met his demise in such a manner. To be slain was not the end of it. His very soul had been siphoned away by Xiao Yi, reducing him to a mere specter. To be killed by an enemy and have one's soul enslaved, forced to obey. This was a torment 1,000-fold worse than death itself. What kind of divine ability was this, so terrifying? Xiao Wanshi had witnessed many ghost-controlling techniques within the Hall of Heroes, but he had never seen one that could immediately enslave a soul post-mortem, transforming it into a ghost. Wasn't Xiao Yi's power rooted in pure young fire and the dragon elephant